The first wilderness survival competition of the Tongyun Mountain Cup. System. Under Tongyun Mountain. The air is mixed with the smells of grass, earth, and sweat. A huge banner for the first wilderness survival competition of the Tongyun Mountain Cup hangs at the entrance. With white letters on a red background, it's very eye-catching. Cameras, cranes, and microphones are visible everywhere. Hundreds of people have gathered together. The buzzing discussions never stopped. Staff are walking through the crowd with microphones and cameras. They're randomly interviewing the contestants about to enter the mountains. The interview footage is being streamed live across multiple platforms. A total of 200 contestants have come for this competition. The event organizers are promoting it on a grand scale, attracting people from all walks of life. There are veterans with scars on their faces. There are traditional Chinese medicine doctors who can identify every herb. There are teachers who look gentle and refined. There are even a few outdoor streamers with a bit of fame. The chat room on the live stream is scrolling quickly. Wow, that uncle with the military water bottle looks so strong. That doctor girl is so pretty. Is she participating or just working logistics? 200 people, but only one champion. This is exciting. Quick, they're going to interview a new contestant. The camera turned around and finally stopped in front of a young man. Contestant number 66. He looks too young. T-shirt, jeans, very fair skin, delicate features, and a very pure gaze. He stood out in the group, where the average age was over 25. He seemed a bit out of place. A clean-cut college student look. As soon as the camera focused on him, the live stream room exploded. Wow, this contestant number 66 is so handsome. With looks like that, is he here to compete or for a talent show? Such pure eyes, I'm in love. Of course, there were also voices of doubt. What good is being handsome? This is a wilderness survival competition. Look at that delicate skin, he'll probably cry and call for his mom if a mosquito bites him. I bet he can't last 2 days, he'll be the first to be eliminated. Probably some campus heartthrob, wants to get famous, so he came to ride the hype. A host girl with a microphone walked over. She had a professional sweet smile on her face. She extended the microphone toward the young man. Contestant number 66, hello, can you introduce yourself to everyone? Also, can you tell us why you decided to join this competition? The young man seemed a bit nervous. He cleared his throat, and his voice was noticeably dry. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Hao, I'm 18, just started my freshman year. His voice was also very pleasant. It was that pure voice unique to young people. My home is in the neighboring city. He paused for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. The reason I'm here to join the competition is I want to earn some money. The host was stunned for a moment. Wang Hao continued, it's summer vacation, and I want to spend some money on the game I often play. I happened to see this competition online, and the champion can win 200,000. The competition location isn't far from my home, so I just signed up. As soon as Wang Hao said these blunt words, the live stream room fell silent for half a second. Then a flood of comments exploded. Ha 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 ha. Spending on game currency? Did I hear that right? This guy is too naive, isn't he? Does he even know he has to sign a waiver for this competition? All for game currency? 200,000 prize, do you think it's just lying around on the ground? This is so funny. This is definitely the most ridiculous reason I've heard for joining a competition this year. The host girl's smile also stiffened for a moment. She had interviewed so many people. Some came for their dreams, some for self-challenge, some for fame. But for game currency? This was the first time. She couldn't help but laugh and tried to hold back her smile. Ahem, well. Wang Hao, your reason is very special. So, do you have confidence in winning, and what place do you think you'll get? Wang Hao's expression became serious. He seemed to be really thinking about this question. If possible, he looked up at the camera, I want to win the championship. Put. The host girl completely lost it and couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She laughed out loud. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. But that light laugh was still clearly picked up by the microphone. The live broadcast room erupted into laughter. Champion? Ha, did I hear that right? Young man, confidence is a good thing, but don't dream during the day. If he can win the championship, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair on the live stream. The host quickly adjusted her expression. But the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Well, those who are determined will succeed. Let's wish Wang Hao good luck in his success. She smiled and put the microphone down. Then she quickly turned and walked toward the next interview target. Her steps were even a bit faster than before. The camera followed the host as it moved away. Wang Hao stood still and touched his nose. He had been under the camera's spotlight just now, and his face was a little flushed. He clearly saw the host's side profile as she turned, struggling to suppress a laugh. He also heard the low murmurs and light laughs from the other contestants around him. Mockery, contempt, indifference. All kinds of emotions rushed at him from all directions. If it were half an hour ago, Wang Hao wouldn't have had the courage to say he would win the championship. He was just an ordinary university student, coming here with a just-in-case mindset, hoping to earn some extra money. It was true that he wanted to buy game currency, and it was true that he wanted the prize money. But, by coincidence, as soon as he had just finished registering and stepped into the competition venue, his golden finger awakened. A cold, emotionless voice appeared directly in his mind. Emotion collection system activated. Host bound, Wang Hao. Function: the host can collect emotional points by triggering strong emotional fluctuations in others. Emotional points can be used to enhance the host's existing skills. Current emotional points, 0. Wang Hao froze completely. He took a full 5 minutes to process all this information. A transparent data panel also appeared in his field of vision. Only he could see it. Host, Wang Hao. Emotional points, 0. Skill list. Cycling, LV2, 15/100. Swimming, LV3, 34/1000. Climbing trees, LV1, 5/10. Game Honor of Kings, LV3, 450/1000. Below were dozens of skills he had, a variety of them. The system had also kindly labeled the level definitions. LV1, Beginner. LV2, Intermediate. LV3, Proficient. Wang Hao's highest skill was swimming, LV3. He grew up by the river and was good with water. And just now, facing the host's interview, he was testing this system. He knew he could have said something more eloquent, but he deliberately said things like buy game currency and win the championship. Chapter 2, LV3 Tree Climbing Skill. Sure enough. Just as the host turned and left, the data panel in his vision started refreshing wildly. Ding. From Zhang Wei's contempt, emotional points +1. Ding. From Wang Guang's mockery, emotional points +1. Ding. From Zhang Cici's mockery, emotional points +1. Ding. From Lu Jun's sarcasm, emotional points +1. Ding. From Sushi's admiration, looks, emotional points +1. A series of prompt sounds rang in his mind. Wang Hao looked at his panel again. Emotional points, 123. Wang Hao's heart skipped a beat. It really works. By the way, only 123 points? The official live stream room should have more people than this, right? Maybe it's because the emotions I triggered in others weren't strong enough. Wang Hao couldn't wait to try adding points. His gaze swept across the skill list, and since he was about to face a wilderness survival situation, he definitely needed to add skills that would help with survival. His eyes landed on tree climbing, one of his wilderness-related skills, which he learned from his parents when he was very young at the park. You're the one. Wang Hao made a decision without hesitation and immediately issued an order in his mind. System, add 5 points to tree climbing. Wang Hao saw his emotional points decrease one by one, from 123 to 118. And the tree climbing skill changed to tree climbing, LV2, 0/100. A vast amount of knowledge and muscle memory about tree climbing instantly filled Wang Hao's mind. Again, directly up to level 3. With only 18 emotion points left, his data panel was updated, climbing tree, LV3, 0/1000. More knowledge and memories entered his body than before, and Wang Hao looked down at his hands. These hands, still those that looked fair and tender. But Wang Hao knew, they were no longer the same. If given a 6-meter-high tree now, he was confident he could climb to the top in 10 seconds. He raised his head and looked toward the nearby Tongyun mountain, which he was about to enter. A reward of 200,000 yuan. If he didn't win this money, it would be an insult to his golden finger. The interview quickly ended. The staff began distributing equipment. Everyone received a multi-purpose knife and a small bag of salt. Then came the strict inspection, ensuring no one carried personal items. Let me repeat the rules again, the staff shouted through a loudspeaker. There is no time limit for the competition. You can press the emergency button at any time to withdraw. If you last 10 days, you'll earn 1,000. 20 days, 3,000. Third place, 10,000. Second place, 50,000. Champion, 200,000. The competition ends when only one person remains on the mountain. The entire competition will be filmed 24 hours by drones. You can apply for a short break to use the bathroom. Collaboration between participants is not prohibited. The rules were announced. A whistle blew. The competition begins. All the contestants immediately rushed toward the entrance of Tongyun Mountain. Buzz. Hundreds of drones took off at the same time, following their respective targets. The live commentary stream also started. Two hosts took their places and began switching between cameras to comment on the event. Wang Hao held the knife. The handle was made of hard plastic, with fine anti-slip patterns engraved on it. He gripped it with his palm, and the stainless steel blade gave off a cool sensation that was transmitted through the handle to his palm. He weighed it in his hand. The blade was about 20 centimeters long, with the center of gravity clearly at the front. He made a judgment in his mind: this knife would be very energy efficient for chopping. This would be the most important, perhaps the only tool he would have for a long time. He blended into the crowd, and the air around him felt a bit stuffy due to the gathering people. Everyone was excited, shouting and rushing into the mountain together. Stepping into the forest line. The light in front suddenly darkened. The trees in the mountain forest were unusually tall, their branches and leaves tangled like a giant net, blocking most of the sunlight. Only scattered light spots stubbornly fell on the ground covered with dead leaves. A strong smell hit his face. It was a damp, earthy smell mixed with the scent of rotting leaves. Wang Hao couldn't help but sniff. This smell wasn't unpleasant, it even made him feel very alert. It was very primitive, very energizing. As soon as he entered the mountain, the brief collective excitement of the crowd disappeared. The group quickly scattered with a whoosh. Some went east, some west, and some simply found a nearby path that looked passable and started climbing up. Soon, everyone vanished into the dense forest, creating distance between them. Wang Hao looked up at the sky. It was around 3 p.m. There were at most 3 hours left before the sunset, maybe even less. It got dark early in the mountains. Once the sun went down behind the mountain, the light would disappear very quickly. He had to find 3 things before it got dark: food, water, a safe shelter for the night. He began recalling the homework he had done before. He remembered very clearly. On the mountainside of Tongyun Mountain, at an altitude between 500 to 800 meters, there were many wild pear trees. It was late July now, the season when pears began to ripen. Wild pears were likely sour and astringent, with a bad taste, but they were full of water and contained sugar. This was perfect. In wilderness survival, water and sugar are the most valuable things. Clean water sources were hard to find, and sugar could provide the most direct energy. This would perfectly solve the 2 biggest problems he faced at the start. He immediately made a decision. Target the mountainside. First, find the pears. With food and water settled, he could feel at ease. As for where to stay tonight, he could consider that after securing food. A person can go without sleep for a night, at worst find a big tree to lean on, or a wind-protected crevice in a rock. Though it would be uncomfortable, it wouldn't kill him. But a person cannot go without water. Especially after intense physical activity. He didn't want to be dehydrated on the first day, as that would quickly impair his ability to move. Wang Hao's gaze passed through layers of branches and leaves. He saw, about 50 meters away, several figures struggling to climb up the mountain. Those figures were the same contestants who had set off with him earlier. They were not taking the established path, it looked like they were forging their own way. And their direction was also upwards. Wang Hao's mind stirred. There must be more than just him who knew about the pear tree. This kind of information could easily be found online. These contestants were not fools, most of them had made thorough preparations. This had just started, not even 10 minutes. The invisible competition had already begun. The pear forest was only so big, and the pears were limited. Whoever gets there first will get the best ones. He had to act immediately. Chapter 3, Experts Gather. The Experts' Prophecy. Tongyun Mountain Cup Main Live Broadcast Room. The top of the screen shows real-time shots divided into 9 grids, with the largest screen in the center rapidly switching between different contestants. Host Zhang Wei sat in the studio, having changed out of her practical outdoor outfit and into a well-fitted studio skirt. She smiled and looked at the middle-aged man next to her. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of this competition. Sitting next to me is the famous wilderness survival expert, Hui, Brother Hu. Brother Hu is a true master. He once survived alone in Shenanjia for 3 months without any supplies. The man known as Brother Hu was probably in his 40s, with dark skin and a calm demeanor. He nodded toward the camera. Hello, everyone. Zhang Wei skillfully controlled the flow of the program. Brother Hu, you've already seen all the contestants' profiles. What's your overall impression of them? Which ones are you particularly optimistic about? How many do you think can last over 20 days and enter the final circle? Who do you think has the best chance of winning the championship? Hu Yi's gaze swept over the small images on the screen. I've looked at the profiles. This competition is full of experts. retired special forces soldiers, professional outdoor leaders, and even an old Chinese doctor. These people all have solid wilderness survival skills. Conservatively speaking, at least 30 people have the ability to last over 20 days. As for the champion, Hui shook his head. It's hard to say. Wilderness survival also involves a lot of luck. A small accident, like being bitten by a venomous snake or getting food poisoning, could make even an expert withdraw from the competition. To be honest, even if I went down there, I might not be able to beat some of them. Zhang Wei nodded, showing agreement. Let's take a look at some of the contestants who are currently quite popular. She signaled the director to switch the screen. Brother Hu, look at this contestant, number 3. A retired special forces soldier, very popular. His current route is very clear, he's following the river looking for water. Hui commented. Yes, very experienced. This is the optimal choice. And this contestant, number 19, an emergency doctor, she's collecting some common herbs. Very calm, with great mental strength. This one, number 55, a geography teacher. The experts gave their comments one by one. At this moment, the director switched the central screen to a young man struggling up the slope. The young man in the shot was gripping vines, panting, his face a bit pale. It was Wang Hao. Zhang Wei saw the image. She immediately remembered the young man who had left a deep impression on her. Brother Hu, let's take a look at this contestant, number 66. Wang Hao. He's very interesting. He's also a university student, just a freshman this year. Zhang Wei's tone carried a faint, almost imperceptible smile. And before the competition, during an interview, he looked straight at the camera and said, I'm here to win the championship. What do you think of this contestant? Hui glanced at the screen, where Wang Hao looked disheveled. He smiled. He. What a cute young man. Young people, you know, it's normal to be confident, maybe even a bit arrogant. Hui cleared his throat, assuming the tone of an expert. But surviving in the wild is not the same as taking an exam in school. It requires extremely rich experience and a very strong ability to act. I've looked at his profile. A child who grew up in the city, he might not even know how to start a fire. He might not even be able to tell which wild plants are edible and which are poisonous. Nowadays, these kids rarely live in the countryside, let alone in primitive forests. His physical strength distribution is already problematic. He's climbing too hastily, his breathing rhythm is all messed up. Personally, I think he'll probably be among the first batch of contestants to be eliminated. Zhang Wei responded with a surprised ah. So soon? Then he won't be able to get the prize money. To get $1,000, you have to last for 10 days. Hui nodded with certainty. Let's hope he stays safe. In the live broadcast, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Ha, this little handsome guy looks like he's done for. Hugo is right, soft and delicate, is he here to experience life? Champion? Haha, has he spent all his game money on this? Waiting to see him cry for his mom. Ding. From Li Si's mockery, emotion points +1. Ding. From Zhao Wu's contempt, emotion points +1. The commentary continued. The screen quickly switched away from Wang Hao. At the same time, 200 kilometers away from Tongyun Mountain, in another city, inside a rundown apartment's living room, Wang Jingye stared at his phone screen, dumbfounded. He was an old fishing enthusiast. He was already very interested in survival shows. Today, he happened to stumble upon the Tongyun Mountain Cup live broadcast, so he clicked in. He was happily listening to the expert's commentary. But then, the screen flashed. A familiar figure appeared right in the center. Although his hair was messy and his face had a bit of dirt, Wang Jingye recognized that face immediately. Is this our son? Wang Jingye blinked hard. He thought he was seeing things. He took another look. No mistake. It was his son, Wang Hao, who spent all day playing games at home. Honey. Come quickly. Wang Jingye stood up excitedly, shouting toward the kitchen. Your son is on TV. What are you shouting about? The food's about to burn. A middle-aged woman in an apron, Song Ru, walked out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand. What TV? You're making a big deal out of nothing. No, look quickly. Wang Jingye handed her the phone, pointing at the screenshot on the screen. Isn't this Wang Hao? Song Ru leaned in, looking closely. Ha? This naughty kid. Didn't he say he was going to work at a classmate's company during the summer vacation? Why is he on here? What's he doing? Surviving in the wild? Song Ru's expression immediately changed. She knew her son too well. Although Wang Hao liked running, playing ball, and had decent physical fitness, he had grown up in the city. He hadn't even washed a bowl more than a few times, let alone suffering hardships. Now, he actually went alone to such a wild mountain. This child, why didn't he tell us? Songru's tone suddenly became filled with concern. How cold it must be on the mountain at night. What is he eating? What is he drinking? What if he gets bitten by snakes or insects? Wang Jingye seemed much calmer. He took the phone back and glanced at it again. All right. He's already 18, an adult. It's good for him to go and experience something. Better than staying home playing games all day. Let him suffer a bit, understand the world better. It's a good thing. That's what they said, but Wang Jingye's eyes still stayed fixed on the screen, hoping to see his son's camera again. Chapter 4, Goal, Pair. Songru gave him a glare. You make it sound so easy. But he's my son. No, I have to call him, make him come back quickly. What are you calling for? Wang Jingye stopped her. It's a competition, and they must have handed in their phones. You won't be able to get through. Ah, what should we do now? Songru paced back and forth, anxious. Wang Jingye sighed. Don't worry, this is a formal competition. There are drones following them and rescue teams. Nothing major will happen. They'll just suffer for a few days. I actually hope he can hold on a few more days. Songru shot him a resentful look. As I see it. Wang Jingye stroked his chin, making his judgment. With his kind of temperament. At most, 2 days. In 2 days, he'll be crying and begging to quit and go home. Songru heard this and actually nodded. I think even 2 days is too long. 1 day. By tonight, he won't be able to take it. On the other side. Wang Hao had finally climbed to the middle of the mountain. He stopped, holding his knee, taking small breaths. He looked up ahead. Before him appeared a sparse forest. There was a faint scent in the air, something that couldn't exactly be described as either sweet or sour, more like the smell of fruit. He saw, as he expected, that a number of people had already gathered here. This pear orchard wasn't too large. Wang Hao roughly counted, there were at least 10 people. Everyone spread out in pairs or small groups, all looking up at the fruits on the trees. These wild pear trees weren't very friendly looking. The trunks were thick, but the branches were high up. Wang Hao estimated, even the shortest tree had its first branch over 5 meters high. This meant that to pick a pear, you would have to climb up. Moreover, the pears on the trees weren't many. Scattered here and there, they were a dull green, not very big, and many looked like they had worms in them. But for now, these were the best food available. 2 people had already started climbing trees. They had chosen the trees that seemed easier to climb, hugging the trunks and inching upwards. Ah! A miserable scream suddenly came from the right ahead. Wang Hao immediately turned to look. A man in a gray quick-dry outfit had slipped down the tree, using both hands and feet. He must have missed his step or grabbed an unstable spot. He fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The man was about 30 years old, and he had fallen hard. He clutched his lower leg, curled up on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Ah, my leg. He pressed on his leg, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, whimpering softly. Seems like he's injured. This scene made everyone around them go quiet. Ha ha ha. A laugh rang out. From another tree, a person who had climbed up to about 4 or 5 meters spoke up. This was a well-built man, with bronze-colored skin, looking very fit. He gripped the tree with one hand, and with the other, he casually waved down at the others. Buddy, climbing trees is a skill. If you don't have the ability, don't force it. This is the result of overestimating yourself. His tone was light, tinged with mockery. The man on the ground turned bright red in the face. He was angry, but also embarrassed. He gritted his teeth, trying to stand up. But as soon as he exerted force, pain shot through his leg, and he hissed in sharp breath. He tried twice, both attempts failed. Looking at his leg, which refused to obey him, he glanced up at the tall tree top. Finally, he lowered his head in despair. He sighed. He took out the red emergency button from his pocket. He pressed it. I quit. He whispered. This scene made the remaining few eager people hesitate. They didn't want to be like the man who fell, getting eliminated on the first day. How embarrassing would that be? Everyone looked at each other. One person turned and walked away. 2 others gave up on climbing the tree and started picking up stones from the ground. They planned to throw the stones to knock the pears down. Bang! Bang! The stone hit the tree trunk with a muffled sound. But the pears hung too high, and the branches were too thick. They hammered away for a long time, and a piece of bark finally fell off, but not a single pear dropped. It was just a waste of energy. At this moment, the bronze-skinned man, who had already climbed high up, let out a triumphant laugh. He had reached the top of the tree. His movements were very nimble, like a monkey. He stood steadily on a thick branch and casually picked a pear the size of a palm. He wiped the pear on his clothes and with a crisp crunch, he took a bite. The crisp sound was especially clear in the quiet forest. He chewed while looking around, his eyes scanning the people below the tree. "Hey!" he called out vaguely. "You guys seem to be having a hard time. I can help you pick some." The people under the tree brightened up at once. "But..." The man shifted his tone. "I can't help for free. Each of you has to give me a small handful of salt as payment." When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Salt. It was one of the 2 essential supplies provided by the organizers. Its importance was self-evident. In the wilderness, salt is life. Without salt, you can't even walk properly. Is it worth using life-saving supplies to trade for a few wild pears that might not even taste good? Everyone was calculating in their hearts. The man looked towards where Wang Hao was standing. He had seen Wang Hao earlier when he was interviewed, so he recognized him. "Hey, that college student, what do you think? Aren't you aiming for the championship? No matter what, you have to get through the first day first, right?" Wang Hao immediately refused. "I can pick them myself." The bronze-skinned man looked Wang Hao up and down. "Little brother, don't be stubborn. Did you see the one who broke his leg just now? You're all soft and tender, falling down wouldn't be fun." Wang Hao ignored him. He sheathed the knife in his hand. He began to stretch his wrists and ankles. He was getting ready to climb the tree. The others did not immediately agree to the man's offer. Everyone was watching and waiting. In the main live broadcast room, the camera switched to the pear orchard. Hui immediately nodded as he saw the situation on the ground. "Not bad. Looks like many of the contestants did their homework." He started his professional analysis into the camera. In the Tongyun Mountains, the 3 easiest foods to get early on are the fish in the stream, the yam underground, and these wild pears. Most people just entered the mountains today, and they don't have the ability to start a fire yet. Fish can't be eaten raw after catching. Yams need a lot of effort to dig up, and they have to be cooked to taste good. So, these pears have become the best choice right now. They can serve as both food and water. Zhang Wei spoke up from the side. "Hugu, but the tree looks really high. One contestant has already fallen and injured himself." Hui pointed to the bronze-skinned man on the screen. "Look at this contestant Su Chaobei. He's clearly an expert. His movements are stable, with 3 points of contact. He's obviously experienced at climbing trees in the wild. Honestly, the bark of pear trees is rough, with good friction, and it's one of the easier fruit trees to climb." "But..." Hui stressed the word. "That's only true for experienced people. For urban people who don't climb trees often, it's still a huge challenge. First, you have to overcome the fear of heights. Second, and most importantly, you have to be able to judge the weight-bearing capacity of the tree trunk. You must always be careful not to step on small or dry branches. Like the contestant who fell earlier, he stepped on a weak branch." At this point, on the screen, Wang Hao had reached the base of the pear tree he had chosen. Hui's eyes followed him. "Oh? This contestant number 66, he's going to climb by himself." Hui shook his head. "To be honest, this choice is a bit unwise. He's too young and a bit impulsive. In fact, trading with Su Chaobei is also a good option. Although a little salt was lost, food and water could be obtained safely and quickly, getting through the first day smoothly. As long as the fire is lit, the range of edible food will increase a lot, and the value of salt can be maximized later. He's now risking climbing the tree, what if he falls down?" Hui didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. The live stream comments also began to agree with him. Right, exchanging salt for pears, not a loss. This college student just can't lower his pride. He's just putting on a tough act, let's see how high he can climb. Probably will slide down after 2 tries, huh? Ding. Disdain from Hui, +1 emotional points. Ding. Mockery from Sunjo, +1 emotional points. Ding. Teasing from Zhou Shi, +1 emotional points. Wang Hao naturally couldn't hear these comments. He stood under the tree, took a deep breath. The air in the forest mixed with the scent of dirt and plants, very refreshing. He stretched out his hand and pressed it against the rough tree bark. The bark was hard, uneven, with some dried moss hanging in certain places, making his palm itch a bit. Just as his palm completely pressed against the trunk, a strange sensation suddenly surged up from deep inside his body. He felt his arm, waist, thighs, and even his ankles slightly tighten. He knew how to exert strength with his hand. He knew how to wrap his legs around the tree trunk. He knew where to place his center of gravity. It was muscle memory. LV3 climbing tree skill is really good. This feeling was very real, not at all fake. Wang Hao no longer hesitated. He stepped back half a step, then suddenly jumped forward. His body leapt lightly into the air. His legs accurately clamped around the tree trunk while both hands firmly grabbed onto higher points. Then, he began to climb. He used both his hands and feet. The speed wasn't fast, but not slow either. But he seemed to be glued to the tree. Every time he alternated his hands and feet, he precisely found the most energy-efficient, most stable support points. Not a single unnecessary movement. Not a single slip or hesitation. Stable. So stable it was scary. At the top of the tree, Su Chaobei was originally gleefully eating a pear, waiting for someone to come beg him. He saw Wang Hao start climbing, prepared to watch a good show. But after just one glance, his smile froze on his face. Ha! He let out a slight sound of surprise. He was an experienced tree climber. He could tell with one look. This college student was a pro. A real expert shows their skill the moment they make a move. Wang Hao's control over his center of gravity, and his perfect fit with the tree trunk, was something no beginner could do. Su Chaobei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this clean-looking kid to be so good. He stopped eating the pear and began to watch seriously. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Hao had already climbed 5 meters. He easily stepped onto the first branch. But he didn't stop there. He just stepped on it for leverage, and his body shot upward again. He climbed another 2 to 3 meters. Finally, he stopped on a branch with the densest and most robust pears. 1 foot on the lower tree trunk, his body firmly pressed against the main trunk. He sat down. At this height, he could easily reach the pears around him. He casually plucked one. He didn't start eating immediately. Instead, he rolled up the hem of his t-shirt around his waist to form a temporary pouch. He started picking quickly. 1, 2, 3. The greenish wild pears were continuously picked and stuffed into his shirt. His movements were fast, with clear goals, only picking those that looked ripe, with insect holes, the ones that had been eaten by bugs. He knew those were the best to eat. Soon, his t-shirt pouch was full. Bulging, at least 17 or 18 pears. Under the tree. The others were still hesitating. Everyone who was wasting effort with stones froze in place. Their mouths slightly opened, faces filled with envy. Especially 2 who had tried but slid down from the tree, their faces were full of disbelief. They had struggled with all their strength, but couldn't even reach the first branch. Yet, this university student, so easily, made it to the top? And picked so many? The gap between people is just too big. In the live broadcast room, it was even more silent. The bullet comments froze for 2 seconds. Hu Yi's face felt a little red, burning hot. Just a moment ago, he was saying that Wang Hao was irrational and acting impulsively. Yet Wang Hao turned around and, with his actions, gave him a silent slap in the face. His tree climbing technique. Hu Yi himself was an expert and could see clearly. Wang Hao's movements were perfect. Even more so than Su Chaobei's, they were more standard, more skilled. Su Chaobei's movements had a bit of wild street-smart agility. But Wang Hao's movements were stable, like a textbook, refined through thousands of practices. Brother Hu. The host, Jiang Wei, was holding back a smile. She thought Wang Hao was about to make a fool of himself earlier. She glanced at Hu Yi's slightly awkward expression and teasingly asked. So, Brother Hu, how would you rate Wang Hao's tree climbing skills? Hu Yi cleared his throat. He had a thick skin. Ahem. Unexpected. He said frankly, with the quality of an expert. I must admit, I misjudged him earlier. This Wang Hao's skills are really impressive. In fact, I think he's even more solid than Su Chaobei. Clearly, he's undergone a lot of professional training. That's the only way to reach this level of muscle memory. Chapter 6, Pairs for Skills. Jiang Wei's curiosity was piqued. So, Brother Hu, does this mean Wang Hao might become the dark horse of this competition? Hu Yi thought for a moment. Climbing trees is just a basic skill in wilderness survival. Although his skill is strong, there are many more challenges ahead. Like making fire, building shelters, finding water, making traps, etc. It's too early to say if he's a dark horse. But he definitely surprised us. Let's keep an eye on him. At Wang Hao's home, the atmosphere in the living room was just as strange as in the broadcast room. Wang Jingye and Song Ru, the couple, stared dumbfounded at the phone screen. On the screen, their son Wang Hao was hanging on a tree several meters high, stuffing pears into his clothes. When did he learn to climb trees? Song Ru's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. She tried to remember. I don't remember him learning this. The last time he climbed a tree, wasn't it when he was still in elementary school? That time in the park, climbing the plum tree, and he scraped his knee and cried for a long time. Wang Jingye was also stunned. He put down his teacup, which made a tap sound when it hit the table. I don't know. What has this kid been doing at school? This technique is way too proficient. Could it be a hidden talent from our Wang family? The couple exchanged looks. Wang Hao's stunning performance reignited a bit of hope in the two who had failed earlier under the tree. They looked at each other and decided to try again. They hugged the tree trunk once more. But after climbing less than 2 meters, they slipped down again. With their palms and arms rubbed raw by the rough bark, it was burning with pain. No, we can't go up. They completely gave up. They looked up at Su Chaobei, and seriously considered his proposal of exchanging salt, or maybe going elsewhere to see if there was anything edible. At that moment, Wang Hao's voice came down from the tree. Hey! I can help you pick some too. Everyone under the tree looked up at him. Su Chaobei was on another tree. Hearing this, he felt a bit upset. He snorted. He wanted to see what price this kid would offer. He had already decided that if Wang Hao offered a low price, he would offer something even lower. He was determined to get salt today, no matter what. Su Chaobei was thinking about how to compete with Wang Hao. Wang Hao spoke again. I don't want your salt. As soon as these words were said, everyone froze. Su Chaobei froze too. No salt? Then what does he want? This kid worked so hard to climb up here, is he doing charity? Wang Hao sat on a tree branch, his voice calm. I'll help you pick pears. In exchange, you need to teach me a wilderness survival skill. Su Chaobei and the people under the tree all showed puzzled expressions. Teach a skill? What kind of strange request is this? In their eyes, skills like that were the least valuable. Everyone knew that wilderness survival skills weren't something you could learn just by talking. It would take a lot of time to practice. Teaching Wang Hao now would be useless for him in this competition. It was basically like giving it away for free. A short-haired woman in a hiking jacket was the first to react. She tentatively spoke. I know how to weave baskets with vines. Can this be used for trade? Wang Hao immediately agreed. Yes. Deal. Seeing how easily the trade succeeded, others quickly followed suit. I'm studying architecture. I can build various shelters, though I'm slow. Do you need this? Wang Hao nodded. Yes. Deal. Another tall and thin man raised his hand. I know how to use a slingshot, and I'm really accurate with birds. Is this okay? Wang Hao also agreed. Okay. Deal. Su Chaobei on the other side, his face was almost black. Wang Hao was completely not following the normal rules. He was taking anyone who came. How could Su Chaobei compete with this knowledge for food trade? He had no competitive edge at all. On Wang Hao's side, his clothes were already filled with pears. He roughly counted, there were already more than 20. His t-shirt could barely hold any more. He simply took off his jacket. He tied both sleeves into a knot to make a simple bundle. He poured all the pears from his t-shirt into the jacket bundle. Then he continued picking. Until the entire jacket was bulging and no more could fit. Only then did he stop. One hand was holding the heavy jacket bundle. The other hand grabbed the main tree trunk. He positioned himself and clamped his legs around the trunk. Then, he slid down. His movements looked dangerous but full of control. The body rubbed against the tree trunk, making a swish-swish sound. But he controlled it perfectly. The jacket bundle was firmly held in his hand, not wobbling at all. A few seconds later, he lightly landed on the ground. His posture was very stable, almost graceful. Phew! Wang Hao exhaled. As soon as he stood firm, he felt a constant ding-ding-ding sound in his mind. Ding! Shock from Su Chaobei, emotional point +1. Ding! Surprise from Ma Xiang, emotional point +1. Ding! Curiosity from Xiang Qian, emotional point +1. Ding! Admiration from Lu, emotional point +1. Ding! Respect from Wang Fei, emotional point +1. In an instant, dozens of notifications flooded the back end. Wang Hao smiled inwardly. Looks like that smooth tree descent really stunned quite a few people in the livestream. He glanced at Su Chaobei. Su Chaobei was glaring darkly, shaking his head. Wang Hao's one-handed control slide down the tree move, Su Chaobei knew he couldn't do it as smoothly. This guy, he really was a freak. Wang Hao untied the jacket. Splash, a bunch of green pears rolled onto the ground. He looked at the few people who agreed to trade with him. I'm going up again. Please keep an eye on these pears for me. The woman who knew how to weave baskets laughed and teased. Aren't you afraid we'll take your pears and run? Wang Hao also laughed. This is a 24-hour live broadcast. If you're not afraid of being discussed by the whole country, feel free to run. Several people fought for a moment, then started laughing. Indeed, that's the logic. Under the restriction of the live broadcast camera, everyone will behave properly. Chapter 7, 3 New Skills Acquired. Wang Hao stopped talking and turned to climb the tree again. He repeated the same actions as before. The efficiency was extremely high. Before long, he had stacked a small mountain of pears on the ground. On the other side, Su Chaobei had also picked enough pears. He glanced at Wang Hao's lively barter gathering. He knew that getting salt today was impossible. He hummed, carrying his pears, and quietly left the pear orchard. Wang Hao climbed down from the tree again. He looked at the pile of pears on the ground. He felt it was almost enough. All right, let's start dividing the pears. He began to fulfill his promise. The woman who knew how to weave baskets, the architect, and the man who knew how to use a slingshot. Everyone received more than 20 pears. Everyone was very satisfied with this trade. They almost got something for nothing, just by using a little bit of verbal knowledge. They exchanged for enough food and moisture to last for 2 or 3 days. Everyone was happy. After the pears were divided, the trade officially began. Wang Hao was very happy. He felt this business was too good a deal. He first found the short-haired woman who knew how to weave baskets. Hello, what should I call you? My name is Lu Li. Sister Lu, let's begin. Lu Li nodded. She was very sincere, took the pears, and taught carefully. She took Wang Hao's knife, went to the side, and cut some flexible vines and dry grass. She demonstrated while explaining. Weaving a basket, starting the base is the most important. Look, we need to use the rice-shaped base method. The warp threads must be distinct, and the weft threads should be tightly pressed. Her hands were very skillful, the dry vines flying in her hands, and soon a basket shape started to form. Wang Hao watched very seriously. He tried to remember every step. He also picked up some dry grass and tried to weave. His movements were very clumsy. The grass in his hands kept spreading out and didn't cooperate. Lu Li was very patient, stopped her own work, and taught him step by step. Here, you need to press with your hand. Yes, like this, wrap it around. Don't pull too hard, or the vine will break. Wang Hao learned quickly. About half an hour later, he finally made a palm-sized, crooked grass mat. It was ugly, but at least it didn't fall apart. Ding! New skill detected, weaving grass LV1, 0/10, recorded. Wang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Awesome! Thank you, Sister Lu, I think I've almost learned it. Lu Li looked at the grass mat in his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is this really learned? I haven't taught you how to close it, closing is the most difficult part. It's fine, I just need to know the basics. Wang Hao waved his hand. What he wanted was this LV1. As long as he stepped in, he could level up. Then, he looked at the tall, thin man who knew how to use a slingshot. The man's name was Sun Qi. Sun Qi had also been secretly learning during Lu Li's teaching, but his comprehension wasn't as good as Wang Hao's, and he couldn't even make a grass mat. Sun Qi first taught Wang Hao how to choose wood to make the slingshot frame. Y-shaped, the angle of the opening should neither be too big nor too small. The wood must be hard, and there must be no cracks. Cutting the rubber band is also very important. Oh, there are no rubber bands here, but it's okay, we can find alternatives. Do you know the cow tendon grass? If we can find it, drying the stems will give it some elasticity. Or, if we are lucky enough to find some wild rabbits, we can use their Achilles tendons. He also taught Wang Hao the proper way to hold the slingshot. The most important thing is to release. Be decisive, don't hesitate. Wang Hao held a branch and practiced for a long time. Another 20 minutes passed. Ding! New skill detected, slingshot LV1, 0/10, recorded. Another one learned. Finally, it was the architect, Zhao Ming, who taught the most complex and time-consuming skills. Outdoor shelters come in many types. For a temporary one, just find a wind-sheltered hillside. Under the big rock. For long-term use, you need to consider drainage, moisture control, and protection from wild animals. The most common one is the A-shaped shelter. Zhao Ming was drawing on the ground, explaining the structure. You need a main beam, supported by Y-shaped tree branches on both sides. Then, you lay branches slanting across the main beam and cover them with leaves and dirt. You also need to dig a drainage trench. Wang Hao felt his head was spinning. He felt his brain was not enough to handle it. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the sky was starting to get dark. Ding! Detected host's new skill, building LV1, 0/10, recorded. Phew! Wang Hao let out a long breath. He had finally barely entered the basics. He had to admit, Zhao Ming was a good person, kept his word, and was very patient. Wang Hao glanced at his panel. Host, Wang Hao. Emotion points, 510. Skill list. Climbing trees, LV3, 0/1000. Weaving grass, LV1, 0/10. Slingshot, LV1, 0 out of 10. Building, LV1, 0/10. Wang Hao felt extremely happy. This deal was totally worth it. And his emotion points had unknowingly accumulated to 510. These were all contributed by the viewers in the livestream during the tree climbing and the trade. He wasn't planning to use these points for now. The trade was over, and everyone went their separate ways. Luli, Zhao Ming, and the others took the pairs and hurried off to find a place to stay. They were very grateful to Wang Hao and promised to continue talking if they were still in the area tomorrow. Wang Hao looked at the sky. The light in the mountain forest darkened very quickly. Just a moment ago, he could see the patterns on the leaves, but now it was already getting blurry. The sound of insects around them also became louder. The temperature dropped very quickly. A gust of mountain wind blew past, and Wang Hao, wearing only a t-shirt, shivered from the cold. He quickly put on his jacket. He put his portion of pears into the grass basket Luli had left him. The grass basket was simple, but it was enough for now. He carried the basket and the knife. It was time to find a place to spend the night. He casually picked a direction and walked uphill. He remembered Zhao Ming's advice to find a sheltered spot. As he walked, he used the knife to clear the bushes blocking his way. The sky was getting darker and darker. He could barely make out the path under his feet. The air was getting wetter, with the smell of rotting leaves. He walked for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, he stepped into empty space. He quickly steadied himself. He found himself in front of a depression on the hillside. It looked like a small earth cliff, washed out by rainwater. He walked over and poked it with his hand. It was very solid. He crawled in and looked around. It was dark inside. He smelled the dry earth. The space wasn't small, about 2 or 3 meters deep, and more than a meter high. He lay down and stretched out his legs. There was plenty of space. And since it was a depression, it would block the mountain wind at night. Not bad. Wang Hao was very satisfied. I'll sleep here tonight. The shelter issue was solved. Next, the final and most critical issue. Starting a fire. Without fire, this night would be very hard to endure. It would be cold and damp. Chapter 8, The Difficult Task of Friction Fire. Wang Hao had specially searched for tutorials online last night. Friction fire. He watched several videos. But now, there was no start fire skill on his skill panel. This meant his proficiency hadn't even reached LV1 yet. He was a complete beginner. But Wang Hao wasn't worried. He had emotion points. What he needed was just a qualification to add points. As long as he could make the Start Fire LV1, 0/10 entry appear on his panel, he could instantly level it up to proficiency. He had to complete this before it was completely dark. Using the last bit of light, he searched for materials near the depression. He found a relatively dry, thumb-thick branch to use as the spindle. He also found a relatively flat, slightly soft piece of wood to use as the baseboard. He used the knife to carve a small V-shaped notch on the baseboard to collect tinder. For the tinder, he used dry grass and some bark. Finally, the bow. He found a flexible branch and tightened it with shoelaces to make a simple wooden bow. Gizmo squatted at the entrance of the pit. He wrapped the drill bit with the bowstring, placing its tip into a small hole in the bottom board. He began to pull the bow back and forth. Creak! Creak! The drill bit started to rub against the bottom board. The sound was unpleasant. This action seemed simple when watching the video. But when doing it himself, he realized it was very difficult. It was hard to control the force in his hands. The bowstring kept slipping. Either the drill bit couldn't stay in place and would pop out of the bottom board. He tried 7 or 8 times, and his hands were sore. Forget about smoke, the temperature hadn't risen much. He stopped and shook his sore arm. Damn, this is so hard. He cursed under his breath. But he knew he couldn't give up. He adjusted his posture and switched to a more comfortable squatting position. He continued to pull the bow. Creak. Creak. He focused entirely. Sweat started dripping down from his forehead. He only stared at the friction point. Suddenly. Rustle. A sound of footsteps came from not far away. Wang Hao stopped. He immediately gripped the knife by his side. Who? He whispered. It was already dark, and he couldn't quite make out the person. Ha? It's you? A somewhat familiar voice came. A figure stepped out from the forest. It was Su Chaobei. He was also carrying a pile of pears and holding a bundle of firewood. So, what a coincidence. Su Chaobei was quite surprised as well. You live around here too? Wang Hao loosened his grip on the knife. I live in that pit. Su Chaobei leaned his head to take a look. Heh, you sure know how to pick a place. He looked at the fire-starting tool Wang Hao held. Making fire? Wang Hao nodded and didn't say much, continuing to focus on pulling the bow. Creak. Creak. The action was still clumsy. Su Chaobei shook his head as he watched. Alright, save some energy. The mountain is so damp, looking at you like this, you must have just learned it. You won't start a fire by morning, even if you keep drilling. Su Chaobei's tone carried that familiar, high-and-mighty sarcasm. Su Chaobei really didn't like Wang Hao. After all, if it weren't for Wang Hao, he might have gotten some extra salt today. Wang Hao ignored him and continued drilling the wood. Su Chaobei, seeing that Wang Hao didn't respond, also lost interest. He needed to hurry back and start his fire. He'd been at it for a long time and still hadn't made any progress. His hands were almost raw. He snorted, turned, and left. I'm off, still, good luck to you. Just as Su Chaobei left, the drone above Wang Hao lit up with a faint red dot. The infrared camera function had been activated. In the live stream room, the screen, divided into 9 sections, mostly turned into black and white infrared images. Zhang Wei's voice echoed. It's completely dark now. The drones have switched to infrared mode. We can see that most of the contestants are busy doing the same thing. The director switched the camera to show several contestants drilling wood to make fire. Everyone is making fire. Hu Yi's expression was serious. Yes. The mountain nights drop below 10 degrees. Without fire, it's not just the cold, there's also a psychological fear. In the darkness, even the slightest sound is magnified. Fire is a sense of safety, light, and the first barrier against wild beasts. On the screen, most people, like Wang Hao, were clumsily rubbing wood together. Only in 2 shots did a faint firelight appear. One was the retired Special Forces soldier, who, with a flint he somehow found, quickly started a fire. The other was the old Chinese medicine doctor, who was very skilled with the fire drilling technique and had already ignited the tinder. Hu Yi pointed at the 2 fires. Everyone, look. Only 2 people have succeeded. Making fire in the wild is a skill with a very high threshold. Especially in a place like Tongyun Mountain with such high humidity. The wood is all damp, and the heat generated by the friction of the drill is very hard to ignite the tinder. This requires immense patience and the right technique. Zhang Wei showed a worried expression. Then, what if they really can't start a fire? What should they do? Hu Yi smiled. What should they do? Tough it out. Fight with their body. This is wilderness survival. Why is the elimination rate highest in the first 3 days of this kind of competition? Because most people can't get past the fire challenge. Without fire, you can't sleep well, can't eat cooked food, and your physical strength will drop rapidly. Being able to make fire is the first huge dividing line. It will directly decide who can make it to the next day, and who will press the rescue button in the middle of the night. The scene switched back to Wang Hao. He was still there, creaking and cracking. His movements looked utterly foolish. The barrage started mocking again. Ha ha ha, is this guy playing the arrow? Laughing my head off, does he think fire can be rubbed out? Give up, little handsome guy, tonight, sleep with a pair. Brother who said it's hard to start a fire. Ding. Mockery from Li Si, emotion points +1. Ding. Teasing from Wang Wu, emotion points +1. Wang Hao's backstage started spamming again. Wang Hao was sweating all over. He felt like his arm was no longer his own. It was both sore and numb. He stopped to catch his breath. Damn. What the hell do I have to do to get this right? He looked at the tool in his hand. He recalled the movements from the video. It has to be vertical. It has to be stable. It has to be fast. He gritted his teeth. Again. He set the tool back up. This time, he used all his strength. He frantically moved the firebow back and forth. Creak, creak, creak. Chapter 9, Instant LV3 Fire Starting. Expert, Dark Horse. The speed reached its limit. Puff. The shoelace broke. The bowstring snapped. Wang Hao sat down on the ground with a thud. Damn. He was so angry he wanted to curse. It was completely dark now. The surroundings were pitch black. Only the faint red dot of a drone flickered in the darkness. But just as he was about to collapse, a prompt sound went off. Ding. New skill detected for host, fire starting LV1, 0 out of 10, has been recorded. Wang Hao froze. Then, he laughed. Ahaha, good, good, good. Without hesitation, Wang Hao gave the command in his mind. System, add points. Fire starting skill, upgrade to LV3. Emotion points -10, fire starting LV1, 10 tenths, upgraded to fire starting LV2, 0/100. Emotion points -100, fire starting LV2, 100/100, upgraded to fire starting LV3, 0/1000. Wang Hao spent 110 emotion points and didn't feel sorry at all. Just as the upgrade was completed, a massive influx of knowledge and muscle memory flooded his body. He instantly understood. He knew where he had gone wrong earlier. His force had been too scattered. The angle of the fireball was wrong. The drill rod material was too hard. The bottom wood was too wet. Now, he was a fire-starting pro. In the live broadcast room, Wang Hao's sudden laugh left everyone dumbfounded. The barrage was filled with question marks. What's going on? Did this kid go crazy? Drill firewood and drill himself silly? His shoelace broke and he's still laughing. His mindset is really strong. Probably just giving up, no longer treating himself. Wang Hao's home. Somru looked at the screen. Her son was laughing foolishly in the darkness, and her tears were almost falling. Dedicated, look at him. Has this kid been too stressed? It's so dark, so cold, and no fire. What is he going to do? How is he going to spend the night? Will he get sick? Wang Jingye was also silent. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, the red glow of the tip flickering in the dark living room. He also felt bad. After all, this was his son. He even started to wonder if he had been too harsh on him, which made him so impulsive, running out to suffer like this. In the broadcast studio, the director was ready to cut the feed, wanting to switch to other contestants who were still going about their lives. Wait. Hui suddenly spoke. His voice carried a hint of surprise. Director, don't cut yet, let's watch a bit more. On screen, Wang Hao had stopped laughing foolishly. He stood up, turned around, and walked toward a nearby bush. In the pitch-black darkness, he took a knife and with a swift motion, cut off a vine. Then, he walked to another tree, broke off a new, straighter branch. He returned to the hollow in front of him. He began to remake the tools. He quickly sharpened the new drill rod with a knife. He replaced the base plate again. Then, he tightened the wooden bow with the new vine. His series of movements appeared exceptionally smooth under the infrared lens. Not a single extra motion. He was completely a different person compared to the clumsy beginner just moments ago. Ha! Hui let out a surprised voice. The drill rod he made is so standard. The audience in the live stream also sensed something was wrong. Am I seeing things? How does it feel like he has become skilled? Is it an illusion? It feels like his whole demeanor is different now. Wang Hao squatted down again. He set up the brand new tool. He took a deep breath. Then, he pulled the wooden bow. Swish, 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 swish. No longer was it the squeak. Instead, it was a dense, fast, and stable sound of friction. His arm was as steady as a machine. The drill rod spun rapidly under his control. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Is this still the same person from before? In less than 2 minutes. Hiss. A thick plume of white smoke billowed from the base plate. It was 10 times denser than before. Following that, a fragrant smell of charred wood wafted up. Wang Hao did not stop his movements. He even quickened his pace. Swish, 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 swish. The smoke grew thicker. He suddenly stopped. He removed the drill rod. At the V-shaped notch, a small pile of black powder held a bright ember that was burning fiercely. Success! Wang Hao calmly picked up the prepared tinder beside him. He poured the ember into it. Gently, he cupped it with his hands. Then, he began to blow. Huff! Huff! The red glow brightened between his fingers. The smoke stung his eyes, making them squint. Huff! Puff! A small cluster of golden flames suddenly leaped out from the tinder. It was a complete success. In the live stream, there was a moment of dead silence. Everyone stared at the screen, mouth agape, watching the warm, real firelight igniting in the stark black and white infrared image. Wang Jingye dropped the cigarette in his hand onto the ground. Song Ru covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. They were tears of joy. In the studio, Zhang Wei's mouth formed an O shape. She was utterly at a loss for words. Hui. This experienced expert leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the screen. His Adam's apple bobbed. He succeeded. He is the third person to successfully make fire. Hui's voice was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? He was obviously still a complete beginner just now. These movements, this judgment. Did you see how he handled the tinder? So professional. Steady, precise, not a single extra motion. Is he acting? Was he pretending earlier? Could this guy really be just an ordinary college student? No way. Hui shook his head, overturning his own speculation. If he knew how, there would be no need to wait until dark. Hui thought of a unique explanation. Insight. This young man's insight is terrifyingly strong. He actually figured out the correct technique after just a few minutes of failure. This is simply genius. Zhang Wei finally found her voice again. Who goes so? A dark horse. Hui interrupted her and reached a conclusion. I am starting to think. He really could be the biggest dark horse in this competition. The live stream comments had exploded. What just happened? Even expert whose face turned green, ha. Just a second ago he said the guy was no good, and now the guy managed to make fire. This dude is really impressive. Could it be he is really a genius? I would crown him as the innate fire-making saint. Some felt the reactions were exaggerated. What's so exaggerated about it? It's just starting a fire. The comments rebutted. Are you stupid upstairs? He is a student, and among 200 prepared contestants, he is the third to succeed in making fire. That's already absurd, okay? This kid is definitely a dark horse. Chapter 10 Su Chaobei, that kid must be worse off than me. Wang Hao was feeling extremely comfortable now. He leaned against the earthen wall of the pit, letting out a long breath. The fire was ignited. The small, dancing flames cast warm yellow light on his face. It also illuminated this little pit. The cold, damp feeling just moments ago was instantly dispelled. A wave of dry warmth began to envelop his entire body. This feeling was too comfortable. Wang Hao stretched his legs, relaxing all the muscles in his body. He felt incredibly light. He added a few thin twigs to the fire. The flames shot up with a whoosh. He warmed himself by the fire for a while, feeling his body completely heat up. He stood up again, took his knife, and stepped into the darkness outside. With the campfire as a point of reference, he wasn't afraid of getting lost. He quickly chopped some relatively dry branches and dragged them back. He stacked the firewood next to the campfire. Then he added a thicker log to the fire. The flames roared, making a crisp crackling sound. This sound made him feel incredibly safe. His stomach growled twice. It was time for dinner. Wang Hao took a wild pear out of the simple grass basket woven by Luli. He didn't wash it with water and just rubbed it vigorously on his clothes. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. Hiss. So sour. An intense sour and bitter flavor instantly filled his whole mouth. The pear meat was coarse, all grit when chewed. But it was juicy. That sweet and sour juice flowed down his throat. He felt a little more energetic. Wang Hao finished one pear in just a few bites. He picked up a second one. Then a third. He gobbled down 3 in one go. His stomach still wasn't full, maybe at about 5/10. But he didn't dare eat more. He was worried that eating too much of this wild fruit would give him diarrhea. In this environment, if he got diarrhea, it would be a big problem. He carefully put the remaining pears back in the basket. He leaned against the wall and burped. He opened the system panel in his mind. Sure enough, another wave of notification messages flooded in. Ding. Shock from Hui, emotion points +1. Ding. Surprise from Zhang Wei, emotion points +1. Ding. Shock from audience member Li Si, emotion points +1. Ding. Disbelief from audience member Zhao Wu, emotion points +1. Thousands of notifications scrolled by. Wang Hao scanned them quickly. Suddenly, he saw 2 familiar names. Ding. Shock from Wang Jingye, emotion points +1. Ding. Shock from Songru, emotion points +1. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. His dad, his mom? They were actually watching the live stream? Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. He could almost imagine the dumbfounded looks on their faces. They must still think he is the child who only stayed at home playing games. In his heart, he felt a bit smug. These two old folks definitely didn't expect their son to be this capable. He mumbled to himself. He looked at his total emotion points again. Emotion points, 1050. Oh my. Wang Hao's heart couldn't help but skip a couple of beats. The emotion points had surpassed 1000. Leveling a skill from LV3 to LV4 requires 1000 points. He could now level up one skill to LV4. Wang Hao felt a bit excited. The LV3 skills of climbing trees and making fire were already that strong. What would the LV4 skills be like? He couldn't even imagine it. However, he quickly calmed down. He began to ponder whether to upgrade now. Which one to upgrade? Climbing trees LV3 and making fire LV3 were currently sufficient. The remaining skills, weaving grass LV1, slingshot LV1, and building LV1. To level these skills to LV4 would need 10 plus 100 plus 1000 is equal to 1110 points. He currently had 1050 points, just a bit short. Wang Hao thought for a moment and decided not to spend any of those points for now. Keep them as his trump card. In case he encountered new situations tomorrow, he could instantly level from LV1 to LV3. This was the safest approach. Wang Hao closed the system panel. He added the thickest log to the fire. This log would probably burn until midnight. He leaned against the earthen wall of the pit. The firelight warmed the earth walls, very cozy. He listened to the cracking sound of burning wood. He also heard the various insect chirps from the mountains and forests, none of which he could name. These sounds mixed together. Not only was it not noisy, but it also made him feel very at ease. Today, from the moment he entered the mountains, his mind had been tense all the time. Climbing the mountains. Climbing trees. Trading with people. Drilling wood to make fire. He was indeed exhausted. Now, warmth and a sense of security wrapped around him. Wang Hao's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. He leaned against the earthen wall. And just like that, he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, about 200 meters away from Wang Hao's campsite, at another place. Damn! Su Chaobei cursed, breaking a nearly worn-down drill rod into two pieces. With a crack, he failed again. He had been trying for almost an hour. The palms of his hands were raw and stinging with pain. Forget sparks, not even a decent wisp of smoke had come out. The wood in the mountains was just too damp. His mood was terrible to the extreme. He huddled behind a large rock, sheltered from the wind. But the mountain wind at night still whooshed in through the cracks of the stone. It made him shiver uncontrollably. The surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see his hand before his face. Only the red indicator light of the drone flashed in the darkness. The darkness magnified all the senses. It also magnified the fear. He heard an occasional distant sound, a call of some unknown wild animal from the forest. The call echoed long, making his scalp tingle. He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Su Chaobei suddenly thought of Wang Hao. That university student who looked so clean and delicate. I wonder how that kid is doing now. He thought maliciously in his heart. Probably not better off than me. Su Chaobei, someone who had played outdoors for years and considered himself an expert, couldn't even make a fire. That kid seemed like a total newbie. He still remembered the clumsy way he drilled wood to make fire. He must be huddled in a corner, shivering from the cold. The more Su Chaobei thought, the more imbalanced he felt. Today in the pear grove, all the limelight was stolen by that kid. He even ended up with none of his small package of salt. He stood up. He decided to go take a look. To see his joke. To see how someone else was worse off than he was, maybe it would balance him out a bit. Su Chaobei gripped the knife, feeling his way in the dark. Using a little weak moonlight, he quietly walked towards the direction of where Wang Hao's pit was. Chapter 11, Fire, Steel? Or not steal? Su Chao relied on the weak moonlight to push aside the branches. Rustle. The sound was very soft. He finally arrived near that pit. He stopped in his tracks. He was stunned. In front of him, there was light. It was not the red light of the drone. It was orange-yellow, warm light. Firelight. The flames danced in the darkness. They illuminated the outline of the pit. Su Chaobei's heart raced suddenly. He couldn't believe his eyes. He slowly stepped closer, one step at a time. He saw clearly. In the pit, a pile of campfire was burning steadily. By the fire, Wang Hao was leaning against the earthen wall. He had fallen asleep. His coat was draped over him. His breathing was very steady. The firelight shone on his face, making him look calm and comfortable. Su Chaobei stood frozen in place. Half of his body was bathed in the weak warmth of the firelight, while the other half was still immersed in the chill of the mountains and forests. Su Chaobei's brain buzzed. It went blank. Did he succeed? He actually succeeded? Su Chaobei's first reaction was to think he had cheated. He must have brought a lighter or flint. He immediately looked up at the drone hovering in the air. That red dot was still there. But with a 24-hour live broadcast, there was no way he could cheat. If he had cheated, he would have been disqualified long ago. So, he really started the fire with those delicate hands and that clumsy movement? Su Chaobei felt a flush on his face. He remembered the words he had mocked Wang Hao with. No matter how long you dig, you can't start a fire. Now, the other party had started a fire and was sound asleep. But he was still here, freezing. A strong sense of humiliation surged up. Then came jealousy. Intense jealousy. Why him? He was just a clueless college student. Why could he sleep so comfortably? Su Chaobei's hand, holding the knife, turned white from the effort. He came here to find a sense of superiority. He wanted to see Wang Hao shivering from the cold, regretting his decision to join the competition. But he didn't see that. All he saw was a warm fire and an opponent sleeping peacefully. He was shown up completely. His mindset felt a bit unbalanced. Even a bit on the verge of collapse. Su Chaobei stared intently at the fire. The flames seemed to mock him. He was so cold. He longed for warmth. A thought popped up. Steal the fire. He just needed to find a stick, stretch it out. Bring the fire over. Wang Hao was deep in sleep. He wouldn't notice. No one would know. Su Chaobei started to grope around on the ground, trying to find a longer branch. He found one. Holding the branch, he prepared to get closer. He lifted his foot. Then put it down. He couldn't do it. He, Su Chaobei, a self-proclaimed wilderness expert. To steal a spark from a college student he looked down on? This was harder than admitting his failure. He couldn't swallow his pride. Su Chaobei's expression was ugly. He stood in place, confronting the fire for a long time. The firelight illuminated his changing face. Finally, he stomped his foot angrily. He turned around. Dejected, he walked back to his shelter. The warm light faded away from behind him. He was back into the complete darkness and cold. The wind howled. He awkwardly crawled back behind the big stone. The stone was cold and damp. He curled up into a ball. Still cold. That dampness seemed to seep into his bones. He listened to the distant sounds of beasts, not daring to close his eyes all night. The next day, Wang Hao woke up early. He was woken by the sound of birds. The morning in the mountains was unbelievably refreshing. He took a deep breath. The cool, fragrant air made him instantly awake. The fire had shrunk to a small flame. Wang Hao stretched. Crack! His bones made a soft sound. Sleeping on the ground was still a bit uncomfortable. But he felt very energetic. He had a good, solid sleep. The first thing he did after getting up was check his data panel. He opened the panel. Host, Wang Hao. Emotion points, 1125. Skills list. Climbing, LV3, 0/100. Fire starting, LV3, 0/100. Weaving, LV1, 0 out of 10. Slingshot, LV1, 0 out of 10. Building, LV1, 0/10. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. He just slept, and his emotion points had increased by several dozen points. He checked the income record. Ding. Shock from audience Zhou Ming, emotion points +1. Ding. Admiration from audience Sun Xiaoxiao, emotion points +1. Ding. Teasing from audience Wu Gang, emotion points +1. All unfamiliar names. And a variety of emotions. Some were shocked that he started a fire. And also, ding. Appreciation of looks from audience Lu Xiaohua, emotion points +1. Wang Hao smiled. He guessed that the live stream hadn't been turned off after he fell asleep last night. Or, the organizers uploaded clips from his live stream online. He continued scrolling down. He saw a familiar name. Su Chaobei. Ding. Jealousy from Su Chaobei, emotion points +1. Ding. Unbalance from Su Chaobei, emotion points +1. Ding. Jealousy from Su Chaobei, emotion points +1. Wow. Wang Hao laughed. He immediately guessed what had happened. This Su Chaobei must have failed to start a fire yesterday. Then, not sleeping at night, he came over to look at him. As a result, he saw Wang Hao sleeping soundly by the fire. How could his mindset not explode? Wang Hao almost wanted to pat Su Chaobei on the shoulder. Brother, you really are my benefactor. You are the one who provided me with the most emotion points. Wang Hao felt great. A new day has begun. Wang Hao took 2 more pears from the basket. This is his breakfast for today. He leaned against the earth wall, slowly gnawing on them. Crunch! The pears are crisp, but really too sour. After eating just 2, Wang Hao felt unbearable. He felt his whole mouth, and even his whole body, had become very bland. There was no oil or moisture at all. He needed more variety in food. He began planning today's itinerary. First, food. He was tired of pears, he had to find something else. Second, water source. Relying only on pears for hydration is not enough. To drink water, he still needed to find a stream or mountain spring. He could start a fire, as long as he could get water in a container, he could obtain fresh and safe boiled water. Third, shelter. This pit is fine now, as it's sunny. But before handing in his phone yesterday, he specifically checked the weather forecast. It will rain at the latest tomorrow. Once it rains, this pit will turn into a reservoir. He didn't want to soak in water. So, he must quickly look for or build a rainproof shelter. Wang Hao prioritized in his mind. Shelter absolutely comes first. Food and water could temporarily rely on the pears. But without a rainproof place to stay, once it rains, he would likely not be able to cope. Chapter 12, Rain is the true test. Today's goal is to create a shelter. Wang Hao made a decision. He recalled the building skill he learned yesterday. Zhao Ming taught him how to build an A-frame hut. But that requires a lot of large wood, and it's uncertain how good the rainproofing would be. He then thought of the weaving skill. I wonder if these 2 skills combined can make a house. Wang Hao glanced at the data panel. System, upgrade weaving to LV3. Emotion points -10, weaving LV1, 10 out of 10, upgrade to weaving LV2, 0 out of 100. Emotion points -100, weaving LV2, 100/100, upgrade to weaving LV3, 0/1000. System, upgrade building to LV3. Emotion points -10, building LV1, 10 out of 10, upgrade to building LV2, 0/100. Emotion points -100, building LV2, 100/100, upgrade to building LV3, 0/1000. In total, he spent 220 emotion points, and in that moment of completion, 2 immense waves of knowledge and muscle memory surged into Wang Hao's body. He felt his head was stuffed with things. It was all about how to build the sturdiest structure with the most primitive materials. And various weaving techniques he had never seen before. Vines, tree bark, bamboo, everything became raw materials in his eyes. Wang Hao closed his eyes, digesting for a few seconds. When he opened his eyes again, his thoughts had completely changed. He re-evaluated his idea of building a house. Completely feasible. Moreover, he already had a clear blueprint in his mind. His requirements were simple. It should block the rain. Be able to sleep. And keep warm. That's enough. In minimal conditions, he only needed a space of 2 square meters. He didn't need to chop big trees. He only needed to find 4 sturdy sticks to use as supporting pillars. Then, he could look for bamboo. There should be bamboo in the mountains. Using bamboo to build an elevated base platform to prevent moisture. Then weave a sloping roof with bamboo and vines. The 4 walls could also be woven into rolling curtains with vines. When it's cold, he could let it down to block the wind. When it's hot, he could roll it up for ventilation. The more Wang Hao thought about it, the more excited he became. He estimated that once the house is built, he would probably live there for a long time. So, he needed to choose a better location. This pit wouldn't work any longer. He needed to find a flat, sheltered place, preferably close to a water source. Wang Hao was full of energy. He stood up. He glanced at the almost burned-out fire pit beneath his feet. There was still a little red ember in the ashes. This ember was meaningless to keep. If he left and some dry grass blew in, with a gust of wind, the dead ashes might reignite. That would be a huge trouble. Wang Hao lifted his foot. He used the bottom of his hiking shoe to stomp on the pile of ashes. Sizzle. The last ember was completely extinguished by him. He ground it down, willfully erasing its presence. It must not catch fire again. At that moment, rustle! A sound came from the bush nearby. Wang Hao turned his head. Su Xiaobei walked out from inside. He looked as disheveled as could be. Both of his eyes were red, filled with bloodshot veins. His lips were chapped. His hair was covered in leaves and dew. He looked completely wilted. It was obvious he hadn't slept all night. Su Xiaobei had been tangled in his heart for a whole night. But the cold and fear ultimately overcame his pride. He figured it out. What's the value of face? Survive first, then talk. He finally decided to put his pride aside and look for Wang Hao to borrow a spark. He walked to the pit nearby. He was ready to speak. He had even thought of what to say. Little brother, can we discuss something? But as soon as he looked up, he saw Wang Hao lift his foot and stamp out the fire. His mind went blank. You? Su Xiaobei's voice trembled. Both shocked and angry. Why did you put out the fire? Wang Hao saw him too. Wang Hao slung his basket over his shoulder, holding a knife, ready to head out to find a new campsite, casually replied. Oh. Anyway, starting a fire is pretty simple. I'm leaving, better not let it catch fire. After speaking, Wang Hao walked past him and left the pit. Su Xiaobei stood alone in front of the pile of dead ash. Starting a fire is pretty simple? He recalled this sentence. He remembered his scratched hands. He remembered the cold and fear of the entire night. He felt a sweetness in his throat. Put. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. He was completely broken down now. As Wang Hao walked, he listened to the sound of notifications in his mind. Ding. Anger from Su Xiaobei, emotion point +1. Ding. Breakdown from Su Xiaobei, emotion point +1. Wang Hao was already in a good mood. Now, it got even better. At 8 in the morning, the main live broadcast room of the Tongyun Mountain Cup started on time. The studio had changed people. Hello everyone, I am today's host, Xiaomo. A young girl with a ponytail, looking very lively, smiled and greeted the camera. Sitting next to me is our special expert, Professor Chen. Professor Chen is a top survival expert in the country, especially skilled in cold and mountainous environments. The man called Professor Chen, in his 50s, wore glasses and looked very scholarly. He wasn't like Hui, with dark skin, but rather more like a scholar. He smiled gently at the camera. Good morning, audience friends. Xiaomo spoke quickly and clearly. Alright, according to the competition rules, let's first announce the latest game status as of 8 this morning. From the start of the competition until now, a total of 40 contestants have pressed the SOS button, choosing to retire. Currently, the number of contestants still in the game is 160. The live chat room immediately lit up. Wow, 40 have dropped out in just one night? 1/5, this elimination rate is too high. How cold was it yesterday? I felt cold even with the air conditioning on. I guess most of them couldn't start a fire. So cruel, this is just the first day. Xiaomo also saw the chat. She turned to look at Professor Chen. Professor Chen, what do you think of the data that 40 people were eliminated in one night? Is it within your expectations? Professor Chen nodded. He glanced at the data board in his hand. This data is completely within my expectations. In fact, it's even slightly less than I anticipated. Xiaomo exclaimed, showing curiosity. Professor Chen adjusted his glasses, his expression becoming serious. Last night was just the beginning. The real large-scale elimination has yet to come. Xiaomo, did you see the latest weather forecast? Xiaomo paused for a moment, then nodded and said. Yes, the forecast says tonight to tomorrow, Tongyun Mountain will have moderate to heavy rain. Professor Chen's expression grew graver. That's right. It's this rain. Last night was just the cold and darkness, eliminating those who were unprepared or whose minds broke down. But tonight, this rain is the true test for these 160 people. I dare to say, if this rain really comes down, the number of eliminations from today to tomorrow morning will absolutely be more than yesterday. It might even double. The atmosphere in the studio became a bit tense, thanks to Professor Chen. Xiaomo also put away her smile. Professor Chen, is rain that scary? What I mean is, everyone is an adult, a little rain. No. Professor Chen directly interrupted her words. You don't understand. In the city, when it rains, you go home, take a hot shower, drink some ginger soup, and it's all fine. But in the wilderness, rain, especially in mountain areas, is deadly. He explained to the camera, word by word. First, the temperature will drop sharply because of the rain. The rain will wet all your clothes, including where you sleep. Wet clothes sticking to your body will crazily take away your body heat. You will start to shiver. At first, you can still control it. Later, you will be shivering so much you can't even walk. Second, you don't have dry firewood, so you can't start a fire. You have no heat source, no light. You can only endure in the darkness, cold, and damp environment, listening to the sound of rain. This is a devastating blow to a person's mental state. So I say, this rain is the true dividing line. Only those who can withstand this rain have the right to think about the next 20 days. Professor Chen's words made the entire live broadcast room quiet down. On the other side, at Wang Hao's home, Wang Jingye and Song Ru just got out of bed. Both of them had dark circles under their eyes. Last night, neither of them slept well. Song Ru set an alarm, waking up every 2 hours. When she woke up, she picked up her phone to check if her son's camera was still on in the live broadcast room. Wang Jingye said he wouldn't care but also got up in the middle of the night to smoke several cigarettes in the living room. The ashtray in the living room was filled with cigarette butts. A musty smell of stale smoke mixed with the morning chill was unpleasant. Song Ru yawned, and the first thing she did was check the weather forecast for Tongyun Mountain on her phone. Moderate to heavy rain. She read it out loud, her voice filled with anxiety. What should we do? That pit he dug yesterday, isn't it going to be flooded when it rains? Will he find a place to stay today? Oh dear, will that child catch a cold from the rain? Song Ru anxiously paced in circles. Wang Jingye just finished washing his face. The cold water made him a bit more awake. He heard his wife's words, and his heart tightened. He was worried too. But he still spoke up. All right, stop scaring yourself. This is his own choice. He's 18, he's grown up. What we need to do now is respect him and believe in him. Song Ru shot him a glare. Believe? How can I believe? He has always. Didn't he climb a tree yesterday? Wang Jingye interrupted her. Didn't he start a fire yesterday? He was the third one to succeed. Even that so-called expert misjudged him. Mentioning this, Wang Jingye's tone had a hint of pride. This kid hides quite deep. I thought about it all night yesterday. Maybe, we've always underestimated him. He might really have abilities we don't know about. Wang Jingye's words made Song Ru pause for a moment. She recalled the scenes on the screen yesterday. When her son climbed the tree, that stability she had never seen before. When her son started the fire, that expertise she couldn't understand. Maybe, Song Ru's tone was still filled with uncertainty. I don't care if he has abilities or not. I just hope he doesn't get sick and stays safe. In the WeChat group of Jiangcheng University class of 2025 Finance, 1. At this time, most people had just woken up. The college students who had been attending early classes for a year had developed an early waking biological clock. Suddenly, a classmate named Wang Hao sent a screenshot in the group. The screenshot showed the side profile of a young man, covered in a bit of black and gray, blowing air at a pile of wood. Wang Hao, at everyone, brothers, do you recognize this person? This is a screenshot I took from the Tongyun Mountain Cup Wilderness Survival. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Then, it exploded. What the hell? Wang Hao? Isn't this Wang Hao? Why did he go to participate in the wilderness survival? Wow, it really is him. Tongyun Mountain Cup? I just saw an advertisement for this competition yesterday. Wang Hao was studying at a local university in the city. Most of the classmates were also locals from Jiangcheng. A girl with a pretty avatar spoke up. Lin Wanwan, wow, Wang Hao is so brave. Lin Wanwan was the learning monitor of the class and always had a bit of a crush on Wang Hao. As soon as she spoke, the group became even more lively. Yes, this competition is really tough. Wang Hao actually dared to go, amazing. This is a real man. Suddenly, a discordant voice appeared. Sports committee member Lu Meng, what bravery. At Wang Hao, where did you get this picture? Isn't he about to be eliminated? Lu Meng was tall and strong and always disliked handsome guys like Wang Hao. He just went there to show off. I bet he can't last 3 days. Another boy named Wang Wei also chimed in sourly. Wang Wei, exactly, how come I didn't see any notice for signing up? If I had known, I would have signed up too. Isn't it just staying in the mountains for a few days? Wang Wei had been pursuing Lin Wanwan, and seeing her praise Wang Hao made him very uncomfortable. Wang Hao's roommate, Chen Mo, couldn't stand it any longer. Chen Mo, at Lu Meng, how do you know? How do you know Wang Hao won't last a few days? Chen Mo, at Wang Wei, stop pretending. You would complain about the heat if you had to run on the playground, and you want to go wilderness survival? Lin Wanwan also sent a message. Lin Wanwan, no matter the outcome. I think just by daring to sign up, Wang Hao has already surpassed most of us. Lu Meng felt even more upset after being retorted by Chen Mo and seeing Lin Wanwan still speak for Wang Hao. Lu Meng, at Lin Wanwan, isn't this for his good? I know about this wilderness survival. It looks simple, but it's deadly when you actually play. The competition started yesterday afternoon, right? I guess Wang Hao is probably freezing after a whole night and shivering now. After Lu Meng sent this message, he felt he was making a lot of sense. He showed off his knowledge while belittling Wang Hao in a for his own good tone. He was feeling quite pleased. Chapter 14 Building a Shelter. Zhang Hao sent another message. Zhang Hao, at Lu Meng, stop guessing. Just watch the video. He posted a 1-minute video in the group. The title of the video was very eye-catching. Tongyun Mountain Cup Dark Horse appears? Genius college student achieves extreme fire starting in 2 minutes. In the video, it was Wang Hao's entire process from clumsy to professional, finally succeeding in starting a fire. At the end of the video, there was an expert, Hu Yi's, shocked commentary. Zhang Hao added another comment. Zhang Hao, by the way, Wang Hao is the third person to successfully start a fire among all 200 contestants. In the group, Lu Meng fell silent. He felt his face burning with shame. Wang Wei also fell silent. The group was quiet for a few seconds. Then, it completely erupted. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this real? So awesome? Is this Wang Hao? Am I seeing things? That move, too professional. Wow, I can't believe it, is this the Wang Hao I know? So cool. Ah. The last side profile while blowing the fire, love it. At Zhang Hao, hurry. Share the live stream link. Yes, share the link, we want to watch the live stream. Wang Hao is amazing. Our class produced talent. Sisters, let's go. Leave comments for Wang Hao. On the other side, Wang Hao was walking in the woods. He had just climbed up a small hill with a relatively wide view. He wanted to stand higher and see if there were any water sources nearby. He was wiping sweat when suddenly his mind sounded ding 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 non-stop. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment and opened the system panel. He saw a series of prompts. Ding. Jealousy from Lu Meng, emotional points +1. Ding. Discontent from Wang Wei, emotional points +1. Ding. Appreciation from Lin Wanwan, emotional points +1. Ding. Shock from Zhang Hao, emotional points +1. Emotional point +1. Ding. Admiration from Chen Mo, emotional point +1. Suddenly, dozens of messages popped up. And all were names of his university classmates. Wang Hao couldn't help but smile. Wow, these guys. They all know now. He immediately guessed that someone must have seen the live broadcast and shared it in the class group. Lu Meng still doesn't like me. Lin Wanwan appreciates me? Wang Hao touched his face. There was a bit of dirt on it. I guess I must look pretty handsome now. He thought to himself, secretly pleased. He had a good impression of Lin Wanwan, not for any special reason, just simply because she was good-looking. However, they didn't have much interaction in school and nothing further developed. Wang Hao closed the panel, feeling even better. He stood on the hillside, gazing at the surroundings, but didn't see anything. He closed his eyes again, listening carefully. The sound of the wind, the chirping of birds. And he heard it. In the front left, a few hundred meters away. There was a faint, but continuous whoosh sound. It was the sound of water. Wang Hao's spirits lifted. He immediately walked in that direction. He pushed aside layers of bushes. The further he walked, the more moisture there was in the air. The smell of damp earth grew stronger. After about 10 minutes of walking, he suddenly found an opening in front of him. A small creek appeared before him. The creek wasn't wide, about 2 to 3 meters. But it was very clear, and he could see round pebbles at the bottom. Great! Wang Hao squatted down and scooped up a handful of water. The water was cold, making his palms tingle. This was the water source he needed. He stood up and began to look for a suitable spot near the creek. He needed a flat piece of land. The ground had to be slightly elevated, not too close to the water to avoid flooding. And it should be sheltered from the wind. He quickly found it. At the corner of the creek, there was a piece of slightly elevated flat land. Behind him was a small earth slope, just right to block the north wind. This is it. Wang Hao was very satisfied. He put down the grass basket on his back. Next, it was time to find materials. His LV3 building skill told him that the best materials available were bamboo. He looked around. Lucky for him. Not far from the camp he chose, he found a small bamboo grove. The bamboo wasn't very thick, just right for him to use. Wang Hao immediately got to work. He pulled out his knife and started cutting bamboo. Swish! Swish! He was quite strong, and with the sharpness of the knife, cutting this not-so-thick bamboo was very easy. The bamboo made crisp crack sounds as it fell to the ground. He was full of energy. Soon, he had prepared a large pile of bamboo. He also collected many tough vines for tying. He dragged all the materials to the campsite. He began executing the blueprint in his mind. The first step was to set up the posts. He selected 12 of the thickest, straightest bamboo and cut them to the same length. Then, he tied every 3 together to form a triangular structure. This would be the most stable. With his LV3 weaving skill, his method of tying vines became very professional. He used a complex knot to tie the bamboo tightly. He made 4 of these triangular posts. Next was digging holes. He used the tip of his knife to mark 4 points on the ground. Then he used the knife as a spade to start digging. The soil was moist, making it easy to dig. He dug 4 holes about half a meter deep. He inserted the 4 weighted posts into the holes. Then, he filled the soil back in, stepping firmly to compact it. He pushed one of the posts. It was very stable. Not a bit moved. A simple framework foundation was completed. Throughout the process, the drone above him faithfully recorded everything. The live broadcast occasionally switched to his view. But didn't linger for too long. Because at the same time, other competitors in the mountains were also busy. Experienced ones were frantically searching for shelter or reinforcing their makeshift shelters from the night before. So Wang Hao's actions didn't stand out too much. But, in his class group, another round of discussion began. At least a dozen classmates were watching the livestream in small windows. Wow, Wang Hao's skills are amazing. He can even chop bamboo? Look how skillfully he ties that vine. He's simply versatile. He can climb trees, start fires, and now he can build houses. Lin Wanwan also commented, Wang Hao is so impressive. This made some boys in the group unhappy. But perhaps because Lu Meng and Wang Wei had just been called out, no one said anything. By the time Wang Hao set up all 4 pillars and used vines to connect the tops and stabilize the frame, it was already noon. Goo. His stomach made an inappropriate sound. Wang Hao paused his work. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the hem of his t-shirt. A strong feeling of hunger surged from his stomach. Chapter 15, Finally Eating Meat. The grilled fish smells so good. He was extremely hungry. He had only eaten 2 sour pears in the morning and had done physical labor all morning, so he felt completely depleted. He sighed and walked over to the grass basket. He sat down. He took out 3 pears. Crunch. He took a bite. The cold, tart juice burst in his mouth. He frowned and forced himself to swallow. He ate 3 in a row. His stomach felt less empty. But the craving for food, especially for hot meals, meat, and rich food, only grew stronger. He was still hungry. This hunger wasn't just an empty stomach, it was the body's craving for energy. He felt a bit weak all over. Eating just this will leave a person useless. Just then. Splash. From the nearby creek came the sound of water. Wang Hao looked up. He saw a man standing in the creek with his back to him, bending down. The man moved like lightning, plunging his hands into the water. Hey! He shouted loudly. Water splashed everywhere. When he stood up straight, he already had a lively fish in his hand. The fish was silver white, thrashing its tail vigorously in his grip, sending water droplets flying everywhere. So impressive. Wang Hao remembered this man. He had come while Wang Hao was building the house. Wang Hao glanced at the grass by the creek. There lay a crude fish basket woven from bamboo. It seemed to already contain several fish. This technique is really good. Goo. Wang Hao's stomach growled again. He looked at the fish, smelling the faint fishy scent in the air. He felt tempted. He thought for a moment, brushed the dirt off his butt, and walked over to the creek. Hey, big brother. He waved his hand. The man fishing was startled by him. The fish in his hand slipped back into the water. Damn it! The man cursed in frustration, turning around. He was a man in his 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking very ordinary. Who are you? You scared me. The man seemed a bit unhappy. Sorry, I'm Wang Hao, also a contestant. Wang Hao quickly apologized and then asked. Big brother, are you catching that fish for lunch? Yes. The man nodded. Do you have fire? Wang Hao tentatively asked. No. The man's answer was very straightforward. Wang Hao asked. No fire? Then how do you eat the fish? The man glanced at him with a strange expression. Eat it raw. I like sashimi. Wang Hao. He surveyed the man from head to toe. He was quite a tough guy. In this wild creek water, who knows how many parasites are there? And he dares to eat it raw. Wang Hao felt a bit impressed but mostly speechless. Big brother, let's negotiate something. Wang Hao decided he had to save him. I can provide fire. You, give me a fish. We can grill the fish together, how about it? The man, Zhou Kai, was taken aback. He was a programmer who had just become unemployed, so he signed up for the contest for fun. He was an outdoor enthusiast. But he was only a hobbyist. He had been fishing for 2 hours, and his hands were almost frozen stiff. Saying he liked to eat sashimi. That was boasting. He truly had no way, could not start a fire. He was worried about how to deal with these few fish. Now, unexpectedly, someone said they could provide fire? You can start a fire? Zhou Kai's tone was filled with doubt. He had tried yesterday. Drilling wood to make fire. He spent 3 hours, his hands were all worn out, not even a wisp of smoke came out. Finally, he froze all night in the cold wind. He knew too well how difficult it was to start a fire. Yes. Wang Hao's response was very casual. Zhou Kai thought for a moment. He looked at the 5 fish in his basket. They were all crushing carp, not big. All right. If you can start a fire right now, I will give you one. But, it's agreed. Zhou Kai added a sentence. After eating, I have to take the fire source away. No problem. Wang Hao readily agreed. Deal. Zhou Kai lifted the fish basket onto the shore. He dumped the 5 still flopping crushing carp onto the grass. Wang Hao then began to prepare the tools for starting the fire nearby. The drilling rod and bottom board he used yesterday were left in that pit. He now needed to make a new set. However, for him with LV3 fire starting skills, it was too easy. He walked to the edge of the bamboo forest and chopped down a dry bamboo. He quickly shaved it with a knife. Zhou Kai watched beside him. He observed Wang Hao split the bamboo and shape it into a bottom board. He also shaped a hard wooden stick into a drill rod. And found a vine to make a bow. Wang Hao's movements had a strange fluidity. Zhou Kai's expression slowly changed from doubt to surprise. This kid looks quite professional. Wang Hao had all the tools prepared. He squatted on the ground, ready to go. Swish 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 swish. He pulled the wooden bow. The stable and high-speed friction sound immediately rang out. Zhou Kai's eyes widened in an instant. When he tried yesterday, it was all creak creak noise. How could this kid be so fast right from the start? Less than 2 minutes. White smoke rose. A charred aroma spread out. Wang Hao stopped moving and skillfully brought the tinder closer. Hoo! Puff! A cluster of golden yellow flame successfully ignited. Zhou Kai was left gaping, unable to close his mouth for a long time. I can't believe it. Are you a professional? Well, somewhat. Wang Hao lit the fire pit, making it burn a bit stronger. All right, big brother, let's deal with the fish. Oh. Zhou Kai finally reacted. The two took their knives and squatted by the stream, starting to process the fish. They opened the bellies and removed the intestines. The stream water was cool, washing away the fishy smell of the meat and innards. Wang Hao conveniently shaved a few bamboo skewers with the bamboo. He threaded the clean fish onto the bamboo skewers. My name is Zhou Kai, a programmer, just unemployed. Zhou Kai introduced himself while threading the fish. Wang Hao, college student. Wang Hao replied succinctly. The two placed the fish over the fire pit. Sizzle. The fish skin touched the flames and immediately made a wonderful sound. An indescribable charred aroma mixed with the fresh scent of the fish wafted up. Wang Hao took a deep breath. So fragrant. Hunger is the best seasoning. The fish meat was quickly roasted to perfection. The skin was golden, and the fish oil sizzled out. Zhou Kai looked at the fire pit and then at Wang Hao. Kid, I surrender. He took the roasted fish down. He gave one to Wang Hao. Then he looked at the remaining 4 fish. He gritted his teeth. You look quite pleasing to the eye. I'll give you another one. He handed the biggest one to Wang Hao. Thanks, brother Kai. Chapter 16 Learning to Catch Fish Barehanded. Wang Hao was not polite. He was too hungry now. He took the roasted fish. The hot bamboo skewer burned him, making him hiss. He took out the precious bag of salt from his pocket. He carefully sprinkled a little salt on both fish. The white salt grains fell onto the golden fish skin and quickly melted. He couldn't wait any longer. He blew on it, bit down hard on the fish meat. So delicious. The fish skin was roasted crisp and fragrant. The fish meat was hot and tender. Most importantly, that little bit of salt brought out all the flavors of the fish meat. Wang Hao was so hungry he felt dizzy, and now, a hot, oily, and savory grilled fish was in his stomach. He felt alive again. He gobbled it down, too lazy to spit out the bones, just crunching and swallowing them. Zhou Kai watched beside him and smiled. He also started eating heartily. With fire, salt, and grilled fish. This life felt like heaven. Wang Hao finished the last bite of fish. He let out a satisfied burp. So comfortable. He glanced at Zhou Kai, who had also finished eating. "Brother Kai, your fishing skills are amazing," Wang Hao sincerely praised. Zhou Kai smiled. "Oh, just fooling around. I just have patience and can keep going." Wang Hao leaned in a bit closer. "Brother Kai, can you teach me to catch fish with bare hands?" Zhou Kai looked at him, a bit surprised. "You want to learn that? This isn't easy, it takes practice." Wang Hao nodded. "No problem, just tell me the key points. I have a good memory." Zhou Kai saw Wang Hao's sincere attitude, and since he had provided the fire earlier, he waved his hand generously. "Okay, what's the big deal? It's not a secret." Zhou Kai stood up and walked to the creek. To catch fish, the most important thing is stability and accuracy. Look at the water. He pointed to the clear creek water. The water reflects light. The fish you see with your eyes is actually not in that position, it's a little below. You have to calculate this lead time. Also, your hand can't move randomly. If your hand moves, the ripples spread out, the fish are slicker than ghosts, they will run away early. You have to wait for it to swim over, then slowly bring your hand closer, and then suddenly strike, not to grab, but to press, pressing it against the stone at the bottom of the water. Zhou Kai demonstrated a few hand positions while speaking. Wang Hao listened very seriously from the side. He mentally noted these key points, word by word. The system panel had not reacted, meaning he had not yet made any progress. He estimated that he needed to practice in the water several more times to unlock the skill of catching fish with bare hands. "Alright, Brother Kai, thank you. I have to go back to building my house." Zhou Kai nodded. "What's there to thank? I should thank you. Without your fire, I would have to eat this fish raw." He picked a few pieces of well-burning charcoal from the fire pit and carefully wrapped them in leaves. "I'll take the fire starter with me." "Good." The two parted ways. Wang Hao returned to his 4 posts. After a full meal, Wang Hao's motivation surged again. He looked at the frame in front of him. The next step was to weave the base platform. He wanted to raise this platform at least 30 centimeters off the ground. This way, it would prevent moisture, and sleeping at night would be comfortable. He picked up the thin bamboo and vine he had cut earlier. He didn't need to think. His hands moved swiftly, almost as if they had a mind of their own. Bamboo for the warp, vines for the weft. He wove it tightly. However, Wang Hao quickly discovered a problem. That was, his efficiency was too low. He estimated that he had been working for at least an hour, and his hands were a little red. In the end, he had only woven 5 layers. These 5 layers together were less than 10 centimeters thick. Too slow. Wang Hao stopped his hands. He frowned. This efficiency wouldn't do. He looked up at the sky. It was still sunny, but there were more clouds in the sky than in the morning. The wind had picked up a bit. The weather was about to change. The weather forecast said, at the latest, tomorrow. But he felt, it might rain tonight. By the current efficiency, he absolutely wouldn't be able to finish this platform before nightfall. Let alone the roof and walls. I need to find a way to improve my weaving skills to the next level, maybe that will speed up my progress. Wang Hao opened the data panel. Host, Wang Hao. Emotion points, 980. Wang Hao looked at the 980, and the number felt a bit awkward. To level up from LV3 to LV4, he needed 1000 emotion points. He was just 20 short. Damn. Wang Hao couldn't help but curse. He had to find a way to quickly gather 20 emotion points. This was related to whether he could have a good night's sleep tonight. As Wang Hao slowly continued to weave, he started brainstorming. Where can I get 20 emotional points? It's afternoon now. Most people are busy building shelters or looking for food. He couldn't just go in front of others and mock them, could he? That would be too obvious. He was feeling frustrated. Suddenly, a rustling sound of footsteps came from the nearby forest. It wasn't just one person. Wang Hao immediately stood up alertly. Who? He shouted. Hello? A clear female voice responded. Contestant number 66, Wang Hao, hello, we are from the program team. From the forest, two people walked out. Wang Hao clearly saw who it was. He was stunned for a moment. The woman in front, wearing neat outdoor gear, had a professional smile on her face. It was the female host, Zhang Wei, who interviewed him yesterday. Behind her was a strong man carrying a camera. Wang Hao's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Zhang Wei. It was as if he had seen a savior. He knew. His 20 emotional points were within reach. Zhang Wei walked over. Her gaze first swept over the half-finished frame Wang Hao had built, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Hello, Wang Hao. Zhang Wei kept smiling and handed him the microphone. We are here to randomly interview contestants who are still in the competition. How are you feeling right now? She asked a very routine question. She had just come from somewhere else. The first two contestants were shaking from the cold, the other too weak to speak due to hunger. She guessed Wang Hao's condition probably wasn't any better. Wang Hao didn't answer immediately. He took a deep breath. Then, he threw the bamboo in his hand aside and suddenly stood up. He stretched out his arms. On his face, an incredibly bright, even exaggerated smile appeared. Feels amazing. He shouted loudly. Zhang Wei and the cameraman were stunned. Feels amazing? Zhang Wei was a bit caught off guard. Yes. Wang Hao's expression looked incredibly satisfied. It's simply too amazing. I've never felt so good in my life. He pointed at the sky, at the ground, and at the creek. Look at these mountains, this water. The air is so fresh. This is heaven. It's way better than living in a pigeon cage in the city, breathing exhaust fumes every day. Zhang Wei's mouth slightly opened. She was completely stunned. All the comforting words she had prepared, she couldn't say any of them. Of all the people she had interviewed, Wang Hao was the one with the best mental state. No, this wasn't just the best. This was downright hyperactive. It even felt a bit crazy. Wang Hao kept going. I love this place so much. I feel like I could live here for a lifetime. In the live broadcast room, the director wisely switched the main screen to Wang Hao. The audience watched Wang Hao's exaggerated performance and all laughed. Ha, this kid has gone crazy, right? Keep acting, keep acting. This acting is so exaggerated, I'm dying of laughter. Amazing? It was freezing last night, you're telling me it's amazing? I don't believe you, you college kid, you're up to no good. This is so fake, I give it full marks. In Wang Hao's mind, the notification sound, as he wished, rang out. Ding. Zhang Wei's astonishment, +1 emotional point. Ding. Cameraman Wang Fanfan's speechlessness, +1 emotional point. Ding. Li Gudan's ridicule, +1 emotional point. Ding. Wang Suewa's mockery, +1 emotional point. Ding. Zhao Tieju's ridicule, +1 emotional point. Ding ding dang dang. Wang Hao's heart bloomed with joy. He knew. He had done it right. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Emotional points increased almost instantly by 30. On Wang Hao's data panel. Emotional points, 1010. Enough. Wang Hao immediately whispered in his mind. System, level up. Upgrade the weaving skill to LV4. Emotional points -1000, weaving LV3, 1000/1000, upgraded to weaving LV4, 0/10,000. In the instant the emotional points were deducted. A vast amount of knowledge and memories, greater than before, flooded into his brain and hands. He felt as if he had been practicing weaving for a lifetime. From weaving grass sandals to bamboo baskets, to weaving exquisite bamboo mats. His fingers. Now is the most precise instrument. He knows. The definition of LV4. Mastery. Ahem. Zhang Wei finally snapped back to reality from her shock. She looked at the enthusiastic college student in front of her, forcibly pulling the topic back. Wang Hao, are you building a shelter? She pointed at the half-finished frame. Yes. Wang Hao's expression changed back to excitement. He needed more emotional points. He actively requested. Sister, you're just in time. I was about to start working. Let me show you how I build houses. Camera brother, come on, aim the lens at me. Wang Hao enthusiastically called out. Zhang Wei exchanged a glance with the camera brother. This guy is even directing us now. But they were there to interview. Since the contestant was so cooperative, they of course were happy to film. The camera brother pointed the lens at Wang Hao. Wang Hao was undeterred. He crouched down, picked up the thin bamboo and grass vines from the ground again. Watch closely, he shouted. Then, he got to work. The moment he began to move, his entire aura changed again. If he was exaggerated earlier, then now, he was focused. His hands moved. Zhang Wei's eyes widened suddenly. What did she see? Wang Hao's hands looked almost inhuman. So fast. The bamboo and vines danced rapidly between his fingers, tightening and knotting. Swish, swish, swish. The sound was no longer slow and sluggish, but a crisp, rhythmic sound that carried the wind. Because of the speed, Zhang Wei could even see afterimages. The camera brother, carrying a camera weighing dozens of pounds, couldn't help but shake. He couldn't keep up with Wang Hao's speed at all. He had to hurriedly adjust the focus, trying to zoom in. But he found it was of no use. He could only capture a blur and the constantly tightened and woven bamboo strips. My God! Zhang Wei had completely forgotten her role as a host. She covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. She felt like she was not watching wilderness survival. She was watching a magic show. Or, a factory's automated machine. Wang Hao didn't have time to pay attention to them. He was having the time of his life. LV4's, weaving grass, brought not only speed, but also an absolute control of I know what to do. He didn't need to think, his hands knew where to strengthen, knew which weaving method was most efficient, knew how to use the bamboo's own flexibility. What he held was as if it wasn't hard bamboo and vines, but noodles and yarn. Swish, swish, swish. The half-finished platform formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The bamboo strips were tightly woven together, forming a strong and even grid. This efficiency was at least 10 times faster than when he was at LV3. He even had time to make the edges neat, without a single splinter. In the live broadcast room, the moment Wang Hao began to perform, the barrage disappeared. Everyone was stunned. It took a full 10 seconds. Then the barrage exploded in a vengeful manner. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I just see? Did he turn on 8 times speed? Director! Are you stuck? Or are you fast-forwarding for me? I just lit a cigarette, and before I took a puff, he almost finished weaving? This hand speed, has he been single for how many years? The person upstairs, even if you've been single for 100 years, you couldn't do this. Is this really something a human can do? I suspect he isn't a college student, he's a master who ran out from some bamboo weaving craft factory. A master wouldn't be this fast. This is a machine. A human high-speed weaving machine. In the studio, host Xiao Mo and Professor Chen were also staring blankly at Wang Hao on the screen. Xiao Mo forgot to shake her ponytail. Her mouth was agape. She suddenly noticed Professor Chen beside her. Professor Chen is an expert in mountain survival and construction, always very gentle. But now, this gentle professor is hunched over the screen. His gold-framed glasses are almost touching the screen. His eyes don't blink, and his mouth keeps murmuring. No, this is impossible, this skill. Xiao Mo quickly retrieves her professional demeanor. Professor Chen? Professor Chen? She calls out twice. Professor Chen seems to awaken from a dream and suddenly sits upright. Yet his gaze towards Xiao Mo remains fixed, filled with excitement and confusion. Ah? Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Xiao Mo feels a bit flustered under his stare but steels herself to ask. Professor, you are the expert. Look, this contestant number 66, Wang Hao. Isn't his skill incredible? Chapter 18, a skill on the verge of disappearing? She seems to have asked a really foolish question. Because this skill can't even be described as impressive. Professor Chen adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. He tries to make his voice sound calm, but it still trembles slightly. Impressive? Professor Chen shakes his head. Xiao Mo, your question is wrong. It's not impressive. This is a unique skill. Do you think he only works fast? No. Look at his technique. He points at the indistinguishable afterimage on the screen. Look at how he handles the bamboo joints, look at where he ties the vines. That's called a live knot, a technique that is almost lost. This kind of knot tightens more and more but retains the material's flexibility, it won't break. And look at the patterns he weaves. That's a combination of herringbone and edging, which can triple the weight-bearing capacity of the platform. Most terrifying of all. Professor Chen swallows hard. He does all this without any design or measurement. He relies entirely on his instincts. He knows where the bamboo is thick, where it is thin, where it can bear weight, and where it can bend, just by looking. No, he knows it by touch. This isn't skill. This is instinct. Professor Chen stares at Wang Hao's somewhat youthful face. What exactly is this kid studying in college? Is it weaving? No, there's no such major in college. Even if there is, his performance is too exaggerated. On the other side, Wang Hao looks at the emotional point prompts in his mind, pouring in like a waterfall. He is extremely happy. Ding. Shock from Professor Chen, emotional point +1. Ding. Astonishment from Zhang Wei, emotional point +1. Ding. Wow from Lu M, emotional point +1. Ding. Disbelief from Li M, emotional point +1. In just a short while, he doesn't even see how much he has gained. He only knows that the numbers on the panel are wildly jumping. From close to 0, it suddenly breaks through 2,000. And it's still rising. Wang Hao didn't expect it. It turns out that pretending to be a professional can earn so many emotional points. This is much faster than when he pretended to be clueless and boasted before. This move is simply a huge profit. The movements of his hands do not stop at all. Instead, they grow even faster. He wants to ride the wave and accumulate more emotional points. Zhang Wei watches from the side, observing for over a minute. Only then does she start to recover from her extreme shock. Her professional quality helps her brain restart. She realizes the production team has really struck gold. This Wang Hao is definitely the biggest variable in this competition. She must dig out more information. She tries to keep her voice steady, but it still has a slight tremor. Wang Hao. What is your major? She is very curious. Is it related to this traditional craft? Wang Hao keeps his hands moving. He doesn't even look up. No. He answers casually. I study finance. Finance? Zhang Wei is stunned again. A finance major? A finance major comes to the wilderness to survive. And he plays with bamboo weaving like a master with generations of heritage? Is there any essential connection between the two? In the live broadcast room, the previously calming barrage of comments exploded again. What? Finance? Did I hear that right? Studying finance? Is finance so competitive now? Graduating without checking stock patterns, coming to the mountains to weave? Ah, I get it, this is called hedging against risks. In case of a financial crisis, he can come to the mountains and be a skilled craftsman. My roommate studies finance, he's sitting in front of the computer checking stock patterns. When I asked him if he knew how to weave bamboo mats, he asked me what a bamboo mat looked like on a stock chart. Don't ask, this guy definitely wasn't paying attention in class, probably knitting sweaters every day. I'm dying of laughter, the financial mogul, the handmade crafts king. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Finance? So where did you learn this skill? This surely isn't taught in finance class, right? Wang Hao's movements finally slowed down a bit. He lifted his head, wearing an expression of you just don't get it. This? My mom. My mom likes to knit things at home. Sweaters, scarves, cushions. I've watched her since I was little. Watching, absorbing it all, and I learned, right? Wang Hao said it very casually. As if it were as simple as eating or drinking. Zhang Wei. The cameraman. Zhang Wei felt convinced. So, that's how it is. She nodded. She thought this explanation was very reasonable. Having such a crafty mom, influenced since childhood, learning excellent weaving skills. That's completely normal, right? Wang Hao's home. In the living room. Song Ru was proudly watching her son on the screen. Hey, Jingye, look at our son, how amazing. His speed is as fast as mine. Just as she finished speaking, she heard Wang Hao's reply. My mom likes to knit things at home. I've watched her since I was little. Absorbing it all, and I learned, right? The air in the living room fell silent in an instant. Song Ru's smile froze. She slowly turned her head. She looked at her hands resting on the sofa. White and tender, well maintained. She thought for a moment. When was the last time she held a needle and thread? It seems, it was when Wang Hao was in elementary school, she sewed his pants once. And they were sewn all crooked and uneven. When did she start to like knitting? She hadn't touched a ball of yarn in over 10 years. This little brat, lying without even a draft. Songru's expression began to darken. She suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Absorbing it all. Watched since he was little. He can't possibly have another mom, right? Songru's gaze drifted ominously to Wang Jingye sitting beside her, who was shocked and ready to light a cigarette. Wang Jingye had just put the cigarette in his mouth. With a click of the lighter, he felt a chill rising from his back. He turned his head stiffly. Right into his wife's ominous gaze. Wang Jingye gulped nervously. His hand shook, and the lighter fell to the ground. Wife. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything. Chapter 19 The Most Luxurious Shelter. In the mountains. Zhang Wei felt she had interviewed enough explosive material. She looked at the nearly finished large platform under Wang Hao's hands. Then we won't bother you building your house. You keep going. We believe in you. Zhang Wei put away her microphone, showing Wang Hao a sincere smile. This time, it was no longer a professional fake smile, but one with a bit of admiration. All right then, see you, sister. Take care, cameraman. Wang Hao waved enthusiastically. After they left, Wang Hao opened the system panel again. He wanted to check out his earnings from this round. Host, Wang Hao. Emotion points, 3,125. Wang Hao stared at this number, his eyes widening. 3,125 points. More than all the points he had worked so hard to accumulate before. Damn. This is too enjoyable. Wang Hao took several deep breaths to calm down. Okay, let's keep working. He was full of energy now, completely confident that before night fell, completely fix this house. In the blink of an eye, the sky began to darken. The last vine was forcefully secured to the frame by Wang Hao. He took a few steps back and let out a long breath. The air carried the unique coolness of the evening, comfortably filling his lungs. His house was finally fully formed. It was a small space of 2 meters long and 2 meters wide, a total of 4 square meters. Wang Hao stood outside, surveying it. This area was more than enough for just him. The roof was key. He used several layers of thick unknown leaves, combined with bamboo strips and vines, pressing one layer over another to create a sloping roof. This way, when it rained, the water would slide off the roof, not accumulate on it. The 4 walls of the house were made of hanging vine walls. His weaving technique was very dense, hardly showing any gaps. Green vines and leaves intertwined, exuding the unique fragrance of plants. Wang Hao touched the wall with his hand. The texture was tough and thick, able to block most of the wind. On one wall, he even purposely left a square opening. This was his window. He wove a grid-like window frame from finer vines and embedded it in. This way, he could have ventilation. Wang Hao bent down and crawled into the shelter. He sat cross-legged in the middle. The 4 square meters made him feel very secure. In the corner of the room, he used stones and damp mud from the stream to shape a round shallow basin. This was his fire pit. In the evening, he could light a fire there to warm up and roast food. However, there was still something he was not quite satisfied with. This house, after all, was made of wood and grass leaves. It was too easy to catch fire. He looked at the mud fire pit. Although he did a bit of separation, if sparks flew out and ignited the vine walls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the shelter's seal was too good, which wasn't entirely a good thing. If he lit a fire at night and ventilation was poor, he could easily suffocate from carbon monoxide in his sleep. This was also the reason why he left a window. It was too late today to make any improvements. He could only deal with it this way for one night. Wang Hao thought. Tomorrow, I must find a way to create something like a Kong dot. It would be best to guide the fire source outside while keeping the heat indoors. Just as he was thinking, footsteps and suppressed gasps came from outside the shelter. Wang Hao knew these were other contestants. Since the afternoon, people had occasionally passed by his place. Those who saw his woven vine walls showed expressions of disbelief. Now that they saw his complete shelter finished, their reactions would be even greater. Oh my God! Who built this? This wall, this roof, it's too exaggerated. It's only the second day. Are we ever going to survive? At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the drone's camera was focusing on Wang Hao's newly built shelter, doing a 360-degree shoot. The bullet screen was almost filled up on the entire screen. Wow! This is a handmade house? This craftsmanship is terrifying. I've been watching him weave since the afternoon, his speed is outrageous, and he actually built a house. Mom asks me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. This shelter blocks wind and rain, and it even has a window and fire pit, it's amazing. This has to be the most luxurious shelter so far, right? Ha, the special forces guy next door just set up his tent, and the wind blew it down, he's cursing now. Has the production team counted? How many people have waterproof shelters now? The official data just came out. Currently, there are fewer than 30 contestants with waterproof shelters. Among these 30, most relied on finding caves, only 5 made waterproof shelters purely by hand using natural materials. Contestant number 66, Wang Hao. He is one of those 5. Wang Hao certainly knew he was the center of discussion, because the emotional points were soaring again. He crawled out of the shelter and stretched his body widely. At that moment, his stomach also began to growl. Gar. He patted his belly. The house was done, so it was time to prepare dinner. He grabbed the woven basket he had prepared and slung it over his shoulder, walking towards the creek with big steps. The sound of the babbling creek was especially clear in the evening woods. Wang Hao squatted by the creek. The water was very clear, and he could see the pebbles at the bottom. However, after watching for a while, he did not see a single shadow of a fish. He knew there must be fish, but they were just hiding. Wang Hao began to think about how to catch fish. He had no tools and could only use his bare hands. He tried to stretch his hand into the water. The water was cold, with a piercing chill, making his fingers a bit numb. He fumbled in the water, turning over a few stones, but he touched nothing. Wang Hao was not discouraged. He just squatted there, carefully observing the creek water. Suddenly, he saw a fish swimming between 2 stones, and he quickly pounced, but of course, he missed. Time passed bit by bit. Wang Hao kept failing for more than half an hour. A ding sound appeared in his mind. A data panel popped up in front of him automatically. Skill list updated. Barehanded fish catching, LV1, 0/10. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. It finally appeared. He immediately checked his emotional point balance. Emotional points, 4399. Wang Hao felt a bit extravagant now. He wanted to go all in at once. Wang Hao silently thought, system, level up barehanded fish catching to LV4 for me. Emotional points -10, barehanded fish catching LV1, October 10th, upgraded to barehanded fish catching LV2, 0 out of 100. Emotional points -100, barehanded fish catching LV2, 100/100, upgraded to barehanded fish catching LV3, 0/1000. Emotional points -1000, barehanded fish catching LV3, 1000/1000, upgraded to barehanded fish catching LV4, 0/10,000. A string of prompts flashed by. Chapter 20, Boiling Fish Soup, Fresh and Tender. At the moment the skill level jumped to LV4. Wang Hao felt as if his brain was stuffed with a lot of things. Countless experiences, techniques, and muscle memory about catching fish in the creek surged into him in an instant. The information was so vast and real. He even had a strange illusion. He felt as if he had grown up by this creek since childhood. Wang Hao opened his eyes again. When he looked at the creek in front of him, the whole world seemed different. He could clearly hear the subtle differences in the sound of water flowing over different stones. He could smell the faint fishy scent mixed with the humidity of the air. His gaze swept over the water's surface. He could even judge, through the tiny ripples on the water's surface, whether there were creatures moving below. Wang Hao stood up. He walked a few steps upstream along the creek. He stopped in front of a flat stone about the size of a basin. The experience of LV4 told him that this type of stone was where small fish liked to hide the most. Wang Hao squatted down. One of his hands slowly reached into the water without making any sound. The water was still cold. But his hand was exceptionally stable in the water. He grabbed the edge of the stone with his other hand. Now is the time, he silently thought. He suddenly flipped over the stone he was holding. The stone was overturned, stirring up a cloud of muddy silt. At that moment when the silt surged, a small gray fish about the length of his palm suddenly darted out from under the stone. Almost at the same time, Wang Hao's other hand, which had been waiting in the water, moved with lightning speed. Splash! He didn't even look. Just relying on the instinct that surged into his brain, his 5 fingers closed. A slippery, strong, and desperately struggling sensation instantly transmitted from his palm. Wang Hao's movements were quick and precise. He directly caught the fish. Wang Hao lifted the fish out of the water. The fish was thrashing wildly in his hand, splashing water all over his face. He grinned widely. Tonight's dinner was already secured. Wang Hao skillfully pinched the fish's gills, lifted it from his hand, and tossed it into the woven basket behind him. He felt very happy. The clouds in the sky were getting thicker. The wind was also starting to pick up. Su Chaobei walked quickly through the mountains, the wind blowing, carrying a unique damp chill of the forest. His bronze skin, exposed to the elements, broke out in tiny bumps. Su Chaobei felt a wave of panic in his heart. He looked up at the sky. By the looks of it, it was definitely going to rain tonight. He still hadn't found a shelter that could keep him dry. He quickened his pace. His only prayer now was to find a dry cave that could block the wind. But he searched for a long time. Either the entrances of the caves he found were too small for him to squeeze in, or inside, water dripped continuously, making it even damper than outside. He even smelled a strong, foul stench coming from one cave, and when he looked with the light, it was full of some animal's feces. Su Qiaobei felt he was about to break down. He was both tired and hungry. He pulled a green wild pear from his pocket. He took a bite. An indescribably sour and bitter taste exploded in his mouth. His facial features all scrunched together. It was too awful. But he forced himself to swallow it. He needed energy. Finally, he found a cave that looked decent. The entrance was very dry. He felt a surge of happiness and was about to walk in. But then he heard voices inside. Clearly, this cave had already been claimed by someone. Su Qiaobei's face fell. But he still didn't want to give up. He approached the entrance and politely called out. "Hey, brothers inside, can you help me out? It's going to rain soon, can I share the space with you?" There was a moment of silence inside the cave. Then a man's voice came out. "Sorry, this cave is only big enough for me." Su Qiaobei said nothing and turned to leave. That's how wilderness survival competitions were, whoever claimed a spot had it as their own. He tried to find 2 more places, but both were rejected. Suddenly, he heard the sound of running water. Su Qiaobei walked towards the sound. He passed through a patch of bushes. He arrived at the edge of a stream. Then, he froze. He saw a house. A real house, standing not far from the stream. Su Qiaobei blinked vigorously. He even thought he was hallucinating from hunger. The house was square, with walls and a slanted roof. The walls were woven from green vines, looking incredibly exquisite and sturdy. After confirming its authenticity, Su Qiaobei's jaws dropped. Which powerful person built this? It was only the second day. While he was still worrying about caves, someone else had built a house? A surge of intense envy washed over Su Qiaobei. Just then, he heard a slight noise coming from inside the house. There was someone in there. Su Qiaobei's heart began to race. He got an idea. This big shot, being able to build such an awesome house, should be broad-minded, right? Maybe he would be willing to let him take shelter from the rain under his roof? Su Qiaobei decided to ask this big shot for a chance to share the space. He tidied up his ragged clothes. He walked up to the wooden house. He felt a bit nervous, not knowing where to knock. He tentatively tapped on the vine wall in front of him. Thud, thud. The sound was heavy. The wall was very solid. Just as he knocked again, the wall in front of him suddenly moved. It didn't open a door. Instead, someone from inside rolled it up like a curtain. Su Qiaobei was dumbfounded. He saw the person inside. A handsome, delicate face that looked somewhat familiar. It was Wang Hao. Su Qiaobei's brain went blank in an instant. The super big shot he thought was actually Wang Hao. Wang Hao was also startled. He had been squatting by the fire pot, holding a thick bamboo tube. Su Qiaobei's gaze was immediately drawn to that bamboo tube. Because, at the moment the wall rolled up, an extremely rich fragrance suddenly burst from that tube. Voodoo. Su Qiaobei's stomach let out a thunderous roar. He smelled it, fish soup. Su Qiaobei paused for a long while. He struggled to speak, his voice trembling. What are you doing?" Wang Hao answered casually. "Cooking fish soup. The fish I just caught from the stream is fresh and tender." These 2 sentences hammered in Su Qiaobei's heart, one after another. Su Qiaobei looked at Wang Hao. He was sitting leisurely in a dry, warm, sturdy house. There was a fire in front of him. There was soup in a bamboo tube. Su Qiaobei thought again about himself. He was in a sorry state, standing in the wild. It was about to rain, and he had no place to hide. His dinner was the sour and bitter wild pear in his pocket. A sense of indescribable humiliation and despair instantly engulfed him. Wang Hao saw Su Qiaobei's pale face and his silence, and spoke up. "Do you have something to say?" Chapter 21, Su Qiaobei quit. Su Qiaobei's lips moved. He initially wanted to ask Wang Hao for help. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he could not bring himself to say them. Su Qiaobei suddenly turned around. He said nothing. He just walked away. "Hey!" Wang Hao looked confused. He shook his head and lowered the vine wall again. Whatever. The fish soup was more important anyway. Su Qiaobei walked a few steps in a daze. He didn't know where he was going. Just then, a drop of cold liquid fell on his forehead. He stopped in his tracks. He looked up. Then came the second drop. The third drop. A dense rain began to fall from the sky. It was raining. The cold raindrops hit his body, quickly soaking his clothes. Su Qiaobei stood still, motionless. He suddenly felt a warmth on his face. A surge of heat flowed from his eyes, mixing with the cold rainwater. He cried. If he hadn't seen Wang Hao, he felt he could have held on a little longer. He could find a big tree. He could curl up under the trunk. He could endure the cold and hunger, grumbling and waiting for dawn. But, without comparison, there is no harm. That warm house. That steaming fire pit. That pot of fragrant fish soup. All of this completely crushed him. He couldn't hold on any longer. Ah! Su Qiaobei let out a loud roar to the sky. His voice was filled with unwillingness and despair. He trembled as he unhooked the emergency SOS button from his waist. He looked at the red button. I'm done. With all his strength, he pressed the button. Su Qiaobei's breakdown was just in time to be recorded by the drone following him, broadcasted live. That small red camera faithfully hovered in the rain. It captured the rainwater on Su Qiaobei's face. It also caught his hot tears mixed with the rain. It recorded his cry full of unwillingness. Finally, the screen froze on his trembling right hand pressing that red elimination button. In the live chat, the comments exploded in an instant. What the hell? He quit just like that? His mental toughness is so weak? It's not that he's weak, it's that number 66 is too much. Ha, this is killing me, heart-wrenching. To be fair, Su Qiaobei's pretty miserable. He was supposed to be a tree climbing expert, but was completely crushed by Wang Hao. What's this? Wilderness survival, isn't it normal for a mindset to collapse? Wang Hao didn't do anything wrong, he's just trying to survive and live a little better. Oh no, why do I feel like Wang Hao is a bit like the villain? Ding. From Su Qiaobei's despair, emotion points +1. Ding. From Lu Neng's mockery, emotion points +1. Ding. From Zhaoqua's ridicule, emotion points +1. Su Qiaobei was not the only one breaking down. This sudden heavy rain made many people unable to hold on. It was dark. The rain was heavy and cold. Those who found no shelter or whose shelter leaked, their body temperature was rapidly dropping. Hunger. Coldness, along with the fear of darkness, surged up together. In the Tongyun Mountain Cup live broadcast main hall, the atmosphere was a bit serious. The host, Xiao was no longer as lively as she had been during the day. With her ponytail swaying, she looked seriously at the director's prompts. Dear viewers, we just received some news. Contestant number 16, Zhang Kai, pressed the elimination button. Contestant number 45, Lili, pressed the elimination button. Contestant number 78, Sun Liang, pressed the elimination button. Contestant number 81. With each name she announced, the contestant's avatar on the big screen dimmed. It had only been less than half an hour since the rain started. The beep 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 alert sound rang constantly from the director's desk. Xiao Mo took a deep breath. She looked at the constantly updating statistics. As of now, the number of contestants choosing self-elimination due to the heavy rain has reached 53. Now, the remaining number of contestants in the arena is exactly 100. 100. This number made the bullet chat silent for a moment. Wow, so many eliminated at once? This is too cruel. It's only the second day. I thought we could at least last a week. Xiao Mo also felt a bit scared by this elimination rate. She turned to the expert beside her. Professor Chen, is this situation normal? Professor Chen appeared very calm. He adjusted his glasses. Xiao Mo, this is very normal. His voice came through the microphone, very steady. In wilderness survival, the first night and the first rain are always the time of highest elimination rates. It's like a filter. It will sift out all those who are unprepared, mentally unstable, or just unlucky. Professor Chen looked at the screen showing contestants struggling in the rain. The real competition has only just begun. After tonight, those who can remain will be the true strong ones. Xiao Mo nodded. Alright, thank you Professor Chen for the analysis. Dear viewers, our live broadcast in the studio will take a short break. Professor Chen and I will also clock out now. But the live match footage will still switch 24/7. You can continue to watch. The studio lights dimmed. However, the live broadcast screen divided into small segments. The drones were still faithfully carrying out their duties. The footage switched between different contestants. The more popular the contestant, the more camera time they received. Wang Hao was undoubtedly one of the highest-rated contestants. So, the camera quickly cut to his shelter. The drone hovered outside the shelter. The rain was pouring heavily. Pitter-patter. Raindrops crashed on Wang Hao's leaf roof, making a loud noise. But not a single drop of water leaked inside. The camera shot through the square window left by Wang Hao and captured the inside. In this shot, all the viewers in the live room fell silent. They saw Wang Hao was sitting cross-legged in front of a warm fire pit. The raging wind and rain outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. The flames in the fire pit crackled. The orange-red firelight illuminated his handsome face. In his hands, he held a coarse bamboo tube. The milky white fish soup in the tube still emitted steaming heat. Wang Hao lowered his head and gently blew on it. Then he took a small sip. The fish soup was hot. It tasted delicious. A warm current slid down his throat into his stomach. He felt warm all over. He listened to the sound of rain outside. Pitter-patter. He thought the sound of rain didn't seem scary at all now. On the contrary, it was somewhat soothing to sleep. The air was filled with the fresh smell of fish soup and the smoky scent of the firewood. It felt very reassuring. Chapter 22, Attention from the Counselor. Wang Hao took another sip of soup. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. This didn't feel like survival at all. It was simply like camping. The bullet chat flew by rapidly. I'm stunned. Is this the same program? While others are drenched in rain, breaking down, and getting eliminated, Wang Hao is roasting by the fire, drinking soup, and smiling? If I were Su Chaobei, I can't take it anymore. The contrast is just too strong. Number 66, the ultimate survival livestream Terminator. His house looks so safe. I, a mere viewer, want to live there. Mom, it seems like he's camping, I want to go too. Wang Hao had no idea how many people were watching him outside. He only knew. Ding. From Ma Kuei, admiration, emotion point +1. Ding. From Jiang San, jealousy, emotion point +1. Ding. From Li Si, speechlessness, emotion point +1. This audience is truly good people. Wang Hao shook his head, happily finishing the last sip of fish soup. At Wang Hao's home, Song Ru and Wang Jingye were sitting on the sofa, watching the live stream on TV. They chose to cast the screen on the TV for a clearer view. Now, the camera switched to Wang Hao's shelter. When it started to rain, Song Ru was still a bit worried. But now, she saw the warm fire pit. She saw the steaming bamboo tube in Wang Hao's hands. Most importantly, she saw the satisfied and joyful expression on her son's face. This child. Wang Jingye, sitting next to her, murmured. He wasn't as expressive as Song Ru. But he had been frowning, and now, his brow relaxed. The corners of his mouth even curled into a smile he didn't even notice. He really has grown up. Song Ru heard her husband's words. She turned her head and glanced at her husband. Of course. Song Ru lifted her chin slightly, her voice full of pride. At the same time, in the WeChat group of the Class 1, Grade 25 Finance at Jiangcheng University, message alerts were ringing continuously. It was livelier than the rain outside. A classmate named Zhang Kai sent a screenshot of a view taken from the window of Wang Hao's shelter. Zhang Kai, Wang Hao has built a house. Sun Yu, so awesome. In front of him, another guy is still getting soaked in the rain. Zhao Lei, it looks so cozy, I want to sign up too. Wang Chang, image, a contestant drenched like a drowned rat. Wang Chang, bro, take a look at this. Do you still want to sign up? Zhao Lei, never mind, I think I'll stay at home. Lin Wanwan, Wang Hao is really amazing. The group was filled with praises of 666. Everyone was complimenting Wang Hao. Lu Meng looked at his phone screen. The light from the screen shone on his not-so-good-looking face. He gripped his phone tightly. Listening to the praises made him feel very uncomfortable. Since the morning. From weaving to building houses, drinking fish soup. All day, the group had been talking about Wang Hao. All the spotlight was stolen by Wang Hao alone. Lu Meng couldn't hold back anymore. He started typing in the group. Lu Meng, what's the use of wilderness survival skills? Lu Meng, does it help with job hunting or graduate exams? Lu Meng, we are college students, isn't it better to focus on our studies? After sending these messages, the group suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. Wang Hao's roommate, Chen Mo, quickly replied. Chen Mo, at Lu Meng, you must be studying all day during the summer break, right? Chen Mo, so how come your gaming account is online every day? Zhang Kai, pfft. Li Ming, ha ha ha. Sun Yu, you made me laugh to death, someone is just salty. Zhao Lei, at Lu Meng, does your face hurt? Lu Meng's face instantly turned red. He didn't expect Shen Mo to expose him in public. He was gripping his phone, furiously typing, ready to refute. Just then, a new message popped up. It was Counselor Zhao Li. Counselors usually barely spoke in the group. Counselor Zhao Li, at all members. Counselor Zhao Li, students, who has a high-definition screenshot or a recording of Wang Hao participating in the competition. Counselor Zhao Li, please organize it and send it to me. This is a great opportunity to promote our school and college. As soon as the counselor spoke, the group became even more lively. Lu Meng had just finished typing a long rebuttal. One word by one word, he deleted it all. Even the counselor had spoken up. What else could he say? He angrily threw his phone onto the bed. Lin Wanwan quickly replied. Lin Wanwan, at Counselor Zhao Li, teacher. Will this give Wang Hao extra credits? Starry eyes. Counselor Zhao Li, credits not for now. Counselor Zhao Li, but the school will not waste Wang Hao's materials, later rewards will definitely exist. Zhang Kai, I took so many screenshots. Li Ming, teacher, I recorded the screen. Wang Hao building a house, amazing. The group chat instantly got flooded with various Wang Hao screenshots. Lin Wanwan also sent several. Picture, Wang Hao weaving seriously. Picture, Wang Hao drinking fish soup. Picture, Wang Hao tilted head meme.jpg. A meme appeared at an inappropriate time. It used Wang Hao in the shelter, the expression when he heard Su Chaobei knocking on the wall, a bit inexplicable. With text on it, you looking for me? Zhang Kai, ha ha ha. At Lin Wanwan, you even made your own meme? Li Ming, nice, Wanwan. Zhao Lei, yo. What is happening? The classmates started teasing. Lin Wanwan's face turned red instantly. Lin Wanwan, my hand slipped and sent it wrong. Lin Wanwan, I just had nothing to do, playing for fun. Lin Wanwan's cheeks were burning. After saying these two sentences, she immediately threw her phone onto the pillow. Then she pulled up the blanket, covering her head. It was completely dark under the blanket. Her face was still very hot. She could feel her heartbeat. Thump thump, thump thump. Beating a little fast. She recalled the excuse she gave about the hand slip. The excuse was really bad. Who would make this kind of meme for nothing to do? She turned over in bed. The blanket wrapped along. She kicked her legs irritably. In her mind were just the teasing in the group earlier. And Wang Hao's look. Not the quiet Wang Hao in the classroom. It was in the live stream. Sitting by the fire. Holding the bamboo tube. Quietly drinking soup Wang Hao. He looked so calm. The wild storm outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. This person is really different from others. Stop thinking. Lin Wanwan told herself. She suddenly sat up. She needed to find something else to do. She grabbed her phone again. Unlocked it. Opened that time-killing short video app. Chapter 23 only edit videos of Wang Hao. Shrill music and narration filled the small room instantly. Challenge fastest noodle eating on the internet. Haha, today my boss embarrassed himself again. Lin Wanwan scrolled up expressionlessly. She just wanted these noisy sounds to occupy her mind. Suddenly, her fingers stopped. On the screen was a clipped video. The title was very eye-catching, Tongyun Mountain Cup Top 10 Tragic Moments. Su Chaobei Collapse Record. In the video, Su Chaobei shouted in the rain. Then the scene cut. Cut to Wang Hao's shelter. Cut to that warm fire pit. The narrator spoke in an exaggerated tone. Is this the gap between people? Lin Wanwan continued scrolling up. Another one. Shocking. Contestant built a mansion the next day. Is this survival or vacation? She clicked in. It was fast playback of Wang Hao building a house. But the editing was messy. The music was also cheap. Why so many clip videos? She simply typed Tongyun Mountain Cup in the search box. A bunch of related clip videos popped up. She opened them one by one. Some exaggerated. Some funny. Some specially filmed contestants' embarrassing moments. She suddenly thought of a question. Does the official allow this kind of editing? She found the official verified account of Tongyun Mountain Cup. Clicked into the homepage. A pinned post clearly wrote, "We welcome and support all viewers and creators to make secondary creations and edits of this competition. Let's witness this wilderness miracle together." The official supports it. Lin Wanwan looked at the phone screen. Looked again at those poorly edited but highly liked videos. A thought slowly came up. They edited so badly. She thought in her heart. They didn't show Wang Hao's greatness at all. She held her phone, feeling that there were better materials on her computer. Starting from the morning, she had turned on screen recording. She recorded many fragments of Wang Hao's live broadcast, intermittently. I can do it too. Once this thought popped up, she couldn't stop. Yes, I'll do it too. I want to do the best. I will specifically edit Wang Hao's clips. She suddenly felt no embarrassment. And she didn't feel annoyed anymore. She felt she had found something very interesting to do. She immediately jumped out of bed. She opened her laptop at the desk. The computer fan let out a slight whoosh sound. She plugged in the mouse. Opened the very basic video editing software on her computer. She dragged in the recorded footage. Which segment should I edit first? She thought for a moment. Let's start from weaving. She found the segment where Wang Hao was weaving a rattan wall in the afternoon. That clip was recorded very completely. She pulled the video into the timeline. Started editing. Her movements were quick. She cut out the boring, paused parts, leaving only the shots of Wang Hao's fingers flying. She even added a slight fast forward to the video. It looked like those vines came alive, automatically transforming into a wall in his hands. This is good. She was very satisfied. Next, fire by friction. She found that segment again. She specifically kept the sound from the scene. Zzz. The sound of wood rubbing. And Wang Hao's gentle breath. Whoo! The flames suddenly flickering to life. I'll keep this too. Lastly, catching fish. This was her favorite segment. She cut out the earlier failed attempts of Wang Hao, only keeping the successful moments at the end. Wang Hao stared at the water surface, flipped over a stone, and his hand darted into the water like lightning. When he pulled it out again, a fish was struggling in his hand. Perfect. She combined the three clips together. Thought of a title. This is the true technical flow. Player 66 Wang Hao's shining moments. She checked again, the video was very clean. No messy music. No exaggerated commentary. Only Wang Hao's actions and the sounds from the scene. She was very satisfied. She clicked upload. The progress bar started moving. 100%. Release successful. Lin Wanwan glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. She went to the bathroom to freshen up. The cold water splashed on her face. It woke her up quite a bit. When she dried her face and returned to bed, she picked up her phone, prepared to take another look before sleeping. She froze. On the phone screen, there were all red notifications. Someone liked your post. Someone commented on your video. Someone followed you. In just a few minutes, her video already had over 80 likes. And more than 30 comments. She was so excited that she sat up in shock. She clicked open the comments section. Wow! This editing is so refreshing. Great job, uploader. Finally, a video just for Wang Hao. Followed. Who is this person? Their hands are too quick. Are they on 2x speed? This fire by friction, I give full marks, it's so smooth. Catching fish with bare hands. Wow, that's impressive. She looked at these comments, feeling very happy inside. Of course, there were also some discordant voices. This is definitely scripted, how can a college student know so much? Exactly, it looks too fake, the fish must have been placed there by props. Lin Wanwan saw these comments. She felt a bit angry. She immediately replied to the scripted comment. This is the official live broadcast recording. It's not scripted. He's just that incredible. Her phone vibrated again. Cat who loves fish followed you. Gotta keep trying today, liked your post. The numbers were still rising. Lin Wanwan had no sleepiness left. The next day, Wang Hao woke up to a chorus of crisp bird calls. He listened carefully. The sound of rain outside had stopped. The fire in the brazier had also gone out. Only a pile of black ash remained. The air carried a faint smell of smoke, mixed with the fresh fragrance of vines and leaves. Wang Hao sat up. He felt he had slept very well. He felt warm all over. The fire he lit last night burned slowly until it finally went out in the late night. He rolled up a vine wall, and a gust of cool air, mixed with the smell of damp earth, rushed in instantly. Wang Hao took a deep breath. The air was wonderful. The forest after the rain seemed like everything had been washed clean. The green was dazzling bright. Wang Hao stepped out of the house and stretched lazily. He felt completely comfortable all over. Goo. His stomach began to grumble again. He took a few wild pears out of his backpack. Leaning against his house, he ate them one by one. The cold fruit flesh slid down his throat, waking him up completely. As he ate, he began to plan his schedule for today. Before sleeping last night, he had already thought about it. There were 3 things he must do today. The first thing was to build a kong, a heated bed. Chapter 24. Today's goal: build a kong. Starting a fire inside the wooden house was too dangerous. Both fire hazards and carbon monoxide poisoning were risks he could not bear. He had to move the fire source outside the house. But at the same time, he still needed heat to stay warm and dry off. So, a kong made of stones and mud was the best choice. The second thing. He wanted to take a shower. And also clean his clothes in the process. Wang Hao looked down and sniffed his t-shirt. A smell of sweat mixed with smoke hit his nose, a bit overwhelming. He was quite fond of cleanliness. It had only been 2 days since he participated in the competition. Climbing trees, traveling, and building houses. He had been sweating every day. Now he felt sticky all over, very uncomfortable. He also looked quite ragged, with hair almost tangled. The third thing. He needed to gather some staple food. For the past 2 days, he had only eaten wild pears and fish. Although he was not hungry. But not eating carbohydrates always made him feel a bit weak, unable to exert full strength. 3 plans revolved in his mind. Building the kong was the top priority. This was related to safety at night. Wang Hao began to imagine what the kong would look like in his mind. He had some vague ideas. For example, using stones as a framework and mud for ceiling. Starting a fire outside the house, then letting the hot smoke flow through a pipe that ran through a stone bed under the house, finally venting out. But how to actually do it? How to connect it to his wooden house? How to ensure the connection would not leak fire and set the house ablaze? How to design the flue to maximize heat retention in the stone bed instead of letting it all escape? He only had a rough idea of these details, it was hard to implement them directly. His level 3 building skill was still not enough. Wang Hao habitually glanced at the data panel. Host, Wang Hao. Emotional points, 5,102. He was stunned for a moment, this number was a bit more than he expected. Wang Hao felt a little emotional inside. These emotional points seemed to be increasing the more he used them. He looked at his skill list and, without hesitation, silently thought. System, upgrade building skill to LV4. Emotional points -1,000, building LV3, 1,000/1000, upgrading to building LV4, 0/10,000. At the moment the upgrade was completed. Wang Hao's mind buzzed. It felt exactly the same as the last time he upgraded his fishing skill. A flood of information rushed into his brain in an instant. This time, it was about building. Not just building wooden houses. But also how to work with mud. How to choose stones. How to build walls. How to create the most stable structure. And the kong design that he just worried about. At this moment, it became incredibly clear. A complete, detailed, and even can be called perfect blueprint for the kong automatically generated in his mind. He clearly saw the entire structure. He knew where to dig for the most adhesive yellow clay. He knew what shape of flat stones to choose to build the flue. He knew how to first dig a foundation next to the wooden house, creating a safe fireproof barrier with stones and mud. Then, build the main body of the kong. Seamlessly connected to this isolation belt. He even knew the optimal height and angle of the chimney perfectly. This blueprint is exquisite and safe. Wang Hao opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath. A smile appeared on his face. I knew I could do it. This project is not small, the first step is to gather materials. Wang Hao needed a lot of stones, especially flat and hard stones, to build the main body and flue of the heated bed. He also needed clay to act as the adhesive and sealing material between the stones. He took off his coat, stepped forward, and walked straight into the cold creek. He bent down and began to feel around at the bottom of the water. His fingers touched the pebbles washed by the current. Some were too round, not suitable. Some were too small, not suitable. Some felt loose, squeezing them could break them, definitely not suitable. What he needed were slate or granite pieces with relatively flat edges, a certain thickness, and weight. He quickly found the first suitable piece. It was big, he could only lift it from the bottom of the water with both hands. The stone surface was wet and smooth, but it was heavy. Not bad. Wang Hao muttered to himself and threw the stone vigorously towards the shore. With a bang, the stone landed on the grass. He continued searching in the water. This was a tedious and labor-consuming task. He had to bend over, constantly feeling, selecting, and moving in the cold creek water. Before long, he felt his waist starting to ache. He did not stop. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Soon, a small pile of stones of various shapes, all meeting his requirements, stacked up by the shore. Next, it was time for clay. He remembered that at the bend of the creek, there was a river bank washed out, and the soil there was different. He walked over, and sure enough, when he peeled away the surface of the humus, there was a gray-blue layer of clay underneath. He dug a chunk with his hands. The clay was wet and cold, with a delicate texture and plenty of stickiness, easily shaped in his hands. Perfect. This was exactly the natural cement he needed. He began to use the grass basket he made to carry stones and clay to the shelter, one basket at a time. Looking at the mountain of materials piled beside the shelter, he felt very secure. The heated bed would definitely be built today. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast room of the Tongyun Mountain Cup, the studio lights were bright. The host, Xiao, with a ponytail, changed into a sharp yellow suit today. Beside her on the guest seat sat Hui, with dark skin and a calm expression. At 8 o'clock sharp, the live broadcast began on time. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the third day of the Tongyun Mountain Cup Wilderness Survival Competition. I am the host, Xiao. Hui also nodded at the camera. I am Hui. Xiao smiled and said, Mr. Hu, you weren't here yesterday, and the audience missed you. Hui's expression did not change much. Even though I wasn't here yesterday, I kept following the competition. After a brief chat, Xiao turned to the big screen behind her, and her expression became serious. Alright, as per the rules, let's first take a look at the latest competition data. As of 8 o'clock this morning, only 76 contestants are still holding on in the Tongyun Mountains. As soon as she finished speaking, the barrage in the live room flooded in. Wow, that's so harsh? Almost 2/3 eliminated in 2 days. Last night's rain was crucial, it must have discouraged many. The contestant I liked the most was eliminated, the shelter leaked, got a fever, and couldn't sleep all night. So cruel, this is the real wilderness. Xiao looked at the scrolling barrage and nodded. Indeed, this is the cruelty of the wilderness. Chapter 25, the top dark horse of this competition. She turned to Hui. Mr. Hu, you are an expert in this area. Among the remaining 76 contestants, who do you think stands out from your professional perspective? Hui cleared his throat and leaned slightly forward. In front of him lay a tablet computer. Last night, I reviewed the tapes of several key players. The competition has just begun, and the variables are still large. But there are a few people who have indeed shown strong strength and resilience, what we often call champion potential. Little Mo immediately responded. Oh? Can you analyze it for us in detail? Hui nodded. In my opinion, there are currently 5 people performing in the first tier. If they can maintain this state and do not suffer any unexpected injuries, the possibility of winning the championship is very high. The director wisely switched the main screen to a frame showing 5 blurred silhouettes. Hui said, the first one is player number 167, Su Yang. Immediately, Su Yang's profile card popped up on the screen. Su Yang, 28 years old, retired Special Forces member. The accompanying image shows Su Yang's defined face and solid muscles. At the same time, a split screen began playing footage of his competition. He was setting up a complex lasso trap. Hui commented. His overall ability is the strongest among all the players, no exception. Whether it's reconnaissance, building, trap making, or foraging in the wild, he has no shortcomings. The semi-buried shelter he built last night was very professional, perfectly coping with the heavy rain. He now has plenty of food, sleeps well, and is in top shape. The barrage of comments echoed in agreement. Su God is so fierce, the championship is booked. This is the king of the wild. Hui continued, the second one is player number 3, Chen Jing. The screen switched. Chen Jing, 31 years old, outdoor broadcaster. The woman on the screen looks vibrant, carefully digging up the roots of a plant. Her advantage is knowledge. Hui said. Her understanding of the plants in the Tongyun Mountains may even surpass that of our show's consultants. She has already found 3 types of edible tubers and 2 types of medicinal herbs for treating injuries and preventing infections. In the wild, food and health are everything, she is very stable. The barrage started to flow. I choose Chen Jing, steady as a mountain. Knowledge is power. Next, Hui quickly commented on 2 more people. One was player number 8, a geologist who excelled at finding water sources and minerals, even making his own simple salt. The other was player number 22, an experienced farmer who had successfully caught several mice. Each of these 4 individuals performed exceptionally well. The barrage filled with 666, there are so many greats this year. So, teacher who? Little Mo looked at the list. Who is the 5th person you mentioned? Hui paused. This brief pause piqued the interest of all the viewers. Hui looked at the camera and slowly began to speak. This 5th person is player number 66. Wang Hao. On the big screen, the director quickly switched to Wang Hao's profile card. Wang Hao, 18 years old, freshman. The photo of Wang Hao shows a handsome young man, completely different in style from the previous hardcore players. Hui's expression was very serious. I know that many people will find this choice surprising, including myself, he said frankly. To be honest, on the first day of the competition, I misjudged him. I thought he was just a college student here to experience life. I even said he might drop out after the first night. But I was wrong. The split screen started playing highlights of Wang Hao. Hui's voice echoed again. Player number 66 has shown an unexpected level of hands-on ability. He doesn't have the overall qualities as strong as Su Yang, but everything he does is very solid and well executed. Hui took a deep breath. But that is not the reason I believe in him the most. The most important thing is his mentality. The screen froze on Wang Hao's satisfied expression while drinking soup. On a stormy night in the wild, a person can remain so calm while enjoying a hot meal. This calmness and steadiness are the most valuable and rare qualities in wilderness survival. Therefore, I consider him the top dark horse of this competition. As long as he doesn't make a big mistake, he has the potential to go all the way. Hui's voice fell. The barrage paused for a second, then exploded at 10 times the speed. Ah, what a contrast. The one up front, retired Special Forces soldier. In the middle, outdoor streamer, geologist, farmer. At the end, freshman, drinking soup. I'm really speechless, what a sudden change in style. I glanced at contestant 66 yesterday, he really is impressive. That fishing basket of his is amazing, even my dad, a fishing guy, said it's awesome. Quick! Director! Switch the camera to contestant 66. I want to see the college student. I want to see the dark horse. Xiao Mo eased the atmosphere. Thanks to Teacher Hu for his wonderful commentary. To list a freshman alongside several professionals as one of the top 5 picks is truly our boldest prediction since the show started. Her smile was very professional. Okay, then today's live broadcast officially begins. The screen started to switch randomly. Soon, Wang Hao appeared on the main screen. Wang Hao was squatting in a freshly dug pit. Half of his body was in the pit, and he was huffing and puffing, digging mud. His body and face were covered in grayish-blue clay. He looked dirty. It seemed like he was mixing clay with water and some dry grass. The barrage instantly refreshed. This is my first time watching a live stream, is this the dark horse teacher who just mentioned? What am I expecting, he's playing with mud. God Su just made 3 lassos, and this dark horse is playing with mud. Xiao Mo looked at Hui with some confusion. Teacher Hu, can you tell what contestant 66 is doing? Is he mixing cement? Hui frowned as well. He stared closely at the screen. Wang Hao's movements were very rhythmic. His technique of mixing was quite skilled, and it seemed he controlled the ratio of hay and clay accurately. But what exactly was he trying to do? Hui couldn't understand either. He reviewed the footage yesterday and only saw Wang Hao weaving, starting fires, and building shelters. This mixing of mud was a new project. Hui pondered for a moment. This time he had learned to refrain from jumping to conclusions. I can't tell for now either. But look at those stones piled up next to him. Hui pointed to a corner of the screen. Those stones have all been screened, and their shapes are very regular. And there's so much clay. He must be preparing for quite a project. Let's keep watching. Hui gave a cautious answer. Xiao Mo nodded. Okay, then let's switch the camera to other contestants. Everyone can see that contestant Wang Feifei has already started. The live broadcast screen began to rotate. On Su Yang's side, the traps were already set, and he was looking for a new water source. On Chen Jing's side, she had found several thick kudzu roots and was reaping rewards. Wang Hao was completely unaware of the outside comments. All his attention was on the project in front of him. The first step, a moisture-proof foundation. The pit he was digging was not for mixing mud, it was the foundation for the fire kong. He first laid a thick layer of small stones at the bottom of the pit. These stones were of various sizes and laid very tightly together. This was to block the moisture coming up from underground. Moisture was the enemy of the flue, which would prevent the fire kong from lighting or cause thick smoke to fill the house. After laying the stones, he started to mix the clay with hay and stones to build the main structure of the fire kong. This process was slow. He needed to stack the stones one by one and fill the gaps with clay. The clay was cold and gritty, making his palms redden from rubbing. He worked very intently. Sweat dripped from his forehead, falling into the clay. He casually wiped his face, resulting in a messy face. His nose itched, but he couldn't care less. It was time to build the furnace. This was the heart of the fire Kong, and it had to be solid while leaving air intake and firewood openings. He chose the largest and thickest slate pieces for the construction. Then came the flue. This is the core part of the entire project. He did not use a straight smoke duct. In the limited space, he built a winding S-shaped structure with stones and clay. This structure is very complex, requiring high precision in the angles of the stones and the sealing of the clay. He did it effortlessly. Every stone was placed perfectly, every bit of clay sealed the gaps just right. He didn't even need to think. His body automatically made the best choices. Time passed second by second. Before long, it was noon. The sun had risen to the top. The sunlight was baking his back, hot and intense. Wang Hao's project was also nearing completion. The camera in the main live stream switched back to Wang Hao. At this point, a rectangular mud platform made of stone and clay appeared beside the shelter. One end of the platform connected to a furnace, while the other end extended into a tall chimney made of stone. Xiao Mo looked at this strange creation. What is this? A big stove? It doesn't quite look like that. The comments were filled with question marks. What is this thing? It's so ugly, all made of mud. Why do I feel like it's a grave mound? Just then, a comment floated by. This looks like a Kong? What's a Kong? I'm from the Northeast. This is definitely a heated Kong. The kind you sleep on in the countryside, with fire underneath. What the hell? A Kong? Is it real? Is he really building a heated Kong in the wilderness? So he's a comfort seeker. I'm impressed, this guy is really here to enjoy life. Doubts quickly followed. This thing has a high technical difficulty. Yeah, I'm from the Northeast too, only skilled masters can build a Kong. If it's not done right, the smoke will backdraft into the house and suffocate people. I think his smoke duct is built all wrong. Right, smoke ducts aren't supposed to be this winding? Regular Kangs are straight, what's with his S-shape? The fire can't even go through. This college student is obviously daydreaming, he probably saw some videos online and came to mess around. Waiting for failure. +1, waiting for the shelter to turn into a smokehouse. Xiao Mo also saw the debate in the comments. She turned to Hui. Teacher Hu, some friends from the Northeast recognized it, this seems to be a heated Kong. But everyone generally doesn't think it will work, they say his smoke duct design is wrong. What do you think? Hui did not frown this time. He kept staring at the screen, his eyes shimmering with amazement, even a hint of excitement. He watched very closely. Until Wang Hao placed the last stone and began sealing the top with clay. Hui slowly opened his mouth. Yes, they are right. This Kong is completely different in structure from the heated Kangs commonly seen in modern rural areas. Comments immediately flooded in. See, even the expert says it's no good. It really is messing around. Hui did not pause, but changed his tone. But. His voice rose a bit. If in a wilderness environment. If all the materials are only stones, clay, and limited firewood. Then, the Kong built by contestant 66 is the most correct, the most professional design. Xiao Mo was stunned. Why? The comments also stopped, filled with question marks. Hui's breathing was a bit rushed, as if he was looking at a work of art. Everyone think about a question. What do modern Kangs burn with? With coal. Or with a lot of constant firewood. Their characteristics are stable heat, long burning time, so they require straight smoke ducts for high smoke discharge efficiency. But in the wilderness, what he can collect is mostly fast-burning softwood. What are the characteristics of burning softwood? High flame temperature, but very short burning time. Heat quickly escapes through the chimney. If he uses the traditional way to build a straight smoke duct, even if he burns firewood all day, that platform would only be lukewarm. This is completely meaningless, it's a pure waste of effort. Xiao Mo seemed to understand a bit. So, is his S-shaped flue? Hui nodded heavily. He is forcibly extending the time that flames and hot smoke stay in the furnace. Let these stones and clay have enough time to absorb those fleeting high-temperature heat. This is the essence of the wilderness firebed design. Sacrificing flue efficiency in exchange for maximum heat absorption rate. The more Hui spoke, the more excited he became. And his moisture-proof foundation, his furnace structure, his chimney height. Every detail perfectly serves the two cores of wilderness and firewood. This is too professional. This is not something you can learn by watching videos, this is textbook-level wilderness thermal architecture. Hui finally made a summary. To be honest, even if I were to do it myself, without the blueprints, I might not do better than him. Chapter 27, Pay attention to hygiene and take a bath. Hui's words were finished. But many people in the comments did not agree with his viewpoint. What a joke. You, an expert, were stumped by a college student? Textbook? I am from the Northeast, I sleep on a heated bed, and his S-shaped flue is just nonsense. Right. The fire can't even pass through, it's purely a waste of time. Professor who really missed it this time, he's been fooled badly. But another wave of comments immediately rebutted. Do you understand what the above people are saying? Professor who is talking about wilderness fire beds. The key is firewood. Burning firewood and burning coal are not the same. I'm not from the Northeast, but I find Professor whose analysis very reasonable. Heat absorption rate. That's the key. Waiting to see those who said it wouldn't work get slapped in the face. The two sides were quarreling fiercely. Xiao Mo quickly came out to mediate. It seems everyone has a lot of controversy about Player 60's CXS firebed design. She smiled and looked at the director. Director, why don't we open a voting room for a live stream? It's very simple, just two options. A. Player 60's CXS firebed will succeed. B. Player 60's CXS firebed will fail, it's purely nonsense. The voting link quickly appeared on the screen. The audience immediately started clicking. The data rolled by quickly. A few minutes later, the results stabilized. Xiao Mo looked at the data and read it out. Wow. Option B, those who think player Wang Hao will fail, has 12,000 votes. Option A, those who believe he will succeed, has 7,000 votes. It seems that most viewers are still not optimistic about this S-shaped flue. Hui remained unfazed. He just calmly looked at the screen. In the camera. Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. He fixed the last stone securely. Then, with clay, he carefully smoothed all the gaps at the top of the firebed. This rectangular earthen platform was finally completed. Wang Hao stood up, patted his sore waist. He circled around this work. Very satisfied. This firebed was sturdier than he imagined. The only problem was that it was too wet now, the clay hadn't dried. If he lit a fire now, the steam would crack the furnace and flue. He must wait for it to dry and set. Wang Hao looked up at the sun in the sky. The sunlight was abundant. It should not take too long. In the live stream, Xiao Mo also asked this question. Teacher Hu, it seems player Wang Hao is finished. Is he going to wait for it to dry? Hui nodded. Yes. This is an adobe structure, it must wait for the moisture to evaporate and stabilize the structure before use. With this weather and this sun. Hui glanced at the time. At most 5 hours. In 5 hours, we will know whether it is a success or a failure. Hui curled his lips, even though he looked calm on the outside, he was somewhat displeased inside. Am I the expert or are you all experts? A bunch of keyboard warriors even doubt my judgment. On Wang Hao's side. After finishing the physical work, he finally felt hungry. His stomach growled. The wild pears he ate that morning had already digested. He walked to the shelter and took a few more wild pears from the straw basket. He was covered in mud now. His hands were too. He didn't mind it anymore. Grabbed a pear, casually wiped it on his clothes, and started to gnaw. The pear was very sour, with a bit of bitterness, but it was full of juice. The cool juice flowed down his throat. He ate 3 in a row before feeling a little better in his stomach. Carbs, I want carbs. Wang Hao was screaming in his heart. Of course, before looking for food, there was one thing to do. Wang Hao looked down at himself. His body was covered in dried mud and clay. And the sticky feeling left after sweat dried was awful. He could smell the sour odor coming from his body. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He had to take a shower. He glanced at the drone floating not far away. Wang Hao walked in front of the camera, raised his hand, and made a gesture for privacy. The red light in front of the drone camera blinked twice. Then, the camera slowly rose and turned to another direction. Very good. Wang Hao lowered his hand. He walked over to last night's campfire and grabbed a big handful of cold ash. This was the best natural soap, excellent for removing grease. Holding the ash, he walked to the stream. He found a big rock he had his eye on yesterday. This rock was high enough to block the view of the shelter. Soon, Wang Hao finished his shower, and looking at his reflection, he returned to being that clean and handsome young man. He even washed his clothes and pants. After finishing everything, he covered his key parts, barefoot, and quickly ran back to the shelter, stepping on the dried branches and fallen leaves. After half an hour drying his clothes and pants, he finally stepped out of the room again. He felt completely refreshed. All right. The heated bed is ready, and I took a shower. It's time to find some proper food. Wang Hao strapped on his homemade backpack and prepared to set out. He was going to look for yam. Before coming here, he had checked the information online. In the Tongyun mountain range, there was a type of wild yam, with triangular vines, very easy to identify. It was an excellent source of carbohydrates. He had just prepared to head up the mountain. Hey, kid! A voice called from the other side of the stream. Wang Hao turned his head. He saw a man wearing black-framed glasses standing in the water. Wang Hao recognized him. This was Zhou Kai, who taught him to fish yesterday. You slept well yesterday, huh? Zhou Kai's gaze passed over Wang Hao and fell on the brand new shelter. His eyes were full of envy. As Zhou Kai walked closer, he said, I slept in a broken cave last night, it was cold and damp. At that time, I was thinking how great it would be to stay in your house. He got closer. Suddenly, Zhou Kai stopped in his tracks. He carefully examined Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. What's wrong? Zhou Kai's eyes widened. He pointed at Wang Hao's face with his hand. You? How come you're so clean? Zhou Kai's voice had changed. Wang Hao's face was clean, his hair was short but very neat, obviously just washed. The clothes he wore were dry, although there was a bit of smoke smell, they absolutely didn't have mud or sweat odor. Zhou Kai looked down at himself again. He was covered in mud spots. The cuffs of his pants were still wet. His hair stuck to his forehead, dirty and messy. He could even smell his own sweat and fishy scent. A wave of inferiority suddenly surged up. Zhou Kai subconsciously took a step back. Damn! You kid, look like you just participated in a competition today. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. I just took a bath in the stream. And baked my clothes dry. Zhou Kai opened his mouth. A shower? Baked clothes dry? And he had such a perfect house. This kid was truly living extravagantly. Chapter 28, Digging Up Yam. Impressive. Zhou Kai said sincerely. I feel like you're not here for wilderness survival, you're here for camping. Zhou Kai asked. Want to fish together? I only taught you some theory yesterday, today I can take you to practice. Wang Hao shook his head. "'Kay brother, thanks for your kindness, but today I want to eat some staple food. I was just about to go up the mountain to look for some mountain yam or something like that. Oh. Zhou Kai reacted. Then you should go quickly, I won't delay you. Wang Hao replied with a sound and turned to leave. Zhou Kai watched Wang Hao's back. Wang Hao's steps were light and his condition was great. Looking at himself again, he was tired, hungry, and dirty. Suddenly, Zhou Kai had an idea. He looked at Wang Hao and then at his own hands. I really don't want to sleep in the cave tonight. If I catch a few more fish, I can trade them to sleep in his house. I wonder if he would agree. Zhou Kai thought this idea was feasible. This kid didn't seem hard to talk to. Alright, it's settled. This afternoon, I will catch 10 fish. Zhou Kai made up his mind and walked back into the creek. He felt full of motivation. On the other side, Wang Hao entered the forest. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of wet soil and leaves after rain. As he walked, he carefully observed the surrounding bushes. He was looking for those triangular vines. Not this one. Not this one either. He walked for about 10 minutes. Found it. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Next to an old tree, he saw a familiar vine. This is it. He ran over excitedly. However, when he got closer and crouched down, his heart sank. The ground under the vine had very obvious signs of being disturbed. A small pit was left there. Someone has dug here. Wang Hao frowned. He stood up and continued walking. Not far ahead, he discovered another spot. Again, it had been dug. Looks like I'm not the only one looking for mountain yam. Wang Hao felt a bit of urgency in his heart. He quickened his pace. In the next half hour, he found 5 or 6 mountain yam vines one after another. All of them, without exception, were leftovers from others. Resources are limited. Wang Hao stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Everyone is looking for food. I must hurry and store enough food too. He took a deep breath. He decided to go deeper, to a more remote place. Those easy paths must have been raided. He squeezed into a dense thicket. Branches brushed against his clothes, making rustling sounds. The path here was hard to walk on, with wet moss and fallen leaves everywhere. But he didn't care. The harder it was to walk, the fewer people came. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a crevice in the rocks. There, a small cluster of vines grew tenaciously. Triangular leaves. It was mountain yam. Wang Hao rushed over. He squatted by the rocks to check it closely. The ground here was very flat. There were no signs of being disturbed. Great! Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly. He immediately pulled out the knife from his waist. He carefully began to dig down along the roots of the vine. The soil here mixed with a lot of small stones. It was very hard to dig. The knife tip hit a stone, making a clinking sound. Wang Hao worked hard. His freshly washed hands quickly got covered in mud again. Finally, his knife tip hit something hard. It wasn't a stone. It had a somewhat elastic feel. Got it. Wang Hao dropped the knife and directly used his hands to dig. He cleared the dirt away. A small section of root appeared before his eyes. He carefully removed the dirt around the root. Then, he pulled with all his might. A mountain yam was pulled out from the ground. Wang Hao held up his prize. Then he froze. This mountain yam. So small. Really, so small. About as long as his thumb. And so thin. He dug for almost 20 minutes and got this tiny thing. Wang Hao looked at the little thing covered in dirt in his hand. He suddenly chuckled. Then, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He joyfully held up the small mountain yam towards the sky. I found it. I have mountain yam. He wasn't acting. He was genuinely happy. This was something he found by himself. The first portion of carbohydrates. The sense of satisfaction from this harvest is immense. The drone faithfully recorded this scene. The camera zoomed in. A clean boy, with dirt all over his hands, held up a wild yam the size of his thumb, laughing like a child. This scene was switched to the main live broadcast room. The audience in front of the screen was stunned. After digging for half a day, just this? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. I thought he dug up some treasure. This mentality, incredible. If someone else had dug up such a small one, they probably would have cursed. That Wang Hao was still over there laughing. I declare Wang Hao the mentality champion of this competition. Wang Hao tossed the small yam into his backpack and continued searching. Maybe this yam brought him good luck. His search went much smoother from here on. Wang Hao discovered that as long as he dug into those remote areas covered with bushes and rocks, he would always find something. Another spot. He pushed aside a thicket of thorns and saw a cluster of vines. He quickly crouched down and started digging. This time, he dug for over 10 minutes. The yam he uncovered made him overjoyed. This one is big. This yam was as long as his forearm. Although it wasn't very thick, it was enough for a full meal. He carefully placed the yam into his backpack. He continued searching. The third one. The fourth one. In less than an hour or two, Wang Hao's backpack was full. He roughly estimated. These yams would be enough for him to eat for 3 or 4 days. This made him feel incredibly secure. It's time to go back. He shouldered the heavy backpack. The sense of fulfillment made him forget his fatigue. On the way back, he walked very easily. Passing by a few wild pear trees, he stopped again. He looked up at the pears on the tree. To be honest, he was a bit tired of eating them. They were sour and astringent and didn't fill him up. But he still climbed up. He picked a dozen pears and stuffed them into the gaps in his backpack. I'll eat them as fruit. He thought to himself. Having some is better than having none. He jumped down from the tree and hadn't walked 2 steps when his gaze was drawn to some purple vines climbing on the rocks. Oh, what is this? Wang Hao walked over and tugged at a vine. He remembered that the day before yesterday, a guy named Sun Shi mentioned swapping pears with the slingshot skill. He had said that there were a few types of vines in the mountains whose inner cores had great elasticity when peeled. They could be used to make rubber bands. One of them was this purple vine. Chapter 29, Playing with the Slingshot. Wang Hao drew out his knife and cut off a segment. He used the knife to peel the purple outer skin. Inside revealed a white, tough inner core. He tugged at it with his hands. Buzz! The vine emitted a slight tremor. The elasticity was indeed good. Wang Hao's interest was piqued. He had long wanted to make a slingshot. Now, he finally had the rubber band. Let's make one to play with. He began searching in the nearby thicket. He quickly found a Y-shaped tree fork. He used his knife to smooth the tree fork for better grip. Then, he cut the purple vine core to an appropriate length and securely tied it to both ends of the Y-shaped tree fork. This was very simple for him. A very basic and primitive slingshot was thus made. Wang Hao picked up a small stone from the ground. He placed the stone in the middle of the vine and pulled it back. Whoosh! The stone flew out and hit a tree trunk about 5 or 6 meters away. Crack! The sound was crisp. Hey, this is fun. Wang Hao's playful spirit was ignited. He picked up a few more stones. Whoosh! He missed. Whoosh! He shot too high. Whoosh! He shot too low. His accuracy was ridiculously off. While heading back, he practiced. He was having a great time. The hit rate is too low. Should I add a point? Wang Hao glanced at the system, and he still had plenty of emotional points. Upgrade. He silently thought to himself. In an instant, 1110 emotional points disappeared. His slingshot skill jumped straight to LV4. A rush of vast information surged into his mind. About how to stand. How to breathe. How to estimate the trajectory. How to adjust the angle according to wind speed. Wang Hao stopped in his tracks. He picked up a stone from the ground again. This time, his hand holding the slingshot felt completely different. Incredibly steady. He looked at a leaf about 20 meters ahead. He pulled back the slingshot. Aimed. Released. The whole action was seamless. Whoosh! The stone flew out with a sharp sound. In the next second, the leaf was precisely pierced through by a small hole. Wang Hao nodded. He immediately picked up another stone. Aimed at another leaf nearby. Whoosh! It hit again. Ha ha ha! Wang Hao was excited. He felt like he had become a sharpshooter. Wherever he pointed, he hit. While Wang Hao was lost in the fun of the slingshot. Nearby, contestant number 167, Su Yan, was half-squatting in front of a dirt slope. His expression, like his buzz cut, was resolute and calm. In front of him, there were 2 dark holes. Those were the burrows of field mice. Su Yang held a torch in his hand. The torch was made of straw and pine resin. He brought the torch close to a pile of dry leaves. Whoosh! The flames surged up. Su Yang divided the burning leaves into 2 piles and stuffed them into the 2 holes. Then, he used wet mud to block most of one hole, leaving only a very small gap for oxygen. Boom! Thick smoke was sucked into the other hole by the wind. Su Yang said nothing, just stared intensely at the hole he had mostly blocked. He was waiting. In the main live room, the screen switched to Su Yang's place. The bullet comments immediately became lively. What is God Su doing? Wow, this is smoking out the mice. Awesome. This move is professional. Oh my god, is he going to eat the mice? So disgusting. Students upstairs, roll away. In the wild, having protein is good enough, no need to be picky. Exactly, the field mice in the wild are very clean, crispy, and taste like chicken. God Su is just amazing. Others are still looking for carbs, while he has already started on protein. No wonder he is a championship candidate. All of Su Yang's attention was on that hole. He could smell a hint of burnt flavor in the smoke. Suddenly, squeak! A black shadow suddenly darted out from the gap of the blocked hole. The speed was astonishing. But Su Yan was already prepared. As soon as the field mouse hit the ground, it stepped right into a small grass trap Su Yang had set up. It was instantly lifted up. However, almost at the same moment, squeak! A second black shadow followed closely behind and also jumped out. This one was luckier, it didn't hit the trap. The moment it landed, it frantically dashed toward the nearby bushes. Su Yang's reflexes were lightning fast. He didn't even look at the field mouse that was hung up. He snatched a stick beside him, and his whole body sprang out like a cheetah. He started chasing the second mouse. The comments were shocked. Wow! 2 of them. It ran away. It ran away. That mouse is so fast. Can God Su catch up? This dynamic vision, this explosive power, too terrifying. On the other side, Wang Hao was holding the slingshot, walking and shooting stones at wildflowers by the roadside. Crack! A small yellow flower was knocked off. Crack! A red leaf was pierced through. He was having a blast. Suddenly, rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A hurried sound came from the bushes in front of him on the left. Wang Hao's steps stopped immediately. The slingshot in his hand tightened instantly. He became alert all over. What movement? He could tell this was not the sound of wind blowing through leaves. Something was moving quickly. And it was coming towards him. Rustle, rustle. The sound grew closer. Wang Hao's eyes fixed on the shaking bushes. He even took a half step back, ready to climb a tree at any moment. Squeak! A small black shadow suddenly darted out from the bushes. Wang Hao saw clearly. It was a field mouse the size of a palm. It ran incredibly fast. Wang Hao just breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a mouse. Immediately after. Crash! The bushes were pushed aside more violently. A person also drilled out with it. This person was very tall. With a well-proportioned body and a buzz cut, his face was determined. It was Su Yang. Su Yang held a wooden stick in his hand. As he emerged, he locked onto the fleeing field mouse. Hey! He shouted loudly and quickened his pace to chase it down. The stick was raised high, aimed at the mouse's retreating figure. Bang! He missed entirely. The mouse's S-shaped movements were incredibly agile. It dodged the blow and continued to run forward. Su Yang's face darkened. He would not give up the chase. Bang! Another strike. Still a miss. The mouse was getting farther away, almost about to burrow into another dense thicket. Su Yang stopped in his tracks. He stood still, his chest rising and falling heavily. Damn! He mumbled under his breath. He knew he couldn't catch up. Chasing further would only waste his energy. With a helpless shake of his head, Su Yang prepared to give up. Just as he lifted his head, he noticed a figure not far away. A boy was standing there, carrying a basket on his back and holding a Y-shaped branch. Wang Hao was also looking at him. In the live stream, the two appeared simultaneously in the frame. Chapter 30, Hitting the Field Mouse. Protein acquired. On one side was Su Yang, panting and full of helplessness. On the other side was Wang Hao, looking refreshed and curious. The comments were flying by. What the hell? Did Su God fail to catch the mouse? That mouse is too fast. Can't hit it at all. What a pity, so close. Hey! Who's that person next to him? Number 66. It's number 66, Wang Hao. Ha! The two surprise contestants handpicked by Huiqing meet. At that moment, Wang Hao spoke up. His voice was clear and crisp. Hey there, brother. Su Yang looked up at him, saying nothing. Are you still chasing that mouse? Wang Hao pointed at the field mouse that was almost out of sight. Su Yang furrowed his brow. He didn't understand what this boy wanted. Not chasing anymore. It's not worth the energy. He answered succinctly. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Can I have it then? What? Su Yang thought he misheard. Wang Hao shook the slingshot in his hand. I mean, can I catch that mouse? Su Yang found it a bit amusing. I couldn't catch up with it holding a stick. You, a young lad, think you can catch it with a broken slingshot? The livestream comments echoed Su Yang's thoughts. Put. Did I hear that wrong? What nonsense is Wang Hao talking? Su God has given up, and he's going after it? What's he going to use to catch it? That little branch? Young man, confidence is great, but don't be arrogant. Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't want to waste time with this strange boy. All right then. If you can catch it, it's yours. Thanks, brother. Wang Hao smiled happily. Su Yang crossed his arms and stood still, watching like it was a show. At this moment, the field mouse had already run over 20 meters. It paused for a moment, seemingly confirming safety. It was about to burrow into the last thicket of bushes. Wang Hao moved. He raised his hand and pulled back the slingshot. The movement was so fast it was hard to catch. First shot. Whoosh! A stone whistled through the air in a straight line. Su Yang's eyes widened. He saw it clearly. The stone didn't hit the mouse. Instead, it precisely struck the ground about half a meter ahead of the mouse's path. Bang! Soil and grass clippings flew up. The sudden attack startled the field mouse. It abruptly halted. Instinctively, it turned and fled in the opposite direction. The distance to Wang Hao shortened a little. 15 meters. 10 meters. Wang Hao's hand moved quickly like a shadow. He reloaded again. Pulled back the slingshot. Aimed. The mouse was still zigzagging. But Wang Hao had entirely predicted all its movements. Second shot. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Right in the mouse's head. That field mouse was like it had been hit by a speeding truck. It rolled twice in the air and landed heavily on the ground. Its body twitched violently twice. Then, it lay still. Maybe it was unconscious, maybe it was dead. In the forest, there was silence. Su Yang still maintained his crossed arms. But the expression on his face had completely frozen. Live streaming room. The bullet comments have also disappeared. Everyone was stunned by these two clean and sharp shots. Wang Hao put down the slingshot, turned his head, and looked at Su Yang with a brilliant smile. Big brother, thanks. I accept this protein. Su Yang's expression was frozen on his face. He watched helplessly as Wang Hao walked over. Bending down. Picking up the field mouse that was completely motionless. Wang Hao held the mouse by its tail. He frowned. This thing was furry and still warm. He felt a bit uneasy inside. He had grown up, and let alone eating a mouse, he had never even touched one. The sticky feeling traveled from the tail. It was a bit disgusting. But then he looked at the field mouse. It was very fat. This was protein. This was meat. This was meat. He overcame that little discomfort in his heart. Tonight I'll eat you. He muttered to himself and tossed the field mouse into the backpack. After finishing all this, he turned around. Su Yang was still standing there. The look of disbelief on his face had not completely faded away. In the live streaming room, the bullet comments had gone crazy. Like a flash flood, they instantly drowned the entire screen. F***K. What the hell did I just see? What happened? That mouse is dead? 2 hits. Just 2 hits. No. Strictly speaking, it was just 1 hit. The second hit was the finishing blow. What was that first hit? Position prediction? He knocked the mouse back? This isn't luck. This is definitely not luck. Can luck pull off a scare tactic? Can luck perform an S-shaped dodge? Predict. Headshot? My god, my scalp is tingling. Sushin chased behind with a stick, exhausted like a dog, couldn't even hit a fart. Wang Hao stood still, didn't move at all. 2 seconds, battle over. The contrast is too intense. I'm stunned, I'm really stunned. Hui was right. This is definitely a dark horse. How many surprises does he still have up his sleeve? At first, I thought he was just a weaving master. Later I thought he was just an architecture master. Now you tell me, he's also a sharpshooter? This slingshot is even more accurate than I am when shooting in games. So cool. Don't you think he looked incredibly handsome while drawing the bow just now? That calmness. That confidence. Love it. Love it. Su Yang was so dumbfounded. I declare, starting today, Wang Hao is my idol. A university student in finance? You call this finance department? In the mountains and forests. Su Yang finally moved. He had a serious face, step by step, walked up to Wang Hao. His gaze was very complicated. Shock, doubt, and a trace of vigilance. Su Yang. He spoke first, his voice a bit dry. Number 167. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Oh, hello. Wang Hao, number 66. Su Yang stared at him. What do you do? Bro, I'm a first-year student. No way, you're a university student? Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Su Yang's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. An athlete? Archery, or shooting? He could only guess in that direction. This understanding of ballistics must have come from professional training. Wang Hao smiled. No. I study finance. Su Yang's eyelids twitched twice. Finance? What finance? Is finance about this? Su Yang felt a slight shock to his worldview. Your slingshot. What's the story? Chapter 31, Touch the Crab. Wang Hao lifted the slingshot and shook it. This, huh? I've liked playing since I was young. My hometown is in the countryside, and I went up the mountain every day to hunt birds. After practicing a lot, I became accurate. Wang Hao said it very casually. But Su Yang was staring closely into his eyes. Practiced since childhood? Yeah. Wang Hao looked sincere. Su Yang nodded, accepting this explanation. All right. Your skills are very good. He sincerely praised. Wang Hao grinned. Bro, you're overpraising. Wang Hao looked at the sky. Then bro, I'll go first. Su Yang responded with a sound. Okay, goodbye. Wang Hao, carrying a whole basket of spoils, waved his hand and turned to leave. His steps were still so light. Su Yang stood alone in place. He watched Wang Hao's figure disappear into the bushes, and only after a long time did he walk back to his trap. I released the field mouse that had already been hanged. He picked up the mouse. Yet in his heart, there was no joy of achievement at all. Wang Hao. Number 66. Finance Department. He silently repeated these few words. This guy. Maybe he is actually my biggest opponent this time. Wang Hao hummed a little tune, stepping lightly. He quickly returned to his shelter. By the creek. Zhou Kai was still soaking in the water. He was bending down, very focused, searching for something between the stones. Hearing the footsteps, Zhou Kai straightened up. He saw Wang Hao. Back already, kid? Zhou Kai wiped the water off his face. So, did you catch anything? He casually asked. Wang Hao smiled and patted his bulging backpack. Not bad, good. Zhou Kai's gaze landed on Wang Hao's backpack. He saw the bag stuffed full of muddy yams. Zhou Kai gasped. So many yams? Your luck is really good. Wang Hao put the backpack into the wooden house. Just lucky, ran into them. He casually responded. He looked at the sky, it was still early, he thought. Only eating yams and roasted mice is a bit dry. I still need to make some soup. He picked up a spare small grass basket and walked back to the creek. Brother Kai, how about your haul? Zhou Kai, a bit embarrassed, raised his small fish basket. Well, okay, I guess. Caught 3 rice ears and 1 stick flower fish. Wang Hao glanced over and smiled. That's already pretty good. Wang Hao rolled up his pant legs and stepped into the water. You going to fish as well? Zhou Kai asked curiously. Wang Hao said as a matter of course. I want to catch a few fish for soup tonight. Hearing this, Zhou Kai suddenly felt lively again. Catch fish? He sized Wang Hao up and down. This kid just heard me talk about some theory yesterday. Does he even know what catching fish means? Does he think fish are like big cabbages in the water, easy to grab? He will definitely fail. When he tries for a long time with nothing to show for it and his confidence is crushed. I will then suggest using my fish in exchange for one night stay here. He will definitely agree. Maybe I can even get him to trade me yams for my fish. Zhou Kai thought his plan was brilliant. Wang Hao stood in the creek. The water came up to his calves, icy and refreshing. He didn't act immediately but observed for a while before walking over to a shallow area with more mud. He bent down, slowly extending both hands into the water. His hands stirred lightly in the mud. The water just became a little murky. Then, his hand suddenly plunged down. When he lifted it up. Splash! A grayish-black, slippery thing was caught in his hand. It was a loach. The loach was thrashing around in his hand. But Wang Hao's grip was like a vice, holding on tight. Wang Hao took a quick look, it was quite plump. He tossed it into the small grass basket on the shore. Zhou Kai stood frozen in place, his eyes wide like saucers. What is that? Just now that was. A loach? He caught a loach? This is impossible. Zhou Kai's first reaction was disbelief. The loach was the hardest to catch in this creek. So slippery. And it burrows in the mud, you can't see it at all. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He definitely just got lucky and accidentally hit a loach den. Zhou Kai desperately comforted himself in his heart. Wang Hao had no idea what he was thinking. Catching a loach made him feel good. He walked over to the other side. There were a few large stones resting on the bottom of the water. Wang Hao squatted down. He reached his hand into the crevice of the stones. His hand explored in the cold stone gap. Suddenly, his fingers touched a hard, fuzzy thing. That thing moved a little. Wang Hao skillfully pinched. He grasped its shell. He pulled his hand out of the water. A palm-sized river crab was caught in his hand. Its 2 large pincers waved futilely. Oh, and a crab. Wang Hao felt quite pleased. This will be good for making soup. He threw the crab into the grass basket. Zhou Kai's breath stopped. Crab? How could he even touch a crab? He's still feeling around with his hands. Doesn't his hand hurt? Doesn't he get pinched? This is still just a coincidence? Zhou Kai started to panic. He felt like things weren't going the way he had imagined. 3 times and that's it. Yeah, 3 times and that's it. He definitely won't catch a third one. At his side, his thoughts hadn't even finished yet. Wang Hao had already returned to the muddy land. He repeated the same trick. He put his hand down again. Then pulled it back up. Plop. Another lively loach jumped out. Bigger than the last one. Wang Hao casually tossed it into the grass basket again. Zhou Kai was completely stunned. He stood in the stream, feeling like the cold water was mocking him. He looked at Wang Hao's grass basket. Inside were 2 loaches and 1 crab. He looked at his own fish basket. 3 ears of wheat and 1 stick flour. Together, they didn't even weigh as much as one of Wang Hao's crabs. Something's not right. Zhou Kai finally reacted. What the hell, this guy isn't a beginner at all. This kid must have been pretending yesterday. Zhou Kai stood in the water, feeling his knees weaken. Kid. Zhou Kai's voice became a bit hoarse. Your skills, pretty good. You've hidden them well. His tone was a bit sour. A little sarcastic. Wang Hao noticed. He smiled and innocently blinked. Kai Ge, it's all thanks to you, right? Yesterday, you explained all the theory to me. I just followed what you said. Zhou Kai's face instantly turned red. I taught you well? Bullshit. He couldn't help but curse. Chapter 32, his mindset broke again. I can't even catch fish as fast as you. Look at you. Zhou Kai pointed at Wang Hao's grass basket. How many minutes has it been? 2 loaches, 1 crab. These are the hardest things to catch in the water. Now look at me. He raised his small fish basket. I've been feeling around for over 2 hours, and this is all I've caught. You call that teaching well? Tell me honestly, are you some kind of professional in a wild club? Did you start hanging out in clubs since middle school? Wang Hao quickly waved his hands. No. Kai Ge, you really misunderstood. I just have a strong ability to learn. After you taught me yesterday, I practiced in the stream for a long time before I reached this level. Really? Wang Hao's expression was as sincere as it could be. Main live room. When Wang Hao said this, the bullet screen went crazy with laughter. Put. Ha 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 ha. I believe you, sure. You practiced all night? I was in his live stream last night. I can prove it. He slept like a pig and did nothing. This guy is so good at pretending. Wang Hao, I practiced in my dreams last night. Zhou Kai is about to get tricked into a limp. So bad, Wang Hao, this guy is so bad. Zhou Kai, damn it, why is he so sincere even when lying? By the stream. Zhou Kai looked at Wang Hao, unsure. You really practiced all night? Yeah. But wasn't it raining last night? Wang Hao nodded, with no redness in his face, no heartbeat skipping. Yeah, even if it rained, it didn't extinguish my passion for practicing. Otherwise, how could I have progressed so quickly? It's all the result of hard practice. Zhou Kai's expression went from shock to confusion. Then it turned into a bit of admiration. Hard practice. He accepted this explanation. In this world, there are always geniuses. Some people, you teach them a little, and they can deduce everything. Damn it. Zhou Kai cursed in his heart. This kid is a fish-catching genius. He had originally planned to trade fish for a place to live. Now, it's ruined. The kid catches fish faster than him. His little fish weren't worth anything now. This deal was completely ruined. All right. Zhou Kai sighed. You're good. He didn't want to make a fool of himself anymore. Then you continue? Kai Ge, aren't you going to catch anymore? I'm not catching anymore. Zhou Kai said with annoyance. With you next to me, I can't catch a single one. You've totally broken my mindset. Zhou Kai took a deep breath. He breathed in deeply again. Then he turned around. Splash, splash. He walked out of the water to the shore. He carried his little fish basket. He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Wang Hao watched him about to leave and quickly called out. Hey, brother Kai, you're leaving already? Will you come back tomorrow? Zhou Kai's footsteps paused. He turned his head, his expression filled with anger and sorrow. Not coming back. Not coming back tomorrow, and the day after that either. I never want to come here to waste time again in my life. Wang Hao sighed. I think chatting with you is quite nice. It's so boring in this wild and desolate place. Zhou Kai was almost furious to the point of spitting blood at his words. Boring? I'm not bored at all. Kid, let me tell you. Zhou Kai pointed at him, then at himself. If I hadn't met you. With these small fish, I could live happily. I catch one, and I would be happy half the day. But. As soon as I meet you, my mindset just breaks. You live in a wooden house, I sleep in a cave. You catch one loach every minute, and I catch a few small shrimp in hours. This comparison. Who can tolerate that? The more Joe Kai spoke, the more agitated he became. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Do you understand? You are that light. You are too dazzling. If I stay with you, I won't last 3 days. I will definitely quit the competition. Joe Kai shouted out in one breath. He felt a lot better. He didn't wait for Wang Hao to respond. Carrying his few pitiful little fish, he walked away without looking back. Only a lonely silhouette was left behind. Wang Hao stood in place, holding the recently caught crucian carp in his hand. He felt a bit helpless. I really didn't do it on purpose. In the main live broadcast room, as Joe Kai shouted, I could have endured the darkness. The bullet comments went completely crazy. Ha 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 ha. Wow. Iconic scene. Absolutely iconic. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Joe Kai, please stop shining. I was in the company and laughed like a pig. Ha ha, the survival-style Terminator. God Su, Special Forces, was shown up by him. Joe Kai, fisherman, was shown up fishing. Who's next? Aunt Chen? Wang Hao, Aunt Chen, watch me perform a 3-minute ginseng hunting. So tragic, Joe Kai is so tragic, I'm going to die laughing. After Joe Kai left, the creek quieted down again. Wang Hao stood still, shook his head, and then continued fishing. Soon, he caught another crucian carp. Wang Hao looked down at the spoils in his basket. 2 loaches, 1 crab, 1 crucian carp. Not bad. The soup for dinner should be enough. He walked ashore. The sky had begun to turn west. The sun's rays became gentle, no longer so dazzling. The temperature in the mountains also began to drop slowly. Wang Hao arrived at the clearing next to the shelter. He had to prepare the ingredients first. He pulled out the field mouse he had killed with his slingshot from the backpack. Wang Hao frowned. A faint smell of blood mixed with the earthiness specific to mice entered his nose. To be honest, it was a bit disgusting. But the hunger in his stomach quickly overwhelmed that discomfort. This is meat. It's protein. In the mountains, this is more precious than anything. He did psychological construction for himself. He drew out a knife and began to work. Peeling, opening the belly, removing the internal organs. At first, the slimy texture gave him goosebumps. The smell of the organs made him a bit nauseous. But he bore with it. And when he emptied the innards, leaving only a clean pink piece of mouse meat, he discovered. He seemed to not feel that disgust anymore. He even thought, this meat looks pretty firm. It should taste pretty good, right? Clearly, he had become desensitized. Next, he began to handle the fish, crab, and loaches. These were much simpler. Scales off, remove gills, clean. Soon, all the ingredients were cleaned up nicely. Chapter 33, Dinner is 1 dish, 1 soup, and dessert. He placed all the meat on a clean big leaf. Preparation work completed. Wang Hao clapped his hands. Start the fire. Not long after, a small cluster of yellow flames leaped up among a pile of dry kindling. He kept adding small, dry twigs. The fire soon burned steadily. The warm orange-red glow illuminated the shelter around him. He had just placed a few thick logs over the fire. Suddenly, a rustling sound of footsteps came from nearby. Who? Wang Hao? A familiar female voice rang out. The bushes were pushed aside. Zhang Wei and her cameraman brother appeared in front of Wang Hao. Oh, it's Sister Zhang Wei and the cameraman. Zhang Wei held a microphone, her face wearing a professional smile. But Wang Hao could tell that her smile was a bit forced. Both Zhang Wei and the cameraman brother had faces that couldn't hide their exhaustion. I am here for a routine interview. Zhang Wei perked up. She saw the roaring fire beside Wang Hao. Did you just start the fire? Yes. Wang Hao nodded, crouching down to continue tending to the fire. Getting ready to make dinner. Dinner? Zhang Wei and the cameraman brother exchanged a glance. Both of their stomachs growled at the same time. They had been running in the mountains all afternoon, and their energy was spent. Zhang Wei curiously asked, what are you planning to eat? Wang Hao pointed to the ingredients on a nearby leaf. I'm going to have a nice meal today. Zhang Wei looked in the direction he was pointing. I'm planning to use yam as the staple. Then, roast a field mouse. I'll also use these loaches, crabs, and crucian carp to make a few bamboo tube soups. And finally, Wang Hao pointed again to the shelter. Eat 2 pairs for dessert, to cleanse the palate. Zhang Wei was stunned. The hand holding the microphone stopped in midair. The cameraman brother was also stunned. He held a heavy camera, swallowing hard. What? You eat that well? The main live room's bullet comments exploded again. Roasted field mouse? Bamboo tube soup? And dessert? 1 dish, 1 soup, plus dessert? Is this wilderness survival? I'm dying of laughter. Every time it reaches 66, the vibe changes completely. Next door at 33, they are crying while gnawing on tree bark. This guy must be on vacation. Production team. I report. This person is cheating. Wang Hao didn't care what they were thinking. He had already begun to work. He found a few straight, fresh bamboo shoots nearby. Using a knife, he cut the bamboo into several sections. He kept the nodes and made a few natural bamboo tubes. He then cut the crushing carp into several pieces. Along with the loaches and crabs, he stuffed them into the bamboo tubes. Then he added a bit of salt. Wang Hao angled a few filled bamboo tubes next to the fire, letting them simmer slowly. Next, he peeled 2 sturdy bamboo skewers. One skewered the clean field mouse from head to tail. The other skewered the pieces of big yam. He placed the 2 skewers over the fire, starting to grill. The cameraman brother's lens was tightly focused on that field mouse. Under the scorching flames, the skin of the field mouse began to shrink, turning yellow. Oil was cooked out, dripping onto the fire. Sizzle. A soft sound. The flames leaped high for a moment. A rich, roasted meat aroma suddenly burst forth. Zhang Wei's saliva began to flow uncontrollably. The cameraman brother's Adam's apple rolled up and down. So fragrant. Really too fragrant. This aroma was on par with grilled lamb skewers. Wang Hao calmly turned the skewers. He took out the salt packet again, sprinkling a bit evenly on the field mouse. Sizzle. The fragrance became even stronger. The yam beside it began to turn golden brown. A unique sweet smell of carbohydrates mixed in. Even more deadly was the soups in the bamboo tubes. Gurgle gurgle. They began to bubble. An indescribable fresh flavor, mixed with the fragrance of bamboo, wafted out from the openings. Neat fragrance. Sweet fragrance. Fresh fragrance. The 3 flavors mixed together, tempting Zhang Wei and the cameraman brother beyond measure. They only had 2 cold, hard energy bars for lunch, just for the interview. They were already hungry. Now, the aroma hit them. Both felt their stomachs twist. Zhang Wei's stomach let out a growl. This time, the sound was louder. Her face turned a bit red, and she could only use the microphone to hide her embarrassment. Wang Hao. What is this? She wanted to say something, but she found her mind completely blank. She couldn't organize any professional interview words at all. She even thought about asking, Can I have a taste? Of course, out of professional ethics, that was something she couldn't say. The chat in the live stream kept flooding the screen. I just finished my takeout, but his dinner makes me hungry again. Is this an eating show? It must be an eating show. So fragrant. I can smell it through the screen. That field mouse looks so delicious. Golden and crispy. Overflowing with oil. And that bamboo tube soup. It must be so fresh. Zhang Wei, I don't want to interview anymore, I just want to eat. Camera brother, don't shake the camera. Get a close-up. Yes. Just that drop of oil. These 2 came to interview Wang Hao, they must be suffering. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Hao. He was deeply focused on flipping the skewers. His expression was serious, very satisfied. The firelight reflected on his face, making it look so calm. Zhang Wei remembered the other contestants she interviewed in the afternoon. She recalled contestant number 33. Hiding under a leaky shed, hugging her knees, crying and saying she missed her mom. She remembered contestant number 45. Running a low fever, curled up in a makeshift grass sleeping bag, surviving on wild fruits. Most people were fighting to survive. Only this 18-year-old boy in front of her. He was living. The field mouse on the fire had turned a tempting golden color, bursting with fragrance. The yam next to it was also roasted, its skin charred black. The soup was bubbling fiercely. The meal is ready. Wang Hao announced. He took down the bamboo skewers and bamboo tubes and placed them on a clean big stone. Too hot. He first picked up the roasted yam, weighed it in his hand, and blew on it. He broke open the charred shell. Inside was white, steaming, and sticky flesh. A pure, starchy sweetness came rushing at him. Wang Hao waited for it to cool a bit before taking a big bite. So delicious. The powdery, sticky texture, with a hint of sweetness. It tasted better than any baked sweet potato he had ever had. This was what carbohydrates should taste like. In just a few bites, he finished a piece of yam. Chapter 34, Continue to improve the quality of life. Instantly, his stomach felt settled. Then, his gaze turned to the roasted field mouse. This was the main dish of the day. He tore off a hind leg. The golden skin was still steaming. He blew on it and put it in his mouth. His teeth broke through that thin, crispy outer layer. Crunch! A soft sound followed. Then, the hot juice burst open in his mouth. The meat was fragrant and tender. It was completely different from any fishy or earthy taste he had imagined. Just a little bit of salt brought out the meat's freshness to the extreme. Wow! Wang Hao was shocked. Is the field mouse meat this delicious? He simply couldn't stop. A bite of yam, a bite of field mouse meat. The yam's powdery texture balanced out the greasiness of the roasted meat. The salty fragrance of the roasted meat highlighted the yam's sweetness. Wang Hao ate with grease all over his mouth. His eating appearance was too fragrant. Really too fragrant. Zhang Wei stood beside him, almost unable to hold the microphone steady. Her stomach was growling even louder. The camera brother's lens was locked tightly on Wang Hao's mouth. The live chat went crazy again. Damn! I'm breaking down. I'm really breaking down. I was working overtime, ordered a $9.90 pig trotter meal, and the hair on the pig trotter wasn't even shaved clean. I just wanted to watch survival in the wilderness and find some sense of superiority, and now you tell me Wang Hao was eating grilled meat in the wild. That golden skin. That tender white meat. I'm crying. I earn $3,000 a month, eat fast food every day, and I'm living worse than someone surviving in the wild. He eats so deliciously. I can't stand it anymore. This comparison. What kind of suffering is this? Wang Hao had no idea about this. After he had eaten quite a bit, he suddenly remembered the soup. He picked up a bamboo tube. The boiling hot soup, carrying the fresh scent of bamboo. He blew on it and carefully took a sip. Hiss! Wang Hao's eyes immediately lit up. So fresh. So fresh. The sweetness of the crucian carp, the richness of the loach, and that bit of overpowering river freshness from the crab. All the flavors perfectly blended together. This soup is incredible. Wang Hao took another big gulp. The hot soup slid down, and he sighed in comfort. Zhang Wei beside him was almost drooling with envy. She couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Hao. What does the field mouse meat taste like? Wang Hao had just finished gnawing on a leg and was ready to grab another one. He thought for a moment and replied very seriously. It's both fragrant and tender. Sister, have you ever eaten roasted pigeon? It's about the same taste. Zhang Wei. Camera brother. Livestream audience. Killing the heart. Killing the heart. Don't ask. Zhang Wei, don't ask. You're about to drool to death. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Wei and the camera brother's eager eyes. He thought for a moment. This field mouse was already roasted, and in this wild area, it couldn't be preserved for long. He really might not finish it himself. So he simply tore off 2 legs from the mouse. Sister, big brother, you must have been busy all afternoon. Here, try it. He handed over the 2 legs. The barrage exploded. Wow, while others are afraid of not eating enough, Wang Hao actually takes the initiative to share the meat with others? Is this right? Wang Hao, I can't finish it, really can't finish it. What a clear and generous college student. Zhang Wei hurriedly waved her hands. This is not okay. We have rules, we can't eat the contestants' food. Camera brother also shook his head desperately, but his eyes were still fixed on the piece of meat. Wang Hao said casually. It's fine. I've made too much of this thing, and one person can't finish it. Look, there's still a leg and half a body left. Letting it go to waste would be a shame. Just consider it a favor, help me finish it. He pushed the meat forward again. The aroma immediately rushed into their noses. Zhang Wei's professional ethics were shaking wildly. At that moment, a faint electric noise came through her earphones. It was the director's voice. Ahem, Zhang Wei. In order for the audience to better feel the ingredients. You and old Lu, just try a bit. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. She cleared her throat. Well, okay then. Since you are so warmly inviting us. We'll help you taste it? She trembled as she took the golden roasted mouse leg. Camera brother, old Lu, held the camera in one hand and took the other leg with the other. The two exchanged a glance. Then, carefully, they took a small bite. Jiang Wei's eyes widened suddenly. So delicious. The skin was crispy. The meat was tender. The juices were fragrant. She no longer cared about her image. She started to eat greedily. Camera brother, old Lu, finished one leg in just 2 or 3 bites. He even licked his fingers with lingering delight. At that moment, the barrage turned into ellipses. After 3 seconds. I knew it. This is not a survival show at all. This is a food show. Look at Jiang Wei's expression. She looks like she's going to heaven. Camera brother is almost chewing on the bones. That's it, room 66 has completely turned into a food eating channel. While others are struggling to survive, Wang Hao is cooking, and the host is tasting. This show is incredible. There's too much going on. After Jiang Wei finished eating, she felt reborn. She wiped her mouth. Wang Hao, your cooking skills are amazing. Thanks for the compliment, sister. Jiang Wei picked up the microphone again, forcing herself back into interview mode. Ahem. So, Wang Hao, how's your current state? What are your plans for the upcoming competition? Wang Hao burped contentedly. State? Pretty good. I'm full and really satisfied. Plans? Well, not for now, just take it one step at a time. First, let's get a good night's sleep tonight. Jiang Wei asked a few more bland questions. Is a person afraid in the wilderness? Do they miss home? Wang Hao answered bluntly. Not afraid. Don't miss home. Jiang Wei felt that the interview was about to come to a halt. Well then. Wang Hao, we won't disturb you any longer. Okay, take care, sister, brother. Jiang Wei and the cameraman walked away, glancing back 3 times. They still had to interview the next contestant. After they left, Wang Hao quickly finished the remaining food. He even drank all the bamboo tube soup without a drop left. Burp. He let out a long, satisfied burp. So comfortable. His whole body felt warm. Full and content, refreshing. Wang Hao stood up and moved around a bit. He sat on a large stone at the entrance of the shelter. The sky was almost dark. Evenings in the mountains are very quiet. He leaned against the wooden cabin's pillar, feeling quite pleasant. Exactly. Hiss. He shifted his but a little. This stone was a bit hard. It was uncomfortable. Wang Hao frowned. No way. Sitting like this is not comfortable. The quality of life is still too low. He touched his chin and began to think. I need to get some more comfortable furniture. Chapter 35, Testing the Fire Con. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. I can make a rocking chair. Using sturdy vines, weave a recliner. Then attach a rocking base. After eating, lying on it, rocking back and forth. The more Wang Hao thought, the brighter his eyes became. It's set. On the other side, Jiang Wei and old Lu quickly arrived at the next interview point. They still had the lingering aroma of grilled meat in their mouths. That smell made them feel full of energy. This interview point was far worse than Wang Hao's. It was just a simple grass tent in a hole. A tall, skinny man was squatting in front of the fire, focused on cooking something in a wooden bowl. His name was Zhang Shifan, and his profession was chef. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Jiang Wei walked over with a microphone. Seeing someone approach, Zhang Shifan immediately stood up. He seemed very warm and talkative. Oh, the host is here. Sit, sit. He pointed to a wooden stump next to the fire. Teacher Zhang, are you cooking? Jiang Wei asked curiously. Yes. Zhang Shifan replied with a hint of pride in his tone. He picked up a wooden spoon and stirred the bowl. I just picked some wild vegetables and made a soup. In the mountains, being able to drink a warm soup like this is just so comfortable. He sniffed the aroma, looking blissful. Smells good. So fragrant. Jiang Wei looked at the wooden bowl. Inside was a pile of green, mushy things. The smell was simply of fresh grass. Jiang Wei's expression was a bit subtle. She had just come from Wang Hao's food broadcast. She had just eaten golden, crispy, fragrant, and tender grilled field mouse legs. Now, looking at this bowl of vegetable mush. The comparison. It was too tragic. Zhang Shifan had no idea about this. He felt quite proud. Host, what I'm eating is quite good among all contestants, right? He asked back. A lot of people are still gnawing on wild fruits, right? Zhang Wei remained silent for a moment. She recalled Wang Hao's menu of dishes, soup, and fruits. But she really didn't want to discourage the chef in front of her. Yeah. She nodded. It's indeed good. Being able to drink hot soup in the wilderness is already impressive. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Shifan was very happy to be praised. Of course, I am a professional. In the live broadcast room, the bullet screen had gone wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chef, I. Professional. Wild vegetable soup. Wang Hao, I. Amateur. Grilled field mouse plus fish soup. Zhang Wei, I just finished eating meat, and you show me this? Feeling sorry for the chef for a second, he doesn't know the style next door. I could have endured the darkness, referring to drinking wild vegetable soup. Wang Hao, don't shine anymore. So tragic, really too tragic. Zhang Wei held back her laughter and interviewed a few more questions. For example, how was the shelter, was it cold? Zhang Shifan answered very well. He said he was very optimistic and would surely hold on until the end. The interview ended. Zhang Wei and Old Lu finally completed all their interview tasks for the day. Huff. Zhang Wei let out a sigh. Lao Lu, work's done. We can head down the mountain now. She felt like her legs were about to break. At that moment, the static sound in her earpiece crackled again. It was the voice of the director. Zhang Wei, can you hear me? Received, director, please speak. Don't go down the mountain just yet. Right now, immediately, go back to the campsite of contestant 66, Wang Hao. Zhang Wei was stunned. Ha? Go back? Go back for what? The Kong. The director's voice was full of excitement. It's been over 5 hours since he finished building the Kong. A lot of viewers in the main livestream are arguing about whether the Kong was actually built. Teacher Hui also said, it's time to check the results. You need to go now, represent everyone, and check it. In the livestream room, Xiao Mo and Hui were watching the barrage of comments exploding on the screen. It all started when someone mentioned Wang Hao's Kong, and more people began to recall how he spent the whole morning building it. Hui's voice was calm. This morning, we held a vote on whether contestant Wang Hao would succeed in building the Kong. 12,000 people thought he would fail. 7,000 people thought he would succeed. I said, 5 hours later, we would know. Now. Hui raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. The time is almost up. Xiao Mo became excited. That's right. We've already sent host Zhang Wei to the 66th campsite. She is on her way. Xiao Mo watched the popularity explode, his eyes quickly turning. Before Zhang Wei arrives, how about we hold another vote? Audience friends, after the whole afternoon, has your confidence in Wang Hao increased or decreased? The voting link has been released. The new vote instantly flooded the screen. This time, the data scrolled even faster than in the morning. Xiao Mo nervously stared at the screen. Wow! The data has reversed. Audience friends. This time. Those who think Wang Hao will fail, option B, 11,000 votes. Those who think Wang Hao will succeed, option A, 13,000 votes. Option A has overtaken. Xiao Mo's tone was excited. It seems that with his performance this afternoon, Wang Hao has successfully earned the trust of more viewers. Teacher Hu, do you have anything to say now? A slight smile appeared on Hui's face. Let the facts speak for themselves. Xiao Mo nodded. Okay. Then we'll pass the camera to Zhang Wei. She has already arrived at Wang Hao's campsite. Wang Hao had just decided on the rocking chair project. He was about to go collect some sturdy vines nearby for materials. Rustle, rustle. He had just stood up when he heard that familiar sound of footsteps again. Wang Hao turned his head. Zhang Wei and cameraman Lao Lu had returned. Both were out of breath, obviously having run back. Sis? Big brother? Wang Hao was a little confused. Did you forget something? Zhang Wei leaned on her knee, took a couple of breaths. She lifted the microphone, exhaustion and excitement mixed on her face. No, Wang Hao. We came back to check on something for all the viewers in the livestream. Wang Hao didn't understand. Check? Yes. Zhang Wei pointed to the dry, grayish earth platform beside his shelter. The Kong. It's been more than 5 hours since you finished it. The viewers in the livestream are very curious. Whether this Kong can actually be used. So the show team sent me back to do a live inspection. Wang Hao understood now. Ah, I see. He nodded. All right. No problem. Chapter 36, The 26-Degree Shelter. He looked at the Kong. After an entire afternoon of sun, the clay and stones were completely dry, the surface a dry bluish gray. It should be tested now. Wang Hao led Jiang Wei and Lao Lu to the heart of the Kong, the furnace opening built into the outer wall of the shelter. Here, sis, can you hold this for me? Wang Hao handed a bundle of kindling to Jiang Wei. He crouched down and carefully checked everything first. The smoke pipe is clear, no blockage. The furnace is dry. No cracks. The chimney is also fixed very well. He checked very professionally. Perfect. He stood up and dusted off the dirt on his hands. We can start a fire now. Wang Hao took out the tool for fire by friction. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he began to drill wood for fire at the mouth of the furnace. This was too easy for him. Puff. A small cluster of flames quickly ignited in the dry grass. He carefully sent the flame into the deepest part of the furnace. Then, he started to add small branches inside. Crackle. The clear sound of burning came from the furnace. A faint blue smoke rose from the high chimney on the outside of the shelter. Not a trace of smoke flowed back out from the furnace mouth. First step, the smoke is discharged smoothly, perfect. Wang Hao felt very calm in his heart. He did not immediately increase the fire. We need to preheat first. Let the entire flue and the stove body slowly adapt to the temperature. He controlled the fire, allowing it to burn steadily. We have to wait for a while, he said to Jiang Wei. About 10 minutes, let the heat transfer. No hurry, no hurry. Jiang Wei and old Lu were even more nervous than him. The two stared closely at the furnace, as if watching a miracle about to be revealed. Time passed by, second by second. Wang Hao felt it was almost time. After adding a few thicker logs, he stood up. Let's go, sister. We are going inside. Huh? Oh, okay. Jiang Wei quickly followed Wang Hao into his small wooden house. Old Lu also carefully followed in with the camera. Jiang Wei's gaze was immediately drawn to something in the corner. A bamboo tube. A bamboo tube, as thick as a bowl, was sticking out from under the grass mat on the ground, slanting towards the center of the shelter. The joint was sealed with clay. Wang Hao pointed to it and introduced. It's the pipe for releasing heat. Jiang Wei slowly brought her hand closer. Immediately, she felt a slight airflow blowing out from the bamboo tube's opening. It was warm. Jiang Wei's eyes widened. The warm air, at first, was very weak. But soon, it became stronger and stronger. The warm wind was strong and steady. Like the radiators at home in winter. Oh my God. Jiang Wei murmured. As time went by, the temperature in the small room began to soar. The evening chill in the mountains was instantly dispersed. A dry, warm airflow filled the entire space. Jiang Wei was wearing an interview jacket. At first, she felt very comfortable. But soon, she began to feel hot. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her cheeks started to flush. This temperature rises too fast. Jiang Wei couldn't help but start to pull on her jacket zipper. I have to take off my jacket. As she said this, she quickly took off her jacket. Underneath, she only wore a thin base shirt. She let out a sigh of relief. Much better. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. She and old Lu stared dumbfounded at the bamboo tube still spraying out hot air. They were utterly shocked. Jiang Wei stayed inside for a full 5 minutes. When she came out, her face was flushed. There was heat, and there was excitement. She stood in front of the camera, her voice trembling. Dear friends, I announce. Contestant number 66, Wang Hao's heated bed, has succeeded. I just came out of there. The temperature outside is probably only about 10 degrees. But inside the shelter, I feel it's at least 25 degrees. Jiang Wei waved her arms excitedly. If wilderness survival can have such a house, then I also want to join the competition. In the live broadcast room. At the moment Jiang Wei declared great success. Those viewers who voted for success began to celebrate wildly. Ha 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 ha. We won. We won. Slap in the face. Just ask if you feel pain. So what about the S-shaped flue? The S-shaped flue is awesome. Ha ha ha, the S-shaped flue just beats you guys with straight pipes. Hey, all be option, come out and take a few steps. Where are the 11,100 people? Why aren't you talking? Where are you? Weren't you just very arrogant? Don't play dead. Come out and apologize. Apologize to Wang Hao. Apologize to Teacher Hu. Those audience members who failed in their attempts. They were completely stunned. This isn't scientific. I'm from the Northeast, I still don't believe it, this defies physics. Stop being stubborn. Zhang Wei has already taken off her coat. I take back what I said this morning, Wang Hao is amazing. Hui looked at the excitement in the comments. A satisfied and proud smile appeared on his face. He cleared his throat. I told you. Let the facts speak. Xiao Mo also excitedly clapped her hands. Teacher Hu. You are incredible. You believed in this heated Kong from the beginning. Can you analyze for us again, why is its effect so good? Hui's pride was almost impossible to hide. He took a sip of water, moistening his throat. This is what I said this morning. The essence of the wild stove. Its S-shaped flue extracts heat perfectly in that earthen platform. And its bamboo hot air pipe. Hui pointed at the screen. That is a passive hot air circulation system. It uses the principle of cold and hot air convection, converting all the heat from the outer wall of the stove and some heat from the flue into hot air, blowing directly into the room. This is actually two heating systems. One is the thermal radiation of the stove itself. The other is the hot air circulation. Double heating. His design is so clear. On the barrage, no one dared to question anymore. Teacher Hu is amazing. Wang Hao is amazing. Xiao Mo laughed and joined in. Well, the facts prove that Teacher Hu's vision is sharp. Today's main broadcast ends here. Tomorrow, we will continue to follow number 66 and other contestants' wonderful performances. Everyone, see you tomorrow. The lights in the studio dimmed. Hui stood up, and the pride on his face hadn't faded completely. He was very pleased today. Xiao Mo, I'll leave first. Teacher Hu, you have worked hard, please take care. Hui nodded, hands behind his back, stepping away with a light stride. Xiao Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. She took off her earphones and rubbed her sore neck. So tired. Chapter 37, Review Data. She had just picked up her water cup when her assistant ran over. Sister Mo, the director asked everyone to go to conference room 1. Now. Yes, right away, a data review meeting. Conference room 1. The lights were bright white. On both sides of the long table sat the core members of the program team. Planning, operations, business, director. Everyone looked tired, yet their eyes shone with excitement. Xiao Mo found a corner to sit down. The air in the conference room was a bit stuffy, mixed with the bitterness of instant coffee and the ink scent of freshly printed paper. The show's director, Zhao Li, stood by the projection screen. He was a man in his 40s, wearing a black t-shirt, his expression always serious. He didn't waste words and directly pressed the remote. Click. The projection screen lit up. The first page showed data. Today is the third day since the program started airing. Zhao Li's voice was deep, clear in the quiet conference room. The peak number of simultaneous online viewers is 63,000. The average online viewers were 20,000. Both peak and average numbers increased by 30% compared to yesterday. A suppressed gasp echoed in the conference room. Zhao Li's gaze swept across the room. Our initial goal was to reach a peak of over 50,000 by the end of the program. And on the third day, we achieved it. Clap. Someone started clapping first. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted instantly. Everyone was very happy. This data was dazzling. Zhao Li waited for the applause to stop before pressing the next page. Let's look at the 10 video clips with the highest traffic today. A list appeared on the screen. First, Zhao Li used a laser pointer to highlight the first line. Number 66, Wang Hao shooting a field mouse with a slingshot in front of Su Yang. Second. Number 3, Qin Jing, discovering wild ginseng. Third. Number 119, Su Chunhua, crying in despair after a heavy rain. He read each one. Fifth. Number 66, Wang Hao, preparing dinner. Eating broadcast. The sixth. Number 167, Su Yang, smoked field mouse. The seventh. Number 66, Wang Hao, catching mudloach, Zhou Kai's mentality collapsed. Finished reading. In the conference room, everyone looked at the list. In the top 10. Number 66, Wang Hao's name, actually appeared 3 times. Zhao Li put down the laser pen. Did everyone understand? Su Yang, Qin Jing, these professional players, achieved the expected results. And, Wang Hao, is beyond expectations. Zhao Li looked at the director. From tomorrow on. In the main live broadcast room, give 60cx's camera time an additional 20%. And number 167 and number 3 must keep up. Whatever the audience wants to watch, we will give them more. The director quickly nodded. Understood. Zhao Li looked at the operation team. How's the short video platform? A young man wearing glasses immediately stood up. Director Zhao. We encouraged up owners to create secondary edits, and it's currently looking very successful. As of tonight at 8 o'clock. On the entire internet, short videos with our Tongyun Mountain Wilderness Survival keywords. Total views have already exceeded 100 million. Exceeded 100 million? Yes. Good. Zhao Li clapped his hands vigorously. This is the effect. Keep the heat going. Director Zhao. Oldly, the head of the business department sitting in the corner, also raised his hand. His face was a little red from excitement. This afternoon, my phone has almost exploded. 3 sports brands, 2 functional drinks, and 1 instant noodles. All want to talk about product placement ads. Oldly took a deep breath. There are 2 more companies. Specifically requesting number 66 player, Wang Hao, to use their products in the show. Even if it's just showing it in front of the camera. Oldly looked at Zhao Li. What should we say? In the conference room, everyone's eyes focused on Zhao Li. Zhao Li narrowed his eyes. He did not answer immediately. These businessmen truly have sharp judgment. They did not choose the strongest Su Yang, nor the most stable Chen Jing. Instead, they chose Wang Hao. Zhao Li pondered. Oldly, just hold off for now. Hold off? Oldly became anxious. Director Zhao, that's all money. I know it's money. Zhao Li interrupted him. But today is only the 3rd day. Our show is still on the rise. If we sell at this price now, we will lose. Zhao Li's voice was very cold. We must wait for a better price. Oldly was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. Understood. Zhao Li straightened up. All right. Everyone, you've worked hard these days. Let's do this month's bonuses will double. Oh. In the conference room, there was a cheer. Zhao Li waved his hand. All right, meeting dismissed. Everyone left one after another. Their faces showed both fatigue and excitement. Zhao Li stayed in place. He did not leave. He watched the television hanging on the wall of the conference room. On the screen, several contestants' live broadcast scenes were playing in split screen. One of them was number 66, Wang Hao. Zhao Li looked at the young man on the screen. Zhao Li remembered 2 weeks ago, when selecting contestants. Application forms piled up as high as a mountain. There were veterans, adventurers, and martial artists. He picked out these professionals. These people were the lower limit of the show. And Wang Hao. He remembered that application form. Wang Hao, 18 years old, Dajin City, freshman, financial major. The photo was clear and pretty. Zhao Li laughed at that time. He took this form out separately. He needed contrast. He needed some ordinary people to highlight the cruelty of the wilderness. He thought Wang Hao would be the pathetic one who cries and quits on the first day. The one laughed at by the audience. But he didn't expect. This contrast he casually picked out. Became the biggest dark horse. Zhao Li looked at the screen, where Wang Hao was starting to use a knife to trim vines. He showed a heartfelt smile. This kid is a bit interesting. On the other side, Lin Wanwan sat on her chair at home, hugging her knees, let out a sigh, and clicked the upload button. She had just edited and subtitled the clips of Wang Hao's luxurious dinner and host tasting and sent them out. This was the 3rd video she posted today. She took a glance at her Inu account. Followers, 10,324. Lin Wanwan's eyes widened. 10,000 followers. It hadn't even been 2 days. This speed of gaining followers was terrifying. She clicked on the comments section of the latest video. As she had expected, the comments were full of, and I'm breaking down. But soon, she noticed a new kind of comment. Up master. Up master. Do you have Wang Hao's new account? Seeking the way. I want to follow the male god. Same request. Isn't he 1,000 times better looking than those pretty streamers? He can cook, build things, shoot slingshots, plus he's handsome. I love it. Lin Wanwan looked at these comments, and her cheeks turned a little red, because she thought the same way. Chapter 38, Making Furniture, Rocking Chair. She thought for a moment. Then she opened the class group. She found an avatar and clicked for a private chat. Zhang Hao, are you there? Zhang Hao replied immediately. I'm here, what's up? Lin Wanwan felt a bit shy. Do you have Wang Hao's new account? Zhang Hao sent a mischievous smile emoji. Are you interested in our old one? Lin Wanwan's face turned instantly red. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just making clips of his participation in that program. Many viewers want to follow Wang Hao. Okay. Zhang Hao sent an account share. Here you go. But I warn you, old Wang is a steel straight guy, all he does is play games. You have to be proactive. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to watch the live stream. Lin Wanwan felt her face burning up. She didn't reply to Zhang Hao anymore. She clicked on the shared link. Wang Hao's new account. Followers, just over 100, probably all friends and family. He had only 3 works. All recordings of him playing games, set to exciting music. Lin Wanwan clicked follow. Then, she returned to her video comment section. She wrote a comment and pinned it. As everyone requested, here is the link to Wang Hao's personal account. After doing all this, she felt a strange little happiness inside. She started refreshing the comment section. Wow! Is the up master Wang Hao? Ah! Caught the classmate. Thank you, up master. I'm going to follow right now. Up master, are you Wang Hao's girlfriend? Lin Wanwan saw this comment and her heart raced. Her face turned red as she replied, no, just classmates. Then, does the male god have a girlfriend? Lin Wanwan thought for a moment. He should not have one. Just as she finished replying, another comment popped up. No girlfriend? Great. Sisters, I'm rushing over. Once the male god's match is over, I will go to your school to encounter him. Lin Wanwan felt a lurch in her heart when she read this comment. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged up. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she deleted the chance encounter comment. I'm doing this to maintain order in the comments. She quietly found a reason for herself. She held her tablet and looked at Wang Hao's live streaming room. On the screen, that guy, after being full, was leaning on the wooden house, cutting bamboo. Leisurely. Content. As Lin Wanwan watched, she suddenly sighed. Inside her heart, there was a bit of anxiety. In the mountains and forests, the sky was getting darker and darker. The campfire burned quietly, making soft crackling sounds. Wang Hao, using the firelight, was peeling a bamboo. The rocking chair he envisioned needed bamboo as its frame. What he had to do now was to process the parts of the frame first. Swish, swish. The small knife in his hand was very nimble. The green outer skin of the bamboo was being peeled off piece by piece, exposing the white inner core inside. He needed to shave the bamboo to a uniform thickness. Only then would the frame he made withstand the pressure evenly. This was a very tedious job. It took a lot of hands and effort. But Wang Hao was completely immersed in it. He loved this feeling. Transforming a pile of raw materials into something he wanted with his own hands. The live room's viewers were a bit curious. He's peeling bamboo again. What is he going to do this time? Soon, he had finished peeling one piece. He picked up another one. Time slowly flowed away in the sound of swish swish. The stars in the sky grew more and more. The night in the mountains is quiet. The viewers in the live stream slowly became quiet as well. They just watched. They watched the boy, under the firelight, as he gradually polished the bamboo strips. Not sure how long had passed. Look, is he piecing something together? It looks like a chair arm? Oh my! Is he making a chair? A chair? He's already started making furniture? Wang Hao was softening the finished bamboo strips over the fire. Then, bending and shaping them. Using thin vines to bind and secure them. The outline of the chair gradually formed in his hands. It had a backrest, armrests, and 2 curved bases. Wow! That is, the base of a rocking chair. He's making a rocking chair. Spare me. I'm really shocked. Craftsman master. He's definitely a master. With this skill, he could open a bamboo weaving factory and make a fortune. Another hour passed. It was 10 o'clock at night. Ha! Wang Hao exhaled a breath of stale air. He finished the last vine, tying it off. He stood up and took 2 steps back. He looked at this work in front of him. A rocking chair, with an ancient shape but a very solid structure. He felt extremely satisfied. He walked over and pressed on it. Very sturdy. He sat down. His body's weight pressed on the vines. It let out a soft creak. Very steady. Wang Hao leaned back. The rocking chair gently swayed with him. Creak. Creak. Wang Hao closed his eyes. So comfortable. On the fire beside him, a bamboo tube of water was simmering. Wang Hao picked up the bamboo tube. He blew on it. Drank a sip of hot water. The hot water flowed down his throat into his stomach. It dispelled the last trace of the night's chill. He lay on the rocking chair he made by hand, drinking hot, steaming water, staring up at the sky, at the brilliant stars that had never been polluted. He felt extremely comfortable. It was a bit late, but the comments were crazily refreshing. What a beautiful scene. Just looking at it feels so good. I really want to sit and rock on it. I confirm, this guy just came to enjoy. Did I click on the wrong channel? Isn't this the life we yearn for? Wang Hao swayed in the rocking chair for over half an hour. The night breeze was getting a bit chilly. He yawned, feeling tired. Creak. He stood up from the rocking chair. It's time to sleep. He crawled into the warm wooden house. Inside was very warm. The dry warmth made one feel very comfortable. Wang Hao lay on the bamboo board, and the only problem was that the bamboo poked his back a bit. He couldn't help but think. I need to get a mattress later. Weave a thick straw mat out of the softest hay. Right, also need to make a pillow. Before sleeping, he remembered the system he had been blocking all day. He had turned on Do Not Disturb to get rid of the annoying notification sounds during the day. Let's see how many emotional points I gained today. Chapter 39, Emotional Points Surpass 10,000. Host, Wang Hao. Emotional points, 12398. Skill list. Climbing trees, LV3. Making fire, LV3. Weaving straw, LV4. Slingshot, LV4. Building, LV4. Catching fish barehanded, LV4. Wang Hao looked at the 5-digit 12398. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly sat up from the bamboo board. 12,000? He blinked hard. That's right. 12,398 points. He actually gained so many emotional points in one day? I broke 10,000. My emotional points surpassed 10,000. This was such a surprise. He thought carefully. Today he made a firebed, shot mice with a slingshot, caught loaches, and ate live streaming. He probably harvested the viewer's emotions back and forth several times. Breaking 10,000 means he can upgrade one skill to LV5. To him, LV4 skills already felt somewhat outrageous. What would LV5 be like? Wang Hao's mind started to race. His gaze swept over the skill list. He thought for a moment and closed the panel. No rush. Better to save it. He forced down his impulse to click, click, click. These emotional points are his trump card. They should be used at critical moments. Wang Hao turned off the panel. He lay down again. Although the bedboard was still so hard. But his mood right now was excellent. The night enveloped the entire Tongyun mountain range. Most of the competitors had finished their tiring day and entered the land of dreams. Some were sleeping in a drafty grass shed, shivering. Some were sleeping in a damp cave, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. In a half-buried shelter, Su Yang lay on a flat stone slab. The stone slab was very hard, very cold. The icy touch spread along his spine and throughout his body. But he didn't care at all. When he was a special soldier, he had slept in the snow. This little hardship was nothing. Squeak, squeak. Beside him, there was a faint, restless sound. Su Yang opened his eyes aslit. He looked towards that corner. There was a small cage he made from vines. Inside, there were several field mice. They were all Su Yang's live protein reserves. This squeaking sound might be noise to other competitors. But to Su Yang, it was not noisy at all. On the contrary, it was very reassuring. This represented food. It meant he could live longer here. Su Yang had absolute confidence in himself. He had undergone the harshest training. He mastered the most comprehensive survival skills. He was born for this kind of environment. He would definitely win the championship. Su Yang closed his eyes, ready to fall asleep. However, just as he was about to drift off, an image suddenly jumped into his mind without warning. A boy carrying a backpack. A clean and beautiful face. And an absurdly accurate slingshot skill. Su Yang frowned. Today, he had encountered more than one competitor in the mountains. Some were in a sorry state, some were numb. Every person bore the fatigue of survival. Only that number 66. So relaxed. Su Yang recalled that image. Wang Hao's clothes were clean. His face was clean. His expression was curious and easygoing. He looked like a college student on an autumn outing, unexpectedly encountering a mouse-chasing commotion. Where does he live? What does he eat at night? What is up with his slingshot? This Wang Hao gave Su Yang a feeling he couldn't see through at all. Tomorrow, I'll go back to that area and look around. He made a decision in his heart. If I can run into him again, I will thoroughly probe his background. Wang Hao did not sleep well this night. It rained again at night, and the wind was strong. Occasionally some leaves and other things hit his vine wall, making a pop sound. Just as dawn was breaking, he could no longer fall asleep. He opened his eyes, listening to the noise outside. Whoosh! The sound of wind. A very strong sound of wind. Wang Hao sat up, put on his coat, and crawled out of the shelter. Hiss! A fierce cold wind rushed in. The wind carried a humid moisture. Wang Hao shivered. He looked up at the sky. The sky was a gloomy gray. Heavy dark clouds hung low. The sun was completely blocked. Looks like it's going to rain again, and the rain won't be small. Bang! Another strong wind swept by, and a large leaf was violently slammed against his vine wall. Wang Hao instinctively glanced at his house. This wooden house had performed well in last night's rain. But last night, the rain was heavy, and the wind was not strong. Wang Hao walked up to a main support column. He reached out and shook it hard. When he used all his strength, it could still cause some shaking. Not good. Wang Hao's expression became serious. Safety first. The mattress can be pushed back. This house must be reinforced first. In his mind, the clear structure diagram floated up again. He needed to add extra support to these 4 main support columns. Diagonal support. Using bamboo. Bamboo had the best toughness, most suitable for resisting the impact of strong winds. Wang Hao formed a plan in his heart. Taking advantage of the heavy rain not yet falling, he had to hurry up. Wang Hao took out his knife from the shelter. He carried an empty backpack and strode forward to the bamboo grove he remembered. Wang Hao walked for about 10 minutes. The familiar bamboo grove appeared before him. I've arrived. He was just about to step inside. Clang! Clang! From deep within the bamboo forest came the sound of chopping bamboo. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. Is someone there? He lightened his footsteps and walked over. He pushed aside a layer of bamboo leaves. The sight before him surprised him. In the bamboo forest, there were 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. They were working together to try to cut down a very thick bamboo. And Wang Hao recognized all 3 of them. The short-haired woman, looking very capable, was Lu Li. The one wearing glasses, looking refined, was Zhao Ming. And the tall, thin one was Sun Qi, who was vigorously chopping with a knife. They were the 3 people from the first day who exchanged skills for pairs. Who? Sun Qi abruptly turned around when he heard someone approaching, raising the knife in his hand. When he saw it was Wang Hao, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, it's you? Lu Li and Zhao Ming also looked at him in surprise. Wang Hao? What are you doing here? Wang Hao walked over. I came to chop some bamboo. He pointed to the bamboo. What about you? Lu Li wiped the sweat from her forehead. She looked very tired, and her complexion wasn't good. We want to reinforce the grass hut we built. This cursed weather, the wind is too strong. Wang Hao nodded. It seems everyone had the same thought. By the way, you 3 teamed up? He asked out of curiosity. Chapter 40, Refusing the Team Invitation. Wanting to eat mushrooms. Sun Qi put down the knife and sat down heavily on the ground. That day, didn't we agree to meet again the next day? In the end, only the 3 of us showed up. You were completely absent. Wang Hao rubbed his nose a bit awkwardly. Lu Li took over the conversation. When the 3 of us met, we were a mess. Zhao Ming was okay, he studies architecture and built a small shed. Sun Qi and I were almost frozen to death. Zhao Ming pushed up his glasses. We talked for a while. I couldn't find enough food by myself. Sun Qi is quite strong, but he's too clumsy. And Sister Lu Li, she can weave, but she's weak. Lu Li clapped her hands. So, we decided together. Let's team up. The more people, the more strength. I handle weaving and gathering. Zhao Ming is responsible for building and planning. Sun Qi takes care of the heavy lifting. The 3 of us are better than just one person. Wang Hao nodded. That's indeed a wise strategy. Right. Sun Qi stood up again. We've been doing okay these past 2 days. We worked together to build a big grass hut. Sun Qi's eyes turned, and he suddenly spoke. Hey, Wang Hao. Look at us three, none of us can climb trees. The wild fruits on the mountain, we can only watch and envy. Sun Chi rubbed his hands. Do you want to join us? Wang Hao looked at him. Sun Chi quickly threw out his offer. If you join us, you'll mainly be responsible for tree climbing. Zhao Ming chimed in from the side. Yeah, join us, and we'll divide the food 4 ways. Luli also spoke, her tone very sincere. And the grass hut we built is really comfortable. If you move in, we can take turns keeping watch at night. Think about it. The 3 of them looked at Wang Hao with hopeful expressions. Wang Hao shook his head. Well, thank you for the invitation. But I'm quite used to being alone. I won't join you. The expressions of the 3 froze. You're not joining? Sun Chi couldn't believe it. Why not? It's so dangerous to be alone. Wang Hao shook his head. I'm really used to it. Well, okay. Luli saw Wang Hao's attitude was firm and didn't persuade him further. Then take care of yourself. Zhao Ming's face looked a bit unhappy. He snorted softly. Unappreciative. His voice was low, but Wang Hao still heard it. Wang Hao didn't mind. Then I'll take my leave, you all continue with your work. He walked past the 3 and entered deeper into the bamboo forest. The 3 of them stood still. Watching Wang Hao's back, they felt. Disappeared behind the bamboo leaves. Who is this person? Zhao Ming kicked the bamboo on the ground in annoyance. We kindly invited him. He actually refused? In the future, he will definitely regret it. Sun Chi nodded in agreement. I also think he is a bit too confident. How can one person compare to the 3 of us? When he regrets it and comes to ask us, I won't agree. Only Luli frowned. She looked in the direction where Wang Hao had disappeared. Don't say that. He seems a bit different from us. Did you not notice? His clothes are still so clean. His mental state is also much better than ours. He doesn't seem like someone who has spent 3 days on the mountain. Sun Chi and Zhao Ming exchanged glances. It does seem that way. The 3 were puzzled and thought for a while without coming up with an answer, then continued chopping bamboo. Wang Hao had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. The bamboo here grew taller and denser. Sunlight barely penetrated. The air was filled with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves and damp soil combined. He chose a spot where the bamboo grew best. He started working. Clang! 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 The sharp knife struck the hard bamboo joint, making a crisp sound. This sound traveled far in the quiet bamboo forest. Wang Hao's movements were sharp and efficient. He didn't choose those too thick. What he wanted was that fine, resilient green bamboo with the thickness of a wrist. 1. 2. He immersed himself in hard work. Chopping bamboo was physically demanding. It was very jarring on the hands. With each chop, his hands felt numb. 10. 11. 12. Ha! Wang Hao placed the knife into his backpack, leaned against a bamboo, and gasped for air. That's enough. He rubbed his right arm. It was sore. So sore that he could barely lift it. These past few days had been filled with high-intensity physical labor. Chopping trees, digging, moving stones, and weaving things. Although he ate well and slept okay, his muscles were still complaining. I'm so tired. Wang Hao murmured to himself. After reinforcing the house today, I'll go catch some fish from the creek for dinner, then rest. Balancing work and rest is how I can last longer. He made this decision. After resting for a few minutes, he regained some strength. He took out the vines he had prepared long ago and tied the 12 bamboo sticks into a big bundle. So heavy. He tried to lift it, but it was impossible. I'll have to drag it. He grasped one end of the vine and began to pull with all his might. The bamboo made a loud scraping sound on the ground covered with fallen leaves. After just 2 steps, Wang Hao suddenly stopped. His gaze was drawn to a rotten, blackened bamboo by the roadside. On that rotten bamboo grew a white fungus. This fungus was the size of an egg. It was round and plump. It looked very tender and clean. Wang Hao squatted down. He reached out a finger and poked it. Soft and very elastic. Is this bamboo fungus? He wasn't quite sure. He loved drinking mushroom soup. If this thing was edible, it would surely taste amazing when stewed with fish. Wang Hao's mind was stirred. He even leaned closer to smell it. A faint mushroom aroma wafted over. There was not even a hint of a pungent smell. This made him even more excited. But he still stood up and shook his head. What if this is something like a deadly mushroom? If I drink that soup, wouldn't I just be done for? Life is more important, I can't take the gamble. Unknown mushrooms, absolutely do not touch. This was an iron rule for survival in the wild. He gave up on the mushroom that looked so delicious and continued dragging the bamboo forward. Sigh. If only I had a skill to identify mushrooms. Soon, he passed by the place where he had met Sun Chi and the others. There was no one there now. They sure move fast. Wang Hao muttered, not stopping, and continued toward his shelter. Chapter 41, Reinforce the Shelter? At 8 in the morning. The official live broadcast room of Tongyun Mountain Cup, the studio lights turned on punctually. Today's host is Zhang Wei. She changed into a pink sports outfit, looking full of energy. Next to her in the guest seat is Professor Chen, from the live broadcast room tomorrow. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Tongyunshan Cup Wilderness Survival Competition, Day 4. I am your host, Zhang Wei. Professor Chen also smiled and nodded at the camera. Hello everyone, I am this episode's special expert, Chun Xingxuan. A wave of comments flooded the screen. Ha! Isn't it Professor Hu today? Hui is a practical expert, while Professor Chen is a theoretical expert. It seems they are taking turns as guests. Zhang Wei looks beautiful today. This pink really suits her. Zhang Wei interacted with Professor Chen a few times before quickly getting into the topic. Alright, Professor Chen. Let's take a look at the latest data up to this morning. She turned around to look at the large screen. Currently, the number of remaining contestants is 70 people. Yesterday, a total of 6 contestants withdrew from the competition. As soon as this number came out, many viewers in the live room were puzzled about why so few were eliminated. Zhang Wei looked at Professor Chen. Professor Chen. In the first 2 days, dozens of people were eliminated every day, but only 6 were eliminated yesterday. Does this mean that the competition has entered a stable period? Professor Chen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His voice was gentle, carrying a scholarly calmness. You ask a very good question. This data change is very representative. In my opinion, any wilderness survival competition can be clearly divided into 3 stages. Professor Chen raised 3 fingers. The first stage I call the initial adaptation period. Usually, this stage lasts from the first 48 hours to 72 hours of the competition. During this stage, contestants face a completely unknown environment and the most urgent survival needs. For example, finding water sources, building temporary shelters, and dealing with sudden extreme weather, etc. The elimination rate is highest during this stage. All contestants who are unprepared, unstable in mindset, or unlucky will be quickly filtered out. The second stage is what we are currently entering. I call it the stable construction period. Professor Chen explained. Once contestants have solved the basic problem of survival, they must shift from emergency mode to long-term survival mode. The elimination rate will significantly decrease in this stage. Contestants need to consider how to obtain a more stable food source, how to upgrade their shelters, how to store resources, and how to ensure their health. This stage tests the contestants' planning ability, hands-on ability, and resource management ability. The third stage is the extreme confrontation period. All contestants are exhausted, relying solely on willpower to combat hunger, cold, and loneliness. However, that is still far away. Professor Chen concluded. From today on, the competition has truly entered the stable period. We will also see the contestants' approach shift from desperate survival to building a home. Zhang Wei nodded. I see. So, Professor Chen, what are your thoughts on the remaining 70 contestants? Professor Chen smiled. I believe that from now on, the contestants' professionalism will truly shine. In the first stage, luck and basic physical fitness are very important. But in the second stage, those who can plan will quickly pull ahead of the other contestants. For example, the few we are optimistic about, Su Yang, Qin Jing. Including. Professor Chen paused. Contestant number 66, Wang Hao. His heated bed and his shelter are very typical of the thinking in the stable construction period. I am looking forward to what surprises these professional contestants will bring us next. On the other side, Wang Hao had no idea he was named again. Right now, he was as tired as a dog. Those 12 bamboo poles, bundled together, were wet and heavy. Dragging them through the hillside covered in fallen leaves and mud was incredibly challenging. With each step he took. Give it all you've got. Huff. He stopped, leaning on his knees, breathing heavily. The wind was still blowing. It made the sweat on his head turn icy. After dragging for more than 10 minutes, he finally returned next to his shelter. Bang! He threw the bamboo to the ground, collapsing into the rocking chair. I'm so tired, dead tired. He felt like his legs didn't belong to him anymore. His whole body ached. He lay on the rocking chair, gently rocking, recovering his strength. Huff! Another strong wind rushed in from the valley. It made the vine walls of the wooden house crackle. Wang Hao squinted, looking at his creation. As he looked, he suddenly sat up from the rocking chair. Something's wrong. He stood up, quickly walked a few steps, and went around to the side of the shelter. He squatted down. He used his palm to measure the vertical line between the ground and the load-bearing column. Then, he changed angles and measured again. His heart sank. It's deformed. His shelter. During the strong winds last night and this morning, it had tilted ever so slightly. The entire structure had shifted a bit toward the stream. Just a little bit. But it had indeed tilted. Damn. Wang Hao's expression turned grim. He walked around the house, murmuring to himself. It's the crosswind. My load-bearing columns are driven deep enough. But I didn't set up diagonal supports against the wind. When the wind blows, all the force acts on the vine wall. The wall transmits the force to the roof beams. The entire structure is under stress. It can still stand for now. Wang Hao looked up at the rolling dark clouds above. But if the wind continues to blow for several days, it risks collapsing. Wang Hao looked at the 12 bamboo sticks on the ground. He originally just wanted to simply add a few more beside the 4 columns to reinforce it. No. He shook his head. Minor repairs won't solve the fundamental problem. My entire structural design has flaws in wind resistance. Back when I built this house, my building level was only LV3. Looking at it now, I realize my thinking was too limited. Wang Hao thought for a moment. He needed a plan that would be a one-time fix. He needed a real home that would let him sleep peacefully until the competition ended. Chapter 42, Building Skills Maxed Out. System. He silently thought. A blue light screen immediately unfolded before his eyes. He glanced at his emotional points, which had exceeded 14,000 after a night. Wang Hao thought. Even if I spend 10,000, I'd still have 4,000 left, enough to raise 4 skills to LV4. For safety, I must spend these emotional points. No need to hesitate, he concentrated, and emotional points began to drop rapidly. Skill, building, has been upgraded to LV5, masterful. With the success of the upgrade, a torrent of new knowledge surged into his brain. Dovetail joints, mechanical balance, material application. Countless intricate building techniques exploded in his mind. Wang Hao abruptly turned around to look at his masterpiece from LV3. My God. He could hardly bear to look. What is this garbage? These joints are all hard connections. This weight support relies entirely on brute force. This foundation, is this even a foundation? He now saw at a glance that this house had at least a dozen deadly flaws. Wang Hao also discovered that after upgrading the skill to LV5, there was no longer a suffix like 0/10, meaning LV5 is the highest level? At that moment, a new prompt sounded clearly in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has upgraded a skill to LV5. System reward, free attribute point X1. Ding! The host data panel has been updated. Wang Hao was stunned. What? Attribute point? He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Wang Hao. Emotional points, 4,398. Attributes. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Endurance, 7. Flexibility, 8. Reaction, 9. Free attribute points, 1. Skill list. Building, LV5, masterful. Wang Hao looked at that row of attributes. He was stunned. Goodness. Is this really the complete form of the system? Wang Hao's heart burned with excitement. He couldn't resist trying out the effect of his attribute points. He thought for a moment. In this mountain, what is the most important? Strength? Agility? No. It's endurance. System. Put the attribute points into endurance. Endurance, 7-8. At that moment of confirmation, a warm and indescribable stream surged from his heart, flowing to his limbs. His 2 legs, heavy and sore like they were filled with lead. Suddenly, they were no longer sore. His arm, which had gone numb from chopping bamboo, was also no longer numb. His heart, which had been pounding from exhaustion, also calmed down. Ha! He let out a long breath. He felt like he had come back to life. He stood up from the rocking chair and moved his hands and feet. Light. Unprecedentedly light. So refreshing. Wang Hao was ecstatic. This 10,000 points were spent incredibly well. He looked again at the slightly tilted dilapidated house before him. Reinforce? No. I want to rebuild. Wang Hao calculated in his mind. 3 days. If he wanted to build the house designed in his mind, it would take at least 3 days by himself. This was under the condition that his physical strength fully kept up. The workload is not small. He smiled. He did not find it troublesome or difficult, rather, he felt excited by the challenge. The new shelter required more bamboo, thicker vines, and a large amount of dry thatch. This old shelter couldn't be torn down yet. He needed a place to sleep until the new one was ready. He initially planned to rest for a day. But now, he had changed his mind. Let's keep going. Wang Hao was not someone who liked to procrastinate. Since he had made a decision, and his body allowed it, he would start immediately. The first step was still to gather materials. He turned around and carried the vine basket. Soon, his figure vanished into the mountains once again. The drone dutifully followed him, transmitting live footage back to the broadcast room. The audience saw Wang Hao drag his weary body back to the camp, and before he could even warm his seat, he took up tools and set off again. The comments in the chat started flying. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? He went out again? Is this guy made of iron? Just watching him chop bamboo and drag it makes me feel exhausted. So much energy. Is this the stamina of college students? A middle-aged viewer expressed envy. What is he going to do again? In the studio. Zhang Wei's voice held a hint of confusion. Professor Chen, you are the expert, can you predict what Wang Hao is planning to do this time? Professor Chen adjusted his glasses. He looked at Wang Hao's energetic figure on the screen, his eyes filled with a touch of envy. If I'm not mistaken, he should be going back to check his shelter and has noticed some problems. Professor Chen's voice was steady, filled with scholarly certainty. So this time he went up the mountain, his goal should still be to collect materials. And then reinforce his house. Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned. Reinforce? But Professor Chen, Wang Hao's shelter is already the best living condition among all the contestants. I personally entered it when I went for an interview, it is very solid, and he has a heated Kong. Is there still a need to upgrade and reinforce in such conditions? Many contestants are still worried about the basics of sheltering from the wind and rain. Professor Chen chuckled at her words. Zhang Wei, this is the difference between experts and other contestants. It also represents the typical example of stable construction thinking that I mentioned before. Indeed, his house is the best right now. Professor Chen extended a finger. But this best is relative. From a professional design perspective, his shelter actually has many hidden dangers. For example, his load-bearing structure and the way his roof connects. It's all rather rough. This kind of structure, living in it for 10 days or 15 days, might not be much of a problem. But if the time stretches longer, like a month or 2 months, and if there are a few more strong winds or a heavy rain like today, those connections will gradually loosen, ultimately leading to a collapse. Wang Hao clearly also realized this. So he chose to take action now, to solve the problem before it was exposed. This is a very excellent foresight. Professor Chen summarized. Rather than waiting until the house leaks, or is about to collapse, and then scrambling to fix it, it's better to upgrade it to perfection when one's strength is at its peak and resources are sufficient. Zhang Wei nodded repeatedly. So that's it, preparing for a rainy day. I have learned, Professor Chen. The scene shifted away. And just about half an hour after Wang Hao left the camp, 3 figures appeared near Wang Hao's wooden house. Chapter 43, is it the house of the natives? It is Lu Li, Sun Qi, and Zhao Ming. The 3 of them emerged from the bushes downstream, holding a huge pile of messy hay and a few thin bamboo poles. All 3 had terrible expressions. Their clothes were covered in grass and mud, and their hair was a mess. Most importantly, their faces all showed a clear sense of frustration and exhaustion. They had just gone through a significant setback. While they were out cutting bamboo and working hard to gather materials, the grass house they had built collapsed. It was blown down by a gust of wind. When they returned, they only saw a scene of devastation. The 3 stood in front of the ruins for a long time, before Lu Li finally made a decision to change places. The old campsite was too windy and was also a bit far from a water source. On their way to find a new location, they heard a faint sound of water, so they followed the sound and eventually arrived here. Sun Qi panted heavily and turned to Zhao Ming to complain. Zhao Ming, I really can't with you. When building the house, you were bragging about your expertise. What building engineering degrees, what structural mechanics, what guarantees there would be no problems? Sun Qi grew more and more angry as he spoke. And what happened? It hasn't even been a few days. Not even 2 days. A gust of wind blew it all away. Zhao Ming's face turned red and he argued back. Can you blame me? The wind was too strong. Did you not feel it? That gust was strong enough to blow a person away. Besides, there were only 3 of us, and in less than 2 days, with just that grass and rotten mud, it was already good enough to have built something. Zhao Ming's voice also got louder. With the strength of that wind, I dare say, no one in this competition could build a house that could completely withstand it in 2 or 3 days. Lu Li frowned as she listened to the 2 men's argument. Alright, stop arguing. Her voice was not loud, but it was firm. Sun Qi and Zhao Ming both stopped and turned to look at her. Lu Li wiped the sweat from her forehead, mud leaving a mark on her face. Can arguing bring the house back? It collapsed, so it collapsed. Out with the old, in with the new. That place indeed wasn't good, it was too windy. Fortunately, this time we can choose a better position. She listened carefully. You guys listen. Sun Qi and Zhao Ming quieted down. The sound of flowing water. A very clear sound of water was not far away. The sound of water is very close. Lu Li's eyes brightened a bit. We are about to get close to the water source. Lu Li walked at the front, using the stick in her hand to clear the last layer of dense bushes. The sound of flowing water suddenly became clear. A clear little stream, like a silver ribbon, meandered through the pebble-strewn riverbed. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting sparkling reflections on the water's surface. Found it! Lu Li's voice was filled with unmistakable joy. She quickly walked to the stream's edge, crouched down, and cupped her hands to wash her dirty face. The cool stream water instantly drove away much of her fatigue. Sun Qi and Zhao Ming also followed. The excitement of finding a water source made them temporarily forget the earlier unhappiness. Wow! Sun Qi had just lifted his head from the water, shook his wet hair, and suddenly let out a cry. His eyes widened, staring fixedly at a high ground not far away. What happened? Zhao Ming and Lu Li wiped the water off their faces and looked in the direction pointed by Sun Qi. Then, they both froze. On a flat high ground about 50 meters from the creek, stood a delicate wooden house. This was not the kind of shack they had built haphazardly with messy branches and hay. It was a real house. What shocked them the most was that next to the wooden house, there was something that looked like a dirt pile. Is that a Kong? Sun Qi's voice sounded different. As a northern person, he was too familiar with this kind of thing. Although the chimney of that Kong was different from a normal one, the overall structure was completely the same. But seeing a Kong with a chimney in such a remote wilderness during this survival competition was more unbelievable than seeing a ghost. How is that possible? Zhao Ming muttered, feeling like his brain was a bit overloaded. This can't possibly be made by any contestant, right? Absolutely impossible. Zhao Ming immediately denied this ridiculous idea. It's only the 4th day of the competition. 4 days have been busy enough looking for food and water. Just building a windproof grass hut would be considered skilled. Look at that house, the structure is so complete, the materials are so well handled, and it actually has the time to make a Kong. Zhao Ming pointed at something in front of the wooden house, his fingers trembling. And that chair. Who the hell has time to make something for enjoyment during the competition? It must be locals. Lu Li made a judgment, her voice a bit calmer. This forest is huge, maybe someone used to live here or it's a post left by a forest ranger. The 3 exchanged glances, all feeling that this explanation was the most reasonable. They cautiously approached the wooden house. The closer they got, the more they could feel the delicacy of the building. Zhao Ming walked around the wooden house, tapping on the vine walls occasionally with his hands. This craftsmanship, really good. As an architecture student, he had to admit that the builder's skill was very high, even though he acted tough. Lu Li stood in front of a wall, carefully studying the woven vines. This weaving technique, so skilled. She gently touched the tightly intertwined vines with her fingers. Each vine bears weight evenly, the knots are tied very tightly. Wind and rain wouldn't loosen them. My grandfather wove bamboo baskets all his life, almost at this level. Sun Qi didn't understand so many technical details. He went straight to the rocking chair and sat down heavily. Creak! The chair made a comfortable sound, rocking back and forth. Wow, so refreshing. Sun Qi closed his eyes, letting out a satisfied moan. This is living. Suddenly, Sun Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at the 2. Hey! What do you think? If this house is unclaimed, how about we take it over? Before the 2 could answer, at that moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind the wooden house. It was the sound of footsteps. Steady and powerful, cracking the dry branches below. The 3 became tense instantly. Is a local coming back? Suddenly, a hand pushed open the bushes. A figure carrying a huge bamboo basket filled with vines and hay emerged. The person wore a simple t-shirt, dirted a bit, but still looked lively. Chapter 44, You tell me this is skill? Four pairs of eyes met. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Wang Hao? The three voices overlapped, filled with doubt. This is the second time they've seen Wang Hao today. Is it really a coincidence? Wang Hao was also stunned for a moment. He just returned home with a basket of wisteria from the mountain and unexpectedly saw three familiar faces. Luli looked Wang Hao up and down. How come you are here? Did you come to find a water source too? She voiced the common question in the minds of the three people. Wang Hao pointed to the wooden house behind him. This is my shelter, of course I'm here. But what about you? How did you end up here? Silence. A dead silence. The three of them gaped, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Sun Shi pointed at the wooden house, then at Wang Hao, his finger trembling. Why you, what did you say? This is your shelter? Zhao Ming was the first to respond, asking. You must be lucky, found a house left by the natives, right? Wang Hao looked at him strangely. What natives? Where are the natives in this mountain? He walked to the front of the wooden house and patted the wall. I built this house 2 days ago. He pointed at the nearby dirt mound. That cone, a traditional bed, I made it yesterday. Wang Hao directly rolled up the wisteria, revealing the space inside the room. Look, that coat is also mine, I didn't wear it when I went up the mountain to gather materials earlier. The faces of the three people kept twitching. They still couldn't believe what Wang Hao said was true. But Luli's voice trembled a bit. Your weaving skills, weren't they taught by me just a few days ago? She remembered clearly. On the day of the exchange, Wang Hao was obviously a beginner. And building. Zhao Ming was anxious too. You didn't even understand the basic triangular support that day, how could you? Wang Hao scratched his head. Oh, that. I practiced a bit when I got back, and it didn't seem that hard, practice makes perfect. He said it so casually. But to Luli and the others, it felt like they were going crazy. Practiced a bit? Practice makes perfect? How could you achieve this in 2 days? What a joke. The live stream comments exploded. Ah, classic scene. This is definitely a classic scene. I want to know the psychological shadow area of Luli and the other three right now. Earlier they said it was made by a master native, but the master is right in front of them, and he's an 18-year-old freshman, oh, and they taught him. Honestly, if I were them, my mindset would have collapsed. Is this the disparity between people? Wang Hao, basic operation, no big deal. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying learning ability. The three of them stood there, watching Wang Hao busily start organizing the wisteria he brought back. Suddenly, they felt that the little hay and thin bamboo in their hands were so laughable. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He still didn't believe it. Or rather, he didn't dare to believe it. If he admitted that everything was done by this freshman in front of him, then all his years studying architecture would have been for nothing. He walked to the side of the Kong and pointed at the position connecting the wooden house and the dirt mound. This chimney. Zhao Ming's voice was a bit hoarse as he asked. The wind direction in the mountains is very unstable. How did you solve the problem of smoke backflow? This was a very practical and professional question. Many rural old artisans might not be able to solve it all at once. If Wang Hao was just lucky, he definitely wouldn't be able to answer this question. Wang Hao was organizing the wisteria on the ground, not lifting his head. Oh, that. His tone was very casual. I made a downward return bend at the smoke entrance, using the difference in density between hot and cold air to let the smoke go up. Also, for the small chimney at the smoke outlet, I added a piece of bamboo as a windbreak. When the wind is strong, it will close half of itself automatically. Zhao Ming instinctively looked at the chimney's opening. Sure enough, he saw a movable bamboo structure. Exquisite, practical. Completely in line with the principles of fluid mechanics. Luli also walked over. She pointed at an extremely complex vine knot on the wall. How did you disperse the stress points to 3 bamboo poles with this knot? She had been studying it for half a day and still couldn't figure out its path. Wang Hao glanced over and replied. This is a variation of the pig's foot knot you taught me. The main rope goes through from the side, the auxiliary rope wraps around twice, then locks at this stress point. This way, the greater the pulling force, the tighter it bites. Luli's eyelids twitched slightly. She continuously asked several questions, and Wang Hao answered them fluently. The three of them exchanged glances. They all saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. That was the confusion after the collapse of their worldview. A true genius. Those few words were all that remained in their minds. What others need years, even decades, to accumulate in experience and skills. This person only needed a few days. In just a few days, he went from a rookie who couldn't even stabilize a triangular support to a master who could build such a perfect wooden house. Sun Qi remembered this morning, the three of them confidently invited Wang Hao to join their team. They said they could provide Wang Hao with a comfortable thatched house. Now looking back, those words felt like loud slaps across their faces. He was living in a wooden house with a heated Kong, sitting in a rocking chair. What about them? Living in a leaky thatched hut that eventually collapsed in the wind, like three lost dogs. They felt utterly ashamed. If there were a crack in the ground, they would definitely crawl in without hesitation. Wang Hao seemed completely unaware of the psychological turmoil of the three. He sat back down in front of the pile of materials. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound of chopping echoed. He cut the thick bamboo he had just struggled to drag back from the mountain into short sections. Each section was about 30 centimeters long. Zhao Ming watched for a while and could not help but speak up. What are you doing? He really couldn't understand. Aren't you supposed to reinforce the house? If you want to reinforce it, you should use long bamboo for diagonal supports, right? Cutting good long bamboo into such short pieces completely ruined its fiber structure and wouldn't bear weight at all. Wang Hao didn't stop his hands. Who said I was reinforcing it? This house is no good, the foundation is too shallow and the structure is too loose. Sigh, too many problems. So, I plan to build a new one. These short bamboo tubes, I intend to use to create a moisture barrier underneath the new foundation and raise the ground a bit. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence again. Only the sound of the brook was still flowing, tirelessly gurgling. Chapter 45, Build an Even Better House. The three stared wide-eyed. The foundation is too shallow? The roof is shaking? They looked at the sturdy wooden house. In their eyes, this was a five-star hotel in the wilderness, the shelter of their dreams. Yet in Wang Hao's mouth, it became a problematic dilapidated house? A critical blow. This was an attack harsher than before. If earlier they felt they were less skilled, now, they felt they were simply a different species compared to Wang Hao. They were still worrying about how to mud the walls to keep out the wind. He had already started to criticize the villa's earthquake resistance level. The barrage in the live stream peaked at this moment. The screen was flooded with, and holy cow flying by. This is a heart stab. It's definitely a heart stab. Please, don't say anymore, look at Zhao Ming's face, it's already purple. Versailles. Barefaced Versailles. Wang Hao, sorry, I can't tolerate trash in my eyes. Pointing at the perfect wooden house. I thought he was on the 5th floor, but he's in the stratosphere. These three people are so miserable, really, I'm about to cry, they're already homeless and still have to suffer this shock here. In the studio. Zhang Wei was also stunned. Everyone thought that Wang Hao brought back so much material to reinforce the existing shelter. After all, this shelter was already good enough. With just a little repair, it could easily last until the end of the competition. But he actually wants to rebuild? Professor Chen. Zhang Wei turned her head. Is this reasonable? To give up a shelter that is already quite perfect, to spend enormous energy and time to rebuild a new one. Isn't that a bit too risky in a survival competition? Professor Chen adjusted his glasses. The reflection off his lenses made it hard to see his gaze. If it were an ordinary contestant, I would definitely say this is extremely foolish. Because the skill level of ordinary people is stable. The house they build today is fundamentally no different from what they build tomorrow. Repetitive construction is just a senseless consumption of precious energy. Professor Chen paused. But Wang Hao is indeed different. His learning ability, or rather, his speed of evolution, is terrifying. A hint of anticipation appeared on Professor Chen's lips. I am very curious right now. What kind of shelter does he think has no flaws? In the picture, the three watched Wang Hao's busy figure for a while. Zhao Ming turned his head and looked at the dejected Lu Li and Sun Qi. What should we do now? Should we find another place, or? He did not finish, but the meaning was clear. Staying here would be a huge test for their self-esteem. Lu Li bit her lip. She looked at the clear stream not far away, then at the higher ground that Wang Hao chose. Let's just stay here. Lu Li made a decision. There's water here, the terrain is good, it won't easily accumulate water, and it can block the wind. This forest is so big, we can just keep our distance from him. She was the practical type. Face matters, but living is more important. To waste such good resources just to go suffer somewhere worse out of spite would be foolish. Sun Qi and Zhao Ming exchanged glances and silently nodded. They truly had no energy to mess around anymore. The three chose a spot about 100 meters away from Wang Hao. There was also a small clearing there, although not as even as Wang Hao's spot, it was still decent. Zhao Ming. Luli was clearing the weeds on the ground while asking. Do you think, can we build a wooden house like his? Zhao Ming smiled wryly. He glanced at Wang Hao's exquisite wooden house and shook his head. Technically, give me enough time and tools, maybe I can gradually figure it out. But what we lack the most right now is time and energy. Zhao Ming sighed. Luli, Sun Shi, our condition is too poor right now. My suggestion is to set up the simplest triangular shelter as a temporary measure. Use 3 long pieces of wood to build a frame, cover it with banana leaves and straw, enough to block the wind and rain. After we catch our breath, we can think about upgrading later. Luli and Sun Shi were silent for a moment. Although they felt reluctant, they knew Zhao Ming was right. Okay, let's follow your plan. The 3 reached a consensus and began to act separately. Sun Shi went to chop wood, Zhao Ming was in charge of building the frame, and Luli went to collect banana leaves. Hours passed in a flash. The good news was that it didn't rain today. Who? Sun Shi dragged a somewhat thick piece of wood, stopping every few steps to catch his breath. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The torments of the past few days had severely drained his energy. Not having enough to eat, not sleeping well, combined with the recent mental blow, he now felt his legs were as heavy as lead. I can't do this anymore. I need a break. Sun Shi sat down on the ground, breathing in the earthy air deeply. Zhao Ming was not doing any better. He was tying the top of the triangular frame with vines. His hand trembled, unable to muster any strength. Luli returned, holding a bundle of banana leaves, and frowned when she saw the 2 men in such a state. Are you guys even capable? She threw the banana leaves on the ground and said angrily. Sun Shi weakly retorted. Sister, don't just stand there talking without feeling the pain. What have we been eating these past few days? Wild fruits. Not even a warm meal. Where's the strength gonna come from? Luli snorted coldly. She lifted her chin and pointed towards Wang Hao. What about him? Following Luli's finger, they looked over. Wang Hao was tirelessly chopping bamboo with a knife. Duck! 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 Since they arrived here, Wang Hao had never stopped. Chopping bamboo, dragging bamboo, clearing the foundation, digging drainage ditches. His workload alone was several times more than the 3 of them combined. And he looked still full of energy, his movements showing no signs of slowing down. This kid is a monster, right? Zhao Ming wiped the sweat from his face, filled with envy and jealousy. Isn't it said that today's college students are spoiled? How can he have such good stamina? Luli shot them a sidelong glance. Admit it, this is the gap. His endurance is simply better than yours. 2 big men, not as good as a child, how embarrassing. This statement pierced the pride of the 2 men like a needle. Who said I couldn't do it? Sun Shi gritted his teeth and stood up. I'm going to chop another one right now. Chapter 46, a 12 square meter stilt house. Zhao Ming also took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the vine. I'm fine too. The 2 men, like they had been injected with vigor, threw themselves back into work. However, this show of strength lasted no more than 5 minutes. Ouch. Sun Shi's legs went weak, nearly falling down. Zhao Ming's arms were so sore he couldn't lift them. The 2 collapsed back onto the ground, exhausted once again. Luli looked at them, shaking her head helplessly. This was reality. Without comparison, there is no pain. The viewers in the live stream also noticed Wang Hao's extraordinary stamina. Wow, it's been 3 hours, right? Number 66 hasn't taken a break? Even the production team's donkey wouldn't be worked this hard. The 3 guys next door have rested 8 times, and Wang Hao hasn't even had water. Is this the body of a young person? I'm crying with envy. I'm also young, but I get winded running 800 meters. Wang Hao, I can work for another 500 years. No wonder he can build big houses, this physical foundation is on a different level. Wang Hao finally stopped. He straightened up, stretching his sore shoulders and neck. He let out a long breath. I'm a bit tired now. He looked at the fruits of his labor from the past few hours. A large pile of processed short bamboo tubes was neatly stacked beside him. The outline of the foundation was marked out with stones, even larger than before. The drainage ditch was already half dug. Wang Hao clenched his fist, feeling the strength still lingering inside him. If this were before, doing such high-intensity physical work would have left him completely exhausted. But now, he only felt a slight normal fatigue. This only added 1 stamina point. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. What if I get my stamina to 10 points or even higher? Then working for 3 days and nights straight wouldn't be a dream. Thoughts like this made Wang Hao's lips involuntarily curl up. Take a half-hour break, eat something to replenish my strength, then continue. Wang Hao set a small goal for himself. Before dark today, all foundation work must be finished. Time passed with each drop of Wang Hao's sweat, second by second. The sun was about to set, casting golden red rays across the clearing, draping everything in a layer of shimmering gold. Wang Hao slammed the last wooden stake into the ground. He straightened up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Then he took a few steps back to see the complete picture of today's work. In front of him, a huge frame had begun to take shape. It was completely different from his previous small wooden cabin. This time, he chose the thickest bamboo as the support pillars. 12 large bamboos, as thick as a sea bowl, stood firmly on the foundation, outlining a rectangle of 3 by 4 meters. He specially raised the base by half a meter. This created a natural stilt house structure. Wang Hao walked into the frame's interior and patted the sturdy bamboo pillars. The feeling was very solid, without the slightest shake. He was very satisfied. According to his plan, the lower elevated area could be used to store firewood and miscellaneous items, completely isolating it from the damp ground. The upper layer was the real living area. A complete 12 square meters of space, enough for him to roll around freely. Looking at the result of his afternoon's hard work, Wang Hao's heart was filled with a sense of achievement. This was the shelter he wanted. Big enough, strong enough, and comfortable enough. In the live broadcast room, the audience was once again in an uproar. I have watched all afternoon, little by little, seeing Wang Hao build the frame. I feel I have participated as well, and I even have a sense of pride. Is this survival? This is simply infrastructure at a resort. Look at number 66, then look at the other contestants. It feels like they are not in the same competition. Others are still worrying about not getting wet, and he has already begun to pursue living quality. This frame looks too spectacular. If completed, it will definitely be the most eye-catching in the entire competition area. Not far from Wang Hao, Lu Li, Zhao Ming, and Sun Qi finally completed their work. A low triangular shed appeared in their clearing. This was a frame built with 3 thick dead logs as main beams, covered with thick wormwood and banana leaves. To prevent it from being blown away by the wind, they specifically used vines to hold down several large stones on top. It did look very solid, much stronger than their previous shaky grass hut. If it were usual times, they would definitely be cheering and celebrating their possession of a decent shelter from the wind and rain. But now, the 3 stood in front of their new home, unable to smile at all. Their gazes would unknowingly drift towards more than 100 meters away. That huge, orderly, double-layer bamboo frame was quietly standing in the sunset. So eye-catching, so dazzling. Sun Qi swallowed hard. He nudged Zhao Ming with his elbow. Old Zhao, tell the truth. If you had the tools and time, could you build this thing? Zhao Ming was silent for a long time. His gaze lingered on those 12 straight load-bearing pillars for quite some time. Finally, he shook his head bitterly. Difficult. This is not just a matter of skill. Look at him, he has been working continuously for 5 to 6 hours from the afternoon till now, hardly stopping in between. From design planning, to material selection, to hands-on construction, all of it was done by him alone. This is usually the work of a small construction team. He took a deep breath, his tone carrying a deep sense of helplessness. He is a freak. Super strong design ability, top-notch hands-on ability, plus this terrifying physical endurance. Give me a month, I may not be able to do what he has done now. Lu Li sighed. She looked at her low shack, resembling a tomb mound, and then at Wang Hao's large villa frame. A sour feeling spread in her chest. Envy. Really too much envy. The sky gradually darkened. A light mist began to spread in the forest. Guliolu. An awkward sound came from Sun Qi's stomach. Immediately after, protest sounds arose from Lu Li's and Zhao Ming's stomachs as well. They had been busy all afternoon, and their energy was completely spent. Now they felt so hungry their stomachs were touching their backs. But today, they were too focused on their journey and building shelters to have any time to gather food. Lu Li rummaged through her backpack for a long time. In the end, she only found half of a cassava root left over from 2 days ago. Because it had been stored too long, the surface was shriveled and wrinkled. Let's just eat this, she said. Lu Li broke the half cassava into 3 small pieces and shared it with the 2 men. The 3 of them sat on the ground, using the faint light from the sky to gnaw on the coarse, fibrous root. Their mouths were filled with a bitter taste. As they swallowed with difficulty, they looked at Wang Hao, who was not far away. Chapter 47, It's Too Much to Handle. Wang Hao also felt hungry. He paused his work and rubbed his empty belly. Though his stamina improvement made him not feel tired, the energy loss was real. He glanced at the pile of yams stacked in the corner. Just eating this wouldn't be enough. After doing so much heavy work today, he needed to replenish enough protein. Time for my daily fishing. Wang Hao took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants. He picked up a simple little fish basket made of vine and slowly walked into the water. The creek water was chilly, reaching his lower calves. He stood in the water, not moving, like a statue. His eyes were fixed intently on the shadows in the gaps between the stones at the bottom. A few small fish, about the length of his fingers, swam by unaware, pecking at something by his feet. Suddenly, Wang Hao moved. His hand shot into the water like lightning. Water splashed everywhere. When he lifted his hand again, he had tightly grasped a struggling millet fish. The first one. Wang Hao smiled and tossed the fish into the basket at his waist. For the next 10 minutes, he was like an emotionless fish-catching machine. Every time he made a move, he made a catch. In no time, the fish basket was filled with 7 or 8 millet fish and a fat loach. For one person's dinner, this was already quite abundant. Wang Hao stepped ashore with satisfaction. He shook off the water droplets from his legs and walked toward his campsite with the heavy fish basket. Not far away, the 3 people gnawing on cassava were completely stunned. They stopped chewing and stared blankly at Wang Hao, who was holding the dripping fish basket. Wow! Sun Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be just a few minutes? Was it even 10 minutes? He caught so many fish. He looked at the dry cassava in his hand and then back at Wang Hao's basket. His eyes were turning green with envy. He hadn't eaten meat for 3 whole days. Zhao Ming also couldn't help but swallow. The fishy smell, which he usually hated, now seemed especially tempting in his nose. Are the fish in this creek particularly stupid? Zhao Ming found a slightly reasonable explanation. Maybe it's because no one has come here, so the fish aren't afraid of people. Lu Li's eyes brightened. She shoved the remaining piece of cassava into her mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed. Why don't we try it too? This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by the other 2. The 3 of them threw away the unappetizing tree roots and rushed toward the creek. Splash! 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 3 splashes echoed consecutively. The creek water was much colder than they had imagined. As soon as he hit the water, Sun Qi shivered. The coldness shot up from his ankles, instantly causing his calves to cramp. But he couldn't care about that. His eyes were fixed only on the shadows swimming around in the water. Don't run! Sun Qi set his sights on a little fish that had stopped by a rock and lunged forward. He clasped his hands together and squeezed tightly. Got it! He felt something slippery moving in his palm. However, before he could lift his hand out of the water, that slippery little thing, like a loach, slipped through his fingers. In an instant, it disappeared into the murky mud water. Damn! Sun Qi slapped the water surface in frustration. The splashing water blinded his eyes. Beside him, Zhao Ming was not much better. He tried to use a more scientific method to drive the fish into a corner slowly. He bent down, moving in the water like an awkward bear. With each step he took, the muddy silt surged up, stirring the once clear stream into a murky mess. Forget about catching fish, he couldn't even see where the fish were now. Lu Li, being a girl, stood in a slightly shallower place, waiting quietly. Finally, a fish swam over. She held her breath and slowly stretched out her hand. Just as her fingers were about to touch the fish's body, the fish flicked its tail. Whoosh, it vanished, leaving behind a mocking ripple in the water. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. The sky was getting darker. The 3 of them were still soaking in the water. They were completely soaked, their clothes clinging to their bodies, cold and uncomfortable. And their results remained 0. Forget about catching fish, they hadn't even touched a single fish scale. Are the fish in this water becoming spirits? Sun Qi, shivering while hugging his shoulders, spoke with a voice tinged with tears. Why can Wang Hao catch one perfectly every time, while we can't catch a single hair? Zhao Ming straightened his painfully sore back. He looked at the dark stream in front of him and finally recognized a harsh reality. It's not that the fish are stupid. It's that person who's too skilled. He let out a bitter laugh, feeling that his previous reasoning was laughably foolish. If fish were that easy to catch, this wouldn't be wilderness survival, it would be a farm experience. Let's go up. Lu Li's voice was also trembling. If we stay in longer, we won't catch any fish, and we'll lose body heat first. The 3 of them helped each other, clumsily climbing ashore. As the night wind blew, that biting cold instantly made them sneeze loudly. Cold, hungry, and tired. A strong feeling of defeat drowned them like a tide. At that moment, a strange aroma wafted over with the night wind. It was the unique fresh fragrance of fish meat boiling in water. With no excessive seasoning, just the pure taste of protein. In this hungry night, this aroma was deadlier than the finest perfume in the world. Gulp! Sun Qi swallowed heavily. His gaze uncontrollably turned towards Wang Hao's camp. By a pile of warm campfire. Wang Hao was using a thick bamboo tube as a pot, boiling something over the fire. Milky steam rose from the bamboo tube, carrying the deathly aroma, drilling straight into their noses. Wang Hao seemed to sense something. He raised his head and glanced over this way. Then he picked up a pair of freshly shaved bamboo chopsticks, pulling out a cooked wheat fish that was split down the middle. The snowy white fish meat looked especially tempting in the firelight. He blew on the steam and took a big bite. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Wow! A sharp cry suddenly rang out in the night. Sun Chi broke down. He sat on the damp grass, crying like a wronged child. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. It's too unfair. Whoa whoa. I want to eat braised pork, I want to eat boiled fish, I don't want to gnaw on tree roots anymore. His mental defenses completely collapsed in front of that piece of fish meat. Chapter 48, Learning to Knit Sweaters, Calligraphy? Zhao Ming and Luli stood by, opening their mouths as if to say something, but found their eyes were red too. They wanted to cry as well. But they were adults. Still have some face. Only able to hold back tears, crouching down to pat Sun Chi's back. Don't cry, just hold on a little longer. Tomorrow we'll think of a way to find something to eat. Comforting words seemed so pale and powerless. Luli sighed and joined in comforting Sun Chi. We're already here, we can still hang on, how can we give up now? The two talked and talked, finally persuading Sun Chi, not pressing the elimination button on the spot. In the live stream room, the comments were already laughing crazily. I'm sorry, even though they are miserable, I really want to laugh. Sun Chi's scream just gave me a fright. Is Wang Hao a devil? Eating while people are almost starving? Please pray for these three people's psychological shadow area. Killing is just a nod, but the 66th round is a mental destruction. Wang Hao, I'm just having a meal, how did it make people cry? The night grew darker. The wind in the wilderness carried a bone-chilling cold, drilling straight into their bones. Luli, Zhao Ming, and Sun Chi crammed into their low triangular shack. They were cold and hungry, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. That was the aftereffect of soaking too long in the creek. Did we choose the wrong place? In the darkness, Zhao Ming suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, sounding weak. No one answered him. But actually, everyone had an answer in their hearts. They chose this place because of the geographical conditions. But now it seemed like the worst decision ever. Surviving in the wild tested not only survival skills but also mindset. If they were in a place where Wang Hao was not visible, even if the living conditions were a bit worse or the food was less, they might have endured it. After all, they could imagine everyone was equally miserable. But now it was different. As soon as they peeked out, they could see the bright bonfire 100 meters away. They could see that person sitting by the fire, comfortably eating roasted sweet potatoes and drinking delicious fish soup. This intense contrast tortured their nerves at every moment. Every glance made their sense of defeat grow stronger. When mentality breaks, people are easier to collapse. What's the use of saying this now? Luli sniffed, wrapping her clothes more tightly. The house is all built, are we going to move again tomorrow? We don't have the strength for that anymore. Sun Chi huddled in the corner, silent, only occasionally stifling a few sobs. He hadn't fully recovered from the earlier breakdown. At this moment, Zhao Ming, who had been staring outside, suddenly froze. Hey, you guys look. He nudged the two people next to him with his elbow. Is he waving at us? Luli and Sun Chi quickly leaned toward the entrance of the shack, looking out. In the distant firelight, they indeed saw Wang Hao standing by the fire, facing them, waving his arms. What is he trying to do? Sun Chi's voice was filled with alertness. Is he trying to mock us because we look so pitiful? Luli frowned. Doesn't look like it. It seems he has something in his hand. The three hesitated for a moment but decided to go out and take a look. After all, things were already like this, how much worse could it get? They helped each other, walking over carefully. As they got closer, the smell of food became even stronger. It was like an invisible hand, firmly grabbing their stomachs. Wang Hao stood next to the fire, watching these three contestants who looked like refugees approaching. He wore a smile on his face. Good evening, three brothers and sisters. Is there something you need? Zhao Ming tried to make his voice sound less weak, maintaining the last bit of dignity. Wang Hao pointed to the remaining roasted sweet potatoes by the fire, and a small half-cylinder of fish soup in the bamboo tube. I see you haven't eaten yet. How about it, do you want to make another deal? The eyes of the three instantly brightened. What deal? Sun Chi could not help but step forward, his throat rolling up and down. Wang Hao smiled. As before. You teach me a skill I don't know, and all this food will belong to you. Any skill is fine. This time, Wang Hao did not say it had to be related to survival in the wild. The conditions sounded too tempting. But the three of them were in trouble. They looked at each other, frantically searching their brains. What else could they do? Luli was the first to break the silence. She rubbed her hands nervously, her face turning red. I can knit sweaters. Does that count? After she said it, she felt embarrassed. In this wilderness, where would she find yarn to knit? This skill was practically useless. To her surprise, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Knit sweaters? This skill was great, it might connect with his grass weaving skill. Counts. Of course it counts. Wang Hao immediately nodded, making Luli stunned. Here, you take 2 yams to eat. Wang Hao used a stick to pull out 2 blackened yams and handed them over. Luli took them like treasure and stuffed them into her mouth. The soft, sweet texture almost made her cry again. Seeing Luli succeed, the other 2 men became anxious. Zhao Ming scratched his head for a long time and finally blurted. I can practice Tai Chi. I learned the 24 forms in college, I still remember. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. Tai Chi? Strengthening the body? That's fine, it counts. Wang Hao handed 2 more yams to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming was so excited his hands trembled as he took the yams and gobbled them down. Finally, it was Sun Chi's turn. He was so anxious he was sweating. It seemed he couldn't do anything. Sun Chi looked at the last yam and the pot of fish soup, and in a moment of inspiration said, I can do calligraphy. I practiced with a brush for several years when I was a child under my father's pressure. After he said this, he regretted it. There wasn't even a brush or paper here, what good was practicing calligraphy? However, Wang Hao stroked his chin. Calligraphy? This was practically irrelevant to survival. But seeing Sun Chi's desperate look, he couldn't think of any other skills. Having something was better than nothing. Alright, that counts too. Wang Hao generously waved his hand, pushing all the remaining food to them. You eat first, and after you're done, teach me slowly. Sun Chi held the warm fish soup, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. This time, it was out of gratitude. He never expected that Wang Hao would accept a seemingly useless skill. This was not a deal. This was clearly a way to help them. Chapter 49, Precision Poverty Alleviation. Thank you. Sun Chi said with a mouthful of soup, his words unclear. The other 2 also repeatedly expressed their thanks. At this moment, there was no trace of jealousy left in their hearts towards Wang Hao, only full gratitude. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene, and the barrage of comments changed direction. I teared up, number 66 is really a good person. This isn't a deal, this is precision poverty alleviation. Knit sweaters, Tai Chi, calligraphy, how could they come up with this? What use is it in a place like this? Wang Hao, I'm just purely eager to learn, dog head. No matter what, the mindset has opened up, he eats meat but doesn't forget to give his neighbors a sip of soup. I've turned into a fan, who wouldn't love a capable and kind-hearted young man? The temperature by the fire was very high. But for Luli, Zhao Ming, and Sun Chi, what felt the warmest at that moment was their stomachs. The warm fish soup slid down their throats, warming them all the way to their stomachs. That feeling was like a person who was about to freeze to death coming back to life. They gobbled up the roasted yams. The crispy outer skin mixed with the soft, sticky filling. There were no seasonings, just the most authentic aroma of the food. But they felt it was the best meal they had ever eaten in their lives. Sun Chi ate the fastest. He stuffed the yam into his mouth in a few bites, almost choking and rolling his eyes. Hastily, he drank a big gulp of fish soup. It was a struggle to get by. He didn't have time to wipe the soup dripping from his mouth, and he turned his gaze to the empty bamboo tube in his hand. There were still a few white soup stains and tiny bits of fish meat clinging to the inner wall of the tube. Sun Chi showed no hesitation. He stuck out his tongue and licked the bamboo tube inside and out, clean as could be. Not a drop of soup was left behind. When he put the bamboo tube down, it was cleaner than if it had been washed. Next to him, Luli and Zhao Ming were not much better off. In the face of extreme hunger, so-called image and dignity became unnecessary. They too stuffed everything edible into their bellies. After finishing the last bite, the 3 of them slumped onto the grass without any grace. They let out a long sigh. Their faces revealed the first truly relaxed expression in days. They had survived. They had really come back to life. All right, full and satisfied. Wang Hao clapped his hands, interrupting the trio's aftertaste. It's time to get to work. The 3 finally realized they were there to trade. While knowing Wang Hao was indirectly helping them, they still had to fulfill their promise. For the next hour, Luli held two slender branches and demonstrated the most basic knit and purl stitches to Wang Hao. Zhao Ming stood in an open space, slowly performing a simplified Tai Chi routine. Sun Shi felt the most awkward, as he could only wave his stick on the ground and discuss the fundamentals of writing regular script strokes. Wang Hao studied seriously. No matter how useful these skills were, learning more was never a bad idea. As the three finished their instruction, the system notification tone came as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned a new skill, knitting level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned a new skill, Tai Chi level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned a new skill, regular script calligraphy level 1. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He casually opened his attribute panel. At a glance, even he was a bit surprised. The number in the emotion points column had broken a new high. Emotion points, 15,682. This was enough for him to level up another skill to max. Alright, let's end it here for today. Wang Hao glanced at the sky and began to send them off. It's getting late, you should head back and rest. The three stood up, thanking him profusely. Their current state was much better than when they first arrived. At least they had some warmth, and their legs felt stronger. Brother Wang Hao, thank you. Zhao Ming said seriously. If you ever need us, just let me know. The three supported each other and slowly walked back to their triangular shelter. Tomorrow, we need to get up early. Luli murmured with her eyes closed. We need to find more food and also reinforce the house. Zhao Ming and Sun Shi responded. On the other side, Wang Hao stared at the emotion points exceeding 15,000 and began to think about how to spend them. The new house he was building required a massive amount of materials, especially needing a lot of vines to bind and secure things. If the weaving skill could be upgraded by another level, the efficiency would certainly increase. Thinking of this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated. System, upgrade weaving. Weaving upgraded to level 5, transcendent. Congratulations, host, one skill has reached max level, reward, free attribute point +1. Boom! A wealth of knowledge about weaving flooded into Wang Hao's mind in an instant. Not just about grass weaving. Vine weaving, bamboo weaving, knots. All kinds of complex weaving techniques and structures were now as clear to him as if it were an innate ability. He picked up a vine nearby. With a gentle move of his fingers, the vine seemed to come to life, weaving skillfully at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, an extremely complex and sturdy knot was tied. This was the feeling of being transcendent. Wang Hao looked at his hands with satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to the newly obtained free attribute point. Increase my stamina. With a thought, the stamina column on the attribute panel blurred for a moment, changing from 8 to 9. The next second, a magical feeling spread throughout the body. The originally sore muscles felt as if they had been caressed by a pair of gentle hands. The soreness instantly vanished without a trace. The heavy body became light again. The feeling of fatigue was swept away. What replaced it was energy so abundant that it almost overflowed. Wang Hao stood up and stretched vigorously. Awesome! He felt like he could run another 10 kilometers without stopping. The endurance not only increased his usual stamina but also came with a full recovery effect. Wang Hao looked at the somewhat dark forest around him. Since I'm not doing anything, why not put in some extra work? Wang Hao muttered to himself. He picked up the axe placed beside him and slung the large backpack over his shoulder. He grabbed a burning log to use as a torch. He walked briskly up the mountain. 100 meters away, the three of them noticed Wang Hao's actions. The three were completely dumbfounded. Is that even a human? They were so tired today that they could barely move a finger. But Wang Hao, he had done more work than all three of them combined. And yet after dinner, he still wanted to work more? Was his body made of iron? Zhao Ming shook his head. To be honest, I came here to compete with the goal of being the champion. But now I changed my mind, let the champion spot go to this monster. I'm fine with getting second place. As soon as he said this, the two beside him scoffed. Chapter 53 Survival Shows of the Same Type? In the broadcast room, Zhang Wei and Professor Chen also witnessed the scene. Zhang Wei looked at the camera, momentarily unsure of what to say. Doesn't contestant Wang Hao feel tired? Professor Chen's expression was usually calm, but at this moment, he revealed a hint of undeniable surprise. Indeed, his energy seems to be a bit too abundant. Zhang Wei forced a smile. Being young is great. If it were me, not to mention working an entire day, just walking around the mountain for a day, I'd probably be knocked out cold by now. Professor Chen nodded in deep agreement. Yes, youth is the greatest capital. His physical condition is at its peak, his recovery ability is strong, and his endurance is naturally much better than us middle-aged folks. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming. Truly, he is impressive for a university student. The live stream's bullet comments immediately started rolling. No, Professor Chen, you misunderstand. I'm also a university student, and I can testify, our dorm buddies can game all night, but you let them try to lift bricks on a construction site for a day? Exactly, don't compare us with Brother Hao, we don't deserve it. Not to mention working for a day, I just climbed 10 floors today, and my legs are still shaking. Brother Hao is Brother Hao, university students are university students, these are two different species, do not mix them up. Am I the only one who noticed that Brother Hao seems more capable in the evening than during the day? Upstairs, now that you mention it, it does seem true, his steps up the mountain haven't slowed down at all, he has even more energy than during the day. Zhang Wei looked at the bullet comments and couldn't help but laugh. It seems the audience doesn't quite agree with our views. Contestant Wang Hao's endurance seems to be a rare case among university students. Professor Chun chuckled as well. Indeed, we were hasty. Alright, it's getting late. Our live stream is about to wrap up. Zhang Wei nodded. Okay, thank you, Professor Chen, for today's wonderful analysis. Dear audience, that's it for today's live stream. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow. The two waved at the camera. The signal light in the live stream room dimmed. Zhang Wei took off her earphones and let out a long sigh of relief. As Zhang Wei was preparing to tidy up her bag to clock out, suddenly, Xiao Mo poked her head in. Sister Wei Wei, Director Zhao wants everyone to go to meeting room number 1 for a short meeting. Zhang Wei could only nod and follow Xiao Mo to the meeting room. Meeting room number 1 was already filled with people. The chief director Zhao Li sat in the main seat. In front of him was a laptop, and on the screen were densely packed data curves. When everyone had arrived, Zhao Li cleared his throat. The meeting room instantly fell silent. Okay, to keep it short. Zhao Li began, his voice very steady. Today's data has come out. He hit the enter key, and immediately a chart appeared on the projection screen behind him. Our average online number today has surpassed 28,000. The peak viewership has exceeded 70,000. 70,000. Zhao Li emphasized his words. A wave of suppressed gasps echoed in the meeting room. Then there was warm applause. Zhao Li waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. However, he changed his tone. There's also bad news. Just now, I received calls from 2 friends. They are both in the content industry. They told me that at least 3 platforms urgently initiated similar wilderness survival programs yesterday. And their contestant selection is almost modeled after ours. I heard several project teams have sent people to various universities to recruit talent, specifically wanting good-looking and strong university students. Their intention to replicate the character of number 66 is very clear. They want to take advantage of this heat to steal our traffic. Zhao Li's words immediately cooled the enthusiastic atmosphere. A deputy director frowned and spoke up. Director Zhao, this matter is probably unavoidable. But we have the advantage of being first. Plus, do they really think replicating number 66 is that easy? The deputy director's words eased everyone's nerves a bit. Yes. There is only one Wang Hao. That unique style of contestant is hard to come by. Zhao Li nodded. He naturally understood this reasoning. You're right. But we can't let our guard down. Starting tomorrow, the publicity team will increase efforts. We need to make our brand become well known during this time. Whenever the audience thinks of wilderness survival, they should think of our Tongyun Mountain Cup, think of number 66. Yes. The head of the publicity team immediately responded. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Zhao Li closed the laptop. As for what comes next, we'll have to see how it goes. Meeting dismissed. Meanwhile, at Jiangchen University, in the class group for the 25th level Financial 1 class, new messages popped up from time to time. Since Wang Hao became famous, this class group seemed to have turned into Wang Hao's exclusive live broadcast discussion group. 90% of the messages in the group were related to Wang Hao. Various live broadcast screenshots and emojis flew across the screen. At that moment, Lu Meng suddenly sent a message in the group. It was a screenshot. Tancheng Mountain Cup Wilderness Challenge registration successful. Lu Meng, the competition starts in a couple of days, there will be live broadcasts, everyone remember to come and support me. As soon as this message was posted, a few normally quiet boys in the group immediately chimed in. Wow, Meng Gu is awesome. Meng Gu is participating in wilderness survival too? Wishing Meng Gu a great start in winning the championship. Zhang Hao, always looking to stir the pot, quickly typed a sarcastic comment. Zhang Hao, at Lu Meng, are you jealous after seeing Wang Hao's fame? Why are you copying him and joining wilderness survival too? Lu Meng's reply came almost instantly. Lu Meng, what do you know? I have wanted to sign up for the wilderness survival competition for a long time, I was just waiting for an opportunity. Lu Meng, Wang Hao's Tongyun Mountain Cup is just a small show, my Tiancheng Mountain Cup is the real professional one. Lu Meng, when the competition starts in 2 days, I'll show you what real skills are. Zhang Hao, oh. Zhang Hao sent an O and did not reply further. The atmosphere in the group instantly became awkward, and the boys who were initially supportive also fell silent. Lu Meng looked at the screen and snorted coldly. He closed the chat box, holding back a surge of rage inside him. He just couldn't accept it. He was the class's sports committee member, the strongest man in the class. If Wang Hao could do it, why couldn't he? Tongyun Mountain. Wang Hao's figure returned to the front of the wooden house once again. He dragged a large bundle of thick bamboo, at least a dozen stems. Thud. He threw the bamboo heavily onto the ground, making a muffled sound. In the silent night, this sound traveled far away. Chapter 51, The Tormented Trio. Without even drinking a sip of water, he picked up the hatchet and walked to the stack of bamboo, squatting down. He was going to start processing these materials. Clang! 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 The crisp and loud sound of cutting bamboo abruptly rang out in the night. He showed no signs of stopping. The knife in his hand was steady, powerful, and precise. Every chop struck the same spot until the bamboo broke with a sound. He chopped like this, one stroke at a time. Time passed second by second. 1 hour. 2 hours. The pile of bamboo next to him grew taller and taller. 100 meters away, in that low triangular shack, Luli, Zhao Ming, and Sun Qi were experiencing unprecedented torment. Clang! That sound struck their nerves like a hammer, again and again. They couldn't sleep. The shack was both cold and damp, and now added noise pollution. Sun Qi stuffed grass into his ears, but the sound could still seep through. Is he going to let anyone sleep? Sun Qi's voice carried a sob. Isn't he tired? Zhao Ming stared blankly at the top of the shack, eyes wide open. He felt he was going crazy. This torment was worse than hunger. This wasn't just noise. It was a kind of mental oppression. Like during exam week, you've studied until you're about to collapse and want to lie flat. Then the brainiac on the upper bunk not only stays awake, but turns on the desk lamp to study more. While studying, they also exclaim how simple this problem is. Zhao Ming felt just like that now. Why did we settle down here? Lu Li's voice sounded in the darkness, filled with regret. They were completely sleepless. This sound tormented not just the three of them. In the silent forest, the sound could reach far. Other contestants in the nearby areas also heard this sound. Which madman is chopping wood in the middle of the night? Is this person crazy? Complaints rose and fell, but quickly disappeared into the wind. About 500 meters away from Wang Hao's camp, on a ridge, a dark figure squatted motionless on the ground. It was Su Yang. He had also heard this sound and followed it here. He had searched for Wang Hao all day and was about to give up, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn when Wang Hao revealed his position. Su Yang had been squatting for more than 2 hours now. He was quietly observing Wang Hao. Wang Hao's movements were standard, energy-saving, yet full of explosive power. This showed that he knew how to use a knife very well. 1 hour later, Wang Hao only stood up to drink some water and then squatted down to continue again. 2 hours. 3 hours. Wang Hao's movements were exactly the same as 3 hours ago. Su Yang was extremely surprised. He himself was an endurance-type contestant. He knew how physically demanding this high-intensity, repetitive work could be. Even he, after cutting bamboo for 3 hours, would start to feel soreness in his arms and his movements would begin to deform. Yet Wang Hao did not. Su Yang speculated, could it be that he sleeps during the day and works at night? Is he saving energy by working this way? That must be it. Yet even so, this kind of endurance was astonishing. This college student's physical fitness was surely not inferior to his own. Su Yang's gaze shifted from Wang Hao to the wooden house behind him. That well-structured wooden house even had a heated bed. Su Yang's guess was confirmed. Contestant number 66 was definitely one of his biggest rivals on the road to victory this time. Su Yang's feelings were complicated. There was surprise, but more was a long-lost excitement. He realized that this competition would not be as easy as he had thought. It would definitely be a protracted battle. But he has confidence. The jungle law is cruel, only the most enduring and ruthless can survive to the end. He believes he is that person. Su Yang no longer hesitates. He, like when he came, silently retreats, climbing down the ridge, his figure quickly disappearing. About half an hour later. Clang! As the last piece of bamboo was processed, Wang Hao stood up. He looked at the pile of bamboo components in front of him, satisfied, and clapped his hands. Done. He looked up at the sky. The moon was already hanging high, and the surrounding forest was dark and bottomless. At this time, going back up the mountain is not very safe. Although he still had energy, it was better to sleep. He yawned, his body wasn't tired, but he still felt sleepy at regular intervals. Wang Hao first added a few large branches to his bed, then he crawled into the old wooden house beside him. With stamina at 9 o'clock, not only did he have abundant physical strength, but his sleep quality became very high. The next day. It was just dawn, and a thin fog still enveloped the forest. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly opened wide. He was instantly awake, not a bit groggy from just waking up. He sat up, feeling his body. His body was light, and he was full of energy. He walked out of the wooden house, went to the stream, and splashed cold water on his face. The icy touch invigorated him. Today's task is to finish all the components needed, including the second floor floorboards, walls, and roof framework. This requires a massive amount of new materials. Wang Hao didn't delay. He picked up the axe and backpack and once again entered the mountains against the morning light. Not long after. Clang! 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 The deafening sound of chopping bamboo rang out again. In the triangular shed. Luli, Zhaoming, and Sun Qi were nearly awakened at the same time. They sat up abruptly, 3 pairs of bloodshot eyes looking at each other. He started again. Did he? Sun Qi's voice was hoarse, filled with despair. The devil-like clanging noise from last night lasted until the early morning. They thought Wang Hao would calm down today after working all day yesterday. But as soon as dawn broke, the noise returned. Zhao Ming, with 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes, felt his temples pounding. Luli said nothing. She crawled out of the shed, her movements stiff. The cold morning breeze made her shiver. Then, she saw it. In front of Wang Hao's wooden house, there was another large pile of new bamboo and vines. And Wang Hao himself was energetically crouching there, starting to process those new materials. Luli felt a swell of anger choking her, unable to express or suppress. She wanted to rush over, grab Wang Hao by the collar, and ask him, "Are you trying to drive us 3 to death?" But she didn't go. She just took a deep breath of the cold air. "Let's go," she said hoarsely. Zhao Ming and Sun Qi crawled out of the shed too. Where to?" Sun Qi asked weakly. "To find some food." Luli pointed in a direction away from Wang Hao. "Today we go further away. The farther from him, the better." If they stayed any longer, she feared she would really lose control and lash out. Zhao Ming and Sun Qi had no objections. Their feelings towards Wang Hao were very complicated now. They were grateful for the food he provided last night. Yet they detested the noise he created. The 3 of them dragged their weak bodies, like lost souls, into the mountains. Chapter 52, Infrastructure Maniac. The live stream room was lively early in the morning. What was currently playing was a scene where Luli's trio, sporting dark circles, stumbled around, looking lifeless. "I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die laughing. My heart aches for the trio, those dark circles show they probably didn't sleep well last night. Not just didn't sleep well, look at how weak they are, they seem drained of all energy. Wang Hao, neighbors, wake up and get hyped. I'm performing the Jungle Symphony for you. Devil. Brother Hao is definitely a devil. Working overtime until midnight last night. Today, he woke up first again to work, is he made of iron? This strong contrast is astonishing. On one side, there's the fiery infrastructure maniac, and on the other, the struggling trio of refugees. Trio, please, give us a way out. Brother Hao, no way, my 2-story villa must be completed today. At 8 o'clock in the morning. The live broadcast of the Tongyun Mountain Cup began on the 5th day, right on time. In the broadcasting room, the host Zhang Wei and expert Hui had already taken their positions. Zhang Wei smiled professionally at the camera. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5th day of the Tongyun Mountain Cup competition. As of this morning at 8, we still have 55 contestants remaining. Zhang Wei adjusted her earphone. Teacher Hui, as soon as we started broadcasting today, we noticed a lot of discussions about contestant number 66, Wang Hao, in the live chat. Last night, he worked overnight, and the noise he created affected nearby contestants. Now, there are some negative comments online, saying that contestant Wang Hao is disregarding others' feelings and deliberately making noise at night. What do you think? Hui, today wearing a camouflage vest, looked healthy under the bright lights with his dark skin. His expression was calm, clearly having done his homework in advance. I've seen the replay. Hu Yi's voice was very calm. From a professional survival perspective, Wang Hao's choice is perfectly acceptable. Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised. Oh? Hu Yi pointed at the camera with one finger. First, time management. In the wild, time is life. Wang Hao's core task is to rebuild the shelter, which is the highest priority. Choosing to work at night shows he has assessed his physical strength and believes he has the energy. When he's full of energy, turning that energy into survival resources is the most efficient way. He can't stop working just because he's afraid of disturbing his neighbors. That would be joking with his own safety. Hu Yi extended another finger. Second, environmental factors. Surviving in the wilderness is not like renovating in a residential area. There's no need to follow a rule of stopping work after 6 p.m. In the forest, whoever has strong survival skills will survive. Wang Hao is strengthening his shelter, which increases his chances of survival. As for those 3 contestants, Hu Yi shook his head. They can only blame their bad luck. They were unfortunate to choose a competitive king as a neighbor. If they can't stand it, they should move away themselves instead of asking Wang Hao to stop working. That's the jungle law. Hu Yi's analysis was direct and realistic. The barrage in the live broadcast room expressed agreement. Teacher Hu Yi is right, this is the wilderness. Exactly, your house collapsed, and you blame others for building too noisy? Zhang Wei nodded and ended the topic. Thank you, Teacher Hu Yi, for your professional analysis. Now, let's officially start today's live broadcast. The morning quickly passed. Wang Hao was completely immersed in his work. In front of him, the empty space was already filled with various processed bamboo parts. Crossbeams, uprights, mortise and tenon joints, and bamboo pieces for flooring. He categorized everything and arranged it neatly. At noon, 12 o'clock. He stopped his work. Once again, he started a fire and roasted yam. He estimated his progress. It was much quicker than he had anticipated. The stamina from 9 o'clock allowed him to hardly need breaks. He estimated. This afternoon, he would complete all the parts production. Tomorrow morning, he could start assembling the house. Wang Hao's heart was filled with anticipation. In the afternoon, he continued working. The sound of clank, clank, clank echoed once more. In the evening, he finished the last piece of yam. The day was uneventful but incredibly fulfilling. The next day. The 6th day. At 8 in the morning, the broadcast room opened again. Zhang Wei reported the remaining number of contestants. So far, there are 53 contestants left. Then she began the daily live broadcast. At the same time in the broadcasting room, Director Zhao Li was staring intently at the data monitoring screen in front of him. On the screen, the curve representing the average online viewers showed a significant drop for the first time. After 10 minutes of broadcasting, the number of viewers barely climbed to 10,000. Then it came to a standstill. Zhao Li's face was grim. Today, there were 3 new wilderness survival shows starting at the same time. Tianchang Mountain Cup, Shenanjia Challenge, and Deserted Island Showdown. It was obvious that their show's viewership was being divided by the other programs. Zhao Li knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to arrive so quickly and so harshly. Worse still. In the live broadcast room of the Tianchang Mountain Cup, a flood of strange comments poured in. Come watch the Tianchang Mountain Cup. There are all handsome guys and beautiful girls over there. Deserted Island Showdown is way more interesting. What's so good about climbing a mountain? Ah, am I the only one who thinks the contestants of the Shenanjia Challenge are the strongest? A lot of attention-drawing comments and negative remarks polluted the entire screen. Block them! Zhao Li shouted. Ban all these disruptive accounts. The room managers began to panic as they started banning the accounts. But it was futile. As soon as one batch was banned, another batch surged in. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Tianchang Mountain Cup, unlike the simplicity of the Tongyun Mountain Cup, their opening ceremony was very glamorous. Lights, aerial shots, thrilling music. The contestants were being interviewed by the host before entering the mountains. The comments flew by at lightning speed. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Is this girl a model? Her figure is amazing. This isn't wilderness survival, it looks like a beauty pageant. The camera focused on a young man dressed in a professional jacket, wearing a proud expression. It was Lu Meng. The host smiled and asked him, Contestant Lu Meng, we know that you and Wang Hao from the Tongyun Mountain Cup are classmates, right? Many people compare you to him, do you have anything to say? Lu Meng smiled confidently at the camera. Wang Hao is my classmate, that's right. He is quite impressive, I really admire his hands-on skills. After all, in this society, it's rare to find college students who can calm down and work hard like old-school craftsmen. Really, it's very down-to-earth. But in my personal opinion, wilderness survival is still about survival, not construction. I came here to show something different, like how to solve problems creatively while maintaining dignity and efficiency. I hope everyone can achieve good results in their respective fields. His words instantly ignited the comments section. Chapter 53, Building a Two-Story Cottage. In the Jiangcheng University, Class 25 Finance 1 group chat. Lu Meng's interview video was shared in the chat. Wang Hao, is he sick? Others followed suit. His perspective is too narrow. He's riding on Brother Hao's popularity while putting him down. It's disgusting. Seriously, he's just a fellow classmate, is it necessary? A few boys who supported Lu Meng immediately retorted. Mengu is right, it's just the way it is. Survival isn't just about building houses. At this moment, Lin Wanwan, who had been silent, suddenly sent a message. Time will prove everything. At the same time, in Tongyun Mountain, Wang Hao was unaware of the uproar outside. He was immersed in the joy of building his house. At this moment, he was holding a processed pillar and steadily placing it into the slot of the foundation. It fit perfectly. He picked up another beam, aligning its tenon with the mortise on the pillar. He gently pushed. Click. A soft sound. Perfectly matched. He felt as if he was playing with an oversized Lego set. This feeling of turning blueprints into reality filled him with immense satisfaction. With his LV5 building skill, he was intimately familiar with every angle and connection point. He didn't need to measure. All the dimensions were in his mind. He hummed a song and started assembling. The first floor. The second floor. A new shelter was gradually taking shape in his hands. In the broadcast studio of the Tongyun Mountain Cup, the atmosphere was very oppressive. The ashtray was already piled high with cigarette butts. However, the chief director Zhao Li still lit a new cigarette. In front of him, the big screen displayed data curves that were glaringly red. The average number of online viewers, 10,000. Let's talk about it. Zhao Li's voice was hoarse. What should we do? The meeting room fell into silence. The deputy director sighed and spoke up. Director Zhao, this wave of impact is too intense. Tancheng Mountain Cup is all about looks, Shenanjia focuses on curiosity, and the deserted island highlights survival on an island. These three themes have more appeal than our Tongyun Mountain. And they are new shows, the audience is drawn to the freshness. Wei. He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. The Tongyun Mountain Cup has been thoroughly analyzed. Right now it felt like a faded star cornered by three fresh faces. The head of the publicity team also had a pained expression. Our first mover advantage is quickly being eaten away. The only solution now is to wage a war of attrition. Wait for their novelty to wear off, then the audience will naturally compare whose content is more solid. Zhao Li took a deep puff of his cigarette. Long term? He was very reluctant. He had worked hard to build this IP, and just when it was about to explode, it was snatched away by someone else. He couldn't swallow this anger. At that moment, Director Zhao, the data monitor suddenly shouted. The data is going up. Everyone's gaze was focused on the screen. The curve that was lying flat at 10,000 suddenly jumped up. 11,000. 12,000. 13,000. Although the increase was small, it was indeed rising against the trend. This was a scene that had never appeared this morning. What's going on? Zhao Li stood up abruptly. Switch the screen. See what the main screen is broadcasting. It's contestant 66. The director immediately responded. The main screen is locked on contestant 66, he is assembling a house. On the screen, Wang Hao was humming a song, like playing with Lego, carefully connecting bamboo pieces using mortise and tenon joints. Click. Click. The crisp sound of perfectly fitting pieces traveled through the drone's audio. On the originally empty foundation, a delicate two-story structure was visibly taking shape. The bullet screen began to warm up. Wow, I'm back, still watching Brother Hao build houses is interesting. The views from Tancheng Mountain next door are too painful, a man draws like a woman. Brother Hao truly has real skills. Is this, building a villa? I'm shocked, this mortise and tenon structure, my grandfather's grandfather could only do that. This craftsmanship, is he really a college student? Are we sure he's not just posing as a professor from an architecture school? To be honest, watching Wang Hao work gives an oddly relaxing feeling. The noise next door is unbearable, all about boasting, Tongyun Mountain is more genuine. Zhao Li watched the screen, his eyes suddenly brightened. He smelled the scent of opportunity. This is it. He crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray. All directors, listen up. From now on, the main live broadcast room, lock onto contestant 66. Publicity team. Hurry and create snippets for me. Use titles like college students rebuilding ancient architecture in the mountains, Tongyun Mountain surprises with two-story building. And what about the water army? Get them all moving. Go to those 3 live broadcast rooms next door, set the pace. Just say they are flashy but hollow, say their contestants have nothing but looks. Bring the audience back to Wang Hao. The entire director's room suddenly boiled with Zhao Li's command, coming back to life from a stagnant state. At the same time, in Tianchang Mountain Cup's director's room, Chief Director Zhang Peng was holding a cup of coffee, looking at the data with a smile. 25,000 viewers. Ha, we are already more than double Tongyun Mountain. An assistant quickly leaned in. It's all thanks to your brilliance, Director Zhang. Your strategy of relying on looks for survival is just a crushing blow. These days, who watches rugged guys chopping trees? The audience just loves to see handsome guys and beautiful girls. We have a firm grasp on the audience's psychology. Zhang Peng took a proud sip of coffee. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Suddenly, he saw the data on the screen and jumped a little. 24,900. Head, normal fluctuations. He waved his hand dismissively. The assistant also smiled and said, yes, it must be normal fluctuations. 2 minutes later, the data jumped to 24,000. Another 2 minutes passed. 23,000. Zhang Peng's smile began to stiffen a bit. What's going on? Go take a look. Director Zhang. The data operator quickly found the reason and had a strange expression. There are a lot more people in the live room who are stirring the pot. Zhang Peng immediately switched to the front screen. On the bullet screen, the tone had indeed changed. Boring, this Lu Meng only talks and doesn't practice, it's been half a day and he hasn't even lit a fire. Exactly, he looks down on Wang Hao, but Wang Hao's 2-story house is almost topped out. Let's go watch Tongyun Mountain build villas, I'm done watching this sissy here. What Tianchang Mountain, just rename it to base concentration camp. Those from Tongyun Mountain, brothers, villas look better. The players here are posing, while the players next door are building houses. The difference is obvious, family members. Zhang Peng's face instantly darkened. Tongyun Mountain is starting to fight back? Ban all those who are stirring the pot. The room manager started to operate frantically. Chapter 54, The Art of Mortise and Tenon Structure. But just like on Tongyun Mountain, they couldn't ban them all. Simply couldn't ban them all. The assistant saw the director's bad mood and hurriedly comforted him. Director Zhang, don't be anxious. The other side is just running out of tricks. Building houses is so boring, what's there to see? The audience wants something fresh, have a look, and they'll naturally come back. We have a beauty pageant champion and also young hunks, what can they compete with? Zhang Peng listened and felt it made a lot of sense. You're right. A bunch of bumpkins, just never seen the world. No need to care about them, let them be for now. Zhang Peng picked up his coffee cup again. He wanted to wait for the audience going to Tongyun Mountain to come back on their own. At 11 in the morning, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He patted the bamboo scraps on his hands, took a few steps back, and looked up at his work. The first floor of the house was completely closed. All the bamboo components were tightly interlocked through the mortise and tenon structure, forming a sturdy foundation of 3 meters by 4 meters. The bamboo's original greenish surface shimmered softly under the sunlight. The lines were straight, and the joints were tight. This was no longer a simple shelter, it looked like an exquisite bamboo craft. Snap! Wang Hao stepped forward again and casually tugged at a vertical post. It didn't budge. He felt very satisfied inside. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room refreshed more than 10 times a second. Oh my god, it's only been a few hours, and the first floor is done? This skill, my dad is an old carpenter, he says this kid's technique is even better than his master's. Stop bragging, okay? It's just a broken bamboo house, the handsome guys and beauties of Tianchang Mountain look better. Those upstairs get out, we don't welcome you here. Yeah, go back to watch your vases, don't come over here. How Gu is awesome. This house is so beautiful. This structure, this stability, I feel like it's sturdier than my own house. In the Tongyun Mountain Cup live broadcast room, Zhang Wei looked at this already formed colossal structure, feeling her vocabulary wasn't enough again. Teacher Hu, what do you think? Hui pushed up his glasses, he put them on today specifically to see more clearly. He remained silent for a long time before speaking. His voice carried a complex feeling. I am ashamed of myself. Zhang Wei was stunned. Ha, I mean, I'm not as good as him. Hui pointed at the screen with a serious expression. He's not building a house. He's creating an art piece. In the broadcast room, Zhao Li stared intently at the data curve. 18,000. The data operator shouted. What about the other three? Tiancheng Mountain is 22,000, Shenangjia is 21,000, Deserted Island is 20,000. We're still fourth. But our growth rate is the largest. Zhao Li clenched his fists. Not enough. He looked at the focused figure on the screen, his mind racing. Wang Hao is our turning point. Hui's comments are great, but it's not enough. We need more authoritative and professional people. Zhao Li suddenly grabbed the phone, flipped through it, and then dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. Old Lu, help me with something, let's connect and watch a live stream. Here's the thing. 5 minutes later. On the main screen of the Tongyun Mountain Cup livestream, a small video window suddenly popped up in the lower right corner. An old man appeared on the screen, wearing glasses, with graying hair and a gentlemanly demeanor. Zhang Wei had already received the news. The moment the man appeared, she began to introduce him. Dear audience, we are very honored to invite a heavyweight guest. He is the chief designer of our Jiangcheng Museum, Professor Lu Chongshan. Many people in the bullet comments recognized Lu Chongshan. Oh my god? Old Lu? Really? The program team is so generous? Old Lu. I even cited your work in my thesis. The program team has gone crazy, inviting a master to watch college students build a bamboo house? At the same time, the bullet comments were boiling over. In the director's room, the data staff's voice was trembling. Zhao. Director Zhao. 23,000. We're number one. Zhao Li's face showed no joy or anger, he just stared at the screen intently. Good. This is just the beginning. In the live room, Zhang Wei asked with a tone of respect. Professor Lu, what do you think of contestant 60SAXS work? Professor Lu Chongshan adjusted his glasses, he had been watching the screen for 5 minutes. His expression was very focused. Interesting. Very interesting. However, let me comment once he finishes, I don't want to miss any details. On the screen, Wang Hao had already started building the second layer. Under the gaze of Professor Lu Chongshan, Hui, Zhang Wei, and 23,000 viewers, Wang Hao began his performance. He was like the most efficient construction worker. He picked up a component, took a glance, and then with a snap, assembled it into place. Then he picked up the next one. Snap. 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 His movements had no excess, full of rhythm. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes later. The framework of the second layer was halfway done. 15 minutes later. The framework was completely assembled. 20 minutes later. Wang Hao began to lay the bamboo boards for the second layer's floor. In the director's room. 40,000. Director Zhao. It's at 40,000. Tiancheng Mountain has dropped to 18,000. Zhao Li said nothing, just clenched the phone tightly, veins popping. 50,000. 55,000. 60,000. The data staff had stood up, his voice shouting. The number of viewers for the Tongyun Mountain Cup skyrocketed straight to 60,000. In the Tiancheng Mountain Cup director's room. Crash. Zhang Peng slammed his coffee cup hard on the ground. What's going on? Why is it still dropping? Wasn't it over 20,000 just now? How did it drop to 10,000? The assistant shrank his neck, trembling all over. Director Zhang. Everyone has gone to Tongyun Mountain. Zhang Peng's face twisted, he couldn't understand at all. Building houses? Just to watch building a house? Are the audience fools? He pointed at the assistant. Get me some insults. Let the trolls insult me. The assistant was almost in tears. Already insulting, they are giving it their all to insult. At 11:30 in the morning. Tongyun Mountain. Wang Hao picked up the last bamboo board. This was the final piece for the roof. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and with both hands, pressed the bamboo board tightly into the reserved slot. Click. A soft sound. Perfect fit. Wang Hao clapped his hands and then jumped to the ground, taking a few steps away. He looked up at the 2-story bamboo house in front of him. His heart was filled with a sense of achievement. Done. He smiled. At the moment he smiled. The main screen of the Tongyun Mountain Cup live room was instantly divided into 9 images. On the upper left was a drone's aerial view. In the center was the front view of the small building. In the lower right was a close-up detail of the bamboo staircase. The 9 angles showcased this architectural masterpiece to all the viewers from every perspective. Chapter 55, Seizing Traffic. The bullet comments exploded like a storm. It's topped. What did I just witness? Could a human even do this? 2 days. This was made in 2 days. Brother Hao. Forever a legend. For this house, I'd be willing to pay $1 million. A masterpiece. Teacher who was right. This is a masterpiece. Friends from Tianchang Mountain next door, will your beauty contest champion build this? Where's Lu Meng? What is Lu Meng doing? Still trying to start a fire by rubbing wood? I don't know why, but I just want to cry. I have already cried, why is it so moving? In the director's room. The data operator stared at the still wildly fluctuating numbers, trembling as he read them out loud. 70,000. 75,000. The peak has broken 75,000. Zhao Li slowly released his hands. He glanced at the summary of data in one corner of the screen. Tongyun Mountain, 75,341 people. Tianchang Mountain, 4,303 people. Shenanjia, 3,076 people. Deserted Island, 2,499 people. The other 3 combined are less than 10,000. A smile finally appeared on Zhao Li's face. We won. He turned around and looked at his stunned employees. What are you all dawdling for? Cheer for me. Shout for me. The entire Tongyun Mountain director team instantly exploded with excitement. In the live broadcast room, the grid of 9 screens disappeared. The camera returned to the main screen, focusing on the young man quietly standing in front of the bamboo house. The joyful barrage of comments gradually settled down a bit, but the enthusiasm remained high. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, trying hard to calm her excited heart, and turned to the call window. Professor Lu. You have finished watching. Can you give us a detailed review? Professor Lu Changshan remained silent. He did not answer immediately. He just adjusted his glasses, leaning forward slightly, as if wanting to get a little closer. After a few seconds, he slowly began to speak. Incredible. He first said these 3 words. What's great about this work? I'll briefly say a few points. First, the structure. Everyone look at the connection between the first and second floors, and those interfaces of the columns and beams. He used pure mortise and tenon joints, and they are the most ancient and exquisite types. This kind of structure doesn't need a single nail, yet its stability far exceeds many modern assembling techniques. This means this building is very wind-resistant and pressure-resistant. Second, practicality. He didn't create something flashy and impractical. He knows very well what he is doing. The first floor is elevated, which is the smartest method against moisture. The second floor is for living, with a broad view, and away from ground snakes, insects, mice, and ants. This design is tailor-made for mountainous jungles. Third, artistry. Professor Lu's voice carried an undisguised appreciation. Look at the cut surfaces of those bamboo boards, those polished joints. They fit perfectly. This shows the maker has an extremely high precision control ability and great patience. What's more, he retained the beauty of the bamboo's natural lines. This is a work of art. Professor Lu went on to share more specialized knowledge. The audience in the live room listened, captivated. Wow, so it's this impressive? I originally thought it was amazing, but now I really know where the brilliance is. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. Summary, Brother Hao is amazing, voice cracks. No, it's God Hao. Professor Lu Changshan finally made a summary. In my personal opinion, this work is breathtaking from any angle. After he finished speaking, he paused, as if thinking of something. By the way, Zhang Wei. This contestant number 66, Wang Hao, which school's architecture department is he from? A PhD student? Professor Lu asked casually. To him, someone who could achieve this level must be a genius student deeply immersed in the field for years. Zhang Wei's expression became a bit strange. Well, Professor Lu. Contestant Wang Hao is not from the architecture department. Professor Lu was stunned for a moment. Oh? Is he from civil engineering? That's also good. Zhang Wei shook her head. No. Then, is he from industrial design? Not that either. Zhang Wei looked at the card. In an uncertain tone, he said. According to our registration information. Wang Hao, contestant, from Jiangcheng University. Finance department, a first-year freshman. The air fell silent. Professor Lu Qingshan's smile froze on his face. What department? Finance department. Zhang Wei repeated it. Lu Changshan fell silent. He lowered his head, as if pondering the inevitable connection between finance and traditional joinery. Lu Changshan raised his head, his expression becoming serious. Then his parents. His parents must be experts in this field. A rich family background. He must have been influenced since childhood. Zhang Wei's expression became even stranger. Professor Lu, we also looked it up. His father is a middle school math teacher. His mother is an accountant. Professor Lu Changshan, the chief designer of the Jiangcheng Museum. He opened his mouth. Then closed it again. His expression changed from shock to confusion and finally to a blank stare. Math, accounting, finance. He was completely dumbfounded. The barrage in the live broadcast room went wild at that moment. Ha ha ha. Old Lu's CPU is fried. Old Lu, who am I? Where am I? What happened to this world? Finance department. Ha ha ha. Is the house built with an abacus? Brother Hao, don't ask, it's all talent. That's brutal. A finance student silenced a master architect. Old Lu's expression could be made into an emoji, it's too funny. Professor Lu Changshan remained silent for a full half-minute. He finally sighed deeply, showing a bitter smile to the camera. Zhang Wei, help me convey a message to this young man. If he is interested in architecture in the future, I mean if he wants to take the graduate exam, let him come find me. The best mentor in the country, I'll introduce him. I, Lu Changshan, am willing to be his recommender. Professor Lu's connection ended. Wang Hao's miraculous house-building episode came to a close. The live room screen returned to the state of randomly switching contestants. Of course, the production team was clever, keeping Wang Hao's screen in the top left corner of all 9 frames. He was their traffic magnet. The audience numbers for the Tongyun Mountain Cup began to slowly decline. From a peak of 75,000, it gradually fell. In the end, half an hour later, it stabilized at 32,000. Chapter 56, Hoarding Yams. In the director's studio. Jolly looked at the data, and instead of feeling anxious, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 32,000. Very good. Our basic audience is completely stable. He felt very fortunate. He was grateful that the production team had someone like Wang Hao as a wildcard. Without Wang Hao, today's Tongyun Mountain Cup would definitely have been completely overshadowed by the other 3 shows. In the Tanchang Mountain Cup director's studio, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Their current online audience was 19,000, a fairly good number, but far from the Tongyun Mountain Cup. Moreover, it was very likely they wouldn't surpass it today. Zheng Peng couldn't figure it out no matter what. He had spent so much money, hired so many handsome men and beautiful women, created so many gimmicks. Why would they lose to Wang Hao building houses? Today was supposed to be a day to boost morale, tomorrow they could lose, the day after could be a loss, but not today, yet they lost today. Ah! Zheng Peng roared in furious frustration. At the same time, Wang Hao was happily playing on his second floor. This bamboo house had truly become a home. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He looked down at the bamboo floor beneath him. The floor was made of thick bamboo strips connected together, with very small gaps. Walking barefoot on it, he could feel the unique coolness of bamboo, the surface polished very smoothly. He decided to test the sturdiness of the house. Wang Hao first squatted down and pressed hard on the floor. It was very firm, and he couldn't push down. He then stood up and stomped his feet hard. Thud. Thud. 2 muffled sounds. The floor only transmitted slight vibrations but did not shake. Very stable. Wang Hao simply lay down. He relaxed his body and rolled back and forth on the floor. From one end of the second floor, he rolled to the other end, then rolled back again. He stopped. He felt it. The bamboo building still didn't sway. Wang Hao stood up. He took a deep breath and started jumping on the second floor. He jumped very high, using all his strength. The whole second floor space was filled with the thud of his landing. Wang Hao jumped more than 10 times, and the entire bamboo building remained incredibly stable. Not even a slight sway. Wang Hao stopped. He was so satisfied. LV5 building skills really made things sturdy. In the live broadcast room, the viewers finally had a clear understanding of the house's stability. Wow! He's partying on the second floor. This house isn't shaking at all. Is this what old Lu just called stability? This quality would make developers cry. Contestant 66, a forever quality exempt product. Wang Hao finally got tired from jumping. Gulp. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet bamboo building, it was very clear. He patted his belly. So hungry. The mountain yam he had stored before was already eaten, and there was nothing to eat in this brand new home. He had to go out to find something to eat. Wang Hao walked down the stairs from the second floor. He took the machete placed on the first floor and hung it at his waist. He put on his backpack and pushed open the newly installed bamboo door. Rough hair. Wang Hao walked along the small path he had taken earlier into the mountains. Not far along, he noticed something strange. There were many turned-up patches of earth by the roadside. It seemed other contestants were also working hard. He continued walking forward. He also noticed that the dry branches and scattered firewood on the road had decreased a lot compared to the previous 2 days. Almost picked clean. Wang Hao suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Had it only been a few days since the competition started? Everyone was already crazily hoarding supplies. Food and firewood were the most important. He had been too focused on building his house. Now that the house was built, food and fuel had to catch up. He also needed to stock up more. Wang Hao had great stamina. He quickly found the mountain yam patch he had discovered before. The soil here had also been turned, but only the top layer. Wang Hao drew his machete and started digging. His movements were quick. The speed of digging was also fast. In less than an hour, Wang Hao filled his backpack. He carried the backpack full of mountain yams back to the bamboo building. It was heavy. But he ran very fast. He poured the mountain yams into a storage room in the corner of the first floor. After putting away the yams, he went out again. After another hour, Wang Hao carried back a second load. 2 large piles of mountain yams were enough for him to eat for a week. Wang Hao looked at the mountain yams on the ground. He felt a bit more secure inside. Unfortunately, these things don't last long. The mountains are humid, and they will soon sprout or rot. So, there's no need to hoard too much. Next, he should stock up on firewood. Firewood can be stored without worry. Moreover, the drier it is, the better it burns. Wang Hao took a break. After continuously digging and moving, he also felt fatigued. His forehead was covered in sweat. His legs also began to get sore. His stamina was a bit depleted. Building houses and digging took a lot of stamina. If it were someone else, they would have to choose to rest, but he was a man with a cheat. Wang Hao silently thought, open the panel. Since he started building, he hadn't had the time to care about emotion points. A transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Wang Hao. Emotion points, 43,980. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. He blinked hard. 43,980. What the heck? So many. It must have gone up while building the house? Wang Hao looked at his skill list. Fire starting, LV3. Slingshot, LV4. Barehanded fishing, LV4. He needed attribute points now. 1 point in stamina would fully revive him. Adding points in strength would also greatly increase firewood cutting efficiency. With over 40,000 emotion points, he felt confident. System, upgrade fire starting, slingshot, and barehanded fishing all to LV5 for me. A series of prompt sounds ended. Wang Hao's skill panel gained 3 mastery skills, and he also received 3 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he began to allocate them. System, add 1 point to stamina. Add 2 points to strength. Attribute allocation completed. Power, 810. Stamina, 910. Wang Hao instantly felt an even greater surge of heat flowing through his body. The soreness from digging and moving had completely vanished. Fatigue was swept away. Not only had he fully recovered his strength, but he also felt much stronger than before. Then, he clenched his fist. His joints cracked with a crisp sound. He felt filled with power. I feel like I could knock myself out with 1 punch. Wang Hao thought for a moment, then went to his storage room on the first floor. He filled his backpack with firewood, then lifted it with 1 hand. Hiss, how easy. Wang Hao was surprised. This backpack of wood weighed at least 40 pounds but felt light to him. Feeling the overwhelming power and energy within him, he let out a howl to the sky. Ah! I want to vent. I'm going to chop wood vigorously. Wang Hao stood up, picked up the axe, and slung the backpack over his shoulder. He walked out of the bamboo house with a light step and headed up the mountain. Chapter 57, The Shortcomings Are Discovered. The live stream had erupted in excitement countless times. Doesn't he need to rest? He just carried 2 big baskets of yams and is back up the mountain like it's nothing? Is he even human? I suspect he's a human-shaped robot that just went back to recharge. Isn't there a limit to his stamina? Bro, please, take a break. I'm tired just watching. In the live stream. At this moment, the host, Zhang Wei, and expert, Hu Yi, were watching a split-screen display. On the screen was contestant number 32. He was a sturdy man with dark skin, chopping a dead tree. Teacher Hu, look at contestant number 32, he seems to chop very skillfully. Zhang Wei spoke up. Hu Yi nodded, his expression one of approval. Yes. Look at his movements, they are very methodical. Every strike has a similar position and angle. The direction of the wood chips flying is also very consistent. This shows he has been trained or often does this kind of work. He's an old hand. Hu Yi's tone was very certain. Chopping would look simple, just a matter of strength. But in reality, there are many tricks to it. How to choose a tree, how to strike, how to use the wood's grain, all determine your efficiency. Zhang Wei took over the conversation. It seems we have some hidden talents among the contestants. Everyone seems to be gathering firewood. I hadn't seen anyone chopping trees a few days ago. Hu Yi showed a serious expression. This is inevitable. Firewood is too important. With fire, you can ensure you have hot water, eat cooked food, and maintain your body temperature in dryness. Without fire, you can't last more than a few days. Zhang Wei nodded, she also looked at the data card in her hand. I just got the latest news. According to the weather forecast, the Tongyun mountain area may have continuous rain in the coming days. She announced this news to the audience. Upon hearing this, Hu Yi's expression grew more serious. Continuous rain. He murmured to himself. This will be a huge test for the contestants. Once it rains, the mountains will become very wet and cold. If they haven't prepared enough dry firewood in advance. Hu Yi did not continue, but his meaning was clear. The audience in the live stream began to worry. Ha? It's going to rain? Oh no, the contestant I support, number 55, hasn't built his shelter yet. If it rains continuously, won't they be unable to venture out for food? Zhang Wei sighed. The competition is still very cruel. The reward for the first phase of this competition is $1,000 if you can last 10 days. Teacher Hu, how many contestants do you think will be able to win this prize? Hu Yi thought for a moment. I guess, fewer than 30. This continuous rain will likely wipe out a large number of people. This prediction made the atmosphere in the live stream somewhat heavy. At this moment, Wang Hao's camera shifted from the upper left split screen to the main camera. Zhang Wei's attention was drawn to it. Ha! In the picture, Wang Hao stood in front of a dead tree. He held an axe, assessing the tree. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. This tree is so thick. The camera pulled back. The audience could see clearly. It was an old tree that had been dead for a long time, with a very thick trunk. It was at least 2 to 3 times thicker than the tree that contestant number 32 had just cut. Hu Yi frowned. He had just praised contestant number 32 for his professionalism. Now seeing Wang Hao's choice, he was a bit puzzled. Teacher Hu, is contestant Wang Hao planning to cut this tree? Zhang Wei asked. Hu Yi shook his head. I think this choice is very unwise. His voice carried disagreement. From a professional perspective. First, this tree is too thick. The knife in his hand is just an ordinary machete, not an axe or a saw. Using that knife to cut such a thick tree will be extremely inefficient, he might not even get through after a few hours. Secondly, even if he manages to cut it down. Hu Yi pointed at the screen. With a tree this large, how will he deal with it after it falls? This tree will weigh at least 300 pounds after being cut down. He can't carry it home. He can only chop it up on site and transport it in sections. How much time will that take? He's just wasting his energy. The smartest approach would be to choose a tree of suitable thickness, like contestant number 32 did, cut it down, and transport it directly. Contestant Wang Hao is a master at building, but he is clearly a novice at chopping wood. Hu Yi's commentary was sharp. In the live broadcast room, Wang Hao had already begun to take action. He didn't take off his clothes or do any warm-up exercises. He simply stepped forward and raised the machete in his hand. He swung the knife. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The machete struck into the trunk. Hu Yi watched Wang Hao's movements and shook his head again. His skills are terrible. It's obvious he's a novice. He doesn't even understand the technique of applying force. He's just using pure strength. And the chopping position is too chaotic. Look, he made the first cut here, and the second cut is off. Chopping like this wastes too much energy. There's no method to it. Zhang Wei felt a bit awkward. After all, Wang Hao was a miracle contestant in her eyes. Maybe contestant Wang Hao isn't very good at this. Hu Yi stood firm in his professional assessment. He really isn't good at it. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room also found it funny. Ha, finally found something Wang Hao isn't good at. A master at building houses, but a rookie at chopping wood. Laughing to death, expert who has this expression of this student is hopeless. This tree is really too thick, he'll probably have to chop until tomorrow. Feeling sorry for Wang Hao, he's being used as a negative example by the expert. In the forest. Wang Hao was cutting with enthusiasm. Bang! 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 He felt like he had endless strength. The machete plunged into the hard dead tree trunk, making a dull, thunderous sound. Large chunks of wood chips flew everywhere. Some even bounced onto his face. But he didn't care. He was like a perpetual motion machine, swinging one cut after another. The speed was dizzying. In the live broadcast room, the director also noticed Wang Hao's unusual performance. He simply put contestant number 32's footage in a split screen beside Wang Hao. A contrast appeared instantly. Contestant number 32, his chopping movements indeed had rhythm. Ha! One swing down. Who? He pulled it back. Again, ha! And who? Wood chips flew, but they were only tiny pieces. His progress wasn't fast, but it was steady. In contrast, on Wang Hao's side, the atmosphere was completely different. Bang! 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 No shouts, no pauses. Only the frantic thuds of the machete against the trunk. Wang Hao's chopping frequency was at least twice as fast as contestant number 32's. And what he was cutting down wasn't wood chips. It was chunks of wood. Every chop brought up large pieces. Chapter 58, Great Strength Produces Miracles. The audience in the live broadcast room was the first to notice something was off. Am I seeing things? Why is contestant Wang Hao cutting the thicker tree, but his progress is similar to number 32? Not just similar, take a closer look. Wang Hao seems to be even faster. Is expert whose face a bit pained? Host Zhang Wei also noticed. She widened her eyes, staring at the comparison on the screen. It was too obvious. Wang Hao and contestant number 32 had started chopping the trees at nearly the same time. It had only been a few minutes. Contestant number 32 was steadily working on his appropriately thick tree. He chopped out a V-shaped notch. And Wang Hao, on his incredibly thick tree, he chopped out a V-shaped notch too. Moreover, Wang Hao's notch was even deeper than number 32's. Teacher who? Zhang Wei's voice was a bit ethereal. Was your judgment just now a bit off? Hui's expression twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. No. My judgment is not wrong. His knife skills are indeed those of a layman. He completely ignored the texture of the wood, he doesn't even understand how to release the force. He is just using brute strength. He paused for 3 seconds. But his strength is just too great. Hui's voice changed tone. This is not reasonable. He is not chopping wood at all. He is tearing down the tree. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Incredible strength leads to miracles. Hui, my 40 years of professional experience are worthless in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao, skills? What is that? I only have strength. Hui calmed down, after all, he was an expert. He adjusted his glasses, his expression turning serious. Alright, we admit that Wang Hao's strength is amazing. But, he emphasized his tone. This chopping method consumes a huge amount of energy. Every chop he takes wastes strength. I am really curious, how long can he maintain this state? Once his strength is exhausted, he won't be able to lift the knife at all. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Exactly, endurance is key. 5 minutes passed. The director's camera was locked on Wang Hao tightly. Bang! 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 Wang Hao's speed showed no signs of change. Hui. He began to doubt his life. Is he really from the finance department? This endurance, this muscular power. I would believe it if he told me he was a sports student. 10 minutes passed. In the live broadcast room, everyone held their breath. On screen, contestant number 32 had already stopped. He was leaning on his knife, gasping heavily. Sweat soaked his back shirt. His tree was just over halfway done. And Wang Hao. Bang! 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 He was still chopping. His speed was exactly the same as 10 minutes ago. The giant dead tree in front of him already had a very deep V-shaped notch. It seemed like it could fall at any moment. Hui fell silent. He just stared at the screen, his gaze blank. The bullet comments had completely gone wild. 10 minutes. He is still chopping. Number 32 has collapsed from exhaustion. Wang Hao isn't even panting. What kind of monster is this? A human tree chopping machine? Finance department? Don't insult Wang Hao, he is clearly from Gundam. I declare, Wang Hao's nickname is the Eternal Motion Machine of Tongyun Mountain. 15 minutes. From the moment Wang Hao swung his first chop, a full 15 minutes have passed. Contestant number 32 was sitting on the side taking a break, drinking water. Wang Hao finally stopped his movements. He took 2 steps back. He looked at the huge notch. Then, he walked forward. He raised his foot. Bang! He kicked the tree trunk. Snap! A sharp sound of wood breaking rang out. Everyone in the live broadcast room widened their eyes. That tree, which could barely be hugged by one person, in front of Wang Hao. Boom! It fell with a loud crash. The massive trunk hit the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Even the drone's camera shook a little. Wang Hao stood still, dusting off the wood chips from his hands. The live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. 3 seconds later. Hui took off his glasses. He rubbed his eyes hard. Then he put his glasses back on. He looked at the handsome, calm figure on the screen. He let out a long breath. I give up. Hui smiled bitterly at the camera. I take back everything I've said before. From today on, I no longer have to judge Wang Hao with the eyes of a normal person. He is simply not human. The bullet comments exploded completely. Awesome. So unreal, it's not human. 15 minutes. He chopped down a tree that the expert said would take a day. Hui, don't ask, just accept it. Wang Hao, the eternal god. Zhang Wei looked at the screen, her expression was very emotional. It seems that the reason Wang Hao chose this tree is that from the very beginning, he had absolute confidence in himself. Hui smiled wryly and shook his head. You are right. Absolute confidence comes from absolute strength. In the scene, Wang Hao chopped down a tree, and the next step was to carry it back home. He took out a rope made of vines from his backpack. He walked around the trunk and stepped on the extra branches to break them off. Then, at the thickest part of the trunk, he tied a sturdy knot. Wang Hao felt that if he gave it his all, he could carry the tree back, but that would be too tiring, so he decided to save some strength. He threw the rope over his shoulder. His feet pressed firmly into the soft soil. Let's go! Wang Hao shouted softly, his muscles tensing up. He immediately felt a great pulling force from his shoulder. This tree was indeed heavy, at least 300 pounds. Ha! Screech! A piercing sound of friction erupted. The huge dry tree trunk was dragged across the ground by him. The base of the trunk crushed fallen leaves and stones, making a dull creaking sound. Wang Hao took a step. Step by step, steady and strong. He moved like a strong bull, dragging the massive log down the hill. The viewers in the live stream were already numb. What can I say? I feel like Wang Hao could throw me up with one hand. Hui, don't ask, just call him a monster. My god, Hao is still too authoritative. This should be the biggest log since the show started, right? How many days will this burn? Wang Hao was not moving fast, but he was steady. He turned around a bend. He unexpectedly ran into 2 people. They were 2 male contestants. These 2 were strenuously carrying a log. One in front, one behind, resting it on their shoulders. The log was about as thick as Wang Hao's thigh. They were swaying as they walked, sweating profusely. They also heard the commotion from Wang Hao's side. They looked up. Both stopped in their tracks, mouths open wide. They gawked at Wang Hao. Then they looked at the massive trunk behind him, thicker than his waist. The scene was too shocking. Chapter 59, Interview. Wang Hao also stopped, ready to catch his breath. The tall contestant stammered to speak. Brother. Is that tree? He pointed at the giant log. Is it hollow? This was the only reasonable explanation he could think of. Wang Hao shook his head. No, it's solid. Wang Hao put down the rope and smiled. Want to give it a try? The 2 contestants exchanged glances. They put down the log they were carrying. The log fell to the ground with a thud. They walked up to Wang Hao's giant log. Let's give it a shot. Both crouched down, one on each side, and hugged the end of the trunk. 1, 2, 3. Lift. Both of their faces turned beet red. Ah. In the end, they used all their strength just to lift it slightly, but they immediately let it down again. Both of them sighed, sitting down on the ground. My god. This is way too heavy. Their looks at Wang Hao changed completely. The tall one got up, dusting off his pants. His face was filled with smiles. Brother! Amazing! My name is Chen Dong, this is my friend Ma Kuan. Are you alone? Do you want to team up? Ma Kuan quickly nodded. Yeah. Let's team up, brother. With your strength, the three of us could conquer this mountain. Both of them had eager looks in their eyes. Wang Hao smiled. Thanks, but I'm used to being alone. After saying that, he picked up the rope again, walked around the two, and continued down the hill. Screech! Boom! Chen Dong and Ma Kuan watched Wang Hao's back disappear, along with the terrifying log behind him. Chen Dong sighed. What a pity. Ma Kuan agreed. Yeah, such a pity. He turned back to look at the small log they had struggled to carry. Earlier, they had felt a sense of achievement. Now. Sigh. Comparing people can really be disheartening. Let's hurry and take this back, it's almost dark. The two picked up the log again. But their steps felt even heavier than before. Wang Hao continued to walk back. The mountain path is hard to walk, dragging such a big fellow makes it even harder. He passed by a rocky cliff. There was a small cave that was sunken in. He heard a coughing sound coming from inside. Wang Hao turned his head and took a glance. Inside the cave, a person was lying on the ground. Wrapped in a large amount of dried grass, the person was curled up into a ball. Their face was waxy yellow. In front of them was a small pile of black ashes, looking like a failed fire attempt. Wang Hao did not stop. He withdrew his gaze. This competition is like this. Some people can eat and drink well, while others can't even start a fire. He estimated that this contestant would be ringing out soon. In the evening. The sun was about to set. In front of Wang Hao's shelter. Luli, Zhao Ming, and Sun Qi were sitting on the ground. In front of them lay a pile of firewood, and behind them some scattered kiwis and yam. This was the result of their hard work throughout the day. All three were extremely tired, their faces covered in dirt. Opposite them, Xiao Mo was interviewing them. You three, as neighbors of Wang Hao, what do you think about the bamboo house he built today? Xiao Mo held back her laughter and passed the microphone over. Luli rubbed her temples, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. To be honest, when we came back and saw his bamboo house, all three of us almost broke down. Zhao Ming looked severely impacted. I studied architecture for 4 years. I feel like I wasted 4 years. That house of his, I can only say, it was a huge shock. Sun Qi shook his head. We three watched Wang Hao build the foundation and prepare materials bit by bit, so we originally had very high expectations for his house. But when we just came back, we were still shocked. Suddenly, a heavy, teeth-gritting sound came from the nearby forest. The four of them froze at the same time. What sound? The four looked toward the source of the sound. Immediately, they saw Wang Hao walking out of the forest. He was pulling a rope over his shoulder. Behind him, a giant, more than 2 meters long, tree trunk thicker than a bucket was dragged out. Wang Hao dragged the trunk next to his house, then clapped his hands, turned around, and saw the four people dumbfounded. The camera lens behind Xiao Mo was completely focused on the giant log. Her mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Luli, Zhao Ming, and Sun Qi were petrified. They remained sitting on the ground, unmoving. Their gaze slowly moved from the giant log to the pitiful pile of firewood they had collected after a hard day's work. Sun Qi's lips trembled. Zhao Ming's eyes turned red. Luli buried her face in her knees. I don't want to compete anymore. The comments in the live broadcast chat were filled with sympathy. So tragic. Luli is crying. Sun Qi's mentality must have completely collapsed. The three of them must really regret choosing to live next to Wang Hao, right? Xiao Mo snapped back from her huge shock, her professional instincts kicked in. She abandoned continuing the interview with Wang Hao's neighbors and quickly walked toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao. Wang Hao had just put down the rope and was wiping sweat. Hello. Xiao Mo handed over the microphone, and the camera followed closely. Are you tired from dragging such a big tree back? She first asked a common question. Wang Hao thought for a moment. It's okay. It is a bit heavy, but I can manage. Xiao Mo took a deep breath and asked the question that the audience in the live chat most wanted to know. Wang Hao, you chose such a big tree. Is it, on purpose? I mean, did you want to use it to crush the confidence of other contestants? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand the question. Crush others? Why would he do that? No. Wang Hao answered very honestly. I didn't think that much. I simply wanted to save some trouble. This one is thick enough, chop it once, it can be used for a long time. I don't want to go out every day to gather firewood. The barrage paused for a second, then erupted with even more critiques. Damn it, he simply wants to take the easy way out. Killing hearts. Wang Hao, I didn't mean to, but I'm just that dazzling. The neighbor trio, let me say thank you to you. He is not hurting others, he is just living his own life, but his life can scorch others. Xiao Mo changed the topic. Wang Hao, do you know? The bamboo house you built has gained huge attention from the outside world. Now many people have become your fans. Everyone likes you very much, what are your thoughts on this? Having fans is definitely a good thing. Wang Hao scratched his head shyly. Really? Thank you all for the love. I will work hard to live well in the wild. His answer was very simple. The barrage in the live room was ignited by Wang Hao's reaction. He is shy? Wow, what a contrast. A devil when chopping trees, but turns into the neighbor's little brother during an interview. That shy scratching of his head, how cute. Other people's good life, not starving to death, Wang Hao's good life, building villas, stockpiling huge woods. I'm sold. This contrast is amazing. Don't be infatuated, he is a man who can kick down big trees. I almost forgot he is a college student. Chapter 60, Haters, please detour. Xiao Mo finished the interview task and left satisfied. Wang Hao walked to the giant wood. He needed to bring this wood into the house. He grabbed one end of the trunk. He managed to lift this 300-pound log little by little and stuffed it into the storage room on the first floor. Fortunately, he had designed the storage room with enough space initially. Otherwise, it really wouldn't fit. Wang Hao clapped his hands. The wood was taken care of. The food was also sorted. It was time to eat. His stomach was hungry again. He walked to the storage room and took out a few thick yams. He came to the heated brick bed that was already reconnected to the new house, first igniting the bed, and after a while of preheating, he buried the yams in the ashes of the fire. Sizzle. Today he didn't want to eat fish. He was a bit tired of it. Baked yams would be great. When he pulled out the yams, the skin was already charred black. He blew on it and tore the outer skin. Inside was golden yellow, steaming hot core. Hot air wafted up. A sweet aroma rushed to his face. Wang Hao took a bite. Both fragrant and sweet, with a dense texture. So delicious. Staple food can never get boring. He quickly finished 3 yams. His stomach felt warm. His strength also recovered a lot. After eating well, it was time to work. That big log was still just raw material. He had to chop it into smaller pieces suitable for burning. Wang Hao stood up and walked to the storage room, taking out the cutting knife. He dragged out a section of the trunk. Just as he was about to start working, he heard a sound. Drip, drip. Very light. It was the sound of rain. Wang Hao looked up. The sky was completely dark. Soon, the sound of rain intensified. Crash. Raindrops hit the roof of his bamboo house, making a dense sound like pat pat pat. Wang Hao glanced at the giant wood in the storage room and the 2 huge piles of yams. He felt very at ease. Outside, it was pouring rain. Yet he was in a warm, dry house. There was food and firewood. The rhythmic sound of chopping would quickly echoed in the room. Outside, it was the sound of heavy rain. The 2 sounds intertwined. Wang Hao found it quite pleasant. In the live room, Zhang Wei shook her head. The rain has finally come. Hui nodded, looking serious. Yes. These contestants still don't know how long this rain will last. Zhang Wei checked the time. Okay, dear viewers. Today's live broadcast ends here. Let's come back tomorrow to follow the contestants' performance. The signal in the live room gradually faded out. Under the same sky. In the same heavy rain. When it rained on Tongyun Mountain, Tanchang Mountain next door was not spared. Crash. Cold rain slammed fiercely against Lu Meng's face. He just built a shelter, just a few branches slanted into the ground, covered with a layer of banana leaves. Now, this shabby hut had completely lost its purpose. Rainwater poured in through the gaps in the leaves. Soon, water accumulated under the shelter. Lu Meng sat in the muddy water. He was completely soaked. The temperature in the mountain night dropped quickly. The wet clothes clung to his skin, and when the wind blew, it made him shiver uncontrollably. His teeth were chattering. Achoo! Lu Meng let out a big sneeze. He shrank his neck. He was hungry. Hungry to the point of burning in his stomach. He was cold. Cold to the bone as if ice shards had drilled into him. He smelled the heavy earthy scent in the air and the smell of rotting leaves. He looked at the pitch-black mountain forest in front of him. Other than the sound of rain, there was nothing else he could hear. Damn! Lu Meng cursed softly. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. Why did he come to join this cursed competition? He thought with his athletic committee's physical quality, winning the prize would be easy. But upon arriving, he found out. The knowledge learned online was useless here. He couldn't even start a fire. He thought of Wang Hao. Lu Meng signed up for this competition just to prove a point. He wanted to show he was better than Wang Hao. But now, Lu Meng shifted his butt in the muddy water, trying to find a slightly drier spot. However, it was no use. Everywhere was cold mud. He desperately hugged his knees. In Jiangcheng University, class of 25 Finance 1 group. The group chatted lively. Zhang Hao, and everyone, go watch the live broadcast. It's so funny. Zhang Hao, Lu Meng, the one in the Tianchang Mountain Cup, quickly look at his live stream. Zhang Xiang, what's wrong? I just opened it, and it's a black screen? Zhang Hao, ha ha ha, he's hiding in the shelter, the camera can't catch him, just listen to the sound. Some classmates in the group actually went to search for the Tianchang Mountain Cup livestream. Soon, someone replied. Chen Lulu, wow. I heard it. Is he crying? Chui Junjie, no way. I turned up the volume, and it sounds like he's really quietly crying. Zhang Hao, ha 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 ha. Wasn't he so amazing during the interview? Saying Wang Hao is just a facade, saying he himself is the professional, now he's crying. Chen Mo sent a screenshot. The screenshot showed Wang Hao's live stream screen. Wang Hao had finished his work and was lying in the bamboo house on the second floor, lost in thought. Next to him, there was a small clay pot with a faint fire lit to provide light. Zhang Hao, brother Hao was really comfortable, listening to the rain in the bamboo house, tsk. Zhang Hao, at Lu Meng, learned from Wang Hao. This is called professionalism. Zhang Hao, oh, I forgot you can't see it, huh? Chui Junjie, the comparison is just too tragic. Lin Wanwan did not participate in the class group's discussion. She was very happy now. She had just uploaded her edited video of Wang Hao building the bamboo house, part 2, to her account. In 3 days, a manual content creator built a 2-story bamboo house in the wilderness. Is this reasonable? Her follower count had already surpassed 30,000. The comments section quickly flooded with hundreds of comments. Finally an update. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just came from the live stream. When this bamboo house reached the top, I was stunned. This workability, is he really human? From the finance department? I'm reporting him, he must be from civil engineering next door trying to crush others. This house is sturdier than mine. Of course, there were also voices of doubt. This is fake. This must be a plant by the production team, built in advance, he's just acting. 3 days to build this? Do you think the audience is stupid? Reported for exaggeration. If you can build a house of this standard in 3 days, I'll eat my phone. Seeing these comments, Lin Wanwan felt a bit angry. Her fair fingers flew across the keyboard. Wanwan loves editing replied, it's a live broadcast the whole time, tens of thousands of viewers are watching, where is the acting? Haters, please avoid. Chapter 61, Additional Sponsorship and Prizes. Just after replying, there were many more people speaking up for her below. Support Wanwan. I am a witness. Player Wang Hao is amazing. Those who say it's all fake, please go watch the live replay and see how the Master of Architecture, Professor Lu Chengshan, evaluated it. Professor Lu said this is a work of art, who do you think you are? Laughing to death, haters can only type on their keyboards, player Wang Hao is already living in a villa in the wilderness. Lin Wanwan looked at these comments, and her little bit of unhappiness vanished. She felt delighted as she watched her fan count rise by over 100. She made up her mind. Tomorrow, she will edit a video of Wang Hao chopping trees. That 15-minute video of him taking down a big tree. In Jiang City, in a high-end hotel banquet hall. Zhao Li held a glass of red wine, beaming with joy. Mr. Wang. Thank you very much for this. Across from him sat a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiling and waving his hand. Director Zhao is being polite. I'm just adding a finishing touch. The data from your program is very impressive. Our whole company has high hopes for you. The man took a contract from his assistant. This is an additional sponsorship of 2 million. I hope we work together happily. Zhao Li hurriedly took the contract with both hands. Mr. Wang, don't worry. We will never let you down. After sending off Mr. Wang, Zhao Li stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the heavy rain outside and took a sip of red wine from his glass. So sweet. He knew that without Wang Hao, tonight's sponsorship would likely have fallen through. It was Wang Hao who pulled the program's viewership back from the brink. He brought it to an unprecedented height. 2 million. Zhao Li laughed, turning to say, Xiao Mo, go make an announcement, and then tomorrow when you're up the mountain interviewing, also tell the contestants about the announcement. To encourage the contestants. For this competition, the first stage prize has been raised from 1,000 to 10,000. The second stage prize has been raised to 20,000. The final championship prize has been raised to 500,000. The next day, Wang Hao was awakened by the cold. The Kong had gone out halfway through the night. Wang Hao thought about it. Not having a quilt was not a big deal. Once the rain stopped, he needed to find a way to get a quilt. Crash. The sound of rain was very loud. It sounded even louder than last night. Cold air seeped through the crack of the bamboo door, blowing on Wang Hao's face. Very damp, very cold. He sat up. His bones felt a bit stiff. He walked to the window on the second floor and opened it slightly. The sky was gray and dim. Wang Hao yawned. He didn't want to move. Today's weather was not suitable for going out. The rain was too heavy. If he went out once, his clothes would definitely get soaked. Wang Hao glanced at the direction of the storage room downstairs. Fortunately, he had stored enough food and firewood yesterday. He made up his mind. Today, he would take a rest. At home, he would chop the firewood and listen to the rain. This decision made him feel very good. He got up and walked down the stairs to the first floor. He cleared out a space and quickly reignited a fire pit with the fire starter. Ha! The warm light of the fire lit up. The chill was dispelled quite a bit. At the same time, across Tongyun Mountain, contestant 167, Su Yang, stood at the door of his half-buried shelter. He stared expressionlessly at the heavy rain outside. The rain soaked the traps he had set up nearby. He turned back into the house. Today, no protein hunting. Contestant 3, Chen Jing, was checking her shelter. The rainwater flowed down the grass roof she had built, and there were no leaks. She glanced at the food stored. Enough. She also chose to rest. Lu Li, Zhao Ming, and Sun Qi were huddled together in the shelter. All three of them were wet. The shelter was leaking. Damn it, how long is this rain going to last? Sun Qi muttered under his breath. Lu Li sighed. Stop complaining for now, let's fix the leaks first. At 8 in the morning. The Tongyun Mountain Cup live studio opened on time. Zhang Wei faced the camera. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's live broadcast. Today in our studio, we have the wilderness survival expert, Professor Chen Xingchuan. Professor Chen smiled at the camera. Hello everyone. Zhang Wei opened the hand card. As of this morning at 8 o'clock. There are still 50 contestants left in our competition zone. Last night's heavy rain caused 3 contestants to withdraw. The comments flooded in with exclamations. 3 more have left. Did everyone see the announcement from the production team last night? Yes, they raised the prize money. Those 3 must regret it. If they had just held on for 3 more days, they could have earned 10,000. It's easy for you to say. It's supposed to rain for the next 3 days. Zhang Wei looked at Professor Chen. Professor Chen, it seems the contestants have all chosen to rest today, no one has gone outside. Professor Chen nodded. That is a very wise choice. In heavy rain, the temperature is low and visibility is poor. Moving in the mountains and forests is very dangerous. And it will consume energy rapidly. For survival in the wild, conserving energy is always the top priority. Especially for contestants like Su Yang, Chen Jing, and Wang Hao, who already have ample reserves. Their choice to rest is the right strategy. In contrast, those with insufficient reserves are struggling. They must brave the rain to find food, otherwise, they'll have to withdraw. The rain continued until the afternoon. It showed no signs of stopping. Wang Hao finished chopping firewood and took a nap. He got up again to roast some yam for lunch. Suddenly, he heard someone calling outside the bamboo door. Contestant Wang Hao. Contestant Wang Hao, are you there? The voice was familiar. It was Xiao Mo. Wang Hao opened the door. 2 people stood outside. Xiao Mo and brother Lu, who was carrying a camera. Both were dressed in heavy raincoats, but they still looked quite disheveled. What brings you here? Wang Hao was a bit surprised. He thought there wouldn't be any interviews today due to the rain. Hello, contestant Wang Hao. Xiao Mo rubbed her hands together. We are here to announce some good news to you. The director asked me to make sure every contestant knows. Brother Lu quickly aimed the camera at Wang Hao. Wang Hao let them in. It's raining heavily outside, come in and talk. The two hurriedly squeezed inside. Once inside, a wave of dry and warm air hit them. Xiao Mo and Brother Lu both let out a comfortable sigh at the same time. Wow! Contestant Wang Hao, your place is so warm. Xiao Mo took off the hat of her raincoat. Brother Lu also hurriedly wiped the fog off the lens. Warm. So warm. It felt like completely different worlds from the cold outside. Contestant Wang Hao. Xiao Mo warmed up and cleared her throat to say. The director team has decided to significantly increase the prize money for this competition. Chapter 62, Not Forgetting to Take Care of Health in the Wilderness. Upon hearing the news of the prize being raised, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Xiao Mo continued. In the first stage, the prize for holding on for 10 days has been raised from 1,000 to 10,000. In the second stage, the prize for holding on for 20 days has been raised to 20,000. Third place gets 50,000. Second place gets 100,000. The prize for the final champion, Xiao Mo paused deliberately, has been raised to 500,000. 500,000? Wang Hao's voice went up an octave. He widened his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. 500,000. For a college freshman like him, it was an enormous sum. Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. Limited edition skins. Top-tier computers. Characters with full lives. His face couldn't help but break into a big smile. The kind of joy and desire for money that was heartfelt and uncontainable. His eyes sparkled like never before. 500,000. He even swallowed nervously. Xiao Mo and Brother Lu watched Wang Hao's reaction. Both laughed. This was indeed the reaction a boy his age should have. So real. Brother Lu's camera stayed locked on Wang Hao's face. The comments in the live stream were also amused. Ha ha ha. Contestant Wang Hao. What happened to your expression management? His eyes are shining. This is the first time I've seen Wang Hao lose composure. So cute. Hearing 500,000, he's almost drooling. Laughing to death. This is how university students should be. Wang Hao, no more pretending, I admit it, I love money too much. This reaction is so real, I love it. Go for it, Wang Hao. Go win that 500,000. Wang Hao also realized he had lost his composure. He quickly coughed a couple of times to regain his expression. Thank you for notifying me. 500,000, that's quite good. He tried hard to make his voice sound calm. Xiao Mo smiled and nodded. All right, the message has been delivered. Wang Hao, we are heading to the next place. It's really warm here, I don't want to leave. Wang Hao sent them to the door. It's raining heavily, take it slow. Goodbye. Xiao Mo and old Lu put their hats back on and plunged into the cold rain. Wang Hao closed the door and leaned against it. Thump, 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 thump. His heart was still racing. He looked at the pile of yam and the big pile of firewood. These are all his capital to get the 500,000. The next day, when Wang Hao woke up, the rain was still falling. Splashing. The sound was frighteningly loud. He climbed to the window and took a look. It was a gray, dull scene. Wang Hao sighed. Today, he couldn't go outside again. At 8 in the morning, the live stream room opened on time. Zhang Wei had a serious expression. Good morning, everyone. Today is the 8th day of the competition and also the 2nd day of continuous rain. As of now, our competition area has 46 remaining contestants. 4 more have left. The comments flooded in. This heavy rain is really discouraging. Sitting next to Zhang Wei was Professor Chen. Professor Chen pushed up his glasses. Yesterday was just the beginning. The hidden dangers of most contestants will begin to reveal themselves. So, I predict that the number of people choosing to eliminate today will significantly increase. The two chatted for a while. The main camera started to switch between the live streams of different contestants. Su Yan lay on the grass bed, eyes closed, completely still. Chen Jing sat on the ground, nibbling on a piece of dried mushroom. Lu Li and her two friends huddled together in the damp shelter, shivering. Almost all contestants chose to avoid movement as much as possible. This is the wisest response, maximizing the preservation of heat and energy. Except for one person. Wang Hao. After eating the roasted yam, Wang Hao slowly pulled up a stance. Then, he started practicing Tai Chi. Zhang Wei saw Wang Hao practicing and suddenly found it very funny, letting out a giggle. Of course, she quickly forced herself to regain her normal expression and looked at Professor Chen. Professor Chen, how do you evaluate Wang Hao's behavior? Professor Chen's expression was a bit strange. From the perspective of wilderness survival, his behavior is quite unwise. In a situation where food is limited, doing such unnecessary exercise will consume a lot of calories. This will accelerate hunger. Zhang Wei nodded. Indeed. Then, Professor Chen gave a wry smile. However, considering Wang Hao's reserves, he does have the qualification for this activity. The yams he has stored are enough for him to expend. Also, staying in a confined space for too long, moving his body a bit is good for mental health. The comments were filled with laughter. Ha ha ha. While others are surviving, God Hao is practicing health. He's really got the moves in this Tai Chi. God Hao, I've slept enough, time to move a bit. This is the confidence of having food and shelter. This is not survival, it's clearly a countryside vacation. That day, just as Professor Chen predicted, it became an elimination day. Beep contestant 41, request to exit the competition. Beep contestant 18, request to exit the competition. Beep contestant 22, request to exit the competition. Almost every little while, the notification sound rang from the directors backstage. Some were due to the shelter collapsing. Some because they ran out of food and couldn't stand the hunger. Others were because, in this chilly, damp environment, their mentality broke down. The next day, 9th day of the competition. The rain was still falling. At 8 in the morning, the live stream room opened. The expert sitting in today was back to Hui. Teacher Hu, long time no see. Zhang Wei greeted with a smile. According to the rules, let's first report the data. As of 8 o'clock this morning, there are still 30 people left in our competition area. Hu Yi's expression became serious. It seems this rain is a real test for the strong. He changed his tone. Tomorrow marks the 10th day of the competition. According to the rules, any contestant who can hold on until tomorrow will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan for the first stage. I hope these 30 contestants can make it. In the bamboo house, Wang Hao woke up after 10 o'clock. After days of not going out, he became increasingly lazy. He got up, and the first thing he did was push open the window. Whoosh! The sound of rain continued. Still raining? Wang Hao sighed. He felt like he was going to mold. He wanted to go out and catch fish. He wanted to go out and gather more supplies. But in this weather, nothing could be done. Wang Hao felt a bit depressed. I need to find something to do. Wang Hao thought for a moment and made up his mind. Today, I will continue to cultivate myself. Chapter 63, the trio has withdrawn from the competition. First practice Tai Chi, then find a stick to practice writing in the air. Wang Hao slowly opened the starting posture of Tai Chi. Outside was the unending rain. Inside was the stability of his martial stance. He closed his eyes, listened to the sound of the rain, and felt the stretching of his muscles. He thought to himself. When the rain stops, I must catch a few fish to roast and eat. In the afternoon, the rain still fell. Lu Li, Zhao Ming, and Sun Qi's shelter started leaking again. Drip. Drip. The cold rainwater dripped onto their huddled necks. Achoo! Sun Qi sneezed, snot flowing down. He wiped his nose with his muddy sleeve. How long is this rain going to last? His voice was hoarse, his lips pale from cold and hunger. Lu Li hugged her knees, motionless. She was too weak to speak. Zhao Ming held his stomach. Hungry. Lu Li's voice was as faint as a mosquito. I'm so hungry. Their food ran out yesterday. With the rain pouring outside, they were too afraid to go out to find new food. Sun Qi said painfully. Just hang in there. Tomorrow is the 10th day. Zhao Ming forced a smile. Can we hold on until tomorrow? I feel like I'm going to freeze stiff. Sun Qi's body trembled violently. Half from the cold, half from hunger. 10,000 yuan. Is it worth it? If I ruin my body, can 10,000 yuan make it right? Zhao Ming muttered. Suddenly, he looked up. Damn. I don't want this 10,000 yuan anymore. He pulled out the red button representing elimination from his pocket. What are you doing? Lu Li tried to stop him. Don't stop me. Zhao Ming shouted. I've had enough. I never want to smell this moldy scent again. I never want to hear this damn rain again. You too, if you want to hold on, go ahead. I quit. After saying that, he pressed the button hard. Beep. A soft sound that stood out clearly amid the sound of rain. A few seconds later, Sun Chi and Luli also took out their buttons. It's fate that we three could group together, so let's break free together. 20 minutes later, 2 staff members dressed in full waterproof gear came to their shelter. Contestants, we will confirm one last time, you have not accidentally pressed the button. Are you sure you want to withdraw from the competition? Sun Chi was the first to crawl out. Confirm. Confirm. Hurry, take me away. Luli and Zhao Ming helped each other and crawled out. We all confirm our withdrawal. Okay, please follow us. The staff handed the 3 raincoats and led the way ahead. The few of them stepped carefully through the muddy water. They passed Wang Hao's bamboo house. The 3 in the shelter had not been able to see what Wang Hao was doing before due to the angle. Now, as they walked on the road, they finally saw through the window. Wang Hao was moving slowly, rhythmically, and gracefully. What is he doing? Sun Chi was puzzled. Zhao Ming wiped the rainwater that slid down his face. The voice carried a sense of complete confusion and defeat. He seems to be boxing. In the room, boxing, the Tai Chi I taught him a few days ago. The 3 of them fell silent. The staff urged from the front. Hurry up, you 3. Suddenly, Sun Chi laughed. Let's go. Let's go. We are free. Zhao Ming laughed too. Yeah. Finally, no more suffering. No more suffering in any sense. The 3 felt an unprecedented sense of relief. In the live streaming room, the comments were filled with sighs. Ah, what a pity, just 1 day short. 1 day short, $10,000. What's the point of money when life is gone? This trio really suffered. Sun Chi's last laugh, I broke my defense. Free at last, finally free, ha ha ha. Living next to Wang Hao, the mental pressure is too much. Wang Hao, on rainy days, box a little, keep healthy. Neighbor, on rainy days, in the shelter, waiting to die. The next day. On the 10th day of the competition. When Wang Hao opened his eyes, the first feeling was quiet. Too quiet. There was no sound of pouring rain. Wang Hao jumped up suddenly. He rushed to the window and flung it open. Whoosh! The dazzling morning sun made him squint. The sky is clear. The blue sky looked washed clean. A few birds flew over the bamboo forest, chirping sweetly. Wang Hao took a deep breath. The air was fresh after the rain, mixed with the scent of earth and grass. So great. The sky is clear. Today there's still $10,000. Double happiness. At that moment, voices came from downstairs. Wang Hao contestant. Wang Hao contestant, are you awake? It was Xiao Mo. Wang Hao hurried down the stairs and opened the door. Good morning, Wang Hao contestant. Xiao Mo's voice was cheerful. Good morning. Wang Hao responded with a smile, feeling good with happy news. Xiao Mo said. The director's team has notified all remaining contestants to gather at the camp at the foot of the mountain. We need to give you a full medical checkup. Only contestants who pass the checkup can continue to the second stage of the competition. Those who do not pass will be forced to withdraw. Of course, even if you don't pass the checkup, you can still receive the rewards for the first stage. Wang Hao nodded, not worried about the checkup at all. I am very healthy. Xiao Mo smiled. This needs to be decided by the doctor. She looked at Wang Hao's condition and added. But looking at you, it should be fine. At the foot of the mountain camp, a row of white medical tents had already been set up. Zhang Wei and Hui stood in front of an open space, doing a live broadcast. Zhang Wei held a card, looking at the camera. Good morning, dear viewers. Today is the 10th day of the Tanji Unshin Cup competition. Our survivors are gradually coming down the mountain, preparing for their medical checkups. Now, let me report the remaining number so far. Zhang Wei paused, took a deep breath. Of the original 200 contestants, there are now 22 left. The comments in the live room scrolled quickly. 200 people, 10 days, just 22 left? The elimination rate is too high. 178 people, all eliminated? So cruel. It's normal, after all, it's the first competition. Most of the applicants are amateurs. To have 22 left is already impressive. These 22 people are the true strong ones. Yes. The ones left are all elites. Su Yang. Su Yang is out. Chen Jing is here too. Wow, she looks so calm. Number 119. My dark horse bro. Uncle number 7, go for it. Where's Wang Hao? My how God. How God is the finale, don't rush. Look. Wang Hao is coming. Chapter 64, Everyone's Medical Checkup. The camp at the foot of the mountain was a vast area bathed in post-rain sunshine. Medical tents lined up in a row. The contestants had all arrived. They stood in small groups, distinctly keeping a wary distance from each other. No one spoke. As soon as Wang Hao walked in, he smelled a sour odor. It was the smell of sweat, dirt, and wet clothes that had fermented for a long time. It was unpleasant. He looked at these survivors. They could only be described as disheveled. Most of their hair was stuck together into hard clumps, covered in grass and dirt. Their clothes were long time no see the original color, it was dirty and worn out. Wang Hao stood among them. He seemed out of place. In the morning, he washed his face and hands carefully with clean rainwater. Although his hair had grown a bit, it was still neat. His clothes were dry and relatively clean from being warmed indoors every day. Most importantly, he was in great spirits. After resting for 3 days, he was now full of energy. Not only did his face not look thin, but it also appeared rosy from the rest he had taken. He stood there, neat and fresh, with bright eyes. He didn't look like someone who came to survive in the wilderness. He looked more like someone who came for a picnic. Swish! All eyes focused on Wang Hao. In those numb gazes, there erupted disbelief and shock. How come everyone else was struggling in the wilderness? Yet you, kid, look like you just came out of a hotel? Su Yang was also watching Wang Hao. This number 66. Almost no change from before. In fact, he even looked sturdier. You are indeed my greatest rival. The barrage was going wild. Usually, I don't notice Wang Hao, but today in comparison, it feels like this guy has enhanced his looks. He looks refreshed. Look at his small face, rosy and radiant. I suspect he went back to sleep in a hotel at night. Upstairs, thousands of people watched him build a house. Go watch the recorded broadcast. Wang Hao, I'm just an ordinary finance major. Cough. A doctor in a white coat stepped out with a registration form. Attention, contestants, please be quiet. We will now begin the physical examination. Please line up to enter the medical tent. Only those who pass the examination can enter the next stage. Those who do not pass will be forced to withdraw from the competition. The contestants immediately became nervous and lined up. Number 3, Chen Jing. Chen Jing was the first to walk in. The examination items were simple. Blood pressure, heart rate, and temperature were measured. The last item, and the most direct, was weighing. Chen Jing stood on the medical scale. The nurse recorded the data. Chen Jing, current weight 51 kilograms. Zhang Wei was reporting to the audience in the live broadcast not far away. Alright, we can see the data from contestant Chen Jing. Before the competition, her weight was 54 kilograms. In 10 days, she has lost 3 kilograms. Beside her, Hui nodded and commented. Very standard data. Daily consumption exceeds intake, weight loss is inevitable. 3 kilograms is within the healthy range. The second was Su Yang. Su Yang walked in and stood on the scale. Number 167, Su Yang, current weight 75 kilograms. Zhang Wei immediately made a comparison. Before the competition, contestant Su Yang weighed 80 kilograms. In 10 days, he has lost 5 kilograms. Contestants continued to enter one after another. Data was reported one by one. Contestant number 19, weight loss of 5.5 kilograms. Contestant number 44, weight loss of 3.6 kilograms. Contestant number 119, weight loss of 6 kilograms. Zhang Wei's voice rang out from time to time. Oh my gosh, contestant number 119 has lost nearly 12 pounds. The doctor is advising him to increase nutritional intake for future competitions. The barrage in the live stream was also going crazy. Wow, lost 12 pounds. In 10 days. This weight loss effect is amazing. Damn, I paid a gym and can't lose weight this fast. Where are those who say they gain weight just by drinking water? Come see. Laughing to death, my friend always says she gains weight just by breathing, let her try this competition. In 10 days to lose 12 pounds, this must have starved people dizzy. So many people claiming easy weight gain, can't control their mouth and can't move their legs. Stop scolding upstairs, don't scold. Make me want to sign up, free weight loss camp. Don't think, you have to last through 3 days of rain first. Without exception. Everyone's weight was going down. Some lost 3 or 4 kilograms. Some lost 5 or 6 kilograms. This is the norm in wilderness survival. Finally. Number 66, Wang Hao. Wang Hao walked in. He had a bit of anticipation. He didn't know how much he weighed now. He stood on the scale. The nurse responsible for recording looked at the number on the scale. She was stunned. She thought the scale was broken. Sorry. Can you come down and then go up again? Oh, okay. Wang Hao followed the instruction, came down, and then stood up again. The numbers remained still. The nurse's eyes widened. She looked up at Wang Hao's delicate, rosy face. Then she looked down at the registration form in her hand. The registration form had Wang Hao's data at the start of the competition. What's wrong? Wang Hao asked. And nothing. The nurse took a deep breath and noted the number down. Soon, the data reached Jiang Wei's hands. Jiang Wei glanced at the prompt card. Her voice had a strange pause. Wang Hao, current weight. 71 kilograms. Weight before the competition. 70 kilograms. Weight change. Increase, 1 kilogram. Wang Hao walked out of the tent. He felt it was reasonable. In these few days, his physical fitness had rapidly improved. The muscle density must have increased a lot. He weighed 1 kilogram more. It had to be muscle. That made too much sense. Hui no longer knew what to say. Weight increase? The comments went crazy. Did I hear it wrong? Weight increase of 1 kilogram? Others lose 10 pounds, and he gains 2 pounds? Wang Hao, please respect the wilderness, okay? What on earth did he eat? Can he gain weight from eating yam? No, this, wow. How does this guy always stand out from the others? The atmosphere at the campsite was very strange. Everyone heard Jiang Wei's announcement. More than 20 surviving contestants looked at Wang Hao with eyes like they were looking at a monster. No, are we really all in the same mountain wilderness survival competition? I don't believe it. A hoarse voice suddenly broke the campsite silence. It was a male contestant so thin he looked skeletal. His number was 77. Contestant 77 took 2 steps forward, trembling fingers pointing at Wang Hao. Chapter 65, Being Accused of Cheating. He must have cheated. Staying in the wilderness for 10 days and not losing weight is impressive enough. How could he gain weight? He must have hidden food somewhere we can't see. Production team, you must give us an explanation. As soon as this was said, many contestants showed approving expressions. Exactly. If Wang Hao was a local, hiding food in advance on the mountain was indeed possible. Wang Hao said nothing. He knew that the production team would handle such matters. Sure enough, the host Jiang Wei stood up. Her expression was serious, without her usual smile. She held a tablet in her hand. Contestant 77, we have received your doubts. I can clearly tell everyone here that the Tongyun Mountain Cup Wilderness Survival Competition guarantees absolute fairness for all contestants. We have 24-hour all-around surveillance, including drones and ground cameras. Jiang Wei clicked on the tablet, and soon, a large screen behind her lit up. The screen began to rapidly flash some images. This is the surveillance playback of contestant Wang Hao. Since the first day he entered the mountain, all his actions have been recorded. He built a shelter, made tools, started a fire, and caught fish. He did not have any contact with the outside world and didn't find any hidden food points. All his food was obtained by him from this forest. As for why he gained 1 kilogram, Jiang Wei's expression also became a bit strange. She glanced at the expert Hui beside her. Hui pushed up his glasses and took over the conversation. I just looked at the photo from when contestant Wang Hao signed up. His face now is a bit thinner, but his weight has increased. The only explanation is that while he had enough calorie intake in the mountain, because of his high activity level, his muscle mass increased. Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Chen Jing's usually calm face couldn't hold up anymore. Wilderness muscle gain. Hats off to your thinking. Jiang Wei looked at contestant 77. This contestant, do you have any other questions? Contestant 77 looked speechless and could only shake his head, then took 2 steps back. The barrage of comments refreshed crazily. Number 77 directly shut down. Requesting the psychological shadow area of number 77. Gaining 1 kilogram of muscle. I go to the gym and it's hard over a month. I don't believe number 66 didn't cheat. Luckily, the drone is live streaming 24 hours, or else it would really be hard to explain. Wang Hao, they all call me the god of the wilderness. Next was the money distribution segment. The show team confirmed everyone's accounts and, in front of all the contestants, transferred 10,000 yuan. Wang Hao's eyes brightened incredibly. This is 10,000 yuan. This could buy all the hero skins in his favorite game. To be honest, when Wang Hao first signed up, he thought he just needed to survive the first phase and get 1,000 yuan. He never expected that this goal would be achieved so easily, and the reward would increase tenfold. Of course, with his current strength, his goal now has changed to winning the championship. Alright, everyone. Zhang Wei cleared her throat, bringing everyone's attention back. The health check segment is over. All contestants' physical conditions are qualified, and we can continue the next match. Now, please return to the mountain, the competition continues. The contestants silently began to walk back. Originally, making it through 10 days was a moment worth celebrating for everyone. This means they are one step closer to the 500,000 yuan prize. But now, the atmosphere in the camp was very oppressive. That dog Wang Hao made everyone feel tremendous pressure. Su Yang took a deep look at Wang Hao and was the first to turn around, walking up the mountain path. Chen Jing was second. Others followed one after another. The line was long, and no one spoke. The wind in the mountains blew, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. Wang Hao walked at the back of the line, unhurried. He began to plan today's schedule. The health check took up the whole morning. The main task this afternoon was to catch some fish and gather more food. Also, he needed to collect more vines and flexible grass. In case it rained later, he would have something to do. He could weave some baskets, make some baskets, or even weave a little pet. On the other side, the live stream reverted to the studio. Zhang Wei looked at Hui beside her. Hu teacher, the first 10 days of the competition could be said to be full of surprises and unexpected events. So, what are your views on the upcoming schedule? Hu Yi's expression became serious. The competition has entered a relatively stable period. The remaining contestants are all strong. Even the few who look the most miserable cannot be underestimated. Therefore, in the upcoming time, the elimination rate will significantly decrease. However, this stability is the calm before the storm. The resources in the mountains are limited. As contestants continuously consume resources, the difficulty of obtaining various resources will increase exponentially. Moreover, there is one most hidden and most deadly issue. Hui raised a finger. Salt. Apart from that little bit of allocated salt, most contestants have no channel to obtain salt. Long-term lack of salt will lead to muscle weakness, dizziness, and nausea. Although contestant Wang Hao eats a lot of fish, which can replenish some minerals, it is still not enough. This will be the next challenge everyone faces. The afternoon sun penetrated the treetops, casting mottled light on the ground full of fallen leaves. Wang Hao had already returned to the mountain, walking on the forest floor with uneven steps. The air was filled with a fermented smell mixed with the earthy odor. He stopped under a large tree wrapped in vines. This tree had many fruits the size of a thumb hanging from it. They were wild kiwis. Today is lucky. Wang Hao reached out to pick one. The skin was covered with brown hard hairs, feeling a bit prickly. He squeezed it, it was very firm. Not ripe yet. But he still used his nails to peel a bit of the skin, exposing the green flesh inside. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. Hiss. A sharp sour flavor exploded on his tongue instantly. Right into his brain. Wang Hao's features instantly twisted into a knot. So sour. It's even more sour than a lemon. However, after the sourness, a faint hint of sweetness emerged at the root of his tongue. This is good stuff. It contains a high level of vitamins. Wang Hao immediately began to pick a large amount. The harder, the better, they store well. If he brings them back and waits a few days until they soften, they'll be sweet then. Just as Wang Hao reached for the high bunch of kiwi, a gray shadow suddenly caught his peripheral vision. Under a pile of dry branches about 5 or 6 meters away from him, there were a pair of small black bean-like eyes, warily watching him. It was a field mouse. It was fairly large, with sleek gray fur, and its 2 ears were twitching slightly. Chapter 66, Even in the wild, one must eat meat. Meat. The word popped into Wang Hao's head instantly. After eating field mice last time, he had no psychological barriers toward these creatures anymore. On the contrary, all that remained in his mind were images of sizzling meat, and saliva began to pour out. Wang Hao slowly reached for his waist. There hung the simple slingshot he made from a branch and vine. He also took out a smooth little stone from his pocket, which he had carefully chosen as ammunition by the creek. He pinched the stone, stretching the vine back. However, at that very moment, the field mouse seemed to sense the killing intent, pushed off with its hind legs, and turned to run. Now is the time. Wang Hao's fingers suddenly released. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. There was no sound of the stone cutting through the air, but rather a clear cracking sound. Wang Hao felt a fiery pain on the back of his hand. The vine, which served as the power source, actually broke at the most critical moment. The tremendous recoil hit his thumb fiercely, instantly turning it red. The field mouse then darted into the pile of dry branches, disappearing without a trace. Wang Hao covered his hand and gasped sharply. Hiss. Damn slingshot, falling apart at the critical moment. The livestream chat exploded in an instant. Ah, Wang Hao finally messed up. That little mouse, I picked up a life today. Feels good, finally seeing Wang Hao take a hit. This is what wilderness survival is. Shocking. A master builder was actually outplayed by a mouse. So satisfying. I don't know why, but seeing him mess up makes me feel great. Although his hand hurt, Wang Hao did not give up the idea of catching the field mouse. He quickly calmed down, perked up his ears, and identified the direction of the sounds. The sound of dry leaves rubbing against each other was very faint, but in the quiet forest, it could not escape his ears. It hadn't run far. He stared at the pile of dry branches while quickly pinching the broken ends of the vine together. His fingers flew. In just a few moves, a tight knot was tied. Though the elasticity would be affected, it could still be used. The chat was still flooding the screen. Oh, brother Hao hasn't given up yet? One miss, that mouse must have run far away. If I were Wang Hao, I'd be livid. What a great opportunity. This is precious protein. To be honest, brother Hao looks a bit handsome when he gets serious. At that moment, a fast-moving black shadow darted out from a shrub at least 20 meters away from Wang Hao, preparing to rush to the next cover. Many sharp-eyed viewers spotted the little black dot. It appeared. Too bad, it's too far. Yeah, this distance looks to be about 20 meters, and the target is still moving. With just a broken slingshot in Wang Hao's hand, it's impossible. Before the viewers finished typing, Wang Hao moved. His movements were as quick as a shadow. He raised his hand, pulled back the bow, and predicted. Bang! As the vine in his hand could not withstand the second pull and broke again. A stone shot out with a whoosh. The stone drew a straight black line in the air. Then, thud. A dull thud echoed. That was the sound of hard object hitting flesh. 20 meters away, the rapidly fleeing field mouse was like a bullet struck. He was directly thrown out and rolled on the ground for 2 circles, then lay still. Wang Hao shook his painfully throbbing hand and grinned. Ha, almost let you get away. In the live broadcast room. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The barrage was completely silent for 3 seconds before bursting into chaos, filling the screen with what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell asterisk 10,000? What kind of god-level skill is this? A broken slingshot from 20 meters, hitting a fast-moving field mouse? Am I really watching a wilderness survival livestream, not an Olympic shooting event? Awesome. So awesome. I truly admire the skill. This must be luck, right? This has to be luck. In the studio. With a sudden movement, Hui stood up directly from his chair. His eyes widened, staring intensely at the screen. Zhang Wei was also dumbfounded. Hui took a deep breath, and his finger pointing at the screen trembled slightly. Audience friends, you may not know the value of this slingshot shot. 20 meters is not far in shooting. But Hui's voice rose by an octave. What did Wang Hao use? It's a rough, makeshift slingshot made from vines, and it just got a knot fixed. What was his ammunition? An irregular ordinary stone. And his target was a field mouse running at high speed over complex terrain. An irregular projectile can cause erratic flight, the knot in the vines can affect the release force, and hitting a moving target requires extremely high precision in prediction. Under these circumstances, to hit. Hui swallowed, sat back down in his chair, his face full of disbelief. I can't even describe my shock with words anymore. The audience, we know the value. On screen, Wang Hao had already walked over, picked up the plump field mouse, and weighed it in his hand. Not bad, at least a pound of meat. He hung the field mouse at his waist, thinking to himself. Besides fish, maybe I can expand to other stable protein sources. In this mountain, both bamboo rats and field mice should be quite plentiful. But Wang Hao glanced at the broken vines. If he wanted a stable source of meat, he certainly couldn't rely on this random hunting. He still had to depend on traps. Only traps could work around the clock, without needing him to watch constantly. This is the difference between active income and passive income. As a finance student, Wang Hao knew very well which one mattered more. I need to find a way to make a few traps. Wang Hao continued picking kiwis while pondering in his mind. But how to make traps again? He had indeed watched several trap tutorials online before the competition. But he learned it in his mind, not with his hands. After all, his initial goal was just to survive for 10 days to get welfare. The core of traps is the triggering mechanism. How to make it so that the prey gets caught or lifted up at the slightest touch. This requires intricate mechanical design. Wang Hao's mind flashed through a few images, like snares, pressure plates, and 4 trigger mechanisms. But when it comes down to the specific cutting angles of each catch, the details were all a blur. As night fell, the light in the forest became dim and unclear, and the temperature began to drop. Wang Hao returned to his house with a full basket of kiwis on his back. He first took the field mouse to the creek to clean it up. Skinning, gutting, washing. Chapter 67. Lu Meng withdrew from the competition. Flames rose. Tonight's dinner was lavish. 2 small fish roasted to a golden brown, a few yam pieces buried in the ash, and that roasted field mouse. The roasted field mouse was greasy, though a bit chewy. The unique texture and aroma of red meat couldn't be compared to fish. Wang Hao ate with grease dripping from his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling completely at ease. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at this shocking sight, and the barrage erupted once again. Brother Hao can eat protein, I truly admire it. Today, I have watched the scene of Brother Hao shooting the field mouse 100 times. Late night poisoning, unfollowed. This field mouse is roasted, sizzling with oil, I can smell the aroma through the screen. Number 99 just gnawed on a piece of bark, and here we are eating meat. Is this disparity? Fish meat paired with red meat, plus starchy yam, even a post-meal fruit to cleanse the palate. This nutritional combo is fantastic. This life is better than when I was at home. My family is completely broken. Wang Hao, survival? Not a thing, I'm just out here for a picnic. Watching him eat with oil all over his mouth, my instant noodles suddenly lost their appeal. Full and satisfied. Wang Hao didn't rest immediately. Using the firelight, he found some small branches and a few stones. He wanted to try to recreate in his mind that classic forward trigger trap. He fiddled on the ground. 1 horizontal stick, 1 vertical stick, 1 diagonal stick. These 3 sticks had to be cleverly angled together, supporting the weight above while ensuring that the slightest touch would scatter them. This way, no, that won't hold. How about this? Ah, it fell. The force isn't right, the friction is too low. Wang Hao frowned tightly. His hands, skilled in weaving beautiful rattan walls and building sturdy wooden houses, now seemed a bit clumsy. He didn't understand the principle of force at play. Even if he polished the 3 small sticks smooth and found the angles just right, the moment he let go, the stones would come crashing down, failing to form that triggering balance. Or, if he finally set it up right, when he used leaves to simulate a mouse touching it, the leaves would tear apart, but the trap would remain still. Too stable wouldn't work either. After messing around for nearly an hour, Wang Hao only had a pile of disorganized branches and an unsuccessful trap model in front of him. Pop! Wang Hao tossed a useless piece of wood into the fire. The wood exploded in a spark in the flames. Each trade has its specialty. Wang Hao sighed. Building is civil engineering, traps are mechanical engineering. Though they both involve wood, they are entirely 2 different fields of knowledge. If he doesn't have the physical object to look at and relies solely on imagination, it's too difficult. Wang Hao brushed the dirt off his hands. He wasn't someone who liked to get stuck on a problem. Since he couldn't figure it out, he'd go learn. Aren't there other competitors on this mountain? There must be someone who can set traps. Wang Hao made up his mind. He would go explore the mountain tomorrow. Maybe pass by the other competitors' shelters. See if he could discover traps they had set nearby. As Wang Hao thought about this, a wave of sleepiness washed over him. Time to sleep. On the other side, Zhang Hao lay on his bed at home, the light from his phone screen reflecting a face filled with schadenfreude. It was already past 9 in the evening, but the class group for Class 25 in finance was lively as if it were New Year. Zhang Hao's fingers flew over the screen, tapping out rapid sounds. He posted 2 screenshots in the group. The first was a live broadcast screenshot of the Tianchang Mountain Cup Wilderness Survival Competition. In the picture, the former sports committee member Lu Meng was covered in mud, curled up in a half-collapsed grass shed, rainwater flowing down his hair, holding half a gnawed bark, his expression resembling that of someone crying. The second was a live screenshot from earlier in the Tongyun Mountain Cup. Wang Hao sat beside a fire, his mouth all greasy, with a roasted fish in his left hand and a golden roasted field mouse leg in his right, happily gobbling it down. Under the firelight, his face glowed rosy and radiant. Zhang Hao, at Lu Meng, Brother Meng, come out and take your beating, see what our brother Hao is eating, then look at you. Just this afternoon, Lu Meng finally couldn't hold on and withdrew from the competition. In the group, many classmates were reveling in his misfortune. Wow, without comparison, there's no harm. Did Lu Meng really withdraw? He left early, he even posted a heartfelt message on WeChat moments earlier. Brother Meng, speak up. Don't play dead. In a budget hotel in Zhongqing City. Lu Meng, wrapped in a thick bath towel, sat at the bedside. The air conditioner was set to 30 degrees, but he still felt a chill deep in his bones. It was the cold of being soaked by mountain rain. His phone on the bedside table kept vibrating. He glanced at the screen, filled with messages from the class group. He didn't want to look, but his hand moved uncontrollably, tapping on the red dot. The two contrasting images pierced his eyes like needles. His hand shook slightly. Just a few hours ago, his hands and feet had gone white from soaking in muddy water, and he couldn't take it anymore, so he pressed the distress button. When the rescue team carried him down, he felt like a coward. But now seeing Wang Hao. Not only did he win a 10,000 yuan prize, but he was also eating barbecue and staying in a warm wooden house. A sound like a whimper escaped Lu Meng's throat. He regretted it. Why did he have to register for the Tianchang Mountain Cup to compete with Wang Hao because of that ridiculous pride? If he had just stayed at home playing games, he wouldn't have to suffer this. At the same time, Lin Wanwan was sitting in front of her computer, her eyes wide open. On the screen was a video she had just edited and released. The title was simple, "This is Talent." Wang Hao's god-level slingshot instant hit on the field mouse. The video was only a few seconds long. From Wang Hao spotting the field mouse, to his first miss, then to the second shot, pulling back the bow, hitting the target. She deliberately slowed down the flying trajectory of the stone and added an explosion effect to the moment the field mouse was hit. It had been less than half an hour since the release. The private messages and comment notifications in the background hadn't stopped ringing. Ding 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 ding. The repetitive sound made one's scalp tingle and adrenaline surge. She refreshed her homepage. Fan count, 52,341. It broke 50,000. Lin Wanwan covered her mouth, almost letting out a shout. Are we now a little online celebrity? Then, she clicked on the comments section under the video. The top comment was from a user named Fish who loves cats. "This is too cool. That nonchalant gaze, I love it. I want all the information about this man within a minute." The second most liked comment. "Although eating mice is a bit heavy, he looks so good eating, I want to cook for him." The third top comment. "Hubby. This is my long-lost husband." As Lin Wanwan read these, the smile on her face slowly faded. Now that Wang Hao was popular, why were there suddenly so many wives? She glanced at Wang Hao's handsome face on the screen. A strange sense of crisis filled her heart. It was as if the treasure she cherished had been discovered by others. She felt a bit annoyed and closed the comments section, reopening the editing software. In the folder, there was still a piece of footage of Wang Hao climbing, unexpectedly revealing his slim upper body with prominent muscle lines. Lin Wanwan's face turned red for a moment. "This, better not post it for now. I'll keep it for myself to watch." Chapter 68, Learning Tricks. How to make traps. At Wang Hao's home. The living room lights were on. Wang Jingye was wearing a gray pajamas set, half lying on the sofa, holding his phone, with reading glasses perched on his nose. He had rewatched the video where the program group transferred 10,000 yuan 3 times. In the video, Wang Hao's money-hungry look when he saw the funds hit his account made him chuckle. "Hey, this kid." Wang Jingye laughed as he scolded lightly. He opened WeChat and found the family group chat filled with aunts and uncles. In this group, people usually only shared discounts for shopping or pictures of their grandchildren. Wang Jingye cleared his throat and forwarded the video into the group. Immediately after, he shared Lin Wanwan's edited slingshot video too. Then, he began to type. His fingers poked hard on the screen. "It's nothing serious, just like I told you before, Xiaohao participated in that competition. Just got the first stage bonus. Not much money, only 10,000 yuan. Mainly because the kid is smart and healthy, and can also catch mice to play with." After sending these 3 messages, he placed his phone against his chest and embraced his head with both hands, waiting for the notifications in the group. Not even 10 seconds passed. Second aunt, oh. Is this little Hao? So accomplished? Third uncle, 10,000 yuan? So much. It's only been a few days. Uncle, that mouse was hit accurately. Just like hitting birds back in the day, I had the style of my youth. Cousin, big brother is so handsome. Wang Jingye looked at the flurry of flattering messages, his face filled with smiles. He shifted his body on the sofa to find a more comfortable position. Just then, Song Ru came out of the kitchen holding a plate of cut apples. She glanced at Wang Jingye's smug face and placed the plate on the coffee table. "All right, old Wang. Everyone knows your son is successful, do you have to show off? After sending the family group message, you posted on your moments, and then the class group. Can you be a little low-key?" Although Song Ru was criticizing, her eyes were still curved in a smile. She sat beside Wang Jingye and popped a piece of apple into her mouth. "But speaking of it, our son really is amazing." Wang Jingye showed his phone to Song Ru. "Look," the third brother praised him, saying he will become a great talent in the future. You know how the third brother is? He loves to say nice things. Song-ru rolled her eyes at him, but leaned in closer, resting her head against Wang Jingye's, and they scrolled through the messages together. The air in the living room was filled with a sweet scent. By the way, old Wang, remember to take a shower tonight. Ha! In Jiang City, at the Houting Hotel's private room. The table was filled with rich dishes. Several bottles of white liquor had been opened, the aroma permeating the entire room. The chief director Zhao Li had a rosy face, with 2 buttons of his shirt undone, his tie crooked to one side. He raised his glass and stood up, swaying his body slightly. Cheers! Let's drink a toast. To celebrate the peak of our online viewers today, breaking 10,000. An average of 35,000 online. What kind of concept is this? Ha! This is a miracle. Around the table, Zhang Wei and the cameraman Lao Lu stood up. Zhang Wei hadn't put on much makeup today, her cheeks slightly flushed from the red wine. Our show is really hot. When I walk on the street, people can recognize me. Everyone clinked glasses and downed their drinks. Zhao Li sat down, and at that moment, his assistant approached. Director Zhao, sorry to interrupt. The marketing department just sent some news. 3 sports drink companies, 2 outdoor gear brands, and 1 that makes spicy strips, want to add sponsorship or buy ad spots. Additionally, 2 more brands specifically requested to have Wang Hao as their spokesperson. One is selling slingshots, the other is selling hiking shoes. They all hope that during the competition, Wang Hao can do a voiceover for them or take their products to use. Zhao Li showed a thoughtful expression. Sending products to use, that might not be possible, we need to consider fairness. But the voiceover can be discussed. Zhao Li rubbed his chin, his eyes shining with light. Right now, Wang Hao is a cash cow. But we must get Wang Hao's consent. He turned to Xiao Mo. Okay, Xiao Mo. You take a trip tomorrow, go to the mountains. Casually ask Wang Hao what he thinks. Xiao Mo nodded. Okay, Director Zhao. The next day. Just before dawn. Wang Hao got up. The morning in the mountains was moist, filled with the scent of soil and decaying leaves. He stood on the second floor, opened the window, and took a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, instantly waking him up. He tidied up a bit, ate 2 kiwis, then tucked a small knife into his waist, slung an empty bamboo basket on his back, and walked down the bamboo house. According to last night's plan, he was going to visit some people and learn a few more things. He walked upstream along the creek. Soon, he passed by the ruins of a shelter. A few crooked pieces of wood were stacked together. The leaves above have long been blown away by the wind and rain. On the ground, there is a small pile of extinguished fire ashes. Clearly, this is the work of some eliminated contestant. He continues to move forward. After about 10 more minutes of walking, he heard the faint sound of chopping wood. Wang Hao immediately slowed down, quietly parting the bushes in front of him like a cat. About 100 meters ahead of him, there was another shelter. This one was much better than the previous wreckage, resembling a half-buried hut covered with thick reeds. Wang Hao saw no one, the chopping sound came from behind the shelter. Wang Hao carefully observed the surroundings of the shelter. It was very clean. There were no traps. He walked around the area again, but still found nothing. Forget it, let's try another place. Wang Hao continued to explore deeper into the forest. He believed that among the 22 contestants, there must be someone skilled at this. After about 20 more minutes of walking, Wang Hao stopped, and in his sight, there was a shelter built against a cave, made with dry grass and bamboo. In front of the shelter, a fire pit had just gone out, still emitting wisps of white smoke. Wang Hao squinted and took a look. It seemed like the other party had just left not long ago. He began to circle around this camp, searching carefully. Ordinary people set traps near camps for easy checking. Soon, he found a clue in the grass about 50 meters behind the camp. There was a very narrow path, clearly made by small animals' footsteps. Wang Hao followed the path, cautiously moving forward for about 10 meters. He stopped. Just 2 meters in front of him. A trap made of 3 small wooden sticks and a stone slab stood quietly there. The wooden sticks were arranged in a 4 shape, cleverly supporting the heavy stone slab. Under the stone slab, there was a small piece of black, plant-like lure. This is it. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He crouched down, keeping a safe distance, closely observing the exquisite structure. This was the mechanical balance he hadn't figured out even after an hour last night. He watched the angles at which the 3 sticks interlocked, his mind racing with simulations. So this is how it works. The top of this vertical stick has to be carved into a groove to hold the horizontal stick. The other end of the horizontal stick needs to be sharpened to support the inclined stick. And the end of the inclined stick should gently press down on the lure rod. Wang Hao was engrossed. He even picked up a few small branches from the ground and started fiddling with them on a nearby open space. At 8 a.m. the main broadcast room for the Tongyun Mountain Cup opened on time. Host Jiang Wei, dressed in a capable outdoor jacket, smiled and greeted the camera. Good morning, viewers. Today is the 11th day of the competition. First, let me announce the number of survivors. As of 8 a.m. today, we still have 22 contestants remaining. No one withdrew last night, everyone is very strong. Let's give them a round of applause. A few sparse claps echoed in the studio. Today's expert is Hui. After Jiang Wei interacted with him for a while, they entered the formal session. After observing several contestants in sequence, the central image on the screen fixed on Wang Hao. Jiang Wei was a bit curious. Teacher Hu, is Wang Hao studying traps? Hui leaned closer to the screen and took a look. That's right, that's a classic four-shaped stone compression trap set by contestant 88, Li Feng. It appears Wang Hao wants to learn how to make it. Jiang Wei smiled. We've all witnessed Wang Hao's learning ability, he's very skilled with his hands, managing to build a 2-story bamboo house in just 3 days. Do you think he can learn to make traps? Hui replied in a very professional tone. According to normal logic, building and trapping are two concepts. Building is rough work, as long as there is strength, patience, and space for imagination, one can always grind it out. But traps are delicate work, especially this kind of trigger trap. It requires the maker to have a very precise grasp of mechanical balance. Too much force on the trigger mechanism is too stable, and it won't work if the prey touches it, too little force makes it too loose, and even a gust of wind could knock it down. This kind of feel requires hundreds or thousands of practice sessions to master. Li Feng is an experienced outdoor broadcaster, surviving in the wild for years. This is basic skill for him, but Wang Hao is just a finance student. So, I should say Wang Hao cannot do it. But, contestant Wang Hao has proven several times that he is not a normal person at all. So, I believe he can do it. Jiang Wei beside them chuckled. The barrage was going crazy. God damn it, Wang Hao is not a normal person. Wang Hao, are you being polite? I completely agree with Teacher Hu. If it were anyone else, I would definitely say it's impossible, but for Wang Hao, TSK. Hui continued to talk. At this time, Li Feng was carrying a bundle of vines and returning to his camp from another path. He had just set down the vines when he spotted Wang Hao not far away, and recognized him at a glance. Wang Hao had left such a deep impression on him yesterday that it was hard not to recognize him. Li Feng frowned. That number 66 is squatting there looking at my trap? Li Feng stood in place, staying silent. After watching for a while, he found that Wang Hao was just observing from a distance, holding a small stick and gesturing on the ground, not destroying his trap at all. Li Feng's expression relaxed, and a hint of disdain flashed in his heart. Naive. He really thinks this thing can be learned just by looking at it for a moment? The trigger rod of my trap is specially polished, with a reverse small angle, its sensitivity is 3 times that of an ordinary 4-letter trap. Just wait and see. You can look all day and still won't understand. Li Feng was very confident in his skills. He ignored Wang Hao any longer, turned around, and dove into the shelter, putting things away before leaving the camp with his tools. The whole time, he had no interaction with Wang Hao. At 9 a.m. Wang Hao was still squatting there. In front of him, there were already more than a dozen failed 4-letter models lined up on the ground. But he was not discouraged at all, instead, he became more courageous. He felt he had touched a bit of the trick. Just as he wedged a sharpened small stick into the groove. In his mind. Ding! A crisp prompt sound rang out. Skill entry successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new skill, for letter trap making LV1. Wang Hao's body shook. Success! He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Ha, I knew it, the more I watch and practice, the more I can learn. Wang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly. He immediately opened the system panel and looked at the emotional point balance. Emotional points, 41,358. Over 40,000. It had been a few days since he last checked the panel, and this number was indeed not much. But he could understand, after all, it had rained for several days, and only yesterday had it cleared up. There had been too few opportunities for him to show off, to display himself. Wang Hao looked at the skill he had just unlocked and thought to himself. System, level up the skill to max level for me. To max it out requires 11,110 emotional points. For Wang Hao, who now possessed a fortune of 40,000, it was just a drizzle. Emotional points consumed, 11110, remaining, 30248. Skill, for letter trap making has been upgraded to LV5, Mastery. A massive flow of information instantly flooded into Wang Hao's brain. All knowledge about 4-letter traps. Wood selection, the best angle for the grooves, mechanical balance under different weights, even including how to use wind direction and vegetation to conceal the traps. All of it became as clear as instinct. Wang Hao slowly exhaled. His eyes changed. He looked again at the trap set up by Li Feng not far away. Just now, he still thought this trap was beautifully crafted. Now looking at it again. Ha! Wang Hao's mouth curled into a barely noticeable arc. Flaws everywhere. This vertical stick is too thick, the friction is too great, causing it to trigger insensitively. The groove of the horizontal stick is dug too shallow, making the stress point unstable. The worst part is this bait stick, it is actually tilted into the ground, which gives the prey a reverse support force. Wang Hao shook his head. The goal has been achieved. Wang Hao was ready to go home, but before heading home, there was still one thing to do. Chapter 70, Lumberjack Mastery. Wang Hao looked at his attribute panel. Stamina has reached 10. But he still wanted to become even tougher. After all, in this mountain, the body is everything. System, add points to stamina. The host's stamina attribute has reached the limit of 10 points. Insufficient attribute points to break through the limit, unable to add points. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. Insufficient attribute points? He keenly caught the keyword. The system did not say it cannot break through, nor did it say it has reached the human limit, but rather that points are insufficient. This means that 10 points is not the end, but to break this bottleneck from 10 points to 11 points, it needs more than one attribute point? Wang Hao frowned, then relaxed. Since stamina and strength cannot be increased for now, let's switch to something else. Reflexes, flexibility, or agility? He lingered on agility for a second. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. In the mountains, running fast means efficiency, means being able to explore further places. Coupled with his strong stamina and strength, this is simply a human-shaped all-terrain vehicle. Wang Hao focused his thoughts. System, add points to agility. Free attribute points -1. Agility, 9-10. Boom. A strange feeling instantly spread throughout his body. Wang Hao felt as if his body had suddenly been untied. His bones became lighter, and the bounce of his muscles seemed to be compressed to its limit. He tried to stand on his tiptoes, feeling like he could soar at any moment. Time to go back. Wang Hao turned around and retraced his steps. He did not run intentionally, just kept his usual breathing rhythm while moving through the forest. But the surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. The sound of the wind in his ears became hurried. In the past, when facing such a rocky gully, he had to slow down and detour. But now, he simply tapped his toes gently on the rocks, and his body leaped over like a nimble monkey in an instant. It took him more than an hour to reach this place while exploring. On the way back, when Wang Hao stood in front of his bamboo loft, looking at the sun that hadn't moved much, he estimated in his heart. At most 40 minutes. Does agility going to 10 points have such an obvious effect? Wang Hao clenched his fist, feeling the surging vitality within him. So refreshing. Back at the shelter, Wang Hao did not rest. He immediately drew out the survival knife from his waist, found a few reasonably hard dry woods, and started to carve wooden sticks. Sawdust, sawdust, sawdust. The blade scraped through the wood, rolling up layers of thin wood shavings, emitting the unique fragrance of dry timber. Wang Hao's hands were steady. Although it was his first time, the experience in his mind made him feel like he had been a carpenter for a lifetime. Each cut was terrifyingly precise. The depth of the grooves, the angle of the notches, all within mere millimeters. In just over 10 minutes, he had carved out 30 components. Enough to assemble 10 traps. He picked up these components, grabbed a few cut wild yams, and walked into the surrounding forest. He didn't place the traps too far away, just scattered them around 100 meters near the animal paths by the camp. Choosing the site was very meticulous. It had to be a sheltered spot, the soil had to be slightly loose, and there needed to be signs of animal activity. Wang Hao squatted beside a slightly raised mound. First, he used the knife to dig a shallow pit, then found a large blue stone weighing dozens of pounds. Setting up the mechanism. The vertical stick was inserted into the ground, the horizontal stick locked the vertical stick, and the slanted stick supported the horizontal stick and the bait. Carefully, he pressed the large stone onto this fragile balance system. At the end of the bait rod, he inserted a piece of yam, with the white juice seeping out and emitting a faint sweetness. The entire process was smooth and flowing, with no reworks and no failures. 10 traps were all set up in less than half an hour. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Wei looked at the well-camouflaged traps on the screen and couldn't help but exclaim. Although I don't understand the tricks behind it, watching player Wang Hao's movements is so skilled, feeling even more standard than a textbook. Teacher Hu, can you help us analyze it from a professional perspective? Hui pushed up his glasses, his eyes filled with complexity and admiration. This must be talent. As I expected, player Wang Hao has completely learned to make the 4 character traps. In fact, he has even improved them. Look at the cuts on that horizontal stick, they are very smooth, and the angle is more cunning than the standard tutorial, which ensures a very high sensitivity upon triggering. Also, the shallow pit he specially dug is to prevent the prey from struggling to escape after being hit. Such details are usually only noticed by experienced old hunters. Hui sighed. I can only say that some people are born for the wild. The bullet screen flooded with 666. Teacher Hu, I have learned self-strategy. Wang Hao, basic operation, no need to praise. Wang Hao brushed off the dirt from his hands and returned to beneath the bamboo house. The traps are passive income, once set, they require no further attention, just wait to collect in the morning. It was still early. He walked to the wood pile in the storage room and frowned. These days, he had been busy building the house, and the firewood was consumed quickly. What used to be a pile like a small mountain of dry branches now only remained a small heap. I need to chop some firewood, preferably durable hardwood. Wang Hao touched the survival knife at his waist and set off directly. He walked several hundred meters deep into the forest. Soon, he spotted a dead pine tree that caught his eye. This tree was about as thick as a thigh, with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters, and the bark had already peeled off more than half, exposing the grayish-white drywood inside. Wang Hao stopped, gripping the knife handle tightly. Without an axe, to bring down such a thick tree, he could only rely on brute force. Hey! He shouted softly, swinging his arm in a circle and bringing the knife down. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The knife blade became deeply embedded in the trunk, with wood chips flying everywhere. The huge backlash force traveled through the knife handle to his palm, causing Wang Hao's hand to tingle slightly. It's really hard. He pulled out the knife with effort, adjusted the angle, and swung again. Bang! This time, he struck beside where he had just cut, knocking down a large piece of wood. Just then, the system prompt sound suddenly rang out without warning. Skill recorded successfully. Congratulations, host, you have gained a new skill, logging LV1, beginner. Wang Hao's actions paused for a moment. Huh? This can be recorded too? He thought for a moment, it actually made sense. Although he had no technique in chopping trees, it was indeed a survival skill, practice would make perfect. Especially in the past few days, he had forcefully broken a tree, so it was time to grasp some techniques. He glanced at the panel. Since there was a skill, why waste that useless effort? He was now affluent, with tens of thousands of emotional points lying idle, could they help him reproduce? System, max out the logging skill for me. Emotional points consumed, 11,110 points. Skill, logging has been upgraded to LV5, master level. Boom. Another wave of muscle memory surged into his body. That feeling was wonderful. It was as if he had suddenly transformed into an old logger who had worked in the forest for decades. Although he was holding a knife instead of an axe, he instantly grasped the essence of using a knife for logging. He understood the grain direction of every tree. He knew the best angle for the blade to enter the wood. He knew how to use the strength of his waist and abdomen to drive the upper arm, rather than just relying on brute force. Even learned how to judge the internal structure of the trunk by listening to the sounds. With the skill improvement, the pleasant reward notification sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, host! The 7th skill has reached the mastery level. Reward, free attribute point +1. Another little bit. Wang Hao felt a rush of joy. Now only flexibility and reaction are not at 10. He just added agility and felt his body lightened quite a bit. If he adds to reaction. System, allocate points to reaction. Free attribute point -1. Reaction, 9-10. Buzz. Wang Hao felt like something exploded in his brain. This feeling was completely different from adding strength or agility. The world seemed to slow down a bit in his eyes. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the flight paths of distant birds, even an ant crawling out from the gaps in the bark. Everything became incredibly clear. His thoughts became extraordinarily sharp, and his body's execution of brain commands reached a new level. Is this 10 points of reaction? So refreshing. Wang Hao took a deep breath, and his gaze became sharp. Alright, time to get to work. He gripped the survival knife tightly again. The dead pine tree in front of him no longer appeared as a solid piece of wood. He could see the tiny cracks on the trunk, the best points to cut into. He adjusted his stance, slightly spreading his feet and lowering his center of gravity. Lifting the knife. This time, there were no big sweeping arm movements. Just a gentle flick of the wrist, the waist leading the shoulder, and the knife in his hand turned into a cold gleam. Swish. The sound changed. It was no longer a dull thud, but a crisp, brief slicing sound. The blade entered the trunk at an extremely clever angle, as smooth as cutting tofu. before the wood chips could fly out. Wang Hao's wrist twisted, and the second cut followed closely. Swish! This cut landed below the first, and the two knife marks intersected inside the trunk. Clunk! A large triangular piece of wood fell straight down. The notch was as smooth as if it had been machined. The chat in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. What? Did I see it wrong? What was that last cut? How did it seem to slice off such a big piece without much effort? Just asking, has Wang Hao changed? Just now he was chopping like a bear, now he's like a martial arts master? This move is kind of cool. Art. This is art. Is this the legendary draw cutting technique? In the studio. Hui was dumbfounded, standing directly up. What the? No, I mean, my gosh. This guy, just now was purely amateur, relying on brute force. How suddenly has this turned into textbook-level cutting techniques? Look at his force points, that's waist and horse unity. Each cut hits the weakest part of the wood fibers and uses the inertia of the blade. This is the insight only decades of lumberjacking can provide. And his frequency is so steady. Zhang Wei watched in shock, unable to help but ask. Teacher Hu, although I don't understand lumbering, I can see the huge difference before and after. Is it really possible for a person to go from novice to master in just a few seconds? This is completely illogical. Hui took a deep breath, slowly sat down, and looked at the screen with a complicated expression. After a long time, he said. Common sense? That's used to measure ordinary people. In this world, there are indeed geniuses that defy logic. For them, the gap between knowing and not knowing doesn't involve a long period of practice, only that layer of window paper. If it can't be pierced, you're an outsider. The moment you pierce it, you're a master. Clearly, Wang Hao just had that moment of enlightenment. On screen. Wang Hao didn't stop at all. Swish, swish, swish. The knife gleamed, and wood shavings flew like snow. His sense of rhythm was extremely strong, and the intervals between each swing of the knife were completely consistent. No unnecessary movements, not a shred of wasted strength. The dead pine tree, over 20 centimeters in diameter. The gap in the tree trunk expanded visibly. Only 50 seconds had passed. Wang Hao stopped his knife. Only a tiny bit of connection remained, groaning in the wind. He took a step back, aimed carefully. He lifted his foot. Here we go. With one kick, he struck the tree trunk. Crack. With a crisp sound, the dead pine tree crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Hao sheathed his knife, not flushed, not out of breath. Not even a drop of sweat had formed. Not bad, pretty smooth. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. With LV5 logging skills, plus 10 points of strength and reaction. In the future, chopping trees would be as easy as cutting vegetables. The comments went wild. Less than a minute? Cut down a 20-centimeter pine tree with a knife? Brother Hao was too fast, right? Bald Shang would cry if he saw this. From now on, call him King of the Mountain Blades. No, call him Wang the Hammer. No, Wang Knife. The logging machine has come to life. That kick was impressive, looked really relieving. I think Wang Hao could directly open a lumber factory in the mountains. I just want to know, what else can he not do? Besides giving birth, I think he can do everything. In the footage, Wang Hao walked to the tree and sized it up. Not bad, just about 100 pounds. For him, with 10 points of strength, it really wasn't heavy. He didn't even take a deep breath. With a single push, he hoisted the entire tree onto his shoulder. The cut end was still oozing pine resin, sticking to his clothes, with a strong smell. But he didn't care. This was all premium fuel. He stepped forward, walking down the mountain. His steps were light, as if he were walking on flat ground. That 100 pounds of weight felt like just carrying an empty backpack. In the live stream, the female viewer's eyes widened. My God, he's carrying a tree with one hand. That arm strength, that waist strength, wow. Though his face is quite handsome, this amount of hormones is explosive. I used to find muscular men disgusting, but now looking at Wang Hao, it's so appealing. Is this what they mean by looking slim in clothes but muscular when undressed? Love it. Wang Hao hummed a tune, walking on, passing through a broadleaf forest halfway up the mountain. In front of a large tree, a man suddenly turned out. Chapter 72, Learning to Identify Mushrooms. It was a man in his 30s, scruffy and weary. He carried a basket woven from vines in his hand. The basket was filled with mushrooms of various colors. Some were red, some were gray. Wang Hao stopped his steps. The man also noticed Wang Hao. To be exact, he first saw the dead pine tree moving swiftly through the forest and then noticed the person beneath it. The man's eyelids twitched violently. He instinctively shrank back, silently moving aside a couple of steps. He recognized Wang Hao, the cleanest young man who had gained weight during the physical exam. Have college students today become so physically extraordinary? But Wang Hao's gaze was fixed firmly on that basket. Then, he swallowed hard. Mushrooms. Those were the mushrooms he had wanted to pick but had been too afraid to. If he could roast the mushrooms over pine wood fire, or cook a pot of delicious mushroom fish soup. Wang Hao quickly thought. He jostled the tree on his shoulder a bit and flashed a bright smile at the man. Hey, picking mushrooms? The man was stunned for a moment and nodded cautiously. Ah, yes. You're an expert, huh? Wang Hao took a couple of steps closer, full of enthusiasm. I see you have quite a haul in that basket, you must know a lot about this. I'm Wang Hao, number 66, I live down below. I also want to get some mushrooms to eat, but I can't tell which ones are poisonous and which ones are safe. How about a trade? The man looked Wang Hao up and down, then glanced at the massive tree. What trade? Wang Hao patted the pine tree on his shoulder. I'll trade this tree for you to teach me how to identify mushrooms. Just a few of the most common ones, how to recognize them and how to store them. All right. The man glanced at the tree. It was good quality dead pine wood, already dried out, ready to catch fire. With this tree, he wouldn't need to worry about firewood for at least 2 or 3 days. He only had a rusted sickle in his hand, and chopping this hardwood would be torture. These past few days, collecting firewood had nearly broken his back. He felt a bit tempted. The live stream chat was getting anxious. Big brother. Don't agree to him. This is Wang Hao. If you teach him, won't all the mushrooms in the mountain be stripped away by him? What are you thinking? You're strengthening the enemy. Wang Hao is currently short on vegetables. If you fill this gap for him, who can compete with him in the future? Boss, don't be foolish. Unfortunately, the man couldn't see the comments. He licked his cracked lips and calculated again in his heart. He was really just giving away a bit of free knowledge for 3 days of peace. All right. The man finally spoke. I am number 44, Li Chang. However, just giving me the tree is not enough. Li Chang pointed to a large rock on the mountainside. My shelter is over there, 500 meters away. You need to help me carry the tree back. And... Li Chang glanced at the sickle at his waist, feeling a bit embarrassed. You also need to help me chop it into small firewood. My knife isn't up to the task, I can't chop this thing. He felt this request was a bit too much. It was like leaving all the hard labor to him. However, Wang Hao didn't hesitate for even a second. Deal. He readily agreed and carried the tree towards the direction Li Chang pointed. Brother, you lead the way. Li Chang was stunned for a moment but quickly picked up the basket and started leading the way. The 500 meters of mountain path. Wang Hao walked swiftly, as if on flat ground. When they reached Li Chang's camp, it was a makeshift hut built against a rock. Wang Hao tossed the tree onto the open ground. Thud. The earth trembled slightly. Before Li Chang could say anything, Wang Hao pulled out his survival knife from behind his waist. Then, the show began. Crack. Wang Hao stepped on the trunk, and with a swift motion of his knife, a branch was severed with an impressively smooth cut. Next, he found a sturdy stick to use as a hammer and stood the wooden stake upright. The knife's edge pressed on the top of the stake, and he struck the back of the knife with the stick in his right hand. This is called the back strike method, a classic technique for chopping wood in the wild. But in Wang Hao's hands, this technique was accelerated tenfold. Bang! 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 The rhythm was dense like forging iron. The knife rose and fell. That hard pine wood in his hands was like crispy cookies. It didn't take long. What was once a whole trunk was transformed into a neat pile of firewood. Each piece was of uniform length and thickness. Li Chang's mouth slowly gaped wide enough to fit an egg. He had never seen anyone chop wood like this in his life. This wasn't just chopping wood, it was like a wood chipper had come to life. In less than 10 minutes, line end. The entire pine tree had become a small mountain of firewood. Is this reasonable? Wang Hao put away his knife and patted the wood shavings off his hands. He showed no signs of embarrassment or fatigue. He smiled at Li Chang. Brother, want to check the goods? Li Chang swallowed hard. His eyes were filled with awe. Brother, have you practiced? Oh, just a bit stronger. Wang Hao replied modestly. Should we start now? Li Chang came to his senses and quickly nodded. Sure, no problem. He was genuinely impressed. This guy is incredible. Li Chang didn't hold back either. He pulled over the basket and began explaining each item to Wang Hao. You see this? This gray one is called beef liver mushroom. Whether it can be eaten depends on whether it changes color. And this one, chicken oil mushroom, top grade. Wang Hao listened attentively. His memory was already good, plus now he was quick-witted, thinking swiftly. Li Chang explained it once, and he basically remembered it. After finishing the identification, Li Chang taught him how to thread the mushrooms for air drying or use fire to dry them, which could preserve them for a long time. Half an hour later, Wang Hao stood up, feeling satisfied. Though a mushroom identification skill didn't pop into his mind, this knowledge was already imprinted in his brain. Thanks, brotherly. Wang Hao waved goodbye to Li Chang and then left. Li Chang watched Wang Hao's departing figure, then looked at his pile of firewood that could burn for many days. He felt a wave of joy inside. This young brother is really nice. He's genuine. The viewers in the livestream felt very complicated watching these two who both felt they gained something. It's over, it's all over. Wang Hao learned to identify mushrooms. The mushrooms of Tongyun Mountain, your doom has come. I have a feeling, tonight Wang Hao is going to poison again. After saying goodbye to Li Chang, Wang Hao picked up his knife and wandered around the area again. Soon, he locked onto a dead cypress tree. This tree was a bit thicker than the pine tree from before, with denser wood. Yet, under his LV5 logging skill, it couldn't last a minute. Swish, swish, swish. The crisp sound of cutting echoed in the forest. Before long, another tree was added to Wang Hao's shoulder. This time, he walked somewhat slower. Not because he was tired, but because he was collecting goods. Chapter 73, The Trap is Loaded. The knowledge Li Chang taught was now shining and heating up in his mind. His eyes constantly scanned the grass and rotten wood by the roadside. This, gray hat, the stem is white. Wang Hao stopped, placing the tree on his shoulder down. He crouched down, carefully pushing aside a thick layer of fallen leaves. A mushroom with the umbrella still not fully opened appeared. Common mushrooms, edible, tasty in soup. Wang Hao recited the mantra Li Chang taught him. He pinched the root of the mushroom and gave it a gentle twist. The complete mushroom was picked, still carrying a bit of black humus at the root. He casually pulled a flexible grass stem, strung the mushroom, and hung it at his waist. Continuing to walk. Not far along, he stopped by an ant nest again. Here were a few gray-brown small umbrellas. Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Chicken fungus. This is a precious thing. Li Chang said this is the leader among mushrooms, with thick meat, even tastier than chicken. Wang Hao hurriedly picked these few precious nuggets. This journey of walking and stopping. A half-hour journey turned into over an hour for him. The entire afternoon, Wang Hao spent chopping wood and collecting mushrooms. As evening fell, Wang Hao tossed down the last tree from his shoulder onto the clearing. There were already 5 trees piled there. He estimated, with so much fuel, it was enough for him to burn without worry for over a week. The sense of security brought by having enough supplies made him feel very at ease. He unloaded the bamboo basket from his back. Inside, it held more than half a basket of loot. Besides the chicken fungus and common mushrooms, there were a few pieces of bamboo fungus on top, dressed in white skirts. The air was filled with a rich, unique fragrance of mushrooms, mixed with the smell of pine resin, incredibly pleasant. Wang Hao began to sort through these gains. Tonight, I'll eat these chicken fungus, and make a fish soup with some bamboo fungus. He picked out the best-looking ones and set them aside. The rest, he planned to save. In the wilderness, one should always think of the next meal after having the last. Since Li Chang taught the preservation method, it should not go to waste. He started a fire. However, this time, he did not let the fire blaze too fiercely. He controlled the flames, keeping them at a gentle warmth. Then, he found some thin bamboo sticks and cleaned the remaining mushrooms of dirt, stringing them one by one. He made a rack, hanging these skewered mushrooms above the fire, about half a meter high from the flame. This position allowed for the warmth to dry out the moisture without burning them. A faint smoky scent gradually infused the mushrooms. Wang Hao looked at the rows of hanging mushrooms, nodding in satisfaction. As soon as these mushrooms dried out, when they become wrinkled, they can be stored in a bamboo tube for sealing and preservation. When you want to eat, take them out and soak them in water. Although the taste is not as fresh, it still has its unique flavor. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched the scene, and the comments were overflowing with sourness. This is too much, really too much. I checked, that must be wild matsutake, right? This thing in a city restaurant costs hundreds for a plate. And that wild bamboo fungus, it's the queen of fungi. This is not wilderness survival, this is clearly a mountain delicacy tasting event. I can smell it through the screen. I'm eating takeout, and suddenly, my braised pork doesn't taste good anymore. Wang Hao's life is better than mine at home. After Wang Hao finished dealing with the mushrooms, he stood up, ready to stretch. Click. A crisp sound. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet forest, it stood out clearly. It came from behind the shelter. That was the direction where he set the trap. Wang Hao did not hesitate. He quickly reached for the survival knife at his waist and stepped towards that direction. Soon, he arrived at the place where the sound came from. The carefully constructed trap in a 4 shape had collapsed. The heavy stone slab, which weighed dozens of pounds, was now perfectly covering the shallow pit he had just dug. The weeds around the stone slab were a bit messy. Wang Hao's heart raced a little faster. Did it catch something? If it collapsed naturally, the stone slab wouldn't have fallen so precisely. Moreover, the yam used as bait was also gone. He walked over, crouched down, and took a deep breath. Using one hand, he grabbed the edge of the stone slab. Up. His arm muscles slightly bulged as he effortlessly lifted the heavy stone slab. A clump of gray-brown fur lay quietly in the shallow pit. It was a wild rabbit. It was quite big, estimated to weigh 4 or 5 pounds. Its head had been squarely crushed by the stone slab, and it was clearly dead on the spot, without a chance to struggle. The piece of yam smeared with juice was still clamped in its mouth. Ha! Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. He lifted the rabbit by its long ears. It felt heavy. Its body was still warm, with its limbs hanging naturally, and its fur was glossy and smooth. Dinner is settled. Wang Hao felt happier holding the rabbit than when he found the matsutake. Mushrooms are good, but that's a vegetable. A rabbit is real meat. Wang Hao turned and walked back while carrying the rabbit. Passing by other traps, he took a quick glance. They all stood firmly in place. He didn't touch them. Maybe tomorrow morning, there will be surprises. In the live broadcast room, Hui looked at the screen where Wang Hao was carrying the rabbit and commented. This is the efficiency of the 4-shaped trap. As long as the trigger mechanism is adjusted properly, at the moment the prey touches the bait, the stone slab will use gravitational acceleration to instantly kill. Clean and neat, without leaving the prey any time to suffer. Hui paused, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Also, Wang Hao's luck is not bad. The trap is clever, but it also depends on the prey passing by. Zhang Wei nodded beside him, looking at the split screen of other contestants. Most of the contestants' screens were dim. Some were drinking cold water to satisfy their hunger, while others were struggling to peel tasteless tree bark. The contrast is too strong. Zhang Wei sighed. Yesterday Wang Hao was eating field mice, and today he is upgraded to wild rabbit, along with wild mushrooms. Meanwhile, most other contestants are still struggling to fill their stomachs. Hui leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed. This is the wilderness. It is the fairest, yet also the most unfair. It won't give you food just because you are pitiful. Capable people can eat meat and mushrooms here, turning survival into a vacation. Incapable people can only bear it with their bodies. At that moment, the live broadcast cut to contestant number 88, Li Feng's perspective. Li Feng carried a basket full of collected resources on his back, breathing heavily as he returned to his shelter. Chapter 74, The Advertisers Came Knocking. Li Feng's trip was neither good nor bad. He picked some wild fruits and managed to find a piece of dry wood. He put the things down and didn't rest. He immediately walked toward the trap area around the camp. This was the moment he looked forward to the most, but also the one that made him the most anxious. The first trap was intact, the stone slab unmoved. Li Feng sighed and walked towards the second. The second trap had collapsed. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he ran over in 3 steps, 2 at a time. He crouched down and eagerly lifted the stone slab. Empty. Except for some crushed bait remnants, there was nothing. Tisk. Li Feng clicked his tongue, his face showing clear displeasure. Ran off so fast. He walked towards the third trap. It had collapsed as well. He lifted it again. Still empty. Not even the bait remained, just a pile of mocking black droppings. Li Feng stood up and kicked a nearby tree trunk. These things are too cunning. The trigger mechanism is too sensitive, it falls with just a breeze or gets knocked down by those little insects. He started resetting the mechanism helplessly. In the live stream, the bullet comments started flooding the screen. No comparison, no harm. Look at Wang Hao next door, he catches one with every grab, and it's a headshot. Li Feng's traps are probably the Pinduoduo version. Wait, holy shit, didn't Wang Hao learn his traps from Li Feng? Yeah. Don't be discouraged, brother Feng. It's not that you're bad, it's just that number 66 next door is too freakish. In the studio, Zhang Wei looked at Li Feng's frustrated expression, then turned to look at Hui. Teacher Hu, both Li Feng and Wang Hao are using 4 character traps, but it seems Wang Hao has a higher success rate. Is there any trick to it? Hui looked at the screen, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. This is what I've said before, details. Wang Hao's trap, the notch on the horizontal stick, is at a very tricky angle. It's in a critical state where it's almost falling but not quite. And Wang Hao's use of gravity is simply at its peak. The weight of the stone slab he chose and the strength of the mechanism have reached a perfect balance. As soon as the prey touches the bait, the balance is broken instantly, and the stone slab will fall within 0.1 seconds. But Li Feng's trap, although the structure is correct, the notch is too stiff. Or maybe it's too slippery. This gives the prey time to react. Either the prey eats the bait and it doesn't collapse, or it just touches it and it falls but doesn't hit. Zhang Wei nodded thoughtfully. Then teacher Hu, if it were up to you, could you make a better trap than Wang Hao? Hui froze for a moment. He gave a bitter smile and waved his hand. Different professions have different skills. I might have more theoretical knowledge than him, and my analysis is fine. But when it comes to actually doing it, that kind of precise feeling, I really can't match him. Wang Hao's hands are like precision machines. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Teacher who is too humble. Official certification, not as good as Wang Hao. Wang Hao, not only a building master but also a trap master. Such high praise. At that moment, Wang Hao was squatting by the stream, handling the wild rabbit he had just caught. The stream was clear and cold, washing the blood off the rabbit's meat. He was handling it carefully, burying all the innards except for the heart and liver, as a gift to the land. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Footsteps came from the grass behind him. Wang Hao's ears twitched, but he didn't turn around. The sound of footsteps was familiar, a little light and not like a beast, more like a person. Sure enough, the voice of Xiao Mo rang out. Wang Hao, busy? Wang Hao turned around, shaking the water off his hands, his face lighting up with his signature bright smile. Yo, Xiao Mo, old Lu, you guys are back? Have you eaten? Stay for dinner tonight, try this rabbit? The cameraman, old Lu, followed Xiao Mo, and looked at the plump rabbit in Wang Hao's hands. His throat moved uncomfortably. He held an expensive camera, and his stomach was full of the compressed biscuits he had just eaten. Looking back at Wang Hao, his face was rosy, full of spirit, and he was holding meat in his hand. Old Lu sighed in his heart. Every time he came to film this kid, he felt like he was the one trying to survive in the wild. The atmosphere was simply from a different dimension than the other contestants. Xiao Mo also couldn't help but swallow. But she remembered her professional etiquette. No need, we have regulations, we can't eat the contestants' food. Last time we made an exception, but this time, no. She quickly waved her hand. Wang Hao didn't insist and placed the rabbit on a clean rock. Alright, shall we start? Or should I ask those few questions? Xiao Mo nodded, took out a voice recorder, and went through the routine questions about his mood and physical condition today. Wang Hao answered fluently, focusing on being happy, healthy, and well-fed. After the usual questions, Xiao Mo closed her notebook. Her expression became a bit mysterious and also excited. Wang Hao, actually today, there's something even more important. Oh? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Is it about the money again? Xiao Mo couldn't help but laugh. It's related to money, and it's big money. She pulled out a stack of documents from her backpack. Because your performance in the live broadcast was outstanding, and your popularity is high. Right now, many brands want to collaborate with you. They want you to help read the ad during your live broadcast. Wang Hao was stunned. Ads? Here? Right. Xiao Mo handed the documents to Wang Hao. These are the 8 brands that are most interested. Including well-known local sports brands for running shoes, slingshots for outdoor gear, energy drinks, sunscreen, and so on. As long as you agree, sign your name, and read their ad lines on camera. The endorsement fee will be yours. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly flooded the screen. Holy crap! Is he selling goods? Can this work? The first person to sell goods in the wild survival. He's trending, Wang Hao is truly trending. This level of fame, while other contestants are still gnawing on tree bark, he's already starting to take ads. To be fair, isn't this against the rules? What if the brand sends him supplies? Upstairs, he's just reading the ad, not receiving goods. He earned his traffic with skill. What's wrong with that? Exactly, Wang Hao isn't asking for supplies. Wang Hao took the documents and quickly scanned them. His eyes skipped over the complicated terms and fixed on the numbers at the end. Running shoes, 150,000. Slingshot, 200,000. Energy drink, 100,000. A total of 8 brands. In total, the amount reached 1,200,000. Chapter 75, Stuffed. 1,200,000. Wang Hao's hand shook slightly. His eyes instantly turned green. That wasn't just an adjective, they were really shining. You must know, the final prize for this competition, although it has now reached 500,000, is still just 500,000. He only needs to move his lips, read a few lines, and he could earn twice the championship prize? This is simply money falling from the sky. Wang Hao felt his breathing become frantic. He looked up at Xiao Mo, his voice slightly altering. Are they all real? Just read it once. Xiao Mo nodded. Yes, as long as you read it smoothly, with the right emotions. Sign. Wang Hao shouted. Where's the pen? Quickly give me a pen. His eager manner stunned both Xiao Mo and old Lu. The barrage was also entertained. Ah, so real, too real. Wang Hao, what cold persona? It's all nonsense in front of money. Look how anxious the kid is, afraid they'll change their mind. That look is more affectionate than when looking at the rabbit. Wang Hao took the pen, forcing himself to calm down, glanced through the contract content, confirming there were no traps or subsequent work involved, and quickly signed his name. After signing, he seemed to remember something and looked up at Xiao Mo. By the way, Sister Xiao Mo. Can this money be sent to my parents first? Xiao Mo looked at Wang Hao's serious eyes, and his heart softened. This kid is quite filial. No problem. Xiao Mo put away the contract. As long as the review is approved, the funds will be transferred to your reserved account within 24 hours. All right. Wang Hao wiped his hands on his pants. So can I start reading now? Sure, old Lu, get ready. For the next 20 minutes. The originally tense and exciting wilderness survival livestream turned into a large TV shopping session. Wang Hao held a piece of paper with advertising slogans in his hands, looking into the camera with an extremely rich expression. Do you want to run faster in the wilderness? Do you want to carry trees like me with one hand? Put on the special Fast brand running shoes, and you will be the next flying person of Tongyun Mountain. I'm wearing them too, they are really great. In fact, he was wearing straw sandals. Thunder brand slingshot, accurate strikes, hits every time. Although I'm using a tree branch, if I had this slingshot, I could hit even better. Wang Hao read earnestly. Even though the words were quite awkward, he read them with rhythm and emotion. After all, every word is money. Although some viewers in the bullet comments were sarcastic. Earn money unreasonably. It's all changed. This is too awkward. But more audiences were supporting by flooding the screen. Brother Hao is awesome. Making money by skill, that's not shameful. I'm going to buy a pair of shoes to support Brother Hao. Honestly speaking, this advertising slogan paired with Brother Hao's face is quite persuasive. If you don't want to watch, get lost, I love watching Brother Hao make money. After finishing the last advertisement, Wang Hao let out a sigh, feeling more tired than after chopping trees all afternoon. But he felt sweet inside. Sweeter than eating honey. Xiao Mo organized the materials and stood up. Alright, contestant Wang Hao, the task is complete. The money will arrive soon, don't worry. That's good, that's good. Wang Hao smiled widely, showing his teeth. Take care on your way. After sending off Xiao Mo and old Lu, the place became quiet again. Wang Hao stood in front of the bamboo house, looking at the darkening sky. He suddenly felt a bit unreal. 1,200,000. Just like that, it's in his hands? He pinched his thigh. It hurt. Not a dream. He. He couldn't help but laugh foolishly. He bounced in place twice and threw a few punches into the air. I've struck it rich. Mom and Dad, get ready to count the money. Who would have thought? 10 days ago, he was just a poor student who hesitated for a long time even to buy skins. Now, he is already a millionaire. This huge contrast put him in an excited state. The livestream audience laughed at Wang Hao, who had just been a salesman and was now acting like a fool. This kid is over the moon. Who wouldn't be happy to make money? If it were me, I'd go crazier than him. Cute contrast, absolutely cute contrast. Chopping trees like a warrior, making money like a foolish son of a landlord. Excited as he was, he still needed to eat. And it had to be a good meal to celebrate. Wang Hao started a fire. Tonight's menu was luxurious. Roasted whole rabbit. The rabbit meat sizzled on the fire, the skin turned golden and crispy, with a rich aroma filling the air. He even sprinkled some salt. Next to him, some bamboo tubes were boiling whitefish soup. It contained sliced chicken mushrooms and bamboo fungus. Freshness upon freshness. There was also a roasted yam dug out of a gray mound as the staple food. Wang Hao sat beside the fire, tearing off a rabbit leg. He took a bite. Crispy outside, tender inside, the juice burst in his mouth. The wild meat aroma made him want to swallow his tongue. Awesome! He took another sip of the mushroom fish soup. so fresh it nearly made his eyebrows fall off. Just when Wang Hao was enjoying his feast. About 200 meters away from his camp, Su Yang was crouched under a tree, holding a root he had just dug out. He was attracted by the scent. The wind was blowing this way. The aroma of roasted meat and the freshness of the mushroom soup hooked his nose like a lure. Su Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He quietly peeked out. Take a glance in Wang Hao's direction. In the firelight, Wang Hao is munching on half a rabbit, his mouth greasy with juice, and next to him sits a steaming bowl of soup. Su Yang looks down at the bitter root in his hand, then touches his shriveled stomach. And the little thin field mouse, no bigger than a palm, in his backpack. That is all he has collected today. At first, he felt pretty good about it, since he had meat to eat. But now, Su Yang silently turns around. He does not stop or greet anyone. He even quiets his footsteps, afraid of being discovered. He must leave. As Su Yang walks, he mentally repeats. This guy is a weirdo, cannot compare, cannot compare. The livestream audience sees Su Yang's lonely figure. Heartache for Su God for a second. No comparison, no harm. Su Yang, I'm leaving, is that not okay? This fragrance is indeed too unfair. Su Yang is actually very strong, it's just a shame he is in the same competition as Wang Hao. Wang Hao is full and satisfied. He pats his round belly and lets out a burp. Burp. Comfortable. He glances at the salt beside him. That small bag of salt given during the competition is almost empty. Need to use it sparingly. Wang Hao thinks to himself. Or, need to find some salt substitutes. Skin salt wood? Or was it salt skin wood? He remembers there seems to be such a plant, with salt frost on its fruit. He needs to keep an eye out for it later. Chapter 76, Weaving with Vines. Feeling too stuffed, sitting is uncomfortable. Wang Hao stands up and walks to an open area. He assumes a stance and begins to practice Tai Chi. Wild horse parts its mane. White crane spreads its wings. In the firelight, he moves slowly and gracefully. Though the movements are not standard, the relaxed vibe is evident. The comments begin to mock again. Other streamers, laying down to reduce heat loss. Wang Hao, I ate too much, let me practice Tai Chi to digest. Is this really a competition? I feel like he is retired. So vague. After practicing Tai Chi, he feels warm. Wang Hao returns to the bamboo house. It's late, and the wind outside is a little chilly. But he doesn't want to sleep. That previous nap was too deep, he still feels energized. Need to find something to do. He looks at the clothes on him. This sports outfit is of good quality, but after these days of pushing through thorns and climbing trees, it has several rips. Especially the pants' legs, which are full of holes from thorns. If this continues, in a few days, he will look like a beggar. I need a spare set. Wang Hao's gaze falls on a pile of dry vines in the corner. That was what he collected before, originally meant to weave into a basket. These vines are called kudzu, the fibers are long and very flexible. If he strips off the outer skin and tears open the inner fibers, he can get fine strands. Though a bit rough, it will be fine for weaving clothes. An idea flashes in Wang Hao's mind. He thinks of the skill that has been gathering dust in his skill list. Knit sweater, LV1. System. Wang Hao silently thinks. Max out my knit sweater skill. With a rush of emotions, his knit sweater skill jumps straight to LV5. A wave of new knowledge floods his mind. It includes various complex weaving techniques, plain stitches, ribbing, cable knits. Wang Hao picks up a piece of kudzu vine. He does not start weaving directly. Instead, he gently pounds the vine with a stick, loosening the hard skin, then strips it away, leaving only the inner white fiber layer. He then rolls it in his hand until it becomes soft like cotton thread. After processing one, he picks up another. This is an extremely patience-consuming and energy-draining detail work. It is even more tiresome than building a house. But Wang Hao enjoys it immensely. He sits cross-legged by the fire, focused and intent. His fingers fly, weaving thin strands through his fingertips. Gradually, a palm-sized fabric begins to take shape. Though the color is dull and it looks a bit rough, it feels tight to the touch. The breathability is also quite good. In the bullet comments, the audience looked bewildered. What is he doing? Twisting ropes? No, look at that shape, that's a woven piece, right? Wow, this technique, it looks just like how my mom knits sweaters. Is he knitting a sweater with vines? Is he crazy? How long will this take? Did this guy get his skill points mixed up? How come he can knit sweaters? From tree chopping maniac to knitting seamstress, isn't that a big jump? In the studio, Zhang Wei was also dumbfounded. She turned to ask Hui. Teacher Hu, is it common to weave clothes with vines in wild survival? Is this feasible? Hui opened his mouth. He stared at Wang Hao's actions on the screen, as skilled as an old tailor. After a long silence. Well, in theory, it's feasible. The ancients wore garments made of hemp. But Hui smiled bitterly. Usually, people in the wild just wrap themselves in animal skins or big leaves. Who would spend so much effort tearing vines into threads, then weaving them stitch by stitch? This requires not only high skill but also a lot of time. This is beyond survival and exceeds my knowledge boundaries. Zhang Wei couldn't help but laugh. It seems that contestant Wang Hao always brings us surprises. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Zheng City, at Wang Hao's home, Wang Jingye and Song Ru were sitting on the sofa, holding a phone, their faces displaying a dreamy expression. Just now, the staff of the show contacted them. They verified their identity and confirmed the account. Then, with a ding, a sum of 1.2 million, after taxes, was transferred to their card in one shot. Looking at the long string of numbers on the mobile banking app, Wang Jingye's hands trembled a bit. He had never seen so much savings in his life. Old Wang, is this real? Song Ru pinched Wang Jingye. Ouch. That hurts. Wang Jingye shouted, then grinned like a child. It's real, it's real. Our son is successful. So successful. Song Ru's eyes turned red. It was out of happiness. This money, we have to save it for him. Do you think we should buy him a house first? I think the new project by the river looks good. Wang Jingye thought for a moment and shook his head. What house to buy? The housing prices have dropped so much in the past 2 years, buying it would be a loss. Then, buy gold? Song Ru suggested. Gold maintains its value. Wang Jingye still shook his head. Forget it, let's not worry unnecessarily. This money was earned by Xiao Hao with his own ability. Let's just save it with a fixed term, no one should touch it. When he comes back, let him decide how to spend it. Whether starting a business, buying a house, or getting married. When it came to getting married, the couple exchanged glances and both laughed. All right, as you say. Song Ru tightly grasped the phone, as if afraid the number would disappear. Oh, it feels like a dream. You say this kid, suffering in the mountains, can still think of us. It's worth it, this life is worth it. That night, Wang Hao in the bamboo house in the mountains, focused on weaving his new clothes, accompanied by the sound of insects. And on the other side of the city, his parents kept an eye on that number, so excited they couldn't sleep all night. On the 12th day of the competition, Wang Hao blinked open his eyes, stretching lazily. Another beautiful day. He had slept so deeply that he hadn't even dreamed. He opened the door and walked out onto the terrace. A wave of humid air with a muddy smell hit his face. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. The ground was wet. The distant mountains and forests were also shrouded in a thin layer of mist. Clearly, it had rained last night. And judging by the water accumulation on the ground, it must have rained heavily. Wang Hao suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Oh no, the trap! He quickly ran out of the house and dashed into the woods. Trap number 1 had now turned into a heap of rotten wood. The large blue stone was tilted to one side. The soil underneath was soaked into mush by the rain. Wang Hao squatted down to inspect the several wooden sticks. Sure enough, the rain washed away the soil, causing the foundation to loosen, and with the wooden sticks dampening the friction, the entire mechanical balance collapsed in an instant. He checked the remaining 9 traps. Without exception, all perished. Chapter 77, Handmade Starch Sausage Without Additives. The entire army is wiped out. Wang Hao forced a smile. Some were knocked down by the rain, some might have been blown over by the wind, and 2 even had their bait washed away by the water. This is the biggest weakness of the 4-character trap. Too precise, and therefore too fragile. A slight breeze, a bit of movement, or even a heavy rain can render it useless. It seems that knowing only this kind of trap is not enough. While cleaning up the mess, Wang Hao thought in his heart. I need to find a way to learn some sturdier ones. Like snare traps or deadfall traps. But now, there was no other way. He could only patiently reset all 10 traps again. He specifically looked for drier places, compacting the soil before inserting the wooden sticks. He even made a simple rain shelter above the traps using larger leaves. After busying with all this, the sun had completely risen. Wang Hao returned to his bamboo house, lit a fire, and cooked. Breakfast was very simple. The leftover half of the roasted yam from last night was heated over the fire. The skin was crispy while the inside was soft and sticky. It was paired with a bowl of hot water boiled in a bamboo tube. Though simple, it was very comforting to eat. Wang Hao chewed on the yam while checking his resource stock and casually planning his itinerary for the day. Food is still yam and mushrooms. There's enough firewood to last a week. No need to deliberately collect resources today. Wang Hao swallowed the last bite of yam and clapped his hands. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I won't work today. I'll go explore the mountains. He planned to get clear about this mountain. See what resources were still in the mountains. Also, check how those opponents who were still holding on were doing. The revenue from yesterday's livestream did not make Wang Hao slack off, instead, it spurred his desire to win the championship even more. He tidied up a bit, slung a small bamboo basket over his back, and tucked a knife into his waist. Let's go! Wang Hao chose a direction he hadn't traveled before and walked west. West was a slightly gentler slope with denser vegetation. He walked leisurely. It felt less like survival and more like a picnic. Passing a thicket, he discovered several bright red wild fruits. He had checked online before the competition what could be eaten in the mountains, and these fruits were among the many edible things. He casually picked them, rubbed them on his clothes, and tossed them into his mouth. Sour and sweet, very juicy. Not bad, this can be noted. He also saw a fallen dead tree with a few wood ear mushrooms growing on it. Though not many, he wouldn't let them go to waste. He picked them and casually tossed them into his basket. The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but comment on his appearance. Is this the legendary street performer? Other people seem to be surviving, and he looks like he's wandering in a garden. Look at his cocky steps, I really want to walk over and kick him. Hey, you up ahead, are you sure you can take on that one-handed tree chopper monster? After walking for about half an hour, the terrain ahead became somewhat strange. Some huge rocks appeared, forming natural shallow caves. Wang Hao slowed down his pace. He smelled a faint scent. Not the stench of a beast, but an indescribable sense of despair. Under a huge rock, there was a shallow cave that could barely fit one person. The cave entrance was unprotected, with only a few fallen branches scattered on the ground. There were no signs of a fire. A figure was lying inside the cave, stiff as a salted fish. That person looked emaciated, with prominent cheekbones and sunken eyes. The outer garment, which should have been white, had now turned grayish-black. If one didn't look closely, they might think it was a dried corpse. Wang Hao was startled. Brother, are you okay? The man's eyelids twitched slightly, struggling to open a crack. He glanced at Wang Hao. Then he looked at Wang Hao's clean clothes, rosy complexion, and the backpack filled with many items. A hint of confusion flashed in the man's eyes. I'm fine. His voice was weak, like a mosquito's buzz. The comments in the live stream floated by just in time. This is my first time watching a live stream. This must be the legendary brother raw eating, number 118 Wang Jian. This guy is tough. He can't start a fire, so he has survived on raw wild vegetables. His day is just lying down, minimizing energy consumption. As long as he doesn't starve to death, he doesn't move. This is the true path of survival. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly, searching for something to say. It's fine, I'm just wandering around. It's quite cool here. Wang Jian rolled his eyes. Cool? That rain last night nearly froze him to death. He was shaking all over. Looking at this sunny guy in front of him, Wang Jian felt his heart receive a 1,000-point critical hit. People are infuriating. He turned his head, facing the rock wall, leaving Wang Hao with his back. Don't talk to me. I want some peace. Wang Hao. This was too much of a shut-in. The comments were going wild. Wang Jian, don't bother me. Wang Hao is killing him emotionally. Look at how childish he is, doesn't even want to talk. Wang Hao awkwardly touched his nose. Since he wasn't welcome, he might as well just leave. He didn't stay long, going around that cave and continuing forward. After walking for a while, the terrain began to get complicated. There appeared some ditches and dirt slopes. Wang Hao heard a strange sound. Scrape, scrape. It sounded like someone sharpening a knife or scraping something. He followed the sound and approached. In a sheltered little hillside, he saw a man. The man was in his 30s, with a crew cut, looking very spirited. That was contestant number 28, Sunny Xiao. At that moment, Sunny Xiao was sitting on a rock, with a thick tree root in front of him. He was holding a sharp piece of stone, vigorously scraping at the tree root. Next to him was a wooden trough carved from a solid log, filled halfway with murky water. A layer of white substance settled at the bottom of the water. Wang Hao took a glance at the tree root. Kudzu root? He recognized it. This was a good thing, with a very high starch content. Sunny Xiao heard the noise and looked up at Wang Hao. His eyes held a hint of caution, but seeing that Wang Hao meant no harm, he relaxed. That's right, it's kudzu root. Sunny Xiao stopped his work and wiped his sweat. I'm number 66, Wang Hao. Wang Hao took the initiative to greet. I'm number 28, Sunny Xiao. Sunny Xiao pointed to the wooden trough. Just making breakfast, want to try? Wang Hao was a bit curious. How do you eat this? Sunny Xiao grinned, showing a row of big white teeth. He picked up a thin bamboo tube from the side. The bamboo tube was packed with that white starchy paste. He placed the bamboo tube on the still burning fire for a while. Then, like squeezing toothpaste, he squeezed out a semi-transparent, soft object from the bamboo tube. Pure natural, handmade starch sausage. Although there's no meat or seasoning, it fills you up. Sunny Xiao enthusiastically handed the sausage to Wang Hao. Chapter 78, Everyone shows their skills. Wang Hao looked at that gray-white, somewhat grainy strip. Especially the tip, which had a shape that was a bit indescribable. His stomach churned slightly. But it would be rude to decline such a good intention. Wang Hao took a deep breath and accepted the starch sausage. Thanks, son brother. He closed his eyes, trying to imagine it as roasted gluten. He bit down. The texture, how to say it? Sticky, a bit like undercooked glue. With a strong earthy and astringent flavor. EW. Wang Hao almost couldn't hold back from spitting it out. But he still held on with his strong willpower. He forcefully swallowed it down. Delicious. Wang Hao squeezed out a smile that looked even worse than crying. It's chewy. The comments were already out of control. Haha, look at Brother Hao's expression, he's wearing a mask of pain. Wang Hao, what sin have I committed to eat this after having roasted rabbit yesterday? This is too real, this is the food for wilderness survival. Sunny Xiao is an honest person, he's willing to give such precious starch. Wang Hao's socializing was painful, but he didn't lose face. To show his gratitude, Wang Hao took out some wild mushrooms he had picked up on the road from his backpack. Brother son, I don't have anything good either. These are the mushrooms I picked today, they're not poisonous, you can make some soup. Sunny Xiao's eyes lit up. Mushrooms. These are good things. He was not polite, took them, and sniffed them. Fragrant. Really fragrant. Brother, you have taste. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Wang Hao quickly bid farewell. He was afraid that Sunny Xiao would make him try some starch sausage later. Leaving Sunny Xiao's camp, Wang Hao felt the sour taste still lingering in his mouth. He quickly ate 2 wild fruits to calm his nerves. Unknowingly, he had walked to the other side of the mountain. The soil here had a special color, it was yellow and very sticky. Wang Hao was looking down, studying whether the soil could be used for pottery. Suddenly, a strange smell invaded his nose. This smell. It was a bit like fermented pickles, and also a bit like a toilet? Wang Hao frowned and pinched his nose. He followed the smell. In a cleared area, there were a dozen or so large and small clay jars. These clay jars, although roughly made and irregular in shape, were indeed fired pottery. A bald middle-aged man was crouching on the ground, carefully tending to a small kiln. That was contestant number 77, Zhang Chun. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This was a craftsman. Although he had construction skills, he had never dabbled in pottery making. He walked over, full of admiration. Brother, did you make this pottery? This is too impressive. Zhang Chun, hearing the compliment, proudly looked up. He glanced at Wang Hao. Of course, I used to play with pottery back home. Wang Hao looked at those clay jars, feeling a craving in his heart. He needed a large water storage jar and several pots for soup. Uncle, can you teach me? I can trade food, or I can help you work. Zhang Chun shook his head, wearing a profound expression. No way, no way. This is a unique skill, if I teach a student, I'll starve as a teacher. This competition has just begun, I'm counting on this skill to win the championship. Wang Hao felt a bit regretful but also knew he couldn't force it. After all, people have no reason to casually teach their survival skills. He was just about to leave. His gaze suddenly fell on a few tightly sealed clay jars nearby. That strong smelly odor wafted out from inside. Moreover, there were no insects daring to approach these jars. Wang Hao couldn't contain his curiosity. Uncle, what's in these jars? Pickled vegetables? Why does it smell so strong? Zhang Chun chuckled, his expression becoming even more self-satisfied. It even carried a hint of weird pride. He stood up and patted that jar. Young man, this is my strategic resource. Strategic resource? Wang Hao was even more confused. Zhang Chun lowered his voice, leaning in mysteriously. This is urine. What? Wang Hao jumped back a step, his eyes wide open. Urine? What are you keeping that for? Zhang Chun looked at Wang Hao with a rural bumpkin's expression. You don't understand. This is a treasure. Do you know what is in human urine? There are salts. There are minerals. This mountain lacks salt. When everyone runs out of salt later, and they have no strength, I'll boil this urine, extract the crystals inside. That's salt. By then, this will be my advantage. Also, this old urine can drive away insects. One move serves multiple purposes. The more Zhang Chun spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see himself winning the championship with these jars of vintage brew. Wang Hao. He opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. He looked at Zhang Chun's face, which was full of "I am a genius." Thousands of words finally turned into a single action. He silently gave a thumbs up. Brother. You are this. A ruthless person. I have lost. Wang Hao felt his worldview had been cleansed. Although from a scientific point of view, what Zhang Chun said may have a little bit of truth. But this kind of action, an ordinary person really couldn't do it. This is just too grotesque. The bullet screen had completely exploded at that moment. Whoa! I'm eating breakfast right now. This is a live broadcast room with flavor. Amazing, is this the legendary urine salt guy? Although it's disgusting, I actually find him a bit logical. He's a werewolf, a bit more than a ruthless person. Wang Hao's expression is hilarious, that is fear from the heart. Did everyone go crazy for the sake of winning this competition? Wang Hao fled Zhang Chun's camp as if escaping. It wasn't until he had walked a few hundred meters that he dared to take a deep breath. That smell seemed to still linger at the tip of his nose. Too terrifying. To avoid drinking urine, I have to try hard to find salt. Wang Hao shivered. This only strengthened his determination to explore the entire mountain. He must find a normal source of salt. Even a slightly salty stone is better than that. Continue to walk up. The terrain started to become steep. Trees became sparse, revealing large gray-white rock walls. These rock walls were almost vertical, reaching dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters high. On top, there were only some tenacious pine trees and shrubs growing horizontally from the stone cracks. Wang Hao stood under the rock wall, looking up. The sunlight shone on the rock wall, reflecting dazzling light. There might be good things up there. He squinted. He heard that such untraveled cliffs often grew precious medicinal materials. Like dendrobium, like Zhulong. There might even be birds' nests or rock honey. Chapter 79, Food is running out. Wang Hao's heart stirred. His current strength and agility were both 10 points, and reaction was also 10 points. If it were before, he wouldn't even dare to look at this rock wall. But now, he felt that maybe it wasn't impossible to climb up. He reached out his hand, trying to grab a protrusion on the rock wall. He applied force with his fingers. Not a bit of movement. But this rock wall was too steep, and the stones had been worn down by wind and sun, making some places very brittle. What if he missed? Wang Hao looked down at the rocky ground below him. If he fell, that would be the end of the story. Forget it. Better be cautious. There is plenty of supplies now, no need to take this risk. In the afternoon, the sun began to decline. Wang Hao, carrying a backpack, walked back down the mountain path. He had gained a lot from today's exploration. Not only did he get a grasp of the terrain of more than half the mountain, but he also witnessed many competitors' unique skills. Tongyun Mountain was too vast, it would probably take another day or two to fully explore. Just as Wang Hao turned a bend in the mountain, he saw a familiar figure in the grass by the roadside. It was Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang was squatting on a sunny slope, carefully digging up something with a spade in hand. Next to his feet, there was already a small pile of plants. These plants had long leaves with white, fluffy flower spikes swaying gently in the wind. Wang Hao stopped, a smile appearing on his face. Brother? What a coincidence. He took the initiative to greet. Su Yang's hand paused for a moment, and he looked up at Wang Hao. His gaze lingered on Wang Hao's stuffed backpack for a second, then it returned indifferently. He replied softly and continued to lower his head to dig the soil. Wang Hao took a couple of steps closer, curiously looking at the plants on the ground. Brother, what are you collecting? It looks like grass, but those flower spikes are quite beautiful. Su Yang shook off the dirt from the root of a plant he had just dug up, revealing a large bunch of white, worm-like roots. White grass. He spoke briefly with just 2 words. Wang Hao blinked. White grass. Can it be eaten? Su Yang did not look at him, just threw the white grass roots into his backpack. Yes. After saying this one word, he closed his mouth, looking like he didn't want to talk more. Seeing this, Wang Hao decided not to make himself uncomfortable. Alright then, big brother, you're busy, I'll head back first. See you again. Wang Hao waved his hand, carrying the basket, and walked away with a light step. Su Yang stopped his actions, watching Wang Hao's retreating figure until he confirmed he had completely vanished into the forest. Then he lowered his head again, looking at the tender white grass root in his hand. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao. You are indeed strong, with good physical fitness, capable of building and finding food. Su Yang silently thought in his heart. But, surviving in the wilderness depends on more than just these. He grabbed a handful of grass roots, squeezed them tightly. There is also knowledge. This white grass root tastes sweet and is cold in nature. Most importantly, it contains rich potassium salts and sugars. By boiling and extracting, I can derive essential salts and sugars for the human body from this. Su Yang's eyes became sharp. Even if you eat well every day and consume lots of meat. In the later stages, without salt, your body functions will quickly decline, you will feel weak, twitch, and your thinking will become dull. Su Yang carefully stored the grass roots. As long as I can get through this period, I will surely be the final winner. When Wang Hao returned to the bamboo house, it was almost dark. He moved his neck, not rushing to cook. Instead, he found a branch and began to draw simply on the open ground in front of the bamboo house, taking advantage of the remaining light. Here is my home. He drew a circle in the middle. Walking east for about 2 kilometers, there's that urine salt guy, Zhang Chun. Walking west is that lying flat guy. Down south in that hollow, is Sun Yishio who makes starch sausages. While drawing, Wang Hao was constructing a resource distribution map and player distribution map of this area in his mind. This hill should be these neighbors. After finishing the drawing, he stood up and patted the dirt off his hands. It's time to collect the prey. He picked up his basket and walked expectantly towards the 10 traps he had reset. However, 10 minutes later, Wang Hao stood in front of the last trap, side. Empty Air Force. All 10 traps still had their baits, and the mechanisms hadn't been triggered. There was no choice, with no catch in the traps, he could only depend on his skills. Wang Hao arrived at the creek. He rolled up his pant legs and skillfully reached into the water. This time, he was very thorough. Half an hour later, Wang Hao came ashore. He looked at the harvest in the basket. 5 crabs, 2 small loaches. Though enough for dinner, adding some yam from home would be filling. But Wang Hao frowned. Something's not right. He looked at the flowing creek. Today, the feeling of catching fish is definitely harder than the past few days. In the past, going down a couple of swipes would get to a fish. Today, I couldn't even see one after several minutes. Is the food in this creek becoming scarce? A sense of vigilance rose in Wang Hao's heart. This is just a small creek, the resource regeneration capacity is limited. His catch in the past few days, plus possibly other players upstream blocking the flow. Can this creek no longer support people? At 8 o'clock in the evening. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Wei and Professor Chen were conducting the routine evening summary before going offline. The screen displayed the players' footage in rotation. Professor Chen pointed at the central screen. That was Wang Jian, number 118, lying still in the cave. To be honest. Professor Chen pushed up his glasses, looking incredulous. This number 118, Wang Jian, his willpower truly exceeds my imagination. I thought he should have been eliminated days ago. After all, eating wild vegetables raw without any warming measures. I didn't expect he has held on until now. This can also be considered a kind of unique survival wisdom. The screen switched to Sun Yishio, number 28, who was grinding kudzu root. Zhang Wei smiled and asked, "What about this number 28? Professor Chen shook his head, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. I do not agree with the actions of number 28 right now. He spent a lot of time and energy making that starch tank, filtering the kudzu root powder. But he himself is not a contestant with abundant resources. Such fine processing should only be considered after solving the problem of basic needs. He should be spending more time directly gathering food, rather than pursuing taste." Then, the scene shifted to number 77, Zhang Chun. He was guarding a pile of ceramic jars, wearing a strange smile. Professor Chen's expression stiffened for a moment. He cleared his throat. As for this number 77, I can only say, he is a tough guy. In terms of survival instinct, I cannot compare. He is indeed going all out to win. Chapter 80, Hand-woven new clothes. Then, the scene switched to Su Yang. Su Yang was boiling a pot of white grass roots, steam rising. Professor Chen's expression immediately relaxed. Su Yang, he is currently my most favored contestant for the championship. Look, he found the white grass roots. This shows he has a strong knowledge base and a sense of preparation. He is addressing the hidden problem of salt. His skills are good, and his mindset is stable. He truly has the look of a champion. Finally, Zhang Wei turned the topic to Wang Hao on the main screen. So, Professor Chen, what about contestant Wang Hao? He has been wandering for a whole day, running around half the mountain. What do you think of his actions? Professor Chen looked at Wang Hao, who was starting a fire to roast crabs on the screen. He chuckled bitterly. Not to mention wilderness survival contestants, even an ordinary person who is well-fed might not have the energy to climb a mountain all day. From the perspective of energy conservation, Wang Hao's actions today are unwise. He is making a large amount of ineffective consumption. But Professor Chen shrugged. Wang Hao truly is an anomaly that cannot be understood by common sense. His physical condition is so good that he can ignore such consumption. Although I do not recommend ordinary people to imitate him, personally, I still have high hopes for him. I also look forward to what surprises this young man will bring me in the future. The live chat room instantly filled with comments. Haha, Professor Chen has learned to strategize for himself. Wang Hao, I'm not tired, I'm just having fun. Brother Hao is patrolling his territory. With ease, this is true ease. While others are surviving, Wang Hao is living and taking a vacation. I just love watching Brother Hao look so carefree, it's so relaxing. After dinner, Wang Hao took out the pile of processed kudzu fibers. Tonight, I will continue making clothes. He sat cross-legged in the rocking chair, holding a few smooth wooden needles, and began to weave. The fibers danced through his fingertips, interlacing in a beautiful pattern. The night was deep. Outside, the sounds of insects chirping echoed. Wang Hao was very focused on weaving. The next day, Wang Hao was awakened by a series of popping sounds. He opened his eyes. The sky was gloomy. It was raining outside. Raindrops pounded on the roof of the bamboo house, flowing down the eaves, forming a curtain of rain. It's raining again. Wang Hao yawned and stretched. That's just right. I won't go anywhere today, just rest at home for a day. Perfect timing to finish this outfit completely. He looked at the material in his hands that was already half-formed, feeling very pleased. The viewers in the live chat room, however, were in despair. It's raining again? It's over, we won't see Brother Hao running around the mountain today. I love watching him parkour like a monkey in the mountains. Looks like it's another day of staying home. But watching him weave clothes is also quite interesting, his hand speed is so fast. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. Wang Hao bit off the last thread. He shook the finished product in his hand. His face was filled with satisfaction. Great job done. In front of him on the bamboo bed, 3 complete items were neatly arranged. A pair of 4-cornered underwear. A pair of long pants. And a short-sleeve top. Though the color was the original gray-brown of kudzu, and it felt a bit like linen. But the stitches were dense, and the shape was neat. In this wilderness, these were definitely luxury-level items of clothing. At this moment, the sound of rain outside gradually stopped. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting down a few rays of golden light. The rain had stopped. Wang Hao looked up at the sky and then at the set of clothes he had been wearing for over 10 days. I haven't showered in days. Just in time, my new clothes are ready. I'll take a shower and change into fresh clothes. Wang Hao's mood lifted. He put the newly made 3-piece outfit into his backpack. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked out of the bamboo house to the creek. The creek water had risen slightly from the recent rain but was still crystal clear. Wang Hao found a calm waterhole surrounded by bushes for cover. He didn't rush to take off his clothes. Instead, he turned around first. He made a gesture towards the drone that had been hovering not far behind him. He pointed at himself and then at the creek water. Then he crossed his hands. In the next second, the livestream screen suddenly shook. The drone quickly turned around, focusing the camera on the distant mountains and sky. Only the sound of splashing water could be heard. That was the sound of Wang Hao jumping into the water. The bullet screen exploded in an instant. No! Turn the camera back. I don't mind this little bit of traffic. What is it that our esteemed VIPs cannot see? Wang Hao, you are going too far. We are all so familiar, no need to be so distant. I want to see your abs. I want to see your body. Program team. I want to file a complaint. You are depriving the audience of benefits. Even if you pixelate it, it's fine. Why turn away? Just hearing the water sound is too torturous. I have reason to suspect Wang Hao has an amazing body, otherwise he wouldn't be so stingy. 10 minutes later. The screen suddenly turned back. In the drone's camera, a hand gently parted the bushes. Wang Hao walked out. His hair was wet, droplets still dripping from the ends, sparkling in the sunlight. He had already changed into the new-made Vine suit. The gray-brown short-sleeved shirt was well-tailored, perfectly outlining the muscles of his shoulders and chest. The lower half consisted of long pants made of the same material, slightly fitted at the cuffs, appearing neat and capable. Wang Hao was barefoot, stepping on the pebbles by the creek. He casually moved his arms, kicked his legs, and even jumped up and down a bit. The clothes clung to his skin, naturally stretching with his movements, showing no tightness or discomfort. So comfortable. Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Softer than I imagined. And the breathability is amazing, it feels like the wind can blow directly onto my skin. The bullet screen in the livestream paused briefly the moment Wang Hao appeared. Then, it exploded. Wow! What a stunning face! Wet hair temptation? The program team really knows what's good. The main point is the clothes. Look at that outfit. Is this really made from vines? It looks so textured. That cut, that tailoring, I would believe it costs 1,000 at a boutique. Looks so form-fitting, it doesn't resemble stiff bark at all, feels like linen. Brother Hao in this outfit brings out that wild and primitive beauty instantly. I really want to know what it feels like to wear it, does it itch? In the studio. Jiang Wei looked at the refreshed Wang Hao on the screen, her eyes shining. Professor Chen, look at Wang Hao's new outfit. It's really astonishing. Though the color is plain, on him, it has an indescribable sense of fashion. And it looks very soft, completely unlike the rough woven garments we imagine. Chapter 81, Max Level Human. Professor Chen pushed up his glasses, leaning forward, staring closely at the screen. He looked for a long time before shaking his head helplessly. Jiang Wei, this really touches my blind spot in knowledge. Professor Chen smiled wryly. I can only say I have a little knowledge of textiles and garment making. I can tell he is using vine fiber. But how he processed the vines to be so soft and how he wove them so tightly, I completely don't understand. I even feel this is unscientific. Professor Chen shrugged his shoulders. This craft is too intricate, it simply doesn't look like something that can be done by hand in the wilderness. In the broadcast room, the chief director, Zhao Li, was pacing back and forth anxiously. Quick! Quick! Contact an expert. Who understands this? Who knows such handmade weaving? This is a hot topic. The audience is dying of curiosity. If we don't have a professional to explain this, this hype will be wasted. An assistant was sweating profusely while holding the phone. Director Zhao, I've contacted several professors from fashion institutes, but they all said this belongs to the category of intangible cultural heritage and they are not very familiar with it. Intangible heritage? Zhao Li's eyes lit up. Then let's find the inheritor of the intangible heritage. Yes. I will contact them right away. In the studio, Jiang Wei received instructions through her earpiece. She smiled at the camera and said, Dear audience, regarding the making process of contestant Wang Hao's outfit, our program team is urgently contacting relevant intangible heritage experts. Later, we will invite the experts to bring you the most professional interpretation. Before the experts arrive, let's first take a look at the status of other contestants. The screen shifted. The main screen cut to contestant number 65. This was a seemingly sturdy young man, who was currently lying on a very steep dirt slope. He grabbed the weeds with one hand and waved a spade with the other, struggling to dig something. Professor Chen finally returned to his comfort zone. He pointed at the screen and explained. This contestant number 65, he is digging a plant root called huangjing. This is a nice wild food that is rich in starch. But... Professor Chen frowned. The slope is too steep, and it just rained, making the soil loose and slippery. Digging at this position is very dangerous. Before his words fell, contestant number 65 slipped at his feet. Ouch! He exclaimed, losing his balance. Like a rolling gourd, he slid down the slope. ZZ! A crisp tearing sound was clearly captured by the drone's microphone. Contestant 65 only stopped sliding when he reached the flat ground below. He was fine, just covered in mud. But when he got up, he felt a chill on his backside. He reached back to touch it. His expression instantly became wonderfully dramatic. His pants had torn from the crotch all the way to the thigh. The red underwear inside was particularly bright under the sunlight. Contestant 65 covered his backside with a grief-stricken face, awkwardly grinning at the drone camera. This. The live audience was initially worried, but upon seeing this moment, they instantly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Red underwear. Is it your zodiac year, brother? Although he's fine after falling, his dignity is gone. Too tragic, really too tragic. With pants like this, how will he face others in the future? It's okay, brother, I have a solution. Go find Wang Hao. Right. Go to Brother Hao next door. Let him make you a new one. Wang Hao, custom clothing services available, barter supported. Contestant 65, Brother Hao, help me. I don't want to run around naked. A few minutes later. The big screen in the studio suddenly flickered, then a split screen appeared. Zhang Wei pressed her earpiece, revealing a joyful smile. Dear audience, we are extremely honored to invite the inheritor of intangible cultural heritage, Master Sun Xiaoying, who specializes in vine clothing making. Master Sun will connect with us through video to interpret the work of contestant Wang Hao. On the big screen appeared an elderly lady, dressed in a Chinese-style jacket, her hair graying but neatly styled. The background looked like an antique workshop, filled with various woven semi-finished products hanging behind her. Hello, Master Sun. Master Sun waved kindly at the camera. Hello host, hello audience friends. The bullet comments were full of exclamations. Wow! They really invited a master? The program team's efficiency is absolutely amazing. Intangible heritage inheritor? This is a full-on display. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Wei directly asked the director to switch the main screen back to Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao was sitting by a small creek, dipping his feet in the water. A face full of pleasure, admiring his new clothes. Teacher Sun put on her reading glasses and leaned closer to the screen. At first, her expression was calm. But after a few seconds, her eyes suddenly widened. This. Teacher Sun's voice came through the connection. This density of the latitude and longitude lines, this edging technique. Is this a double strand twist? No, this is a much older technique called thousand silk knot. Zhang Wei cautiously asked. Teacher Sun, how well is this clothing made? Teacher Sun took a deep breath, her face filled with disbelief. How is it? This is simply unbelievable. She pointed at the details of Wang Hao's cuff on the screen. First of all, processing wild vine fibers is very difficult. They are very brittle and stiff. To make this wild vine as soft as cotton thread requires beating and kneading. And the force must be controlled very well. If it's a little too heavy, the silk will break. An ordinary apprentice needs to practice this step of extracting silk for 3 years. And this young man. Teacher Sun pointed at the smooth and flat clothes on Wang Hao. His technique is more skilled than many masters who have trained for decades. Now look at this weaving. This piece of clothing is seamlessly formed. There are no joints. This requires strong spatial thinking and hand-eye coordination. This is not just a piece of clothing, this is a work of art. Without professional tools, relying only on hands and a few wooden needles, achieving this level. Teacher Sun marveled. Genius, this is absolute genius. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. I don't really understand, but it sounds amazing. I knew it. I knew Hao Ge was extraordinary. Apprentices practice for 3 years? Hao Ge, sorry, I finished it in 1 night. Is this what being a top-level human is like? So this clothing is so hard to make? I thought it was similar to weaving straw shoes. Teacher Sun became more and more excited, unable to resist asking through the screen. Host, this young man. Which fashion design department of an art academy is he from? Or which folk craftsmanship master's disciple? Such a technique absolutely has a heritage. Chapter 82 Unexpected Events in the Wilderness. Zhang Wei's expression turned strange once again. This scene, why does it feel familiar? Last time, that architectural master, Professor Liu, seemed to ask the same thing. Zhang Wei cleared her throat and said somewhat reluctantly. Teacher Sunday. Wang Hao, he does not major in fashion design. And he's not a successor. Teacher Sun on the other end of the line froze for a moment. Then what does he study? Material science? Zhang Wei shook her head. He is a freshman in the finance department at Zhengzheng University. The screen fell into a dead silence. Teacher Sun's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Her expression changed from anticipation to confusion and finally to blankness. Finance? Counting money? Does the finance department still teach this now? Teacher Sun felt her worldview collapsed. The comments in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Twice in a row. Teacher Sun is also self-closing. Wang Hao, don't ask, it's a required course in the finance department. The reputation of the finance department at Zhengzheng University is ruined. Who will dare to apply for this major in the future? You have to learn building houses and weaving cloth. I wonder what the psychological shadow area of Teacher Sun is now. Expert killer, Wang Hao. Teacher Sun remained silent for a long time. In the end, she looked at the smiling young man on the screen, her eyes softened. That was the gaze of someone who saw good seedlings. Host. After the competition ends, could you please ask the program team to convey a message to this young man? Let him come to my studio for a visit. Our industry lacks such talented young people. I really want to exchange ideas with him. Even if he doesn't want to be my disciple, it's still good to practice with each other. After finishing, Teacher Sun, with a face full of cherishing talent, cut off the connection. The big screen went dark, but the live broadcast room exploded. Wow! The intangible cultural heritage inheritor actively invites to spar? I also want to buy. Brother Hao, let's open a shop. This is an officially certified master skill. I want a custom order. No matter the price. The King of the Wilderness. This nickname is really not wrong. Building houses, hunting, cooking, and now even making clothes. What can't Wang Hao do? Have a baby, maybe. Ah, last time it was said the same way. At the same time, in the director's studio. Director Jolly looked at the backstage data, his mouth was about to smile crookedly. 130,000. Record broken. The online number has exceeded 130,000. Jolly excitedly pounded the table, his palms turning red, but he felt nothing at all. Lucky star. This Wang Hao was really our program group's lucky star. The assistant beside him was also overjoyed. Director Zhao, I just glanced at the data report. There are already more than 10 wilderness survival shows on the market. Tianchang Mountain, Shenongjia, Deserted Islands, all buying hot searches. But the assistant gave a thumbs up. Our Tongyun Mountain Cup's traffic is still number one by a large margin. Jolly leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and looked content. That's natural. They have handsome guys and beauties, we have them too. But do they have college students who can build villas, weave cloth, and carry trees with one hand? Without Wang Hao, how can they compete with us? On the other side, in the mountains and forests. Wang Hao sat by the creek, enjoying the freshness brought by his new clothes, then looked up at the sun. It's getting late. If I explore further now, I'll definitely come back in the dark. Safety first. Wang Hao made a decision. I won't go out today, let's tidy up the shelter. He carried his backpack and strolled back to the bamboo building. Sitting on the rocking chair, Wang Hao crossed his legs. Suddenly, a strange sour smell pierced his nose. Wang Hao wrinkled his brow and sniffed. What's that smell? Soon, he pinpointed the source. His foot. To be precise, the pair of sports shoes he had worn for more than 10 days, weathered by wind and rain. In these 10 days, he had been climbing mountains and wading through water, muddy and sweaty every day. Those shoes had long since soaked up odors. EW. Wang Hao even felt a bit disgusted. No way, these shoes can't be worn anymore, or they will become a biohazard. Anyway, there's still plenty of material left, let's make 2 new pairs for myself. Saying it, he did it. Wang Hao immediately got to work. He took the leftover kudzu fibers and found some flexible dry grass. For thick soles, he wove several layers of vines. For breathable uppers, he used finer grass. His fingers flew up and down, movements so nimble they dazzled the eyes. The viewers in the live broadcast room began to have fun again. Here it comes. Master Wang's handmade class is starting. The clothes are done, now making shoes? Brother Hao, just a piece of advice, after going out, don't look for a job, just open a handmade shop. I've even thought of a shop name, Wang's Wilderness High Definition. A complete set of all natural plant fibers, breathable and odor-proof, only 998. Hey, for 998 you can't buy this skill, at least 9,998. The sun slowly set, and the afterglow covered the bamboo building. Wang Hao held 2 new pairs of straw shoes in his hands. Tightly woven, thick soles, they looked very sturdy. He tried them on. Just the right size, and quite comfortable. He tossed the old sports shoes to the furthest corner of the storage room, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Hao smacked his lips. Since I'm not doing anything, let's weave a hat. It can block the sun when it's sunny, and shield from the rain when it's raining. He picked up the remaining materials, just about to start. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly came from a very distant place. The sound was sharp, filled with terror. In the quiet evening, it was particularly eerie. Wang Hao's hand abruptly stopped moving. He stood up, walked to the edge of the bamboo building, and looked in the direction of the sound. That was southeast, at least 1 or 2 kilometers away from here. Or even farther. What's wrong? Has something happened? Wang Hao frowned. But aside from that scream, there was no more sound afterward. The forest returned to a deathly silence. Too far. Wang Hao shook his head. At this distance, at this time, he simply could not make it. And judging by the intensity of that voice, even if he rushed over now, it would likely be too late. I hope everything is okay. Wang Hao sat back in his rocking chair and continued weaving the hat in his hands. Meanwhile, in the studio, Zhang Wei was also startled, covering her mouth and letting out a small scream. Ah! The main screen had just focused on contestant number 35. He was a seemingly gentle young man. At that moment, he was curled up next to a tree hollow, shaking like a leaf. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Chapter 83, The Fear Within Needs to be Conquered. Just then, a slender black shadow flashed past the grass at his feet. It moved extremely quickly. The chat in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. A snake. It's a snake. What the hell? What kind of snake was that? So dark. I was scared to death. That snake seemed to be right by his feet. This guy is way too timid, he screams like a pig getting slaughtered. You'd scream too. That was a snake. The black shadow did not attack him but slithered away into the darkness. Contestant number 35, however, seemed to have lost his soul. He stood frozen, gasping for breath. A full half-minute passed. He trembled as he took the red distress button from his pocket. Without any hesitation, he pressed it hard. Beep. The elimination signal sounded. In the studio, Professor Chen watched the scene and sighed heavily. Alas! What a pity! Professor Chen pointed at the replay on screen. Did everyone see that? That snake had a blunt round head and a long, thin body. This is a typical blunt-headed snake. This type of snake mainly eats snails and slugs. It is non-venomous. And its nature is very gentle, one could even say it's timid. Professor Chen displayed a look of regret. This contestant number 35 actually had decent supplies, his physical condition was good, and he clearly had the strength to continue. Yet he self-eliminated just because of this harmless scare. It's really a shame. In the chat, the audience was also discussing fervently. Non-venomous? That's a huge loss. If this guy knew the truth, wouldn't he be crying when he got back? Can't really blame him, in the wilderness, when a snake suddenly appears, who has the mind to tell if it's poisonous? Yeah, too scary, even I felt weak in the legs watching. Professor Chen shook his head. This is the cruelty of the wild. Anything can happen, real danger often comes from unknown fears. But everyone don't need to panic too much. In fact, during the site selection for the Tongyun Mountain competition area, there was already a cleanup and assessment. This is actually one of the safer zones. On the other side, Wang Hao was unaware of the incident far away. The straw hat in his hands was finally finished. With a wide brim and a round top, he tried it on and found its sunblocking effect superb. Perfect. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Wang Hao lit a campfire and began to cook dinner. Dinner was still the classic roasted yam with fish soup. Simple, but nutritionally balanced. After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Hao did not rest. He walked to the open space in front of the bamboo house and got into position. Qi sinks into the dantian. He started his daily Tai Chi practice to aid digestion. His movements were graceful, his demeanor calm. In the glow of the firelight, he looked quite like a transcendent sage. At this moment, on a high slope not far from Wang Hao's camp, a bush rustled slightly. A pair of eyes were watching Wang Hao in the darkness. It was Su Yang. Today, he deliberately took a detour and climbed to this high point. The goal was to observe Wang Hao's condition. After all, he was the biggest rival he identified. However, when Su Yang clearly saw the scene below, he was speechless. What is he doing? Practicing Tai Chi? This is a survival game in the wilderness. Everyone is struggling for food, fighting for their lives, trying to conserve energy, wishing they could lie down for the whole day. And this guy, late at night, after eating, he's practicing Tai Chi? The first person to practice Tai Chi in the wilderness. Su Yang mentally labeled Wang Hao. This move is too bold. Then, Su Yang's gaze fell on Wang Hao. Because he was far away, he hadn't seen clearly before. Now, with the light from the fire, he finally realized something was wrong. That's clothes? Su Yang squinted, carefully observing for a long time. The clothes Wang Hao was wearing were not the sportswear from before. Instead, it was a set of gray-brown clothes that seemed very well fitted. The material. Su Yang, who had a background as a special forces soldier, had sharp eyes. He quickly recognized it. Is it vine fiber? Did he make it himself? Su Yan looked down and glanced at his own clothes. The high-quality jacket he had worn was now covered with stains and scratches. His pants also had several holes, exposing the skin underneath. Dirty and torn, like a beggar. Then, he looked at Wang Hao below. A full set of new clothes, clean, fresh, and gracefully practicing Tai Chi. A hard-to-describe feeling of bitterness surged in Su Yang's heart. Envy. Really, truly envious. This guy. Su Yang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. I can't look anymore. If I keep looking, my mindset will collapse. He took one last deep look at the figure performing the white crane spreads its wings. Then turned around and silently disappeared into the darkness. Su Yang walked quickly. He moved through the night like a nimble leopard. Although he had a knot in his heart, his alertness was still at its peak. Just as he passed a pile of rocks. Rustle. A very faint sound came from the grass at his feet. Su Yang's scalp instantly tingled. Almost as a reflex, his thigh muscles exploded as he heard the sound. Ha! He sprang backward like a spring, leaping 2 meters away. Just as his feet touched the ground, a shadow shot up from the spot where he had been standing. It was a snake. Gray-brown with patterns that blended perfectly with the rocks. The snake quickly twisted its body and slithered into a crack in the rocks, disappearing. Su Yang stood there, his chest heaving violently. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Phew! He let out a long breath of air. That scared me to death. He took the survival knife from his waist and gripped it tightly. After a few seconds of calming himself, confirming the area was safe, Su Yang's eyes turned cold again. This little scare is nothing. He took large steps, continuing towards his camp. The viewers in the live stream watched the scene clearly. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Damn! God, Su! That reaction speed! Incredible! If it were me, I would have fainted from fright. Is this the power of a special forces soldier? No comparison, no harm. That guy who cried earlier, come learn. The snake was so fast, and Su Yang was able to predict it? So cool. This is a real man. God, Su is awesome. Even though his clothes are a bit torn, his presence is absolutely perfect. 8 p.m. The live stream entered the daily summary session on time. Zhang Wei and Professor Chen sat in the studio. Zhang Wei looked at the data card in her hand. As of now, only one contestant has been eliminated today. It was contestant number 35, who was scared by the snake in the evening. Chapter 84, Continue patrolling and observing the terrain. Professor Chen sighed, his face full of regret. Yes, it's such a pity. Contestant number 35 was in good physical condition, but was completely overwhelmed by fear. Zhang Wei nodded and continued summarizing. Additionally, due to the rain during the day, most contestants chose to rest in their shelters. This led to a generally low amount of resources collected today. Many people are consuming the stock, even going hungry. Only a few top players truly have gains. Zhang Wei smiled and pulled up a few photos. For example, Su Yang, he brought back some herbs. For example, Chen Jing, she seems to have discovered a new plant gathering place. Of course, there is also our contestant number 66, Wang Hao. A picture appeared on the screen of Wang Hao, dressed in new clothes, posing by the creek. He has harvested a brand new, handmade set of high-end clothes. Professor Chen looked at the clothes and smiled helplessly. This harvest is indeed very unique. The next day, the morning sun shone on Tongyun Mountain. Wang Hao woke up on time. He stretched, feeling his entire body crackle. The weather is nice. He walked to the terrace, looking at the rolling mountains in the distance. The scream from the day before yesterday is still in the southeast. I haven't been to that area yet. Wang Hao made a plan in his heart. Today I will explore the remaining areas. He freshened up simply and ate some baked yam for breakfast. Then, he strapped on his small backpack and tucked the knife into his waist. Let's go. Wang Hao walked out of the bamboo house with light steps. Viewers in the live stream saw this scene and sent their congratulations. It's starting again. Brother Hao's outdoor vlog. With a small backpack, come walk with me happily. Which mountain peak is going to suffer today? I wonder if I can run into a few unlucky neighbors today. Wang Hao, I'm here to patrol the mountains, and incidentally stock up. Wang Hao walked in the direction where he heard the scream the day before yesterday. The mountain road was rugged, but it felt flat to him. After about 20 minutes of walking, the trees ahead became sparse. Under a huge rock, Wang Hao discovered a makeshift stone cave. There were a few stones piled at the entrance, providing barely any wind protection. Wang Hao walked over. Is anyone there? No one responded. He peeked inside. The cave was messy, with some moldy hay on the ground. In the middle was a fire pit, and the ashes inside had completely cooled, even solidifying. Looks like someone has left. Wang Hao judged. This should be the shelter of the person who screamed yesterday. The fire has been out for so long, they must have been eliminated. Wang Hao walked into the cave and habitually scanned around. Ha! His gaze landed on a flat stone in the corner. There were a few dark tubers placed there. Wang Hao walked over to take a look. Kudzu root? And 2 pieces of hatuinia? Tsk tisk. The person is gone, but the goods are left behind. Wang Hao unceremoniously stuffed these items into his backpack. Waste is shameful. Brother, although I don't know who you are, I will inherit your legacy. I will carry your share and live well. Wang Hao patted his backpack, feeling very pleased. He just stepped out for a short while and found a windfall. This luck was unmatched. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Loot. This is looting, right? Courier, package 35 has been delivered, please sign. 35 is crying in the bathroom in front of the TV, that was my rations. Wang Hao, thank you for nature's gift, referring to the eliminated contestant. So tragic, people are gone, and they still have to be looted by Brother Hao. This is called rational resource reuse. After collecting the spoils, Wang Hao continued walking forward. The vegetation here was noticeably denser than on his side. After walking for more than half an hour, Wang Hao found a larger natural cave under a cliff. This cave was deep and dry. As soon as he stepped to the entrance, he smelled a strong herbal scent. He looked inside. The spacious cave floor was covered with various plants. There were roots, leaves, and fruits. A short-haired woman, dressed in a windbreaker, was squatting on the ground, intently sorting through those plants. It was contestant number 3, Jing. Wang Hao paused and knocked on the rock wall of the cave entrance. Knock knock. Sis, are you busy? Jing was startled, and she suddenly turned around. Seeing a clean-cut, smiling young man, her tense nerves finally relaxed. You are. Jing stood up and dusted off the dirt on her hands. I am number 66, Wang Hao. I live over there. Wang Hao pointed to the west. Oh, hello, I am number 3, Jing. Jing greeted him generously. Her gaze was soon drawn to the clothes on Wang Hao. She took a couple of steps closer to take a look. Tsk. Jing circled around Wang Hao, her eyes full of wonder. Young man, your clothes. Are they made of rattan? She looked down at her own jacket, which was already torn in several places and dirty, and then looked at Wang Hao's well-tailored, breathable clothes. Impressive. Jing sincerely gave a thumbs up. Although this is my first time participating in a survival competition, I have watched many related shows from both home and abroad. This is my first time seeing someone make such exquisite clothes in a survival competition. This skill is amazing. Wang Hao smiled modestly. I was just messing around since I had nothing else to do. His gaze also fell on the plants scattered on the ground. Sister Jing, you. Are all of these edible? Jing nodded, a hint of confidence on her face. Yes, they are all edible. This is Huang Jing, that is Zhanglo, and that is Yuzhu. Although they don't taste great, they won't let you starve. Wang Hao looked at the stock on the ground, filled with admiration. Sister Jing, you are something. Wang Hao gave her a thumbs up. With so many varieties, I barely recognize more than half. Jing smiled. Each has its strengths. I can't make the clothes you have either. The two exchanged compliments. Seeing the time was getting close, Wang Hao decided it was time to leave. Alright, Sister Jing, you get busy. I will take a look around. Jing escorted him to the cave entrance. Oh, by the way, Xiao Wang. Where do you live? When I have time, I will come to visit you and learn from you. Wang Hao didn't hold back and pointed him in the general direction. Just follow this creek westward, and you will see a bamboo forest. You are welcome anytime. Okay, see you later. After parting with Jing, Wang Hao continued on his way south. Chapter 85, Impressive Physical Condition. In the comments, the audience was frantically typing. Sister Jing. Don't go. Please don't go. You will be heartbroken. Jing thinks she is doing fine now, but once she sees Wang Hao's villa and his heated brick bed, she will probably withdraw on the spot. For Sister Jing's mental state, I hope she gets lost. After leaving Jing's camp, Wang Hao continued to explore southward. After walking for a short while, he saw a rocky area. In the gaps of the stones, there was a makeshift shelter. A man was sitting at the entrance, sharpening something with a stick. He had been here before, but that day he had just walked past. today he took a longer route. He learned about this 4-character trap here. Wang Hao walked over. "Brother, good morning." Li Feng looked up, momentarily surprised to see Wang Hao. His expression then turned somewhat strange. "It's you? The kid who learned about traps?" He clearly remembered how Wang Hao had squatted next to his trap for a long time that day. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. "That's me, I am number 66, Wang Hao." Li Feng introduced himself as well. "Well, I am Li Feng." Wang Hao continued. "Brother Feng, after seeing your trap that day, I went back and thought about it. I learned quite a lot." Wang Hao spoke sincerely. "Thanks to your idea, I tried making a few when I got back. I was lucky, and I caught a wild rabbit the day before yesterday." Li Feng paused his work. He looked at Wang Hao, suspicion filling his eyes. "A wild rabbit? The day before yesterday?" He had not caught a single thing in his traps these days, not even a hare. This kid learned just from a glance? And he could catch a rabbit? Ha! Li Feng forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Little brother, not bad. You boast without preparation." He sneered inwardly. "Is this a psychological tactic? Trying to disturb my mindset with this? No way." Li Feng stood up and dusted off the dirt on his pants. "Since you're so amazing, tell me, where do you live? I'm going out today to do some hunting in the wild, and I'll also visit the traps you've made." Wang Hao was very open and pointed in a direction. "Alright, I'm by the small creek to the west." Li Feng snorted. "Okay." The bullet comments started to get excited. Here it comes, here it comes." The face-slapping segment is scheduled. "Li Feng, I'm going to expose your lies." "Wang Hao, welcome to my villa." I can already imagine the look on Li Feng's face. The rabbit and traps are real, the villa is real, only Li Feng's confidence is fake. Hope Brother Feng holds up. Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a dirt pit next to Li Feng's shelter. The pit was covered with a layer of thin branches and dead grass, cleverly disguised. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it at all. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. "Brother Feng, what's this, a new trap? It doesn't look like a 4-character trap." Li Feng, seeing Wang Hao noticing, showed a hint of pride on his face. "Nice eye. This is a flipboard pit trap. It's specially designed for slightly larger and more cautious prey." Li Feng raised his head proudly. "The 4-character trap is just beginner level. I know at least 5 types of traps. Swinging snares, elastic sticks, deep pit spikes. These are the basics." Wang Hao, upon hearing this, immediately became interested. "Wow, Brother Feng, that's impressive. What's special about the pit trap? Can you let me observe and learn?" Wang Hao again put on a humble, eager-to-learn expression. Li Feng, seeing Wang Hao's worshipful gaze, felt a great sense of vanity being satisfied. "Anyway, you won't learn it just by looking. The core of this pit trap lies in the balance of the flipboard. It's harder than the 4-character trap. Alright, feel free to watch." Li Feng waved his hand generously. "I still need to go set a snare up front, so you can study it slowly." With that, Li Feng walked away with his hands behind his back, in a masterful manner, leaving Wang Hao squatting by the pit trap alone. Wang Hao stared at the trap. His mind quickly analyzed the structure. So that's how it works. Using the principle of leverage, the board is suspended in the middle, with different weights on both sides. When the prey steps on it, the board flips, and they fall into the pit. The board then automatically resets. Clever. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Wang Hao stood up and dusted off his hands. In his mind, the pleasant notification sound rang again. Ding. Skill entry successful. Congratulations, host has gained new skill, pit trap construction LV1. Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly. Thanks, Brother Feng. He opened the system panel. He glanced at the emotion points balance in the top right corner. Emotion points, 82,341. Although he hadn't caused much trouble recently, with the surge in online viewers and the exposure of his new clothes, his emotion points were still rising rapidly. More than 80,000. It was a huge amount. Wang Hao waved his hand. System, level up the pit trap construction to max level. Emotion points consumed, 11,110 points. Skill, pit trap construction has been upgraded to LV5, mastery. Boom. A large amount of knowledge about digging pits, camouflage, and adjusting the flipboard balance instantly etched into Wang Hao's mind. Now, he was confident that as long as he had a shovel, he could trap all the rats within a 500-meter radius. I'll set it up when I get back tonight. Now with more trap types, the chance of catching prey has increased. Wang Hao was in a great mood. Soon, he heard the familiar notification again. Ding! Congratulations, host, the 8th skill has reached mastery level. Reward, +1 free attribute point. Wang Hao glanced at the attribute panel. With the previous leftover point, he now had 2 free attribute points. And in his 5 attributes, only, flexibility, was still at 8 points. The others, strength, agility, endurance, and reflexes, were all at 10 points. No hesitation. My OCD says it must be filled. System, add both points to flexibility. Free attribute points -2. Flexibility, 810. Buzz. This time, the sensation was different from when he added points to strength or agility. It was not just a feeling, but a sense of transparency. Wang Hao felt as if his body had turned into a pool of water. His muscles, bones, skin, and every joint had become incredibly smooth. He tried bending his waist. There was no stretch or soreness, his palms easily touched the ground, and he could press even further down, his forehead almost touching his knees. He twisted his neck and rotated his waist. Every angle of his body could be freely opened at will. This feeling was so amazing. Is this what it feels like when all 5 dimensions are full? Wang Hao clenched his fist, then relaxed it. He felt that his physical fitness had reached the peak of humanity. Whether it was explosive power, endurance, reaction speed, or body coordination, there was nothing to fault. Now, Wang Hao looked at the vast mountains. If I encounter a wild boar, I should be able to charge and fight it a bit, right? Chapter 86, Hunting, as long as you have hands. In the evening, the setting sun painted the entire Tongyun mountain in a reddish-orange hue. Wang Hao, with a basket on his back, returned to his bamboo house. He unloaded the basket and stretched lazily. This day of running around felt pretty fulfilling. Today, along with the exploration from the day before, he had basically measured out the main areas of this mountainous region. He found a tree branch and squatted in the open space in front of his bamboo house, starting to draw and write on the ground. To the south is Lifeng. To the west is Chenjing. Here, I found several more pear trees, and the pears at the lower part have been picked, but there are still plenty at the top. With the movement of the branch, a simple but highly accurate map of the Tongyun Mountain's power distribution appeared clearly on the ground. Wang Hao looked at the map, nodding in satisfaction. Where there is food, where there is something useful, where neighbors live. All in my mind now. The feeling of being in control of the whole situation made him feel very at ease. The viewers in the livestream were amazed by the scene, and the bullet comments flooded the screen. Incredible, really incredible. Has Brother Hao really already mapped everything out? This is what they mean by making plans in the tent and deciding the outcome from thousands of miles away. He spends his days shopping and visiting friends, and still manages to figure out the resource distribution along the way. Wang Hao's survival, my territory, I'm in charge, others survival, who am I? Where am I? Damn, why does it feel like the whole mountain is his backyard? While Wang Hao was focused on the map on the ground, a strange movement appeared on the livestream screen. In the grass just under 2 meters behind Wang Hao, a thing that looked like a dead tree branch moved slowly. At first, no one noticed. But soon, that thing raised its head, revealing a section of its dark brown body. It flicked out a long, slender tongue in the shadow. The bullet comments exploded instantly. Damn! Behind! Brother Hao, behind you! Something is moving. Is it a snake? Be careful. It's over, this scene looks too familiar. I remember number 35, the one who was scared off by a snake. Brother Hao, turn around. It's coming. Don't turn around. Turning around will make it even scarier. The viewers' hearts were in their throats. The image of contestant 35, scared out of their wits, was still fresh in everyone's mind. And now, this snake was much closer to Wang Hao, with better camouflage. At this moment, Wang Hao, who was crouched on the ground, completely focused on the map, slightly twitched his ears. His reaction attribute of 10 allowed him to hear the faint, offbeat vibration in the air. It was the sound of scales rubbing against the grass. This was a dangerous signal. If it had been an ordinary person, their reaction would likely have been to freeze or quickly step away from the spot. But Wang Hao was different. His body reacted faster than his brain. Whoosh! Without any warning, Wang Hao suddenly turned around. His eyes immediately locked onto the raised snakehead in the grass. Their gazes met. The snake was clearly startled by Wang Hao's sudden movement. Instinct made the snake sense danger. Its body shrank, ready to retreat. Want to run? A word flashed through Wang Hao's mind in an instant. Meet. Since you've come, don't leave. Wang Hao moved forward instead of retreating. His leg muscles erupted with a terrifying power in an instant. His whole body shot forward like a cannonball, crossing 2 meters in the blink of an eye. Fast. Too fast. The viewers in the live stream only saw a blur. The snake had just pulled back half of its body, not yet able to burrow deep into the grass. A large hand came falling from above. Like an iron claw. Smack. Accurate and brutal. He pinned down the snake's head right at the 7-inch mark. The snake's body twisted wildly, trying to wrap around Wang Hao's arm. But Wang Hao's fingers were as steady as a mountain, firmly gripping its vital points, then lifting it effortlessly. Splash. A snake over a meter long was directly held aloft. Wang Hao raised it to his eyes, examining it carefully. Oh, it's quite large. Pretty fat too. The whole process, from him turning around to grabbing the snake, took no more than 2 seconds. In the live stream. Complete silence. Then. The screen was flooded with question marks and what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What just happened? Did my stream lag? Was that human speed just now? I saw it clearly. The snake wanted to run. Brother Hao didn't let it. That reaction, that courage, my god. I remembered the snake Su Yang met the day before yesterday. Su Yang jumped back to avoid it, that was survival instinct. Wang Hao directly leaped to grab it, that's hunting instinct. Su Yang, I dodged, I'm strong. Wang Hao, I caught it, I'm a god. No comparison, no harm. Su Yang's reaction is the limit of a normal person. Wang Hao's is a dimensional strike. This isn't being scared, the snake is the one that's scared, okay? The snake, I was terrified at that moment. This guy doesn't follow the rules. In the studio. Zhang Wei dropped the cue card in her hand onto the floor. She stood there with her mouth wide open, staring at Wang Hao, who was holding the snake with one hand on the screen, unable to speak for a long time. This. Professor Chen. What do you think? Professor Chen also stood up at this moment, his glasses nearly sliding off his nose. As an outdoor survival expert, he had seen too many people's reactions when encountering snakes. Screaming, running, freezing. Even experienced veterans usually first react by increasing the distance. He had truly never seen someone like Wang Hao, who instantly judged and reversed the situation. Incredible. Professor Chen took a deep breath, adjusting his glasses. From a professional perspective, in that split second, Wang Hao demonstrated 3 terrifying qualities. He held up 3 fingers. First, perception. The snake's movements were very small, but he heard it and instantly locked onto its position. Second, reaction speed. Within 0.1 seconds of locking onto the target, he felt no fear but made the decision to capture. Third, and the most outrageous, explosive power. His forward lunge was so fast that the snake didn't even react. Professor Chen shook his head, his tone filled with amazement. With that physical talent, if he trained in sprinting or became a fencer, he could definitely achieve great success. The comments continued to go wild. Listen. Listen. Professor Chen is amazed. How strong is Wang Hao's physical fitness? That snake is unlucky, why did it provoke this calamity? Chapter 87 Li Feng doesn't believe in evil. In front of the bamboo building. Wang Hao was holding the snake, which was still writhing desperately. When he grabbed it just now, it was a bodily instinct, thinking it was meat. Now that it's in his hand, rationality returned. He carefully looked at the patterns on the snake. There were faint yellow and green interspersed, with an oval-shaped head. What kind of snake is this? Or something else? Wang Hao frowned slightly. Although he had learned about mushrooms from Li Chang, he hadn't learned to recognize snakes. What if it's a venomous snake? I can't handle venomous snakes. Wang Hao hesitated for quite a while before thinking. I don't need this meat to eat right now. It's not worth the risk of poisoning for this piece of meat. As a finance major, risk assessment is instinctive. Low return, high risk. This deal is not going to happen. Forget it. Wang Hao sighed. Consider yourself lucky, I'm not short on meat today. Get lost. Wang Hao grabbed the snake's tail and swung it around over his head twice. With a strength attribute of up to 10 points, all of his power erupted at that moment. Whoosh! He let go. That snake over a meter long flew like a javelin, like an arrow released from a bow. Swish! It shot out into the air. It traced a long parabola in the sky. It flew over the open ground, over the bushes, and even over a big tree in front. Finally. Thud! It fell far away, deep in the mountains, dozens of meters away. This throw was so powerful and so far that it once again plunged the livestream room into silence. Then came a wave of new bullet comments. Holy cow! That throw must be 50 meters. Human catapult? Snake, I never expected to fly so high in my life. Snake, thanks, you just gave me a free ride home. With that strength, if it hit someone, their bones would definitely break. I really suspect Wang Hao has hydraulic rods in his arms. So brutal, but I really like it. In the picture, Wang Hao clapped his hands, looking very relaxed. Goodbye, no sending off. He squatted back down, picked up the branch, and was about to continue admiring his map masterpiece when... thud! A crisp sound of a heavy object hitting the ground came from the bushes behind the bamboo house. That was the area where he set the traps. Wang Hao's ears perked up, he threw the branch in his hand, and his eyes instantly brightened. Got something. This sound was too familiar to him, it was the sound of the stone slab falling. Without any hesitation, he got up and ran quickly towards the trap area. Pushing aside the grass, he saw that the stone slab of trap number 3 was perfectly sealed on the ground. Wang Hao squatted down and skillfully lifted the stone slab. A plump field mouse was lying in the pit, having been taken away on the spot by the huge impact of the stone slab. This one was even fatter than the last two he hit with the slingshot, its fur shiny and looking very rich. Yo-ho! Wang Hao picked up the field mouse by the tail, holding it up, with a big grin on his face. Thank you, Mother Nature, for your gift. We have meat to eat tonight. This forward trap is really quite useful. In the livestream, the audience watched Wang Hao with that plump field mouse, and the bullet comments instantly became cheerful. This is called a blessing in disguise. He just released a snake, and immediately got a mouse. Wang Hao's luck is unmatched. Here it comes. My favorite eating broadcast segment is about to start. Will it be roasted field mouse or stewed field mouse tonight? I think it will be roasted, delicious. About half an hour later, a bonfire was lit in front of Wang Hao's bamboo house. Wang Hao sat beside the fire, turning a bamboo skewer in his hand. On the skewer, the cleaned field mouse was being roasted, sizzling and oozing oil, the skin showing an alluring caramel color. The fragrance of the meat mixed with the aroma of fats wafted away with the evening breeze. At that moment, rustle, rustle, rustle. A slightly heavy footstep came from the nearby woods. Wang Hao looked up. He saw a figure walking out from the forest. It was Li Feng. Li Feng was carrying a few long yam tubers he had just dug up, with a face full of dust and fatigue. He came over on purpose today. During the day, Wang Hao said he learned his traps and caught a rabbit, which made Li Feng think more and more it was absurd. He had been in the mountains for so many years and had never seen a beginner learn the forward trap with just a glance, let alone have immediate results. This kid must be bragging, trying to mess with my mindset. Li Feng was holding back his anger inside. Tonight, I will confront him face to face, let him know there are consequences to bragging. Li Feng walked for a long time along the direction Wang Hao pointed out, finally discovering the firelight and finding Wang Hao. But this scene seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Wang Hao also saw Li Feng, and his face immediately filled with a warm smile. He waved his hand. Brother Feng. It's you. Come, sit down. Wang Hao pointed to the empty spot beside the fire. I'm making dinner. Brother Feng, thank you so much, thanks to you for teaching me how to make traps. Look, this field mouse was caught with the trap you taught me. To repay you, let's have dinner together. Wang Hao spoke sincerely. Li Feng, however, stood still as if under a spell, not moving an inch. His eyes were fixated on the roasted meat in Wang Hao's hands. The rich fat, the crispy skin, the mouth-watering aroma. That is real meat. It's a field mouse. Right after that, Li Feng's gaze crossed the fire and landed on the enormous structure behind Wang Hao. That was not a shelter at all. That was clearly a two-story bamboo villa. Straight pillars, solid walls, and even a second-floor terrace. The yam in Li Feng's hand almost fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. Did I see that wrong? Is this really wilderness survival? The livestream audience stared at Li Feng's shocked expression, and the comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. Classic scene. Better late than never. Li Feng, I thought I came to debunk this, but I ended up being shocked. Look at Brother Feng's eyes, he's questioning life already. What's meant to happen has happened, everyone who comes to Hao Ji's camp goes through this. Li Feng's CPU is on fire. Li Feng stood dumbfounded for a full half-minute before finally coming to his senses. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to shift his gaze away from the tempting roasted meat and the outrageous house. This field mouse, is it really caught by you? Li Feng's voice was a bit dry. Yeah. Wang Hao pointed to the bushes behind. The trap is over there, I haven't taken it apart yet. Li Feng's heart dropped. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must be lucky. Yes, it must be a chance encounter. Things like traps are very delicate, one small mistake can lead to failure. How could a newbie make it correctly? Li Feng was not convinced. Where? I want to take a look. Over there, about 20 meters. Wang Hao casually pointed in a direction. Li Feng threw the yam in his hand and strode over. He wanted to see how poorly Wang Hao had made this trap. However, when he squatted down in front of the trap remnants that hadn't reset yet and saw the structure clearly, Li Feng was completely stunned. The angle of this catch, the polishing of this support rod, and the position of this bait. Li Feng was an expert. Once an expert takes action, you know the truth. The trap before him, though already triggered, revealed just from the scattered parts and residual marks. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and its structure was standard, even better than what he had made himself. How is this possible? Li Feng squatted on the ground, feeling his head buzz. He learned it after just a few glances? It's even better than the original? Am I a waste? Li Feng stumbled back. He stood in front of Wang Hao, his expression extremely complicated. Brother! Li Feng let out a bitter laugh. Are you playing with me? You're actually a survival expert or a retired special forces soldier, right? With this skill, you tell me you just learned it? Wang Hao flipped the field mouse while innocently looking at him. Brother Feng, I'm not kidding. I'm just a freshman. This trap is truly what I learned from that video of yours. Maybe I'm just a little more skilled. Wang Hao spoke with increasing sincerity, making Li Feng want to cry even more. A little more skilled? This is just a little? Li Feng felt his confidence shatter into pieces. Come on, Brother Feng, don't just stand there. Wang Hao tore off a leg of the roasted field mouse and handed it over. Since you're here, let's eat together. I caught it thanks to you anyway. The golden meat leg was handed in front of Li Feng. The aroma rushed straight to his head. Li Feng's Adam's apple moved violently. He was truly hungry. These days, besides wild fruits, there is only tree bark, with not a single drop of oil in my stomach. But, looking at Wang Hao's young and handsome face, and thinking about my earlier aggressive intentions to confront him, Li Feng's pitiful self-esteem suddenly acted up. No need. Li Feng gritted his teeth and turned his head away. I'm not hungry. Since we've finished watching, I'll leave first. After saying this, he bent down to pick up the yam on the ground and turned to leave. His back was resolute, tinged with a touch of tragic sadness. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, holding the meat leg. Hey! Brother Feng? Really not going to eat? Li Feng didn't look back, and his footsteps picked up speed, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Wang Hao shook his head inside. What a pity. Such delicious meat. He just brought the meat leg to his mouth, ready to take a bite. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Sudden footsteps echoed again. Wang Hao paused, looking up. He saw Li Feng, who had just disappeared, coming back. This time, his steps weren't so resolute, but instead carried a hint of awkwardness and struggle. Li Feng walked back to the campfire, standing there, rubbing the corners of his clothes in confusion. His face was flushed bright red. He hadn't walked far before that meat aroma hooked his soul like a fishing line. A cold wind blew, and his stomach growled. Li Feng instantly regretted it. Face? How much is face worth? In the wilderness, can face be eaten? That's a big piece of meat. Missing this meal, who knows when he would eat meat again? Li Feng fought with his thoughts in the darkness for half a minute, and in the end, his stomach won against his brain. He thickened his face and returned. Li Feng looked at Wang Hao, his voice as small as a mosquito. Brother! You said you would treat me to dinner. Still valid? After saying this, Li Feng felt his face was on fire. So embarrassing. Really so embarrassing. Wang Hao looked at the returning Li Feng, first stunned, then burst out laughing. He had no intention of mocking, directly handing over the meat leg again. Sure. Of course. Brother Feng, you are willing to treat, I could not be happier. Come on, sit quickly. Wang Hao's generosity instantly dissolved most of Li Feng's embarrassment. He took the meat leg, feeling its weight. Thank you. Li Feng sat down next to the campfire, not caring about the heat, and took a big bite. The fat burst in his mouth. Li Feng almost cried. So delicious. Really so delicious. The comments in the live stream were boiling at this moment. Ha ha ha. The boomerang is back. I knew it. No one can refuse Hao Ji's barbecue. Li Feng, I'm leaving. Li Feng, I'm back again. The law of deliciousness, though late, has arrived. Who was mocking Li Feng just now? I think this guy is pretty real. Yeah, trying to save face and suffering is foolish, being flexible is a real man. For a bite to eat, it's worth it. Hao Ji's emotional intelligence is really high, not making him feel embarrassed at all. Li Feng wolfed down one leg of meat, feeling like there was finally some substance in his stomach. He glanced at Wang Hao, then looked at the few yams he had brought. Only eating his meat did feel a bit uncomfortable. Brother. Li Feng pushed his bundle of yams toward the campfire. Eating just meat can be sickening. This is the iron stick yam I just dug, the quality is good. Let's roast it and eat it together. Consider it my small gesture. This was him finding an exit for himself. Wang Hao understood in an instant. He smiled and nodded, picking up a yam and burying it in the ash pile. Sounds good, Brother Feng. This meal counts as a partnership for us. Hearing the word partnership, a flash of gratitude crossed Li Feng's eyes. Wang Hao was maintaining his dignity, not treating him as a mere freeloader. The two gathered around the campfire, and the atmosphere instantly warmed up. Li Feng ate the meat in his hand while unable to resist glancing at the bamboo house behind him. Seeing it up close, the shock brought by the house was even greater than before. Brother. Li Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pointed at the bamboo house, asking. This house. Don't tell me, you built it yourself? This should be left by the original residents of the mountain, right? You're so lucky to find such a ready-made shelter. Li Feng tried to explain all this unreasonable stuff with his own logic. Wang Hao was adding firewood to the fire and casually replied. No, I built it myself. I just finished it a few days ago. The materials are all bamboo and vines from nearby. Li Feng was poking the fire with a stick when he heard this. His hand trembled, and the stick fell directly into the fire. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Wang Hao. You built it yourself. Just in these few days? He pointed at the intricate vine walls and the tight-fitting mortise and tenon structure. Chapter 89, already skilled in taking advertisements. Wang Hao nodded. Yeah, weaving plus mortise and tenon. Since I had nothing to do, I made a slightly more comfortable nest. Li Feng opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. He stood up, walked to the bamboo house, reached out to touch the sturdy pillars, and then tugged at the immovable walls. As an outdoor streamer, he knew a bit about building. But what he knew was nothing compared to this massive structure in front of him. It was like child's play. This. Li Feng stuttered. This structure, this wind resistance. There's even a second floor. Bro, are you here to compete? Are you here to do infrastructure? Li Feng returned to the fire, looking at Wang Hao as if he were an alien. The recent trap setback was nothing compared to this. I'm impressed. Li Feng sighed deeply and gave Wang Hao a thumbs up. I really am impressed. Compared to you, my ramshackle shelter is simply a doghouse. He looked at the bamboo house standing tall in the night and sincerely marveled. Bro, I dare bet. After this competition is over, your house will definitely be preserved. This isn't just a shelter. This can absolutely become a popular check-in spot at Tongyun Mountain, even a tourist attraction. So awesome. The two continued to feast around the fire. The roasted field mouse was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the roasted yam was soft and sweet. Li Feng ate without lifting his head. After days in the mountains, this meal was simply a taste of heaven. Just when the two were halfway through their meal. Rustle, rustle. Another set of footsteps came, this time sounding quite light and quick. Wang Hao and Li Feng raised their heads simultaneously. They saw Xiao Mo with cameraman Lao Lu, parting the bushes and walking out. Xiao Mo saw the two sitting together, her eyes brightened, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. Wow! That's great! I was originally thinking that after interviewing number 66, I would have to climb mountains again to find number 88. Xiao Mo quickly walked over and greeted the two. Wang Hao and Li Feng, good evening. Since you are both here, it's much easier, we can do a daily interview together. Li Feng hurriedly swallowed the meat in his mouth, wiped his lips, and sat up straight. Lao Lu aimed the camera at the two. Xiao Mo began to ask questions skillfully with her recording pen. Li Feng, I see you seem to have come to communicate with Wang Hao today? How was your harvest? Li Feng smiled awkwardly. Yes, I came to communicate about trap-making skills. As for the harvest, it was quite significant. Brother Wang Hao's skills are great, I learned a lot. He didn't have the guts to say he came to sabotage, only to be educated in reverse. Xiao Mo then turned to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, how's your mood today? How's your health? Wang Hao shook the skewer in his hand. Feeling really good, body is great, and everything tastes good. The two gave smooth answers, and the interview went very well. A few minutes later, after the routine questions were finished, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the interview was over, and these two should leave, so he could eat more yams while they were still hot. However, Xiao Mo showed no signs of putting away her recording pen. She looked at Wang Hao. A smile of that professional kind appeared on his face. Wang Hao, there's good news again. As she spoke, she magically pulled out 2 documents from her waterproof bag. 2 more brands have contacted us. One is a manufacturer of military-grade compressed biscuits, the other makes quick dry towels for outdoor use. They both hope to achieve business cooperation with you. Here's the contract, take a look. Xiao Mo handed over the documents. Next to her, Li Feng, who was about to chew on some yam, froze. His hand, which was holding the yam, hung in midair, his eyes bulging wide. Business? What business? Li Feng's mind couldn't quite catch up. Isn't this a survival competition? Aren't we all here struggling day by day? How could business suddenly pop up? But Wang Hao looked calm, even a bit familiar with the situation. He wiped the grease off his hands and took the contract. With a skilled flipping motion and a scrutinizing gaze, it seemed he wasn't by a campfire in the wild, but in a tall office building in the CBD. Compressed biscuits, endorsement fee is 180,000. Quick dry towel, 150,000. Okay, no problem. Wang Hao quickly glanced through, confirmed the amounts were correct, and that the terms had no traps. Pen, please. He extended his hand. Xiao Mo hurriedly handed him the pen. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao signed his name smoothly. Li Feng watched in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. You just signed it like that? Before he could process this, an even more outrageous scene occurred. After signing, Wang Hao handed over the contract and received the script from Xiao Mo. Clearing his throat, he instantly switched to an extremely rich and enthusiastic state in front of Lao Lu's camera. Still worrying about not having food in the wild? Powerful brand compressed biscuits. One piece lasts a whole day. Hungry folks, grab one. Still feeling sticky and uncomfortable after sweating? Feather brand quick dry towel. Absorbs like a cow, dries like the wind. Keeps you fresh even in the wild. I, Wang Hao, have tested this. Highly recommend it to everyone. After finishing, Wang Hao instantly wiped away his smile and returned the note to Xiao Mo. Alright, Sister Xiao Mo. Same old rule. You don't need to transfer money to me, just send it to my parents directly. Sorry for the trouble. Xiao Mo smiled as she packed up her things. No problem, don't worry, it will definitely be credited immediately. Then I won't disturb you two anymore, we'll take our leave now. With that, Xiao Mo, satisfied, left with Lao Lu. By the campfire, silence returned. Only the crackling of burning wood was heard. In a good mood, Wang Hao picked up the roasted yam on the ground, ready to continue eating. Hey, brother Feng, eat up, it will taste bad if it gets cold. He turned to call Li Feng, but found Li Feng staring at him intently. Li Feng's lips were trembling. You just now. That was accepting an advertisement? Wang Hao bit into the yam, nodding matter-of-factly. Yeah, accepting an advertisement. What's wrong? Li Feng felt as if a bolt of lightning struck him. What's wrong? You're asking me what's wrong. In that moment, Li Feng's world completely broke down. He had once fantasized countless times. If he performed excellently in this competition, won the championship, or lasted to the end, gained fame, became a big internet celebrity. At that time, countless businesses would wave cash to ask him for endorsements. That was the scene he dreamed of. That was the glory that belonged to the winners. But now, the competition had just reached the 12th day. Everyone was still rolling in the mud, struggling to find something to eat. And Wang Hao. Not only was he living in a big villa, eating roasted meat, he actually was already accepting advertisements and making money. And judging by his skilled manner just now, that same old rule. Clearly, this was not the first time. Chapter 90, Mindset is crucial. Is the gap between people really this big? Li Feng looked at the roasted yam in his hand that he once found incredibly delicious. Suddenly, he felt it was tasteless. Even a little bitter. This is not yam. This is his broken self-esteem. I'm not eating anymore. Li Feng suddenly stood up. His movement was so big that it created a gust of wind, blowing the flame askew. Wang Hao was startled. Brother Feng? What's wrong with you? Li Feng's face turned pale, his chest heaving violently. He really couldn't stay any longer. If he stayed, he feared he would cry right there or couldn't help but strangle this Versailles master in front of him. Li Feng gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words from between them. I suddenly remembered. I have something urgent back at my shelter. Saying this, he grabbed his half-eaten field mouse and a few pieces of yam. Well, thank you for the treat. I'll leave first. After finishing, Li Feng ran off like his behind was on fire. His back seemed to exude a hurried, awkward escape. Wang Hao was left holding the yam, looking confused as he watched Li Feng disappear. Didn't he just seem fine? Why did he suddenly leave? So urgent? Wang Hao scratched his head, completely puzzled. So inexplicable. At this moment, the comments in the livestream were already laughing so hard they couldn't catch their breath. Ha 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 ha. Help! Li Feng, I just wanted a free meal, but ended up with a stomach full of anger. Seeking the psychological shadow area of Li Feng right now. Li Feng, I thought we were surviving in the wild, but you're selling stuff in the wild? Too cruel, really too cruel, to eat meat in front of a hungry person and then count money in front of a poor guy. Li Feng must really regret staying for this meal. That's the price of eating meat. Meat might taste good, but the heart hurts too much. This meal shattered Li Feng's heart. Wang Hao, brother Feng, why are you running? I haven't even recommended my slingshot to you yet. Wang Hao quickly finished the last bite of roasted yam, contentedly wiping his mouth. I'm full, time to work. It was already dark. Wang Hao used the moonlight to walk about 200 meters away from the shelter. The soil here was soft, perfect for setting up board pit traps. With his LV5 skills, Wang Hao moved quickly. Digging pits, carving boards, adjusting balance points, camouflaging. In less than half an hour, 3 delicate pit traps were set up. Brushing off the dirt from his hands, Wang Hao turned back to the shelter. The night was still young. He brought out a pile of processed kudzu fibers, sitting by the fire to continue his sewing venture. Just having one set of clothes to change is a bit insufficient. Let's make a few more different styles. Loose wide-legged pants would be more breathable. Or maybe a tank top? Under the firelight, he threaded the needle, his expression focused and serene. The audience in the livestream couldn't help but sigh at this scene. Life is peaceful, the present is stable. I love watching Brother Hao's organized life, it's so healing. At 8 p.m. In the live stream. Although it was completely dark outside, and faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard, the heat in the livestream showed no signs of cooling down. The online audience remained above 100,000. So much had happened today, from Wang Hao catching snakes with his bare hands to Li Feng's humiliation over a free meal, all entertaining the viewers. Zhang Wei sat at the host station, holding today's summary card, wearing her signature professional smile. Alright, dear viewers, it's time for our daily review. Today was a challenging day for many contestants. She turned her head to look at the guest seat beside her. Professor Chen, the comments are buzzing, many viewers are discussing who might be the next eliminated contestant. From your professional perspective, who do you think is in the most danger? Professor Chen didn't answer immediately but picked up the tablet in front of him, pulling up several photos of contestants. After pondering for a moment, Professor Chen extended a finger and gently tapped on one of the photos on the screen. If I had to make a prediction. Professor Chen's voice was steady and firm. I believe the next to be eliminated is most likely number 88, Li Feng. Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised, her brows slightly raised. Li Feng? But Professor Chen, although Li Feng was a bit shaken by Wang Hao today, he is after all a seasoned outdoor broadcaster, rich in survival experience. And he just had a full meal, his bodily functions should be replenished. Why do you think he's the most dangerous? Chen showed a knowing smile. Zhang Wei, this is precisely what is often overlooked in wilderness survival. We often say, wilderness survival relies 70% on skill and 30% on luck. But in my view, when survival stretches beyond 10 days, the importance of mindset accounts for over 50%. Professor Chen pointed at the replay of Li Feng on the big screen. In the footage, Li Feng was fleeing Wang Hao's camp in panic, his back looking disheveled and filled with defeat. From a scientific perspective, when a person is in a long-term state of extreme jealousy, regret, or self-doubt, their cerebral cortex remains under high pressure. This leads to a sharp rise in cortisol levels within the body. Chen's voice became very professional. High cortisol will accelerate the body's metabolism, making one consume energy even at rest. In simpler terms, it's not that anger fills you up, but anger can certainly cause stomach pain and exhaustion. Negative emotions are the eaters of strength. Professor Chen sighed. Li Feng faced too great a blow today. Chen's analysis was logical and struck at the core. The bullet screen in the live stream exploded with comments, viewers expressing their learning. Wow, Professor Chen's analysis is incredible. Is this the legendary heart killing? Negative emotions consume energy? No wonder I feel drained after overtime. It turns out I'd been exhausted by anger. Li Feng is truly unfortunate, I wouldn't be able to sleep either. This is called, Wang Hao puts on a show, Li Feng takes the beating. Zhang Wei watched the comments and couldn't help but smile. It seems everyone agrees with Professor Chen's viewpoint. Indeed, mindset determines fate, especially in this wilderness. Chapter 91, The Test of an 8th Level Wind. Zhang Wei lowered her head, preparing to make the final closing remarks and end the broadcast. Suddenly, a staff member rushed into the studio, bending over, looking hurried. He held a red handcard in his hand, and there were even beads of sweat on his forehead. Sister Zhang Wei, urgent newsbreak. The staff member handed the card to Zhang Wei and whispered a phrase. Zhang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then took the card. When her gaze skimmed across the content on the card, her professional smile instantly faded, replaced by a serious expression. She lifted her head, looking into the camera, her voice turning grave. Dear viewers, we have an urgent weather warning. Due to the sudden formation of strong convective weather. Tonight, the Tongyun mountain range will be hit by a torrential rainstorm. And along with it? Zhang Wei paused, emphasizing her tone. Gusts above level 8. The atmosphere in the studio became tense instantly. Level 8 winds. Torrential rain. For those in the city, this might just mean closing windows to sleep through the night. But for the contestants in the wilderness, this was nothing short of a disaster. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said to the camera. The power of nature is unpredictable. She looked outside, as if she could see through the studio walls into the dark deep mountains. Tonight, for all the contestants on the mountain, it is likely to be an extremely difficult night. After speaking, she slightly bowed. Today's live broadcast ends here. I hope that tomorrow morning, we can still see those 21 brave warriors holding their ground on the mountain. In the dead of night. Deep in the Tongyun mountain range. The once silent forest had now turned into a roaring giant beast. The wild wind howled through the treetops, letting out a piercing wail, as if countless ghosts were crying. The big tree swayed violently, its branches and leaves striking the air madly. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning tore through the night sky, quickly followed by deafening thunder. Raindrops the size of beans, driven by the wild wind, poured down like bullets. Pitter-patter. In Wang Hao's bamboo house. He was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind, mixed with the sound of heavy objects crashing against the wall, woke him up. Wang Hao groaned drowsily, his brows slightly furrowed. So noisy. He didn't sit up immediately, nor did he panic. He just turned over. Feeling the new gourd clothing covering him was a bit chilly. He reached out and pulled the straw mat up, wrapping himself a little tighter. This wind is pretty strong. He mumbled to himself. Listening to the storm outside, which seemed ready to destroy the world, Wang Hao actually felt safer. He could sense that, although the bamboo house made soft creaks in the wind, its overall structure was as solid as a mountain. The tenon and mortise structure was showcasing its resilience at this moment. The walls were tightly sealed, and aside from a slight coolness coming from the ventilation hole, the wild wind and rain outside couldn't get in at all. So warm. Wang Hao rubbed against a bundle of straw wrapped in clothes, smacking his lips. Seconds later, his steady breathing resumed once again. He fell asleep again. And at the same moment, a few kilometers away from Wang Hao's camp, contestant 167, Su Yang, a former Special Forces soldier, was in extreme tension. His half-buried shelter was designed for wind protection and warmth. But tonight's rain was too heavy. The rainwater rushed in from the terrain, and the ground was already covered in muddy water. Worse still was the wind. The wild wind lifted one corner of his roof, and the stones that were originally pressing down were shaking. Su Yang gritted his teeth, desperately using his shoulder to prop up the most crucial support column. His feet soaked in the cold muddy water, his muscles tensed, and veins bulged. Hold on. I must hold on. He stood like a statue, wrestling with nature in the darkness. Just one moment of relaxation, and the roof would be blown away, leaving him completely exposed to the torrential rain. On the other side, contestant 88, Li Feng's camp. Professor Chen's prophecy had come true in a cruel way. Li Feng huddled in a corner of a rock crevice, hands on his head, trembling all over. In front of him, the exquisitely built shelter he had been proud of was now a pile of ruins. A sudden, strong gust of wind broke the main beam directly. The house collapsed. Just a few minutes ago, Li Feng watched helplessly as his home disintegrated in the wind, blown into pieces. Why? Why is it always me who gets the bad luck? Li Feng's mindset shattered again. And further away, Contestant 3, Qinjing, even though her huge cave didn't leak rain, it didn't block the wind either. The wild wind swept in rainwater through the cave entrance. The wild vegetables and herbs she had painstakingly collected and spread on the ground for several days were now flying around wildly. My vegetables! Qinjing screamed, attempting to save the leaves being swept away by the wind. But human strength was too insignificant against the wild wind. She could only watch helplessly as her food reserves scattered in the darkness like snowflakes. The most miserable was contestant 77, Zhang Chun, the urine salt guy. To prevent the clay jars from getting wet in the rain, he had moved all the jars into a small shed. As a result, the side wall of the shed was blown down by the wind. A piece of wood came crashing down exactly on his most treasured large clay jar. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The clay jar shattered into pieces. That was the fine brew he had saved for a full 10 days, considered his secret weapon for winning the championship. The yellow liquid instantly spilled everywhere, quickly washed away clean by the rain. No! Zhang Chun let out a heart-wrenching scream. He fell to the ground, disregarding the mud and debris, his heartache causing him to beat his chest and stamp his feet. My salt! My treasure! Heaven! You are too cruel! At this moment, though it was deep night, the livestream's popularity surged once again due to the sudden heavy rain. Countless night owls, still awake, watched the miserable scenes on the split screen, the barrage of comments refreshing crazily. Wow, this rain is too heavy. It's like a typhoon is passing. So tragic, really tragic. Su Yang is holding on hard, Li Feng's house is completely gone. Hearing Zhang Chun's scream makes me both want to laugh and feel sorry. 10 days of supplies, all gone, haha. This is the wild. By the way, what is Wang Hao doing? I don't know, maybe he is sleeping. Everyone wanted to see Wang Hao, but could only see his bamboo house. His bamboo house showed not even a slight shake, standing firm and unyielding. Not even a drop of rain leaked inside. Looking at other shelters, they were crooked or fallen. Chapter 92, The True Technical Flow. This stark contrast caused the barrage to explode instantly. The quality of this house would make developers cry. Is this the value of technical flow? The mortise and tenon structure is amazing. At this moment, I finally understand what it means to be uneven. How good, the wind and rain outside are big, none of my business, just roll over and continue sleeping. So safe, I also want to live in such a bamboo house. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Except for Wang Hao. The next day, morning. The wind stopped, and the rain ceased. The eastern sky began to brighten with a fish belly white. The forest was filled with heavy moisture, with broken branches and fallen leaves scattered everywhere, a complete mess. Wang Hao stretched lazily and sat up. He slept comfortably, feeling refreshed. Although he woke up once in the middle of the night, overall, the quality of sleep was extremely high. He rubbed his eyes and walked to the window. There was quite a noise last night. As he spoke, he opened the bamboo window. In the next second, Wang Hao's movements froze. His eyes slowly widened, and his mouth formed an O shape. I go. Outside the window, the once lush mountains and forests now looked ravaged by a giant. Everywhere were broken branches. The ground was muddy, with many puddles forming. Even the stairs of his bamboo house were covered with fallen leaves and tree bark blown over by the wind. So exaggerated? Wang Hao then realized. Last night there was a super strong wind outside. Then, Wang Hao's eyes brightened. These are all firewood. Without any hesitation, Wang Hao turned around, took the knife from the corner, tucked it at his waist, went downstairs, and burst out of the door. He dove into the messy thickets like a hard-working little squirrel. In the live stream, the early rising audience had just turned on their phones and saw the scene. The barrage instantly became lively. Good morning. Hao wakes up really early. Wow, this energy is overflowing from the screen. Look at his excited look. If you didn't know better, you'd think he found money. After such a big ruckus last night, he can still sleep so well? At 8 in the morning. In the broadcast hall. Today's live stream started on time. Zhang Wei was dressed in a dark professional outfit, looking a bit tired, clearly having not slept well last night. Sitting next to her was survival expert Hui. Good morning, dear viewers. I am Zhang Wei. I am Hui. After a simple introduction, Zhang Wei's expression immediately became serious. First, I have to tell everyone some heavy news. The sudden downpour last night posed a huge challenge for our contestants. As of 8 this morning, 2 more contestants have unfortunately withdrawn from the competition. The screen displayed 2 black and white photos. One of them is number 44, Li Chang. His rock shelter collapsed in the storm, but fortunately, he was not seriously harmed. Another contestant, number 12, was injured on his arm when a blown-off branch hit him while reinforcing his shelter. After assessment by the medical team, he had to withdraw from the competition for treatment. Hearing this news, the bullet screen was filled with regret. What a pity, he has held on for so many days. In such extreme weather, there really is no way. Li Chang? The big brother who taught Wang Hao about mushrooms? Zhang Wei sighed and turned to Hui. Teacher Hu, you also saw the situation last night. Many contestants' shelters seemed sturdy in normal times, but in the face of such extreme weather, they were weak. Can you analyze the reasons for us? Hui nodded, his expression serious. Yes, this is a very profound lesson. Many contestants, in the initial construction, only considered the basic functions of wind and rain protection. Most of their shelters were temporary. For example, simple A-frame tents, or single-sided tents relying on rocks. Such structures are fine against ordinary light rain. But against level 8 winds and heavy rain, their structural strength was far from enough. Especially in terms of ground treatment, many just stuck wood directly in the soil without reinforcement or drainage. Once soaked by rain, the soil loosened, and with the wind, it naturally fell. Hui summarized. How to survive extreme weather is also a major challenge in wilderness survival, and it can even be the key to life and death. Zhang Wei nodded. Alright, thank you for the analysis, Teacher Hu. Next, let's take a look at how each contestant is doing after last night's storm. The big screen began to cycle through footage of each contestant. First up was Su Yang. In the footage, Su Yang was shirtless, clearing accumulated water from the cave. He was covered in mud, his eyes tired but still determined. Hui commented. Su Yang is indeed from a special forces background. Although his site selection had some drainage issues, his willpower at the critical moment was very strong. He braced the roof with his body, preserving the last shelter. This spirit of a tough man is admirable. Next was Li Feng. Li Feng was sitting next to a pile of ruins, holding a soaked piece of wood, his eyes blank. Hui shook his head. Li Feng, what a pity. His mindset completely collapsed last night. And although his shelter looked flashy, there were major structural flaws, making it too weak against the wind. I hope he can adjust soon, otherwise, elimination is not far away. Next were Chen Jing, Zhang Chun. Hui commented on each one, his words sharp, pointing directly at their mistakes and shortcomings in dealing with extreme weather. Finally, the footage cut to Wang Hao. At this moment, Wang Hao was humming a little tune, swinging a machete, chopping firewood from a fallen tree. Next to him was a small mountain of firewood. He looked full of energy, his movements nimble, showing no signs of fatigue. Even the set of vine clothing he wore was dry and tidy. Zhang Wei looked at Hui. Teacher Hu, what about contestant Wang Hao? Can you comment on his performance last night? The studio was silent for 2 seconds. Hui looked at the vibrant figure on the screen, opened his mouth. For a long time, he couldn't spit out a word. Comment? What to comment about? Should he comment on how well he slept last night? Hui's face twitched. In the end, he helplessly spread his hands, directly skipping over this topic. Well, let's look at the next contestant. Contestant Wang Hao, he is an exception. Nothing much to comment on. Zhang Wei couldn't help but lower her head and cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Chapter 93 prize money continues to increase. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room instantly exploded, filled with ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Teacher Hu also has times when he is at a loss for words. Hui, what can I comment? He slept better than I did. No comments, really no comments. This is called not using moves is better than using moves, completely silencing the expert. Wang Hao's performance last night, zzzzzzz. This is too much. The whole class is standing in punishment, and only Wang Hao is up on the podium receiving an award. Zhang Wei put away her smile and said seriously. Alright, although last night was very cruel. But the competition must go on. As of now, the number of our survivors has officially fallen below 20. Now, there are only 19 people left on the field. Zhang Wei's voice rose a few pitches, becoming passionate. First, I want to congratulate these 19 warriors. You have successfully made it into the top 20 nationwide. This is the greatest affirmation of your strength and perseverance. At the same time, Zhang Wei took out a brand new golden card, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To encourage everyone, and to make the upcoming competition even more thrilling, the production team has decided to supercharge the prize pool again. As soon as these words came out, the barrage flooded with no way. They are adding more? Is the production team crazy? Zhang Wei announced loudly. From now on, all players in the top 10. The prize money will directly increase to 50,000. The third place prize is 200,000. The second place prize is 500,000. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, raised a finger, and said emphatically. And the final champion. The prize will soar directly to 2 million. Once this number was revealed, the entire live stream room erupted. 2 million. This is a number that could change an ordinary person's fate. The barrage instantly covered the entire screen. Crazy. The production team has gone mad. 2 million. My goodness. I want to sign up too. Now those 19 people will fight like crazy. This value is off the charts. The production team has really made a profit this time. How generous. Of course, just the ads from Wang Hao alone have made a fortune. This money is nothing. That's it. I feel like Brother Hao is going to transform. When it was 50,000, his eyes turned green. With 2 million, won't he flatten Tongyun Mountain? Wang Hao, help me up. I can chop 10 more trees. Neighbors, watch out. In the shot. Wang Hao had just chopped a piece of wood and was about to take a break. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, he felt a little tickle in his nose. Achoo! He sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, Wang Hao looked up at the sky. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. He felt that today, the sun was particularly golden. All morning, the sounds of chopping and banging hadn't stopped in front of Wang Hao's bamboo house. Bang! Wang Hao chopped another piece of wood, then skillfully stacked it in the bamboo house's first-floor storage area. From morning until now, he had made countless trips back and forth between the forest and the bamboo house. The originally empty storage space was now completely filled. Sturdy firewood was neatly stacked into a wall. Small kindling was stuffed into every gap. Even beside the steps at the entrance, a small mountain of firewood had been piled high. Phew! Wang Hao stuffed the last chopped wood into the corner, straightened up, and looked at the spectacular stockpile of firewood before him, displaying an extremely grounded, immensely satisfied smile. He dusted off the wood chips from his hands and calculated in his heart. For normal cooking and heating, this should be enough for a month. The audience in the live stream watched as Wang Hao filled the entire first floor, and the barrage was filled with joy. Confirmed. This is a human-shaped hamster. Squirrel fans rejoice. Does he have some kind of hoarding disorder? This firewood should last him until the end of the competition, right? Wang Hao, you don't understand, this is called a sense of security. Looking at this pile of neatly arranged firewood, my obsessive-compulsive disorder feels extremely comfortable. After working hard all morning, the sun had climbed to the top of the sky. Wang Hao rubbed his stomach, he was hungry. He walked to the creek to wash his face, rinsing off the sweat and wood chips from the morning. Then he returned to the fire pit, took out 2 roasted yams left over from last night, and warmed them over the coals to prepare for lunch. Just as he sat down, not yet ready to take the first bite. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Familiar footsteps sounded again. Wang Hao raised his head in surprise. Usually, interviews are in the afternoon or evening, why so early today? The bushes were pushed aside, and Mo stepped out with cameraman Lao Lu. Although they were wearing rain boots, their pant legs were still splattered with mud, showing that the way up the mountain was not easy. Wang Hao, are you eating? Mo greeted with a smile. Wang Hao set down the yam in his hands, stood up, and greeted back. Sister Mo, Brother Lu, so early today? Mo walked over to the campfire, made herself comfortable, found a stone to sit on, and took a breath. She looked at Wang Hao, her face holding a mysterious yet festive smile. Of course, there's something going on, and it's a huge good thing. Lao Lu cooperatively aimed the camera at Wang Hao's face, ready to capture his next expression. Mo cleared her throat, took out a golden card, and announced excitedly. Wang Hao, given the fierce intensity of the competition and to reward the contestants for their perseverance. The production team has decided to supercharge the prize pool again. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows at the mention of an increase. Oh? Increased again? Mo stared into his eyes and said loudly. Yes. The prize for the top 10 has been raised to 50,000. Third place, 200,000. Second place, 500,000. Mo took a deep breath and dropped the bombshell. And the final champion prize has multiplied by 4. From 500,000, it's raised to 2 million. After speaking, Mo and Lao Lu looked at Wang Hao with great anticipation. They remembered how Wang Hao's eyes sparkled and saliva almost dripped out when they announced the 50,000 prize last time. But this time it was 2 million. Wouldn't he be ready to fly off the ground? However, what they expected, Wang Hao jumping up excitedly or stammering, did not happen. Wang Hao was just a bit stunned. Then he nodded. A happy, but relatively calm smile appeared on his face. 2 million, huh? That's quite a lot. Not bad, pretty good. His tone was as if he just heard that eggs were on sale at the supermarket. Calm, indifferent. He was even less excited than when looking at the pile of firewood earlier. Mo's smile stiffened slightly. Lao Lu's hand, holding the camera, trembled a bit. Just this? This is 2 million, brother. You didn't react like this last time when you heard 50,000. Chapter 94, Inquiring About News. Wang Hao looked at the two of them, shocked expressions on their faces, and added. Thank the production team for me, the boss is really generous. After speaking, he sat down and continued peeling the yam in his hands. This couldn't be blamed on Wang Hao. If it had been a few days ago, hearing about 2 million would have driven him crazy. But in the past 2 days, just by speaking a few advertisements, he had already made over 1 million. Holding more than 1 million cash in hand, looking at this 2 million prize that would take months of hard work to earn. His mindset naturally changed. Moreover, he now had absolute confidence in his ability, the championship would eventually be his, and the money was bound to be his too. Since it was like fish already in the net, there was not much surprise anymore. But the audience didn't know his thoughts. The bullet screen immediately began to tease. He's getting cocky. Brother Hao is floating. Did you see that? That look, 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, 4 parts carefree. Wang Hao, 2 million? So what? Seen the world, changed. In the end, it was a misjudgment, the expression pack I expected is gone. Last time 50,000 was like passing the exam, this time 2 million is like buying a lottery ticket. Inflated, but I like it. Although Mo didn't get the footage she wanted, her professionalism was still intact. She quickly adjusted her state and took out her recorder. It seems that Wang Hao was very confident in winning the championship, even in the face of huge prizes, he remains calm. She shifted the topic and entered today's main subject. Actually, the main reason for coming so early today is to interview the contestants about their feelings concerning last night's storm. Xiao Mo looked at Wang Hao, her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. Last night's storm was very fierce, many contestants' shelters were damaged to varying degrees, everyone had a very difficult night. As the contestant with the best living conditions currently. Wang Hao, in such a wild stormy environment last night, what was it like in your bamboo house? Did you feel scared? Or worried that the house would collapse? Xiao Mo raised the microphone to Wang Hao's mouth. She expected his answer to be, very worried, the wind was strong, the house kept creaking, couldn't sleep well and so on. This would reflect the cruelty of nature. Wang Hao swallowed the yam in his mouth, blinking his eyes in confusion. He recalled last night. Feelings? What feelings? He scratched his head and answered honestly. If we're talking about feelings. Actually, it was okay. The bamboo house's soundproofing is average, but it can block the wind. The wind last night sounded like a white noise. Listening to it was actually quite nice. Overall, I slept pretty well. The air suddenly went silent. Xiao Mo's mouth opened wide, her hand holding the microphone froze in midair. Old Lu in the back nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. Slept pretty well? White noise? Is this even human talk? While other contestants were crying for their mothers in the wind and rain, you were using white noise to help you sleep? The live stream's comments exploded with laughter at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn white noise. Xiao Mo, who am I? Where am I? Su Yang, are you polite? Li Feng, my house collapsed, and your house is helping you sleep? So ridiculously extravagant. This is definitely the biggest extravagance this year. Wang Hao, was there a storm last night? I didn't know. I was just counting money in my dreams until my hands cramped. This answer is so Wang Hao. Xiao Mo and the main character chatted a bit more before preparing to end this interview filled with extravagance. Just as Xiao Mo turned to leave, Wang Hao suddenly called out to her. Hey, Xiao Mo, wait a second. Xiao Mo paused, turning back to look at him with some confusion. What's wrong? Wang Hao, is there anything else? Wang Hao tapped the yam skin in his hand, casually asking. The storm last night was so big, I want to ask. Did anyone get eliminated last night? Xiao Mo froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes. As the host, it is not against the rules to inform contestants of the number of remaining participants and elimination situations, it also creates a sense of urgency for the survivors. Last night, 2 contestants regrettably withdrew. Xiao Mo held up 2 fingers. One was number 44, and the other was number 12. Hearing these 2 numbers, Wang Hao's eyebrows slightly raised. Number 44, Li Chang, the older brother who taught him about mushrooms, is just 2 kilometers to the east. Number 12, if he remembered correctly, lived in a mountain hollow to the northwest, looking quite sturdy, but not very detail-oriented when reinforcing his house. They are all gone. Wang Hao sighed, his tone not showing much emotion. Xiao Mo looked at Wang Hao, thinking he felt sad for the departure of his opponents, and comforted him. Yes, the wind last night was really strong, number 44 shelter collapsed, number 12 got injured, but you don't need to worry too much, your house is very sturdy. Saying this, Xiao Mo put back on her professional smile. By the way, congratulations, Wang Hao, with the elimination of these two, you have now officially entered the national top 20. Keep it up, I believe you can make it into the top 10. After saying this encouraging message, Xiao Mo, along with old Lu, stepped carefully through the muddy mountain path as they left. Number 44 and 12. Wang Hao returned to sit by the fire, picking up the remaining half of the baked yam, stuffing it into his mouth in a few bites. Munch munch. As he chewed, he quickly locked onto these two locations in his mind's hand-drawn map. My mushroom-picking knowledge all came from number 44, his rocky shelter should have a lot of mushrooms stored. Although I'm not familiar with number 12, I remember his position is near the water source, and it seems he was using bamboo tubes to make something. Wang Hao swallowed the last bite of yam, clapped his hands, and stood up. Even though the person is gone, leaving things to decay in the mountains is a waste. To avoid wasting nature's gifts, for the sake of environmental protection. Wang Hao's mouth curved into a smile. The afternoon schedule is planned. Let's go gathering. However, before setting off to gather supplies, there was something else to handle first. Wang Hao turned to look at the trap area behind the bamboo house. That wild wind and rain last night might not have damaged his bamboo house, but those delicate traps surely suffered. First, let's fix the production tools. Wang Hao grabbed his survival knife and quickly walked to the trap area. Sure enough, the 10 traps were in disarray. Not only were they washed away by the rain, but several were even directly broken by the wind snapping the branches. The wind was indeed strong. Wang Hao squatted down. With his LV5 crafting skills, plus his remarkable 10 points in agility and strength, his actions were incredibly quick now. Carving sticks, finding balance, setting up stone slabs. Crack, crack, crack. In just over 10 minutes, the 10 traps were rejuvenated and stood tall again. Done. Wang Hao patted the mud off his hands, satisfied. Now, it's time to gather. He went back inside to grab the small basket used for carrying supplies, secured the knife on his waist, checked the direction, and dashed into the jungle. Chapter 95, Gathering. Wang Hao's first stop was the campsite of number 44, Li Chang. The mountain path, just after the rain, was hard to navigate, slippery and muddy, with fallen trees everywhere. But for Wang Hao now, this was nothing at all. He was wearing the vine-soled shoes he had woven himself, with specially thickened patterns providing excellent traction. He weaved through the forest, sometimes jumping over fallen trunks, sometimes sidestepping through bushes. His speed was incredibly fast. In less than 20 minutes, he reached Li Chang's campsite. This place was now in ruins. The shelter originally built against the rocks had completely collapsed. Several main beams had broken, and the thatched roof was blown to bits, scattered over a radius of several meters. There were also some disordered footprints on the ground, likely left by the rescue team as they took people away. Wang Hao stood in front of the ruins, sighed. Brother Li, rest well. Even though you're gone, your mushrooms, your spirit, I will help carry on. He didn't try to move the collapsed wood, but instead walked straight to a large stone on the side of the ruins. He remembered clearly that last time he came, Li Chang had pulled dried mushrooms out from the crevice under the stone. The terrain here was slightly higher, and the stone jutted out, forming a natural shelter from the rain. Wang Hao bent down and used his hands to clear away the pile of dead branches covering the entrance. Sure enough, deep in the crevice of the stone, there was a bundle tightly wrapped in hay. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled, and he reached out to pull it out. Untying the hay string, a big handful of already dried mushrooms appeared. There were porcini, chicken fat mushrooms, and even a few beautiful red mushrooms. Although the outer layer was slightly damp, most of the insides were well preserved. Wow! There's quite a stock. Wang Hao weighed it in his hands. This bundle had at least 2 or 3 pounds of dried goods. If rehydrated, cooking soup would last a long time. Thanks, Brother Li, I won't be polite. Wang Hao happily placed the mushrooms into his basket. The viewers in the live stream saw this moment, and the barrage of comments instantly flooded in. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Brother Hao may be late, but he's arrived. Li Chang watching this on his phone must be spitting blood, that's my lifeline. Wang Hao, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Devil. This is downright devilish behavior. This is called rational resource recovery. Otherwise, how wasteful would it be if it rotted? Wang Hao's memory is too good, he headed straight for the hiding spot. Precise navigation, online looting. Wang Hao finished rummaging through Li Chang's camp. Without any delay, he immediately turned to head for the next target. Contestant 12's camp is in the northwest direction. It's a bit far, about 3 kilometers away. Wang Hao maintained a seemingly leisurely but actually very fast pace as he moved through the mountains and forests. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. Contestant 12's shelter was an A-frame tent built between two trees. However, now, that A-frame tent had half of it crushed by a large tree branch that had broken in the middle. It looked shocking. Looks like this is what caused Contestant 12's injury. Wang Hao bypassed the large tree branch and began searching around the camp. The rescue team took the contestants away, and they usually also take the contestants' personal items, like sleeping bags and water bottles. But for food supplies that are sourced locally, they generally don't care. Wang Hao rummaged around in the corner of the collapsed tent for a while. Aside from some useless rotten wood and damp hay, there was nothing else. It shouldn't be like this. Wang Hao frowned. I remember catching a glimpse from afar. He was fiddling with a bamboo tube. Wang Hao straightened up, his gaze scanning the area around the camp. Finally, his eyes locked onto a tree fork on a large tree. About 2 meters off the ground, a dark bamboo tube hung there. If you didn't look closely, you would think it was a tree tumor. Hidden pretty deep, huh? Wang Hao grinned. He took 2 running steps, kicked against the tree trunk a couple of times, and sprang up, grabbing the branch with one hand and retrieving the bamboo tube with the other. He jumped back to the ground. The opening of the bamboo tube was stuffed with a large clump of dried grass, sealed tight with mud. Very well preserved. What treasure is inside? Wang Hao was a bit curious. He scraped off the mud and pulled out the grass stopper. He turned it upside down into his palm. Crash! It wasn't the nuts or dried fruits he had imagined. Instead, a few plump, white, slowly wriggling, big worms rolled out. Each one was as thick as a pinky finger, completely milky white, with brown heads, looking plump. The live stream camera zoomed in just right. Ah! What the hell? Worms! I have a fear of clusters. Does contestant 12 have such a heavy taste? Stored a jar of maggots? Help! Toss it away. Quickly throw it away. However, Wang Hao's reaction was completely different from the barrage of comments. These are bamboo worms. Wang Hao not only didn't throw them away, but instead carefully picked up those worms and put them back into the bamboo tube. Wang Hao shook the bamboo tube, listening to the sounds inside. By the sound of it, at least half a tube was filled, probably a dozen of them. Wang Hao had never eaten bamboo worms, but he had seen videos and knew they were edible. How about trying a different flavor tonight and eat these? But this amount is a bit small. Wang Hao happily stuffed the bamboo tube into his backpack, even pressing it tight with mud, afraid it might fall out. At this moment, the live stream comments had already split into 2 factions. One side was spamming disgusting and want to puke, while the other side was spamming really fragrant and knows the value. Wang Hao's taste is getting more and more extreme. Who just said he's skimming off the top? He doesn't even let worms go. But these worms are indeed edible and extremely nutritious. Look at that look in Wang Hao's eyes, he's already salivating. These are bamboo worms, also known as bamboo shoot worms. In my hometown, there are several famous dishes related to them. At this time, in the studio, Zhang Wei had a somewhat subtle expression. Teacher, who is contestant Wang Hao? Want to eat the worms in that bucket? Hui pushed up his glasses, a hint of appreciation on his face. This is the quality of a top survivalist. To ordinary people, these are disgusting worms. But to survivalists, this is a moving energy bar, an extremely precious source of protein. The protein content in beef is about 20%, while this bamboo worm can reach over 30% protein and is rich in amino acids. Contestant 12 saved these worms, clearly for emergencies. Who knew it would end up benefiting Wang Hao? Hui paused, then pointed at the topographic map on the screen and said, Speaking of which, has everyone noticed? Wang Hao set off from his camp, first heading east to find number 44, then northwest to find number 12. This route is almost the shortest path of a broken line, completely avoiding the difficult cliffs and marshy areas. What does this indicate? It shows that Wang Hao is already very familiar with the exact locations of these 2 players, as well as the terrain in between. His previous seeming idle wandering was actually about establishing a precise coordinate system in his mind. Zhang Wei couldn't help but nod after hearing this. Indeed, Wang Hao's thinking is too meticulous. Chapter 96, full of protein. In the forest. Wang Hao, with a backpack on his back, hummed a little tune as he started to head back. Today's harvest had far exceeded expectations. A bag of mushrooms, a barrel of protein. On the way back, Wang Hao deliberately took a different route. Not long after, he came across a bamboo forest ahead. This bamboo forest is different from the strong, house-building bamboo near Wang Hao's home. The bamboo here is a bit thinner, with larger leaves, and some of the tops are already yellowing. Wang Hao stopped in his tracks, scanning the bamboo forest with his eyes. He walked to a seemingly unhealthy bamboo with yellowing leaves. After carefully examining it, in a concealed spot of the bamboo node, he found a small hole the size of a needle. This is the one. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the knife handle. Swish! With a swift motion, the bamboo, as thick as his wrist, snapped at his touch. Wang Hao picked up the bamboo and skillfully knocked on the node with the back of the knife. Bang! The bamboo cracked open a seam. He pulled it apart with force. Clatter! The bamboo tube was split open. Inside the tender white bamboo cavity, 5 to 6 plump white bamboo worms were sprawled out. They were lazily wriggling, and their size was noticeably larger than those collected from number 12. Beautiful! Wang Hao pinched one, holding it up to his eyes for a closer look. He quickly took out the bamboo tube he had prepared earlier and stuffed all the worms inside. In the live broadcast room, the audience, who had just felt disgusted, were now curious after Hui explained the protein content. Is this thing really delicious? Seeing Wang Hao so excited about catching them, I want to try. In some regions in the southwest, this is considered a premium dish, costing hundreds for a plate. Someone said it's okay to eat it raw? Is that true? Raw might be a bit gross, mainly it's stir-fried or deep-fried, crispy, with a taste like chicken. Wang Hao, enough talk, I'm already hungry. For the next half hour, this bamboo forest suffered greatly. This one looks like it has wormholes, chop. That one looks like its leaves are yellow, chop. He was like someone with X-ray vision, grabbing worms with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of chopping bamboo rang out continuously. Before long, the bamboo tube he brought was no longer sufficient. Wang Hao simply chopped down a thick piece of nan bamboo and made a large bamboo bucket on the spot. When he finally stopped, the large bamboo bucket was already filled to the brim with bamboo worms. A throng of white worms was rolling inside. If this were shown to someone with a phobia of clusters, it could send them into shock. That's enough, that's enough. Wang Hao's face showed joy from the harvest. He shouldered the backpack, carrying the large bamboo bucket filled with worms, and walked home contentedly. Tonight, we will have roasted bamboo worms with mushroom soup. However, as he walked, Wang Hao looked down at the survival knife in his hand. He frowned slightly. Earlier, he had chopped bamboo so enthusiastically that he hadn't paid attention. Now he realized that the blade already had several tiny nicks on it. The edge was no longer as sharp as before, and some areas glimmered with a whitish shine. This knife is going to be worn out. Wang Hao sighed. This knife was just standard equipment provided by the production team. Its quality was decent but could not withstand his high-intensity usage. First chopping trees and building houses, then making furniture, and just now chopping so many hard bamboos. No matter how good the steel, it would wear out. I need to sharpen this well. Otherwise, in a few days, if I run into hardwood, I might not be able to chop it. Wang Hao quickened his pace. When he returned to the bamboo house, it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The sun was just right, warming people pleasantly. Wang Hao first poured the bucket of bamboo worms into a clay pot, sealing it with leaves to prevent them from crawling out. He then spread the mushrooms on the ground to dry. After taking care of these, he picked up the survival knife that was somewhat dull, and found a piece of fine-grained bluestone as a sharpening stone. He went to the stream side. Splash! Wang Hao scooped a handful of cool stream water and poured it onto the bluestone. Then, he sat cross-legged next to the stone and began to sharpen the knife. Sizzle! 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 The rhythmic sound of sharpening echoed by the stream. Wang Hao was focused, his wrist steady. Every few dozen strokes, he would stop, gently testing the sharpness of the blade with his fingertip, then pour a little more water to continue. It was a very relieving process. Watching the blade become shiny and sharp again under his polishing, the sense of accomplishment was as great as finishing a house. After about 20 minutes of sharpening, Wang Hao was about to do a final touch-up on the knife's tip. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sound of footsteps came from downstream, approaching. Wang Hao's ears perked up. The footsteps got closer. Finally, they stopped a few meters away from him. It was Su Yang. At that moment, Su Yang looked much more disheveled than a few days ago. His clothes were covered in mud, his eye sockets were deep, and the whole person was exuding a sense of exhaustion and sourness. He stood by the stream with his hands behind his back, his gaze not on Wang Hao, but pretending to watch the fish in the water. But his peripheral vision, uncontrollably, glanced toward the bamboo house behind Wang Hao. After the storm last night, although Su Yang's half-earth shelter was preserved, it was filled with water and mud, making sleeping inside no different from sleeping in a water prison. He had just managed to clean and reinforce his shelter. And Wang Hao's bamboo house shone brightly in the sunlight. On the railing of the second floor, there were even several comfortable-looking garments drying. Su Yang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Wang Hao took the initiative to greet him. Brother Su Yang? What brings you here today? Su Yang cleared his throat, forcefully tearing his gaze away from the bamboo house, and feigned nonchalance as he said. I just came out, wanting to find something to eat from the stream. To prove he was really here to find food, he stepped into the stream. The water quality is good, there must be crabs. Wang Hao looked at his poor acting but didn't expose him. Find food? You live 2 to 3 kilometers downstream, and instead of checking the wide downstream area, you chose to come upstream to find crabs? He guessed that Su Yang was most likely here to see if his house had been damaged. Wang Hao nodded, saying sincerely. There are indeed crabs in this section, I caught a few yesterday. Brother Su Yang, take your time. Good luck. After saying that, Wang Hao stood up, brushing the dirt off his pants. I won't disturb you then. Wang Hao carried the knife, humming a tune, and turned to walk back to the bamboo house. In the live chat, the atmosphere was already filled with joy. Ha ha ha. Su Yang's proud look is too funny. He says he's looking for food, but his eyes are almost glued to Wang Hao's bamboo house. Su Yang, I just came to see how you're doing. If you're not doing well, I'll feel at ease. But then. Wang Hao knows how to see but not say anything. They have such great chemistry. Proud Special Forces soldier versus humble university student. Is this how it's going to be? The comments above have quite a flavor. Su Yang, I traveled all the way here, and you just wish me good luck catching crabs? Wang Hao, what else? Should I invite you to eat worms? Su Yang's psychological shadow is expanding continuously. Don't keep scrolling, brother Su Yang. The crabs there have all been caught by Wang Hao yesterday, haha. Chapter 97, Renovating in the Wilderness. Wang Hao returned to his shelter once again. He stood in front of the neatly stacked firewood wall, glancing at the large baskets of yam and mushrooms in the corner. The firewood is enough to last a long time, and the food can last at least a week. The house is also windproof and rainproof. Wang Hao stroked his chin, and urge to renovate for comfort uncontrollably emerged. For him, living in the wilderness had already evolved. Since it was life, it couldn't just be about getting by. This bamboo house is nice, but it's a bit empty. There's no furniture at all. Especially no bed. Although the floor on the second floor is polished smooth, it is still hard bamboo. Sleeping for 1 or 2 nights is okay, but sleeping for long periods can make your back sore. As a university student who has slept on soft beds for nearly 20 years in modern civilization, he missed that supportive feeling a little. Doing nothing is still doing nothing. Wang Hao looked up at the sky, it was still quite early before nightfall. Let's make some furniture. He picked up a stick and walked to the empty space in front of the bamboo house, starting to draw in the dirt and make a list. First, there must be a bed. I can't just sleep on the floor, it needs to be elevated, and I want a bedhead for a sense of ceremony. Then, should I make a sofa? A coffee table is also needed for eating and convenience. And I need a clothes rack. In the future, I will definitely make a few more garments. Soon, a simple custom design plan appeared in the dirt. Wang Hao threw away the stick, stood up, and clapped his hands. Done. For structure, I'll still use mortise and tenon, it's sturdy, durable, and doesn't require nails. Materials. He glanced at the surrounding bamboo forest. It's all ready, enough to use. Without saying another word, Wang Hao picked up the knife he had just sharpened to perfection, shouldered his carrying basket, and dashed back into the forest. The viewers in the livestream saw this scene, and the comments quickly flooded in. What is he going to do again? Didn't he just chop firewood for an entire morning? Does he not need a rest? From what he just mumbled seems like he's going to make furniture? A bed? A sofa? A clothes rack? He's doing home improvement in wilderness survival? Other contestants, can I save this calorie? Wang Hao, I must spend this calorie. This energy is really too abundant, he's practically a human perpetual motion machine. This is the confidence that comes from having enough resources, not worrying about the next meal, and he starts to fuss over the quality of life. In the camera, Wang Hao's figure darted through the bamboo forest. Crack. A bamboo fell down. Crack. Another one. //. He didn't need those thick ones, they were for beams. For furniture, he needed medium thickness bamboo that was flexible and strong. He stripped the branches off the chopped bamboo, cutting them into lengths of about 2 meters, then bundled them together with vines. At least there were about 100 pounds. But he grabbed it with one hand, hoisting it onto his shoulder and moving quickly. 1 trip. 2 trips. 3 trips. In front of the bamboo house, a small mound of bamboo quickly piled up. While Wang Hao busily carried back and forth like a hard-working ant. Not far away, by a small creek. Su Yang was rolling up his pant legs, bent over, and searching under a large rock. His movements were slow and gentle, his gaze focused. Splash! Su Yang's hand suddenly plunged into the water, then rapidly pulled up. A small crab, only 2 fingers wide, waved its claws between his fingers. Su Yang expressionlessly tossed it into the carrying basket behind him. Although he was catching crabs, Su Yang's peripheral vision always glanced subtly toward the shore. There, Wang Hao was shouldering his 5th bundle of bamboo, returning to the bamboo house. Su Yang's hand paused in the water. He watched Wang Hao's light steps, not even panting. Su Yang's brows slightly furrowed. This was no longer envy. This was confusion coming from a professional perspective. This kid. Why does he seem not tired at all? Su Yang looked down at the reflection in the water. He had only been soaking in the water for more than an hour, and his back was already a little sore. This guy. Is your body structure different from that of an ordinary person? A robot? Su Yang shook his head, throwing this ridiculous thought out of his mind. He focused on the task at hand. He continued to turn over the next stone. The water quality in this area is indeed good, and the resources are quite abundant. In addition to crabs, he could occasionally see a few slippery loaches wriggling through the mud. Slap! Su Yang's quick reflexes allowed him to catch a loach. But that thing was covered in slime and too slippery. The loach twisted its body and slipped out from between Su Yang's fingers, disappearing into the gaps between the stones. Tisk! Su Yang clicked his tongue in regret. Loaches are highly nutritious, but they are too hard to catch. Without a professional net or cage, catching them by hand is too inefficient. He decisively gave up on competing with the loach and continued to focus on crabs. The sun began to set, its golden rays casting shimmering reflections on the stream's surface. Su Yang straightened his back and patted his slightly stiff lower back. He glanced at the backpack. The harvest was good. More than 10 crabs, while not large, would be enough to make soup or be grilled to replenish today's energy. Time to call it a day. Su Yang didn't want to travel at night. He carried the backpack and waded ashore. Passing by Wang Hao's bamboo house, Wang Hao was sitting on a pile of bamboo, using a knife to peel bamboo strips. Their gazes met. The previous awkwardness was gone, replaced by a hint of the quiet understanding often shared among neighbors. Su Yang glanced at the mortise and tenon structure Wang Hao was shaping, his eyes flickering for a moment, but he didn't ask anything. He simply nodded, his tone plain yet not cold. Busy? Wang Hao also paused his work, smiling in reply. Ah, brother Su Yang, you had a good catch. He pointed to Su Yang's heavy backpack. Su Yang rare smiled slightly. Not bad, caught some crabs. Then I won't disturb you. See you. Okay, take care. A simple exchange, no unnecessary words. Su Yang, carrying crabs, left with long strides. His back remained straight, like a javelin. Watching Su Yang walk away, Wang Hao set down the work in his hands. It's getting dark. First, let's cook, and eat well before doing the detailed work. Wang Hao stood up and stretched. Tonight's main dish would naturally be the large bucket of bamboo worms from yesterday. He found a flat and moderately thick stone slab by the stream. After cleaning it, he placed it over the fire. This became a natural sizzling grill. As the fire grew stronger, the stone slab quickly turned hot. Wang Hao opened the seal of the clay jar, and the bamboo worms inside were still wriggling. He first ran to the stream to wash the worms before returning. He took a deep breath, grabbed a handful of worms, and directly sprinkled them on the hot stone slab. Sizzle! A pleasant sound echoed. The originally plump white worms instantly curled up upon contact with the high-temperature stone. The fat inside was forced out by the heat, sizzling on the slab. A rich aroma, reminiscent of creamy fried chicken, quickly filled the air. Chapter 98, Finally sleeping in a bed. Wow, it smells so good. Wang Hao initially felt a bit squeamish about the worms. But at the moment he smelled this fragrance, that little psychological burden vanished. He added water to the nearby bamboo tube and tossed in a few fresh mushrooms, placing it by the fire to simmer slowly. Soon, the bamboo worms on the stone slab changed color. From milky white to an enticing golden yellow, their skins looked incredibly crispy. Wang Hao pinched a small handful of salt, evenly sprinkling it on top. Done. He eagerly grabbed one with his homemade bamboo chopsticks. Blowing on it to cool. He put it in his mouth. Crunch. A gentle bite. The crispy skin made a delightful crunching sound. Immediately after. PFF. A burst of hot juice exploded in his mouth. It was not fishy but a rich, creamy meat flavor. The taste was rich, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, getting more delicious with each chew. Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Wow! This is so delicious. He originally thought this thing was just edible, but did not expect it to have such heavenly taste. It's even more fragrant than roasted field mice. He simply couldn't stop. One after another. The crunching sound was especially clear in the quiet night. When it was too dry, he took a sip of the delicious mushroom soup beside him. This little life, even a god wouldn't trade it. The audience in the livestream used to spam "can't bear to watch, so disgusting." But as they watched, the mood changed. Is it really that delicious? Listening to that crispy sound, I'm drooling. Brother Hao's eating show is amazing, everything he eats looks delicious. That juicy feeling, slurp. The instant noodles in my hand suddenly don't taste good anymore. This is not wilderness survival, it's clearly a wild feast for the taste buds. I'm done, I've been convinced to try bugs. After finishing the last bamboo worm, Wang Hao licked his lips, still wanting more. Looks like I need to pay more attention to that bamboo forest in the future. This thing is top-notch. After cleaning up the mess, it was completely dark. Wang Hao added a few hardwoods that burned well to the fire pile, making the flames shine brighter. Let's get to work. Tonight I must build a bed. He first moved the bamboo he had prepared earlier to the second floor. With the help of a level 5 construction skill, building a bed was as simple as stacking blocks for him. But he didn't take it lightly. He treated this bed as a precise building. The bed legs must be thick and sturdy. The bedboard must be flat, so it doesn't hurt people. The joints must use double mortise and tenon to prevent wobbling. Wang Hao held a knife in his hand, his expression focused. He was drilling holes and carving tenon heads on the bamboo. Every joint was carefully calculated. During assembly, even the sound of a crisp click could be heard, the sound of the tenon fitting perfectly together. No nails were used, no ropes. Purely relying on the power of structure. The audience in the livestream watched as Wang Hao focused on his side profile in the firelight, and the comments became much gentler. I don't know why, but watching him quietly do crafts feels so healing. Yeah, it gives a feeling of peaceful times. This is the electronic pickled vegetable I must watch every day. I really admire his hands-on skills, this mortise and tenon structure is even better than in textbooks. Brother Hao really understands life, even in this environment, he doesn't want to settle. 2 hours later. A bamboo bed frame, 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, stood prominently on the second floor of the bamboo house. Wang Hao shook it vigorously. Not a single movement. Sturdy. But that wasn't enough. Directly sleeping on bamboo is too hard. Wang Hao moved over a pile of soft, dried hay he had sun-dried earlier. Using his weaving skill, he wove the hay into a thick grass mat. The grass mat was about 5 centimeters thick, soft to the touch, emitting a fragrance of fresh grass. In the end, he rolled his finished vine clothing into a pillow. Perfect. Wang Hao looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. He took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. His whole body lay flat in a big shape. Beneath him was the soft grass mat, perfectly supporting his back. No longer the hard, cold floor, but a suspended, enveloped feeling of safety. Wang Hao let out a long sigh. That was the sound of happiness. This is what it means to sleep. After sleeping on the floor for nearly half a month, I finally slept on a bed. He rolled around on the bed, feeling that long-lost comfort. A childlike smile spread across his face. The audience in the live stream saw this scene, and the comments instantly exploded. I want to soul transfer into that grass mat. Brother Hao, the bed is so big, won't it be cramped sleeping alone? Add me in. Give me that pillow, let me have a turn. It looks so comfortable, I also want to spend a night in that bamboo house. Anyone upstairs? Me too, even if I have to sleep on the floor it's fine. To be able to sleep on such a bed in the wild, isn't this a 5-star treatment? Good night, my electronic boyfriend. The next day. The morning sun filtered through the gaps of the bamboo window. Spots of light scattered on the floor of the bamboo building's second floor. Wang Hao woke up on the freshly made bamboo bed. He instinctively rubbed the soft hay mat beneath him and comfortably stretched out a big lazy yawn. His joints let out a series of popping sounds. So comfortable. He exclaimed. Last night was definitely the best sleep ever since the competition began. With the support of the bed and the cushioning of the mat, his waist no longer ached, his legs didn't hurt, and he felt more energetic than usual. Wang Hao sat up and looked around. Although he slept very well, now looking at this empty second floor space, there was nothing but the bed, and a feeling called bare walls rose in his heart. So empty. After a simple breakfast, Wang Hao rolled up his sleeves and got back to work. Today's goal, furniture. There was still plenty of bamboo left from last night, and the processed vines were piled in the corner. Wang Hao sat cross-legged on the floor, thought for a moment, and then began to work. In his hands, the hard bamboo was obedient, and the flexible vines were the best adhesive. Shaving bamboo, heating for shaping, polishing, weaving. Wang Hao's fingers flew, moving so fast that they seemed to leave after images. He didn't even need any blueprints, all the data was in his head, every structure adhered to the most perfect ergonomic design. Time passed second by second. The audience in the livestream watched as a pile of scattered materials quickly transformed under Wang Hao's hands. By noon, a wide, smooth, and aesthetically pleasing bamboo vine sofa frame was completely formed. It retained the uprightness of bamboo while incorporating the softness of the woven vines, and even the armrests had a non-slip wrap treatment. Chapter 99, Health Check in Progress. The live stream exploded. I'm kneeling, I really am kneeling. I'm sitting on a hard chair at home watching the live stream, and he's sitting on a high-end sofa in the wild? This is not wilderness survival. This is clearly a special edition of dream transformation in the wild. So outrageous. This shape, these lines, are simply a work of art. Where's the link? I'll pay 5,000. I want to buy that same lounger. Brother Hao, can you share a link? Don't even think about it upstairs, this is a non-sale item, and only one exists in the world. Wang Hao looked at the frame before him and nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't stop. After a simple lunch, he continued to work hard. The skeleton was just the foundation, it needed padding and refinement. He stuffed the dried soft hay into the gaps of the woven vines and then sealed it with a fine vine net, making it breathable and elastic to sit on. Besides the sofa, he also casually made a matching small tea table. As the sun set, golden rays filled the bamboo building. A set of bamboo vine furniture, exuding a faint plant fragrance, was placed in the best viewing spot on the second floor of the bamboo building. Wang Hao brushed off the wood dust from his hands and collapsed into the wide bamboo vine sofa. His body sank deeply into the embrace of the vines, and his feet naturally rested on the tea table in front of him. Holding a cup of just boiled bamboo water, he gently blew on it to cool it down. Wang Hao looked out at the mountains and forests dyed red by the sunset, letting out a contented sigh. This is called life. This scene, combined with the beautiful view outside, looked like a promotional video for a high-end resort. The live stream's comments were filled with jealousy. Call the police. Someone is vacationing in the wild. This level of comfort is even better than collapsing on my sofa after work. Wang Hao, except for the lack of Wi-Fi, everything here is perfect. This is not suffering, this is clearly retirement living. I see other contestants still worrying about dinner, while Brother Hao has already started enjoying the view, this gap, TSK. In the following days, the live stream alternated between different contestants. It showed two completely different artistic styles. Most of the other contestants' scenes were dull and heavy. As time passed, even someone like Su Yang, a special forces soldier, began to show signs of exhaustion in the face of dwindling resources. Everyone looked pale and thin, their eyes dim. In order to conserve their precious energy, many began to intentionally reduce their activity. Some contestants even lay in their shelters all day long, barely moving, only drinking water and occasionally searching for food, feeling that even turning over was a luxury. The entire wilderness was filled with an atmosphere of endurance. However, every time the camera cut to Wang Hao, the style changed dramatically. It was a scene filled with sunshine, vitality, and creativity. The items in Wang Hao's home visibly increased. There were a few more delicate bamboo hooks on the wall, and some wicker baskets for organizing in the corners. He also used extra kudzu fibers to weave himself a breathable vest and a pair of loose shorts. Every evening, while the other contestants tossed and turned in hunger, Wang Hao would wear his new clothes and appear on the second-floor bamboo rattan sofa right on time. Sometimes holding a wild fruit, other times holding a cup of water. He would cross his legs, look out the window at the scenery, his expression leisurely, his posture relaxed. He looked just like the retired old men in parks, taking walks with birdcages. The audience even gave him a nickname, the director of Tongyun Mountain Retirement Home. Soon, it was the 20th day. The mountain forest in the morning was still covered in a thin mist. Wang Hao had just finished a set of Tai Chi and was preparing to start a fire for breakfast. Wang Hao contestant. Good morning. A familiar voice came. Wang Hao turned around and saw Xiao Mo, accompanied by old Lu, panting and climbing up the slope. Good morning, Sister Xiao Mo. Wang Hao was a bit surprised. Why so early today? Did you get another advertisement deal? Xiao Mo shook her head. No. Wang Hao contestant, according to the rules of the competition. The competition has reached the 20th day. It's time for another health check. I'm here to take you down the mountain for the checkup. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. It had been so long in the mountains that he had forgotten the passage of time. He didn't realize it had already been 20 days. At the medical camp down the mountain, the air was filled with the strong smell of disinfectant. White medical tents were set up in an open area, surrounded by caution tape. The remaining 19 contestants were brought down from various spots on the mountain by the program's staff and gathered in this open area. The scene was extremely grim. Rather than a contestant gathering, it looked more like a refugee camp. Standing at the front was Su Yang, the once proud Special Forces soldier, now with deep-set eyes and high cheekbones. The tight-fitting quick-dry shirt he once wore now hung loosely on him, with several holes, and his pants were covered in mud and scratches. The other contestants were even worse off. Some had a waxy yellow complexion, with cracked, peeling lips. Others had hair like a bird's nest, their eyes glazed over. There was even one person who could barely stand with the help of a crutch. Among this group of refugees, there was one person who stood out. Even, glaringly so. Wang Hao stood in the middle of the line. He wore the breathable kudzu vest and shorts he had woven himself, the clothes clean and fresh, emitting a faint plant fragrance. If you didn't look at his grass sandals, just looking at his complexion rosy and glowing, his cheeks even slightly puffed out, exuding a sense of health. He stood there, energetic, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, looking left and right, creating a sharp contrast with the surrounding atmosphere of death and fatigue. The viewers in the live stream began taking screenshots for comparison. Wow, this scene is so beautiful I can't look at it. There's no harm in comparison. Did Wang Hao walk into the wrong set? Is he here as a volunteer visiting refugees? Laughing to death, Su Yang looks like he just got released from prison, while Wang Hao seems like he just returned from a vacation in Bali. Look at Wang Hao's face. It actually has a shine to it. Everyone else's face is covered in dirt and oil. Is this the cruel reality of the world? It's too harsh. The health check begins. The first person called is Su Yang. Su Yang takes a deep breath and walks heavily to the scale. He takes off his coat and shoes, standing on it. The doctor looks at the reading, his brow furrowing slightly, then writes it down on the form. In 20 days, lost 7.5 kilograms. Su Yang isn't too surprised. This intense labor combined with food shortages made weight loss inevitable. Next is blood pressure and heart rate measurement. The doctor listens with the stethoscope for a while and then checks the ECG. All indicators are still within safe limits. The doctor looks up and gives his evaluation. However, your heart rate is a bit fast. This is due to long-term mental strain and insufficient nutrition. You must pay extreme attention to rest. Su Yang nods. Chapter 100, Muscle Gain? The viewers in the live stream express understanding and sympathy. Su Xin is already very strong, losing 15 pounds in 20 days, I would have fainted from hunger. This is the real state of wilderness survival. True survival is this cruel. With such intense labor and fighting against bad weather, who can avoid losing weight? Feeling sorry for Su Yang, he must pay attention to his health. Next, the other contestants take their turns on the scale. The results are just as expected. In 20 days, that was a real battle of consumption. Almost everyone's weight dropped by more than 6 kilograms, and a few were already near the danger line, prompting the doctor to double-check several times. The entire health check area is filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Until... Next, number 66, Wang Hao. The nurse called out the name. In an instant, all eyes turn to him, including those contestants who are resting with their eyes closed. Su Yang even turns around to stare intently at Wang Hao. Everyone is curious. What kind of data does this rosy-faced guy have, after all? Wang Hao hears his name and cheerfully responds. He walks briskly to the doctor, his steps brisk and strong. He plops down in the chair and cooperatively rolls up his sleeve, revealing a solid forearm. Doctor, please be gentle, I'm ticklish. Wang Hao says with a big grin. The doctor, an elderly expert known for his serious demeanor, pauses momentarily at Wang Hao's attitude. He puts on the blood pressure cuff and inflates it. Sizzle. The mercury column rises and then slowly falls. The doctor stares at the reading, his previously calm brow suddenly tightening. He looks at the blood pressure monitor in confusion, then at Wang Hao. Then he taps the device with his hand. Broken? The doctor mutters. He inflates it again and carefully measures once more. This time, his eyes widen even more. He puts down the stethoscope, takes off his glasses to wipe them, and stares at Wang Hao in shock. Young man. You are the healthiest person I have ever seen. As soon as this is said, the nearby nurses can't help but cover their mouths and laugh. The live stream's bullet comments go wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. The doctor is questioning life. The device, I'm not broken. He is broken. Doctor, this is unscientific. This isn't medical. Wang Hao, doctor, am I sick? Doctor, yes, you are sick with something called being overly healthy. The doctor clears his throat, picks up the health check form, and loudly announces the data. His voice carries a hint of disbelief. Wang Hao. Blood pressure, 110/75. Resting heart rate, 52 beats per minute. The doctor pauses and looks at the most critical data. Weight. Reduced by 1 kilogram since entering the camp. Wow. The crowd gasps. Before the doctor finishes speaking, he adds another note. Moreover, according to the body fat scale data, your body fat rate has decreased and muscle mass has increased. This indicates that the 1 kilogram lost is mainly fat and water. You have no signs of malnutrition, you could even say, nutritional surplus. Silence. Dead silence. Su Yan opened his mouth wide, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The bamboo tube that Chen Jing was holding fell to the ground with a clatter. The other contestants looked even more horror-stricken. Again? After another 10 days, how come you are getting healthier and healthier? Does your body actually have extra capacity to gain muscle? The live broadcast room erupted into a frenzy. The whole internet is shocked. Wilderness survival can actually build muscle. That 1 kilogram, I suspect it's from Brother Hao getting up early to use the bathroom. Su Yan lost 15 pounds, Wang Hao lost 1 kilogram. I'm asking for Su Yang's psychological shadow area. This is not survival, this is Wang Hao's personal health vlog. Confirmed. This guy must be cheating. Wang Hao listened to the data and nodded in satisfaction, muttering softly. It seems the food has indeed been good lately, this bamboo worm protein is really high. The health check ended in a strange atmosphere. At this moment, the program's chief director, Zhao Li, walked out holding a red list with a serious expression. The atmosphere on site instantly shifted from shock to tension. Zhao Li scanned the crowd and said solemnly. After strict evaluation by the medical team, I regret to announce. Contestant 99 and contestant 155 have had all their indicators drop below the safety line. For the sake of safety, the doctors have forcibly determined that they are unfit to continue the competition. The 2 contestants whose names were called collapsed directly to the ground. They held on for 20 days, but in the end, they fell before the limits of their bodies. But rules are rules. The ambulance quickly took the 2 away. The remaining 17 people watched the ambulance leave, feeling mixed emotions. There was sympathy for the eliminated, but also a bit of relief. At this moment, host Xiao Mo approached with a microphone. She looked at the remaining gaunt contestants and announced loudly. Congratulations to the remaining 17 warriors. You have passed the physical test. You have earned the qualification to stay in Tongyun Mountain. The next challenge will be even more severe. I hope you can carry on the spirit of the eliminated and continue. Just after the health check ended, Wang Hao's absurdly healthy report stirred ripples among the crowd, but the aftermath had not yet settled. Contestants, with their complex gazes, were getting ready to disperse and return to their difficult survival lives. Contestant 3, Chen Jing, did not hurry to leave. She stood still, her gaze passing through the crowd, looking at Wang Hao nearby, who was humming a tune and walking lightly. Compared to the other contestants' zombie-like heavy steps, Wang Hao's relaxed state seemed like he had just finished a morning workout. A strong curiosity grew wildly in Chen Jing's heart. She suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Wang Hao had invited her to his home when passing by her cave. At that time, she had agreed but never found the time. There's no time like the present. Chen Jing made up her mind and quickly walked up to call out to Wang Hao, who was about to slip into the forest. Wang Hao. Wait a minute. Wang Hao stopped, turned around, and upon seeing Chen Jing, immediately revealed his trademark brilliant smile. Oh, Sister Jing, are you done with the health check? What's up? Chen Jing took a deep breath and smiled. Didn't we say we would go see where you live? Since everyone is here today, I'd like to take a look and exchange some survival experiences. She genuinely wanted to know what secret Wang Hao had to maintain such incredible health in this harsh wilderness. Wang Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's great. He was actually quite lonely in the mountains, with no one to talk to except Xiao Mo, who occasionally came for interviews. Now someone had taken the initiative to visit, he couldn't have asked for more. Let's go, come to my place for a sit. Wang Hao waved enthusiastically. Chapter 101, another guest arrives. At that moment, a figure suddenly jumped out and blocked Chen Jing's path. It was number 88, Li Feng. Although Li Feng looked pale and thin, his eyes were exceptionally serious, even filled with a hint of fear. Chen Jing, don't go. Li Feng lowered his voice and urgently warned her. Listen to me, don't go. Chen Jing was taken aback. Why? We are all contestants, it's just a little communication. Li Feng recalled that night's barbecue with painful memories, remembering the bamboo house that shattered his spirit. He gritted his teeth and said, that place destroys the self-esteem of contestants. You won't be able to handle it, don't seek out suffering. Chen Jing was confused, thinking that Li Feng must be starving and crazy. At this moment, Su Yang, who had been silent, also walked over. He glanced at Wang Hao, then looked at Chen Jing. Chen Jing, although Li Feng is exaggerating, he's not entirely wrong. All of us are in a state of extreme hunger and exhaustion, our mental defenses are very fragile. Su Yang pointed to his head. Maintaining mental balance is the most important thing right now. Approaching things that may create a huge psychological gap at this time will only hurt your future competition. If you see it, you will feel unbalanced. Feeling unbalanced will lead to anxiety. Anxiety will accelerate your physical exhaustion. The two of them took turns trying to dissuade Chen Jing, but instead of backing down, it sparked her rebellious spirit. She thought to herself that these two were being overly dramatic. Everyone was here to survive, how much worse could the conditions really be? Even if Wang Hao had it slightly better, it was just eating a bit more meat. Oh, you're overthinking it. Chen Jing forced a smile and waved her hand, rejecting their good intentions. My psychological quality is strong, what could possibly hurt me? Don't worry. After saying this, she ignored the looks of pity from Li Feng and Su Yang, quickly following Wang Hao. 20 minutes later. Chen Jing followed Wang Hao, walking through a dense bamboo forest. We're here, Sister Jing, just ahead. Wang Hao pointed ahead. Chen Jing casually looked up. The next second, her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and she froze. In the midday sunlight, a two-story bamboo house towered majestically in the open space, its golden bamboo skin shimmering in the sunlight. The tightly sealed walls, well-arranged windows, spacious second-floor balcony. What took Chen Jing's breath away even more was the neatly stacked wall of firewood on the first floor of the bamboo house. In that muddy, dangerous wilderness, this clean, exquisite house, full of order, formed an intensely discordant visual shock. Chen Jing opened her mouth wide, making a clucking sound in her throat, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. This is a shelter? This is clearly a vacation villa. The live stream's comments exploded instantly. Checking in at a famous scene. Ignoring Su Yang's words, now you'll regret it. Sister Jing, run. It's still not too late to turn back. Don't go up to the second floor. Absolutely don't go up to the second floor. It'll crush your mindset more. Li Feng and Su Yang, we're tired, may as well be destroyed, can't be saved. Seeing Chen Jing standing there in a daze, Wang Hao thought she was just tired. He enthusiastically called out, Sister Jing, don't just stand there, come on, let's go upstairs. Chen Jing nodded mechanically, like a puppet on strings, following Wang Hao up the sturdy bamboo staircase. With each step, the shock in her heart deepened. This staircase is actually made with mortise and tenon joints, incredibly stable. Once on the second floor, line end. Wang Hao opened the door. Make yourself at home, don't be polite. Chen Jing walked into the room, her feet on the smoothly polished bamboo floor, not needing to wear shoes. Her gaze was instantly locked onto a set of furniture by the window. It was a beautifully designed rattan sofa, accompanied by a small coffee table in front of it. On the sofa, a thick layer of soft hay mat lay on top, covered with a woven vine fabric. Sit here. Wang Hao pointed to the sofa. Chen Jing walked over unsteadily and slowly sat down. The moment her body touched the sofa. Phew! Her body instantly sank into the soft embrace. The sweet aroma of hay, the elasticity of the vines, that long-lost comfort belonging to civilized society shot up her spine to the top of her head. At this moment, Chen Jing's tightly wound psychological defenses, built for 20 days, instantly crumbled. She stroked the delicate and smooth armrest of the sofa, feeling the soft touch beneath her. She thought of her own cave, leaky, damp, and infested with bugs and ants. A huge sense of grievance and bitterness surged in her heart. Tears swirled uncontrollably in her eyes. She finally understood the golden meaning behind Li Feng's line that destroyed her self-esteem. She also understood what Su Yang meant by the huge disparity. This is not a disparity. This is a chasm. In the live stream, comments flowed like a sea of candles. Sister Jing, don't cry. I want to ask for the size of Chen Jing's psychological shadow at this moment. Wang Hao's sofa is simply a heart-wrenching killing weapon. I told you not to come, you just wouldn't listen. After finally sending off the dazed and regretful Chen Jing, stepping back to look at the sun, Wang Hao rubbed his belly. It's time to cook lunch. He was in a good mood, humming a tune as he began to start a fire. Setting up the pot, pouring in water, he added the leftover mushrooms and bamboo bugs from yesterday. When the water boiled, Wang Hao habitually picked up the bamboo tube of salt nearby, preparing to sprinkle some into the pot. However, he shook it a few times. The bamboo tube was empty, not a single grain of salt fell out. Wang Hao was startled, turning the bamboo tube upside down and patting it. Still empty. It's over, I'm out of salt. Wang Hao looked at the boiling white soup in the pot, his brow furrowing. A meal without salt was like chewing wax. The salt he had previously was provided by the program group, only that small bag, and after 20 days, it was completely gone. I must actively seek out a salt source. Wang Hao put down the bamboo tube, looking toward the continuous mountains outside the window. Relying solely on himself to search aimlessly was too inefficient. Looks like I need to go and communicate with other contestants to see if they've discovered any salty plants or minerals. Wang Hao made up his mind. This afternoon, he had to head out for salt. Before going out, Wang Hao habitually walked over to the trap area behind the bamboo house. After all, traps depended heavily on luck. In the past few days, he had only successfully caught protein twice. When he reached the second trap, his steps suddenly stopped. The originally flat covering over the pit had flipped down, revealing a dark hole. Caught one? Wang Hao felt a rush of joy and hurriedly leaned over to look into the pit. At the bottom of the pit, a large, grayish-yellow field mouse had already kicked the bucket. This field mouse was fatter than any he had caught before, looking to weigh over a pound. Wow! A good start. Wang Hao grabbed the mouse by the scruff of its neck. The heavy feeling made his lips break into a wide smile. Wang Hao had been worried that going empty-handed to get other people's exclusive secrets would be difficult. Now with this chunk of meat, he felt confident. In this hungry wasteland, this pound of meat was the strongest currency. Chapter 102, Exchanging the Field Mouse for Salt Methods. Wang Hao, carrying a backpack and the prepared field mouse, set off on his quest for salt. He first stopped by the campsite of the corpse-lying guide Wang Jian, number 118. That cave was still lifeless, and Wang Jian lay there like a dead corpse, not reacting to Wang Hao's arrival. Wang Hao tentatively asked a couple of questions about salt. Wang Jian didn't even lift his eyelids, weakly muttering a single word, boil. This guy was truly a practitioner who relied entirely on his body to endure. Wang Hao shook his head, leaving 2 wild fruits as a disturbance fee. Turning away. Then, he went to Camp 77 of Zhang Chun. As he got closer, a familiar, intoxicating smell wafted towards him. Zhang Chun was squatting in front of a new clay pot, mumbling to himself, his eyes wild, as if he were performing some mysterious ritual. Seeing Wang Hao, Zhang Chun immediately wrapped his arms around the clay pot protectively. Don't look. This is my secret recipe. It's in the process of purification. Zhang Chun said nervously. In a few days, I'll have salt. Wang Hao looked at the pot, his stomach churning, and waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry to disturb, I'll take my leave. Although Zhang Chun's method might theoretically be feasible, Wang Hao felt he couldn't accept it mentally. After visiting 2 places, Wang Hao had a rough idea. The lack of salt was a common phenomenon, everyone was just toughing it out, while normal means of obtaining it were extremely scarce. Leaving Zhang Chun's camp, Wang Hao walked 2 kilometers south and arrived at the simple shelter newly built by Li Feng. Li Feng was sitting at the door, staring blankly, drawing aimlessly on the ground with a withered branch in his hand. Seeing Wang Hao, Li Feng's expression was extremely complicated. Wang Hao didn't waste any words and directly waved the field mouse he was carrying in front of Li Feng. Brother Feng, how about a trade? Li Feng's eyes instantly widened. His gaze was glued to the field mouse, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. What trade? Li Feng's voice was a bit hoarse. I need salt. Wang Hao got straight to the point. You tell me how to get salt, or if you have any salt-containing plants, this field mouse is yours. Li Feng swallowed hard, but he quickly gave a bitter smile. Brother, you think too highly of me. Li Feng pointed to his cracked lips. I can't do anything, I can only tough it out. Actually, there's salt in meat, as long as you move less and occasionally have some meat to eat, you can definitely survive. All right. Wang Hao sighed. Wang Hao walked back along the stream, planning to head west to try his luck. Just after rounding a bend, he saw a familiar figure by the stream. It was Su Yang. Su Yang was squatting by the stream, washing his face and body, his movements were still strong, and his gaze remained sharp. This state was clearly much better than Li Feng and the others. Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he walked up with a smile on his face. Brother Su Yang, what a coincidence! Su Yang raised his head, shook the water off his hands, and looked at Wang Hao lightly. What's up? Wang Hao lifted the field mouse, showing it off. Brother Su Yang, no need to beat around the bush. I need salt. You must have a way, right? This field mouse, whole, in exchange for your whey. A whole fat field mouse was a temptation no current competitor could easily refuse. Su Yang's gaze lingered on the field mouse for a second. But only for a second. He withdrew his gaze, stood up, and spoke in a cold and firm tone. Not trading. There was no hesitation, no room for negotiation. Wang Hao was taken aback. Brother Su Yang, this is meat, don't you need it? I need it. Su Yang adjusted his tattered collar. But I need to win even more. Besides, I can still hunt for meat myself. After saying this, Su Yang didn't even look at Wang Hao and turned to walk into the woods. Wang Hao watched Su Yang's back, scratching his head helplessly. Wang Hao guessed that Su Yang must have a method. Forget it, let's not tackle this tough nut for now. Wang Hao hung the field mouse back around his waist. Let's try Sister Chen Jing's place. If it still doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Half an hour later, Wang Hao arrived at Chen Jing's cave entrance. Chen Jing was sitting at the cave entrance, holding a stick, weakly tapping the ground, as if chasing away mosquitoes, or venting her frustration. Upon seeing Wang Hao, she was somewhat surprised, but soon her gaze was drawn to the swaying field mouse at Wang Hao's waist. That was meat. Fat. Vitality. Chen Jing instinctively swallowed hard, and her stomach let out a discontented growl. Wang Hao smiled and stepped forward, straightforwardly revealing the cards. Sister Jing, let's not beat around the bush since we are familiar. This field mouse, in exchange for your salt extraction technique. Chen Jing's eyes instantly struggled. She really understood. This was her secret weapon. Should she hand it over? If she didn't, this plump field mouse would have nothing to do with her. Her body was extremely lacking in oil and water right now. But if she handed it over, wouldn't Wang Hao, her already absurdly strong opponent, become even stronger? Chen Jing looked at Wang Hao, then glanced at the field mouse. Two little people were fighting crazily in her head. Suddenly, she thought of a question. Since Wang Hao could find her, he must have looked for others too, or would still look for others. What if Su Yang had a way too? What if the people who come after had a way? As long as one person agreed to Wang Hao, he would still get the salt, and herself would get nothing. Rather than benefit others, she might as well benefit herself. Realizing this, Chen Jing took a deep breath, and her eyes became firm. Deal. The deal was struck. Wang Hao confidently handed the field mouse to Chen Jing. Chen Jing held the field mouse as if it were a rare treasure, then led Wang Hao to the deepest part of the cave. She moved a stone and took out a bundle of white stems covered in dirt. These stems were segmented and looked a bit like fish mint roots, but much thicker. This is it. Chen Jing picked one up and handed it to Wang Hao. This is white grass root. It contains a rich amount of potassium and sugar. Chen Jing began to explain the preparation process in detail. Wash it clean, crush it, and boil it in a pot. The water boiled out, though a bit bitter, has a salty taste. Boil the water down, and in the end, you will find a layer of white crystals at the bottom of the pot that is coarse salt. Though not as pure as table salt and somewhat bitter, it can replenish the body's urgently needed electrolytes. If you can get charcoal and fine sand to create a filtering layer, filtering and boiling it again, the salt will be purer and the bitterness much less. Wang Hao held the white grass root and brought it to his nose, smelling a faint earthy and sweet scent. Chapter 103, White Grass Salt Extraction Technique. White grass root. Suddenly, a spark flashed in Wang Hao's mind. An image suddenly jumped out from the depths of his memory. It was several days ago when he stumbled upon Su Yang while patrolling the mountains. At that time, Su Yang was crouching on a sunlit hillside, carefully digging up a type of plant with a trowel. The plant had long leaves, topped with white, furry flower spikes. The root Su Yang dug up was identical to the white grass root he held. So that's it. Wang Hao suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing something. That day I asked him what it was, and he pretended to be profound. The case was cracked. Su Yang's source of salt was also this. Wang Hao looked at the white grass root in his hand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Thanks, Sister Jing. The barrage in the live broadcast room was now completely boiling over. It's over, all over. Wang Hao was originally a versatile warrior, his only weakness was a lack of salt, now that weakness is fixed. Now he's truly invincible. Chen Jing is confused. How could you support the enemy? Those standing above speaking without pain, that's a pound of meat. Who can refuse but Su Yang? This is a conspiracy. Wang Hao smashed through technical barriers with money. If Su Yang knew Wang Hao still got the salt, he'd probably be furious. In the studio, Zhang Wei looked at Wang Hao's satisfied look on the screen, curiously asking. Teacher Hu, extracting salt from white grass root, sounds like it should be quite simple? Can the salt shortage problem really be solved so easily? Hui pushed his glasses, shook his head, and analyzed with a serious face. Simple? This is not simple at all. First, you need knowledge. You must recognize white grass root and know it contains salt. Second, this is an extremely fuel and time-consuming process. The salt content in white grass root is actually very low. To extract a meal's worth of salt, you might need to boil a large pot of water, burning a lot of firewood. Whether collecting firewood or boiling it, it's a huge physical drain in itself. So it's a method with a very low input-output ratio, it's a last resort. At this point, Hui suddenly paused. Of course. For someone like Wang Hao, who has an endless supply of firewood and abundant physical strength to spare, perhaps this isn't difficult. After leaving Qinjing's camp, Wang Hao didn't rush home. In his mind, the resource distribution map of Tongyun Mountain, already vividly etched, was spinning quickly. Sunny slope, good drainage. Wang Hao followed the route in his memory, taking a slight detour. After passing through a thicket, he suddenly found himself in an open area. A field of white reed grass swaying in the wind appeared before him. These plants had long leaves, topped with iconic white fluffy flower spikes, shimmering like silver in the sunlight. Found it. Wang Hao put down his backpack and took out a knife. He was not polite and began to dig directly. The white reed grass grew very abundantly here, with thick roots as well. Wang Hao worked like a diligent groundhog, and in less than an hour, he had dug up a hefty bundle, weighing at least a dozen pounds. He shook off the dirt from the roots, carefully placed these white treasures into his backpack, and then set off on his way home with light steps. Back at the bamboo house, Wang Hao didn't take a moment to rest. He immediately took that bundle of white reed roots to the creek, washing and rinsing repeatedly, until the dirt was completely washed off, revealing a surface as white as jade. Next, he found a flat slate and placed the cleaned reed roots on it, using a stick to smash them forcefully. Juice splattered everywhere, carrying a faint earthy and sweet smell. Wang Hao dumped the smashed reed root pulp and juice into a bamboo tube, added creek water, and placed it over the fire to start boiling. Gooey gooey. As the water temperature rose, the liquid in the pot began to boil, and the color gradually became cloudy, showing an uncomfortable yellow-brown hue. A layer of grayish foam and plant residue floated on the surface. Viewers in the live broadcast room watched this pot of mud-like substance, raising doubts one after another. Can this be eaten? It looks so dirty, like pot scrub water. Wang Hao isn't really going to drink this, right? For those in the front, this can indeed be eaten. Su Yang next door made his broth this color a few days ago. To save the salt provided by the show team, he has been drinking it for several days. I see Su Yang frowning every time he drinks it. Wang Hao took a spoon, skimmed off the foam, and then poured the murky liquid into a bamboo tube to let it settle. Once, twice, 3 times. Following Qinjing's teaching method, he kept trying to filter and boil. Finally, after the nth attempt, that pleasant notification sound arrived as expected. Congratulations, host acquired, white reed salt extraction technique LV1. Wang Hao's mouth curved upward. I've been waiting for you. He immediately opened the system panel. Emotion points, 123,560. After these few days of accumulation, his emotion points had crossed the 120,000 mark. With his wealth, Wang Hao didn't hesitate at all. System, level up. Max out the white reed salt extraction technique for me. Consumes 11110 emotion points. Skill, white reed salt extraction technique LV1 LV5, sublime. Boom. A vast and detailed flow of knowledge rushed into Wang Hao's mind instantaneously. What had seemed like a simple boiling process now appeared riddled with errors under the lens of LV5 skill. So that's how it is. The degree of smashing isn't enough, the cell walls haven't completely ruptured. The filtration was too coarse, leaving tannins and impurities, no wonder it's bitter. The heat was too high, causing the sugar to caramelize and the color to turn yellow. Wang Hao opened his eyes, with a professional gleam in his eyes. He immediately set to work. I need to make a fine filtration device. Wang Hao dug out some leftover kudzu fiber scraps from making clothes. He found that old and worn-out sportswear, ready to be used as a rag. He cut the sportswear open, cleaned it, folded it several layers, and stuffed it into the bottom of a bamboo tube that had a small hole drilled in it. Then, he went to the creek to wash some extremely fine river sand and spread it in the middle. On top, he added a layer of crushed charcoal that he pulled out from the fire. A simple but scientifically sound 3-stage filter column was completed. Wang Hao boiled another pot of reed root water. This time, he did not boil it dry. Instead, he slowly poured the boiled water into that filter column. Drip, drip. After passing through the charcoal's absorption, the fine sand's barrier, and the fabric's filtration, the liquid flowing out from the bottom of the bamboo tube was no longer a murky yellow-brown, but presented a light, clear pale yellow, with impurities almost entirely filtered out. Chapter 104, Barbecue. Next was the cooking. Wang Hao removed some large firewood and switched to a gentle simmer. He constantly watched the changes in the pot, gently stirring with a wooden spoon to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. As the moisture evaporated, the liquid at the bottom of the pot became thicker and thicker. Finally, when the last bit of moisture was evaporated, a miracle happened. The bottom of the pot did not show the bitter, yellow-brown powder that Chen Jing mentioned. Instead, a layer of pure white, delicate crystals emerged. Although not as snow-white as industrial refined salt, with a hint of extremely faint beige, it looked sparkling and fragrant with a subtle plant aroma. Wang Hao reached out his finger, dipped a little, and put it in his mouth. Salty. With a touch of sweetness. There was none of that nauseating bitterness, nor any earthy taste. Success! Wang Hao joyfully snapped his fingers. This is the salt for people to eat. The bullet comments in the livestream exploded the moment they saw that layer of white crystals. Wow! It's white. It's actually white. I saw Su Yang and Chen Jing boil it, and it was all yellow-black, like dirt. Why does Wang Hao's look like snow? This filtering device is amazing. Physics is really different. Without comparison, there's no harm. Wang Hao's salt looks appetizing, while Su Yang's looks like poison. Did he learn this? How long has it been? Not even 3 hours, right? Wang Hao's learning ability is too terrifying. He got it instantly? Invincible, really invincible, now even the salt is top-notch. In the studio. Jiang Wei looked at the screen, amazed, unable to close her mouth. Teacher Hu, is this science? With the same materials, why is the salt made by Wang Hao so much better? Hui pushed his glasses, his eyes filled with admiration. This is what decides success or failure by details. The filtering device made by Wang Hao just now is very professional. Charcoal absorbs odors and colors, fine sand filters suspended matter, and multi-layer fabric performs fine filtration. This is essentially the principle of a modern water purifier. And everyone, pay attention to his control of heat. Hui pointed at the screen. He didn't use a high flame to boil vigorously, but rather simmered it gently, which avoided the sugars in the white reed root from becoming black due to high heat, reducing the bitterness. This application of physical and chemical knowledge, combined with hands-on ability. Hui sighed. I can only say that Wang Hao has interpreted the saying knowledge is power to the extreme. Wang Hao, having tasted success, began to make it in bulk. He processed all the reed roots he brought back. Filtering, boiling, crystallizing. In front of the bamboo tower, white steam rose, carrying a faint fragrance. He worked until nighttime. Wang Hao looked at the small bamboo tube that was half filled with white fine salt in his hands. In a supermarket outside, this salt might not even be worth $1. But this is the wilderness. He closed the lid and solemnly placed the bamboo tube on the shelf by his bed. So refreshing. At that moment. Clatter. A dull sound of a heavy object falling, carried by the night wind. From the edge of the thicket behind the bamboo house, a sound came. Wang Hao's ears perked up. Is that the location of the pit trap at the very edge? He hurried over. Parting the grass, Wang Hao smiled. In the pit trap laid at the very edge, there was a gray-faced creature lying there. It was an adult field mouse. Large in size and plump, it rivaled the one he used to trade with Chen Jing during the day. Wang Hao jumped into the pit and grabbed the mouse by its tail. The heavy feel made him unable to stop himself from laughing. One went, and another came. This is called the old not going, the new not coming? Looks like I don't have to eat vegetarian tonight, heaven is providing a feast. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene, and the barrage flooded the screen instantly. What the hell? Is this luck? Just sent one away to buy a skill, and turned around to pick one up for free? This luck is simply unparalleled. Field mouse, I heard you needed meat? Here I come. Wang Hao's luck is following the law of conservation, it only increases. Night fell. In front of the bamboo house, the clearing had a roaring bonfire. Wang Hao skillfully skinned and eviscerated the plump field mouse, preparing it cleanly, piercing it with a sharpened bamboo stick, and slowly rotating it over the fire. The fat sizzled as it heated, dripping onto the coals and raising clouds of tempting meaty fragrance. This time, Wang Hao was not careless as usual. He specifically went back inside and took out the bamboo tube containing white fine salt. Good meat deserves good salt. Wang Hao cheerfully muttered to himself. Just when Wang Hao was focused on grilling the meat, a shadow silently approached from the bushes tens of meters away. It was Su Yang. Su Yang moved lightly. He meant no harm, he just wanted to take a look. During the day, when Wang Hao approached him for salt, Su Yang had refused, but he had his own calculations in mind. He knew the burden that a long-term lack of salt would cause the body, and he was certain that Wang Hao was in a state of anxiety due to the salt deficiency. Everyone has curiosity and a desire to win. Su Yang just wanted to see if this consistently strong rival would also show a vulnerable side in the face of physiological shortage. In the barrage, many viewers guessed Su Yang's intentions. Su Yang is here. This guy must be here to watch a joke. Su Yang, let me see how you can eat grilled meat without salt. Haha, high energy warning ahead. Su Yang probably never expected he was waiting for a slap in the face. By the bonfire. The meat had turned golden brown, the skin crisp, and the aroma wafted all around. The cooking time was just right. Wang Hao reached out and picked up the bamboo tube. Su Yang, hiding in the dark, squinted his eyes slightly. Bamboo tube? Does it contain water? Su Yang thought. Or is it holding herbal juice? But the next moment, Su Yang's expression froze. Wang Hao stuck in 2 fingers, pinching a pinch of white powder. He did not daintily sprinkle it like those other competitors who hardly managed to get some bitter salt. Instead, with a flick of his wrist. His movement was graceful, he carried himself majestically. It was like the head chef in a grand restaurant sprinkling pepper. Splash! The white powder evenly sprinkled over the sizzling grilled meat. Wang Hao flipped it over. He grabbed another pinch. Splash! He sprinkled another layer. The camera purposefully zoomed in for a close-up. The crystal-clear, delicate white salt grains landed on the hot golden meat skin. Instead of yellowing and blackening like the earthy salt made by Su Yang and others, it melted quickly under the grease, seeping into the meat's fibers. In that moment, the color of the grilled meat seemed to brighten, radiating an even more tempting sheen. Chapter 105, so angry he could spit blood. Behind the bushes. Su Yang's pupils contracted violently, as if struck by lightning. He stared intensely at the bamboo tube in Wang Hao's hand, and then at the powder sprinkled on the meat. His mind buzzed with shock. What is that? Salt? White salt? Su Yang rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. In the light of the fire, he could see clearly. It was indeed salt. And not that kind of impure, bitter, hard-to-swallow yellow earth salt. This was pure white, fine salt, appearing even more refined than the iodized salt sold in stores. What suffocated Su Yang even more was the bamboo tube was full. Completely full. At least 2 or 3 taels. More than the salt that the production team initially provided. How is this possible? A storm of emotion surged in Su Yang's heart. Where did he get the salt? Even if he found salt-rich plants, even if he boiled them. Su Yang recalled his pot of muddy, yellow-tinted bitter salt water that wouldn't filter. How could he produce such pure salt in the wilderness? He can't possibly have brought laboratory purification equipment, right? Su Yang's worldview was shattered in that moment. He had come to see Wang Hao in a difficult situation, yet he witnessed a top-tier display of skills. Not only did he have salt, but it was the finest salt. And he had enough to sprinkle like sand. The live stream's comments exploded instantly, with ha 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 filling the screen. Ha 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 ha. This is killing me. I'm curious about the size of Su Yang's psychological shadow right now. Su Yang, who am I? Where am I? Am I watching wilderness survival or a cooking show? Su Yang is doubting his life. This wave isn't harmful but extremely insulting. Wang Hao, didn't expect this, did you? I not only have salt, but it's snowflake salt. By the fire. Wang Hao was unaware that someone was watching. He tore off a crispy, oily hind leg of the field mouse, blew on it gently, and then took a big bite. Crunch! The crispy skin burst open, and the salty, fragrant juice filled his mouth. No bitterness, only the pure meat flavor and the satisfaction brought by salt. So good. Wang Hao closed his eyes, in pure bliss, expressing extreme satisfaction. Watching Wang Hao enjoy himself. A tremendous, indescribable sense of absurdity surged within Su Yang. That deep sense of helplessness made him lack the courage to step forward and say hello. How could he compare? Wang Hao had achieved refined production of salt. Su Yang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He took one last deep look at the bamboo tube filled with white salt. Silently turned away. His steps were heavy, carrying a hint of despondence, silently disappearing into the dark forest. Deep night. On the second floor of the bamboo building, in the bedroom. After a full meal, Wang Hao was comfortably lying on the soft bamboo bed. The sound of insects chirping outside, with a gentle breeze rustling the bamboo, creating a soft sound that was not noisy but rather the best lullaby. Wang Hao lay with his hands behind his head, his mind shifted. System. A light blue, translucent panel floated in the dark. Host, Wang Hao. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Endurance, 10. Reaction, 10. Flexibility, 10. Free attribute points, 1. Emotion points, 128907. Looking at the long string of numbers in the upper right corner, Wang Hao felt very joyful. Since the appearance of white salt, his emotion points had once again surpassed the 120,000 mark. So many points. Wang Hao's gaze landed on the only one free attribute point, and then looked at his already maxed out 5 attributes. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. How about, just casually find a few skills and max them out? Gather more free attributes. And then try to break the limit of the 5 attributes? Wang Hao felt a bit tempted. After all, who doesn't want to be stronger? But this thought only circled a few times in his mind before he calmly pushed it down. Wang Hao shook his head. No, that would be too wasteful. Right now, my all attributes are at 10, in this relatively safe competition area. It's already enough to walk sideways. And honestly, the survival skills I have now are already overflowing a bit. Spending several tens of thousands more to learn skills that are rarely used, just to gamble on an unknown breakthrough, isn't worth it. As a finance student, the investment return rate is an instinct ingrained in his bones. The road ahead is still long. These 12,000 emotion points should be kept as spare funds. Having thought this through, Wang Hao no longer felt troubled. Good steel should be used on the blade. He waved his hand to close the system panel. He turned over, pulled up the vine blanket that smelled of grass and wood, and wrapped himself up tightly. Sleep. Not long after, even breaths began to echo in the bamboo house. In the following days. For the other contestants, this was an agonizing wait. But for Wang Hao, this was a leisurely vacation time. His life was regular and pleasant. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell, he would stand on the open ground in front of the bamboo house, doing a slow Tai Chi routine, breathing in the freshest air of the mountains and forests. In the morning, aside from occasionally going out to gather resources, he would sit on the second-floor terrace, holding vines and bamboo strips, weaving small items like coasters and storage baskets, decorating his luxurious home to make it cozier. By afternoon and evening, the main event began, cooking. Whether it's grilling meat, making soup, or simply boiling wild vegetables, he could come up with various styles. Sometimes, when he felt inspired, he would even use a stone slab to make teppanyaki. And while Wang Hao enjoyed life, on a hidden high slope several hundred meters away from the bamboo house, a pair of eyes quietly watched everything. It was Su Yang. He did not give up observing Wang Hao. He almost appeared at this high point, or other hidden spots, right on time for meals every day. On the first day, he saw Wang Hao cook a pot of milky white fish soup. When taking it off the stove, Wang Hao picked up that bamboo tube, generously sprinkling a big spoonful of white powder into the pot. On the second day, Wang Hao stir-fried a plate of wild vegetables on the stone slab. Again with that bamboo tube, again with that effortless motion, white salt fell like snowflakes. On the third day, the most crushing scene for Su Yang occurred. After finishing his meal, when Wang Hao was rinsing his mouth, Wang Hao held a cup of water and surprisingly sprinkled a small pinch of salt into it. Then he swished it around, directly spitting it out. Put. In the distance, Su Yang saw this scene and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 106, The True Wilderness Survival. Rinsing with salt water? Then spat it out? Su Yang's hands shook. This is too extravagant. This is too wasteful. This is salt. Salt that is more precious than gold in the wilderness. Su Yang put down the binoculars and lowered his head. He looked at the small ceramic jar he held tightly in his hands. He opened the lid. Inside was a small pinch of yellow and black mixed, clumped, and bitter-tasting earth salt. This was what he had painstakingly extracted over these past few days, spending countless firewood boiling who knows how many white grass roots. When he ate it, he only dared to dip a little bit with his finger, savoring it in his mouth, reluctant to use even a grain more. Su Yang was completely confused. At this moment, his worldview had a huge crack. Everyone is on the same mountain. Why can he extract so much, so white salt? Even enough to rinse his mouth? Su Yang stumbled back down the mountain path to the camp. All around was pitch black, only occasionally illuminated by the meager moonlight filtering through, barely lighting the rocks beneath his feet. But he seemed to have lost his usual sharpness, almost stumbling over tree roots several times. In his mind, the image of just a moment ago lingered, Wang Hao casually pinching that handful of snowy white salt with 2 fingers, sprinkling it into the bamboo tube, then tilting his head and pouring it into his mouth. Finally, he spat it all out. That scene was like a thorn, deeply embedded in his retina. How can it be so white? How can there be so much? Su Yang murmured, his expression dazed. A gust of night wind blew over, stirring up the dry leaves on the ground, also carrying away the last bit of warmth from Su Yang. Hiss. Su Yang suddenly shivered. An unprecedented chill drilled out from his bones, quickly spreading throughout his body. This was not ordinary cold. This was a feeling of physiological collapse caused by a huge psychological shock from the inside out. Achoo! Su Yang couldn't help but let out a loud sneeze, the sound echoing in the silent forest. Immediately, 2 streams of clear mucus flowed down uncontrollably. Su Yang sniffed and wiped his hand, feeling a cold and dampness. His face instantly turned extremely ugly. He understood all too well what this meant. Long-term malnutrition, high-intensity physical exertion, combined with the total collapse of his mental state just now. These three blows finally made his always strong body unable to endure any longer. I caught a cold. Su Yang touched his slightly warm forehead, his voice hoarse. In the city, a cold might just mean taking a couple of pills and sleeping for a while. But in the wilderness, where medicine is scarce and food is lacking, a cold often signals the beginning of a complete bodily collapse. In the live broadcast room, Hui looked at Su Yang's weak and disheveled appearance on the screen, shaking his head helplessly. The thing I feared the most has happened. Hui pointed at the screen, analyzing in a heavy tone. This is the most common symptom in the later stages of wilderness survival, immune system collapse. Look at Su Yang's state right now. This is not just catching a chill. This is a distress signal from the body after prolonged exhaustion. Hui pulled up several data graphs. The competition has reached the 20-something day mark, and the players' fat reserves have been completely consumed, with severe deficiencies of vitamins and trace elements. Right now, they are like cracked porcelain, and even a slight bump could shatter them. To support Hui's point, the director timely cut the big screen to show the conditions of other contestants. In the top left corner, a contestant was praying in pain, hands clasped, to the hovering drone. The drone humanely turned away from him. This contestant squatted in the grass, his face red with strain, veins bulging on his forehead, but he could not relieve himself. Hui commented. This is a typical case of severe constipation caused by a long-term diet of coarse fiber wild vegetables and lack of fats. He has repeatedly signaled the drone to turn. In the top right corner, in a dim shelter, a contestant lay stiffly on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to lift his hand, blankly staring at the light leaking through the roof, his lips slightly moving but making no sound. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would think he was a corpse. This is low blood sugar plus extreme weakness. His strategy now is to conserve energy, minimizing consumption. In the lower part of the screen, a contestant was struggling to chew on a green herb. With each chew, his features twisted in pain. Due to a lack of vitamins, the corners of his mouth were severely ulcerated, and eating was agonizing, but he had to force himself to swallow these bitter herbs, or the situation would worsen. The entire big screen seemed to have transformed into a documentary about a refugee camp. The bullet comments were filled with wails and sympathy. So tragic, really so tragic. This is the real wilderness survival. It makes me feel despair even through the screen. I feel so uncomfortable watching. Su Yang won't really quit the competition, right? It feels like everyone is holding on, and a whole lot could collapse at any moment. I used to think they were pretty cool. Now I just feel heartache. After Hui finished commenting on these brutal scenes, he sighed. This is the cruelty of the wild. It will slowly strip away your health, your mindset, until you completely collapse. And in this situation with everyone being sick. Before Hui could finish, the director cleverly switched the camera back to the main screen, Wang Hao's campsite. In that instant of switching the scene, the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room rose directly from hell to heaven. On the screen, in front of the bamboo house, the campfire flickered, casting a warm yellow light all around. Wang Hao had just eaten his fill and was standing in the open space digesting his food. He wore that comfortable, breathable shirt made of hemp, his feet in grass sandals, his face rosy and glowing, his eyes bright and spirited. Starting. Wang Hao condensed his energy in his lower abdomen, slowly raising his hands. Wild horse splits its mane. White crane spreads its wings. He was doing Tai Chi again. His movements were graceful and expansive, flowing like clouds in water, matching his full spirit, radiating an aura of calm detachment. Where was there even a hint of hunger or cold? The bullet comments in the live stream, after a brief pause, erupted instantly. Is this the same show? That was a refugee camp, this is a sanatorium? Hell-level contrast. Su Yang is over there sniffling and shivering, while Wang Hao over here is glowing and doing Tai Chi? Wang Hao, you are surviving? I am nurturing my health. So healthy. This kid is so healthy it's almost outrageous. This comparison is too cruel. I feel despair for the other contestants. If Su Yang sees this scene, his cold might worsen into pneumonia on the spot. Chapter 107, Reserve Food. After digesting, Wang Hao put away his Tai Chi stance and, as usual, walked around to check the nearby traps. Let's see if there's an unlucky one tonight. He strolled lazily to the edge of the bamboo forest. Here was set up a basic 4-character trap. From a distance, Wang Hao saw that the large blue stone used as a pressure plate had fallen, perfectly covering the ground. Caught one? Wang Hao walked up, squatted down, and lifted the stone slab with one hand. Well. Underneath the stone slab was a large adult field mouse, plump all over, looking juicy and full of fat. If any other contestant had seen this, they would definitely have jumped up with excitement, thanking nature for its gifts. However, Wang Hao lifted the heavy field mouse, but there was no glee on his face as a starving man would have upon seeing meat. Instead, his brows slightly furrowed. More meat. Today's luck is really good. He instinctively touched his round belly, still filled with the roasted meat and vegetable soup he had just eaten. I really can't eat anymore. And eating a field mouse now and then is getting a bit tiresome. Tomorrow I was thinking of having something light, cooking some mushroom soup or making a salad out of wild vegetables. Wang Hao sighed, looking troubled. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted upon hearing Wang Hao's mutterings. Listen. Listen. Is this human talk? More meat? A bit tiresome? Can't eat it? If Su Yang hears this, he might jump up from his sickbed in anger. Those who are dry will die of thirst, those who are flooded will drown. This arrogant tone is stronger than the field mouse meat. Other contestants, please, God, give me a bite to eat. Wang Hao, so annoying, more meat, don't want to eat. Wang Hao stood there, holding the field mouse, hesitating for a moment. Throw it away? Too wasteful, after all, it's also meat. Eat it? It's truly not fitting in. His gaze shifted between the meat in his hand and the full bamboo tube of salt on the shelf beside him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Oh. If there's too much meat and I can't finish it, I can save it. Wang Hao recalled his grandparents curing meat at home during the New Year. I have salt. I can make cured meat. As long as he used salt to thoroughly cure the meat and dry it out, it would greatly extend the preservation time. Moreover, cured meat has a unique flavor. Later when he wants to eat, he can just cut a little and stir-fry it with wild vegetables. That smell. Slurp. Wang Hao swallowed his saliva. Let's do it. As soon as he said it, he did it. Wang Hao carried the field mouse back to the fire pit. By the firelight, he skillfully cleaned the field mouse, cutting off the head, tail, and innards, leaving only the best part of the body. Next, the main event arrived. Wang Hao brought over a bamboo tube filled with premium fine salt. He hesitated not for a moment, nor felt any heartache. He reached out, grabbing a big handful of snowy white salt. Splash! He sprinkled the salt evenly over the bright red surface of the meat. Then he rubbed it vigorously. Left 3 circles, right 3 circles. Ensuring every grain of salt could seep into the texture of the muscle. That action was bold, like giving a massage to the field mouse meat. To other contestants, the scarce survival supplies were as precious as gold. In Wang Hao's hands, they returned to their most primitive identity, seasoning. And a cheap seasoning at that. The camera zoomed in. White salt grains wrapped around red meat, sparkling under the firelight. The visual impact was overwhelming. The comments exploded again. Wow! This salt is making my heart race. So extravagant. Really too extravagant. Others sprinkle a grain, Wang Hao sprinkles a handful. What kind of virtues did this field mouse earn in its past life to enjoy such a top-notch salt bath after death? Fortunately, Su Yang isn't here, otherwise, seeing this scene might make his blood pressure shoot up. This isn't marinating meat, this is marinating Su Yang's heart. A few minutes later. The whole field mouse had been marinated thoroughly. Wang Hao found a flexible vine, threaded it through the edge of the meat, and tied a knot. Then he stood up and hung it under the well-ventilated eaves of the bamboo building. Perfect. Wang Hao clapped the salt off his hands. Hang it here to air dry for 2 days. Once the moisture is mostly gone, I'll take it back to smoke over the fire. By then, it will be authentic smoked cured meat. He looked at the piece of meat gently swaying in the wind, nodding in satisfaction. Even if I can't catch any game for several days, I'll have food stored. The live stream was buzzing again. It's crazy. This world is crazy. While others are still fighting for survival, struggling to stay alive. He's actually started making cured meat? Is this the gap in quality of life? What kind of fairy life is this? Wang Hao, competition? What competition? I'm just here to experience rural life in the wilderness. I seriously suspect that when this competition ends, he could bring back a whole truck of local products. The next morning. The air in the mountains was exceptionally fresh, and the birds sang sweetly. Wang Hao stretched and got out of bed as usual, humming a little tune as he walked to the first floor of the bamboo building, ready to gather some firewood to cook breakfast. However, when he walked to the storage area, he froze. Ha! Where's my firewood? Wang Hao looked at the empty space before him, unable to believe his eyes. This used to be a towering wall of firewood. He had chopped for an entire afternoon for this pile of firewood. But now, only a lonely little pile remained in the corner, barely enough to last 2 days. Wang Hao scratched his head, carefully recalling. Oh. I remember now. A few days ago, I kept the fire burning from morning to night to boil salt. And the bonfire at night didn't stop. I used so much without realizing it? This consumption was indeed a bit astonishing. What they say about eating up the mountain, perhaps that's exactly it. Wang Hao looked at the half-empty storage area, feeling a sense of crisis rise within him. I need to go collect some firewood again. I thought my storage space was big enough, but now it seems I underestimated it. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. The first floor space in the bamboo building is limited, and I still need to store miscellaneous items and tools. For sustainable development, I'd better establish a larger, dedicated fuel and supply storage center. Wang Hao was a man of action. With an idea in mind, he immediately took action. He picked up a branch and walked to a flat, open area next to the bamboo building. The ground here was slightly elevated, well-drained, and only a dozen meters away from the bamboo building, making it convenient to use. This is the spot. Wang Hao held the branch and quickly drew a large rectangle in the dirt. Length of 10 meters, width of 5 meters. Covers an area of 50 square meters. Height 2 meters will be enough. Chapter 108, as long as it doesn't kill me, I'll keep pushing hard. In just a few minutes, a simple wooden warehouse blueprint took shape on the muddy ground. This time, Wang Hao didn't plan to use any detailed mortise and tenon structures, nor did he pursue aesthetics. This was a storage shed. The only requirements were big enough, solid enough, rainproof. Let's start. Wang Hao threw the branch aside and picked up the knife that had just been sharpened a few days ago. Infrastructure Madness Mode, activate. At this moment, Wang Hao had full attribute level 10 physical quality, plus level 5 building skills and tree chopping skills. He was like an unwearied human machine. This time, he didn't go for the slender bamboo, instead, he directly targeted the thick, rough wood in the forest. Crack! After a few strokes, wood chips flew, and a small tree fell with a thud. The feeling was as easy as chopping vegetables. He didn't trim branches or strip bark, focusing purely on a rugged approach. Foundation? There was no need to dig too deep. He simply took pointed wooden stakes and, using the explosive force of his body, slammed them half a meter deep into the ground with a thud. Structure? There was no need for mortise and tenon joints. He specifically looked for tree trunks with Y-shaped forks to use as columns, placing the beams directly across the forks. Then, he bound them tightly with flexible, thick vines. Steady as a mountain. From sunrise to sunset, he worked tirelessly. For an entire day, Wang Hao didn't even have a few sips of water. He kept running back and forth between the forest and the open space. Chopping trees, dragging wood, pounding stakes, putting up beams, laying the roof. When the last wide leaf for waterproofing was placed on the roof, a crude, primitive but extremely solid 50 square meter wooden shed towered up. It looked like a giant beast crouching beside the bamboo building. Though it was a bit ugly, its sense of solidity gave people immense comfort. The live stream audience witnessed this miracle being born. The bullet comments went wild. Did I accidentally speed up the playback? One day? Just one day? Built a 50 square meter warehouse? Is this a human-shaped excavator? Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. This is a miracle in the building industry. Does Wang Hao have unlimited stamina? He worked all day without breathing heavily. While other contestants are struggling to build a doghouse to sleep in, Wang Hao has already started on a storage and logistics center. The factory building was completed. Next was to fill it up. In the next 2 days, Wang Hao transformed into an unwearied collecting machine. He was no longer satisfied with picking up those small twigs around the camp. That kind of efficiency was too low. He carried a giant backpack and held rope in his hand, going deep into the jungle. On camera, Wang Hao's figure moved through the forest. He spotted a huge dead tree that had fallen long ago. The trunk weighed at least several hundred pounds. An ordinary person couldn't move it at all. But Wang Hao tied a vine around one end of the trunk and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Lift! He growled, his thigh muscles tensed. That giant deadwood was actually dragged by him. Rustle, rustle. The deadwood dragged on the ground, making a dull sound. Wang Hao was like an unwearied ant, again and again. His backpack was always full, and his shoulder always bore heavy loads. The live stream audience began to feel a bit tired watching. Bro, I beg you, take a break. I'm tired just watching, really tired. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to work like this. This isn't survival, this is restocking. Wang Hao, as long as it doesn't kill me, I'll keep pushing hard. In this crazy collection, the scene inside the factory changed day by day. On the first day, the ground was covered. On the second day, firewood started to stack up. Wang Hao sawed the firewood into uniform lengths, stacking them neatly like building a wall. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. It piled from the ground all the way to the roof. Sealed tightly. It formed thick, dry walls of firewood. The air was filled with that unique dry, warm smell of wood. On the evening of the third day, the afterglow of the sunset bathed the camp. Wang Hao stood at the entrance of the huge wooden factory, wiping the slight sweat from his forehead. He looked at everything before him, letting out a long sigh. Whew! So comfortable. The camera slowly zoomed out, giving a panoramic view. In that huge, 50-square-meter wooden shed, there were countless pieces of firewood stacked neatly, tightly packed. Thick, thin, round, flat. They were like small mountains, filling the entire space. The overwhelming abundance of material brought a strong visual pressure to everyone through the screen. And an unparalleled sense of security. This was not just firewood. This was warmth, cooked food, and light. The live stream erupted at this moment. Wow! This scene! So spectacular! Is this for celebrating New Year in the mountains? This firewood should last until next year, right? Hamster syndrome patients rejoice. This looks so satisfying. It cured my mental anxiety. He's not storing firewood, but packing security. Other contestants, will this firewood last until dawn? Wang Hao, which piece of wood looks bad? Burn it for fun. On the other side, a few kilometers away from Wang Hao's camp, in front of Su Yang's semi-buried shelter. After days of toughing it out, plus eating some moss scraped from the rock wall that contained trace minerals, Su Yang's fierce cold finally showed signs of improvement. Whew! Su Yang sat at the cave entrance, taking a deep breath of the cool evening air. Though his nose was still stuffy and his throat a bit dry, he could feel that cold shivers and muscle aches were fading away. Strength was gradually returning to his body. Finally got through. Su Yang clenched his fist, although not as strong as before, at least he was no longer a patient who gasped after just a few steps. With his body recovering, Su Yang's restless heart began to stir again. I've been sick for the past few days, I don't know how things are over there. He unconsciously looked in the direction of Wang Hao's camp. As his recognized top rival, not knowing the other party's situation for several days left Su Yang feeling uneasy. Should I go take a look? Know yourself and your enemy, and you will not be defeated. Su Yang stood up, brushed the dirt off himself, grabbed his survival knife, and prepared to set off. However, he had just walked out of the camp a short distance when his steps began to slow down. Eventually, he stopped beside a big tree. Chapter 109, I want to take a hot shower. Su Yang looked at the pitch-black forest ahead, and images of his previous scouting trips involuntarily flashed in his mind. Each time he went, he not only brought back no useful information, but instead heavy blows to his mindset. Just perfectly. What if I go again and see something outrageous? Su Yang hesitated. The fear of being controlled by absurdity made him feel anxious. Right now, my mental defenses have just been rebuilt and are still very fragile. What if I break again? This cold might relapse. Su Yang was stuck in place, wrestling with himself for 5 whole minutes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision that aligned perfectly with his survival philosophy. Forget it. Not going to look. Out of sight, out of mind. My most important task right now is to recover my body, not seek more suffering. With this thought settled, Su Yang decisively turned around and headed back to his shelter. To prevent himself from changing his mind, he even moved a large stone to block half of the cave entrance. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and the comments instantly flooded the screen. Su God was heading towards Wang Hao just now, right? Why did he return halfway? Wise. So wise. Su Yang's prediction is full marks. Really, Su God, if you go over now and see Wang Hao's 50-square-meter storage center filled with firewood, you would definitely quit on the spot. Su Yang, although I don't know what he is doing, my instinct tells me he is showing off. This must be the sixth sense of the strong, accurately avoiding a fatal blow. On Wang Hao's side, it's the happiness of hamsters, on Su Yang's side, ignorance is bliss. Congratulations to Su Yang, successfully holding on to his mindset. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. After a short rest, he went to the bamboo building ventilation area to check the pickled field mouse meat hanging there. After 2 days of drying, the surface moisture of the meat had completely dried up, slightly shrunk, and glistening with an alluring oily sheen, its texture also turned hard. Perfect. Wang Hao pinched the meat texture. In this condition, it's just right to enter the smoking stage. In pursuit of the ultimate flavor of cured meat, Wang Hao did not casually hang it over the fire pit to smoke. That would be too much smoke and fire, easily making the meat bitter and also prone to burning. What he was going to do was cold smoking. Wang Hao specially found yellow mud and stones in the open space outside the bamboo building, and skillfully built a simple closed smoking oven. Leaving a small opening below for the fire and a smoke duct above, he used branches in the middle to hang the meat. To ensure flavor, he specially went to the forest to find some hard fruit wood branches as smoking material. Wang Hao recalled the words his father had said back home. There are also rules for smoking. The fire can't be big, just smoking without flames, allowing the fragrance of the fruit wood to slowly seep into the meat. The meat smoked this way has a bright red color and a rich cured flavor. Wang Hao guessed that once he completely smoked this field mouse, he would surely acquire the skill to make cured meat. The viewers in the live broadcast room watched this professional setup and expressed their amazement. I'm going crazy, I'm actually drooling over a few dead mice. This isn't wilderness survival, this is clearly the wilderness chapter of A Bite of China. So elaborate, to eat mouse meat you have to set up a special smoking oven. To be honest, I also want to taste what this mouse meat cured flavor actually tastes like. The one in front, it must be more fragrant than your takeout. After hanging the meat in the oven and sealing it, watching the wisps of blue smoke rise, Wang Hao clapped his hands in satisfaction. Today, Wang Hao can be said to have been busy from morning till night. Now his body was all sweaty, mixed with wood chips and dirt, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. He turned around and gestured to the hovering drone. I'm going to take a shower, let me avoid a bit. The drone cleverly turned the camera away. Wang Hao took his change of cloth made from vine and went to the stream. At this time, night had deepened, and the temperature in the mountains had dropped. The stream water was also piercingly cold. Wang Hao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and splashed water on himself. Hiss! So cold, but his heart soared. He shivered. He originally wanted to enjoy a nice wash, savoring the afterglow of his labor, but now he couldn't enjoy it at all. He could only quickly wipe a few times and then hurriedly jumped back to the shore. The chill pierced through his pores, making him unable to help but shiver. Wang Hao wrapped his clothes tightly and jogged back to the fire pit. After roasting for a while, his body gradually warmed up. This quality of life still needs improvement. Wang Hao sighed while roasting by the fire. Even though I have moved into a villa and eaten cured meat, the showering issue is too painful. Especially as the weather gets colder and using cold water to wash, I definitely catch a cold. I don't know how long the competition will last, for long-term happiness. Wang Hao's gaze became determined. I must get a dedicated shower room. One with hot water. Without hesitation, Wang Hao immediately sat by the fire pit, picked up a branch, and began to sketch plans on the ground. The structure of the shower room is not difficult, just build a small shed next to the bamboo house. The shower head is easy to solve, just find a thick bamboo tube, drill some small holes at the bottom, and it can simulate the effect of a shower. He drew a circle on the ground. The difficulty lies in the supply of hot water. Currently, the bamboo tube can boil water, but the capacity is too small. Burning one tube of water doesn't last long before it gets cold, and the bamboo tube is not resistant to burning, easily cracking, making it too inefficient. It simply cannot retain heat. I urgently need a container that is large in capacity, fire-resistant, and has good insulation. It would be best if it were like a large vat. But where to find a large vat? Wang Hao looked at the flickering flames, and memories began to flash in his mind. Suddenly, an image flashed across his mind. That contestant number 77 living in the east, who was previously messily dealing with urine salt, Zheng Chun. Wang Hao remembered that day when he visited his camp. Although he was overwhelmed by that smell, he clearly recalled that there were many burned clay pots displayed at Zheng Chun's place. Although they were roughly made and irregular in shape, they were real pottery. Being able to fire pottery means Zheng Chun has mastered this craft, which also indicates that there is suitable clay for pottery firing around here. Ceramics. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. That is the only source of pottery available right now. As long as he learns to fire pottery, a large pot for stew and a clay jar for water storage would be resolved. But why would he teach you? This is his unique skill. The last time Wang Hao proposed to learn, he was refused. Wang Hao's gaze unconsciously fell on the bamboo tube on the bedside. There rested his crystal-clear, snow-white fine salt. He recalled Zhang Chun's treasured urine pot filled with yellow liquid, and Zhang Chun's frenzied eyes. A confident curve appeared on the corner of Wang Hao's mouth. For Zhang Chun right now, nothing should drive him crazier than real salt. Chapter 110, Learning Pottery. Wang Hao reached out, picked up the bamboo tube, and weighed it in his hand. I'll use this to try to exchange for his pottery-making skills. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the mist in the mountains had not dispersed yet, and Wang Hao set off towards Zhang Chun's campsite, carrying a backpack and a carefully prepared salt package wrapped in leaves. Before long, that familiar, suffocating unique smell wafted over with the wind. Wang Hao instinctively held his breath and frowned. I've arrived. At this time, Zhang Chun was holding a small piece of freshly refined irregular crystal, yellowish-brown in color, with a face full of confusion and worry. This was the result of several days of hard work. Zhang Chun took a deep breath, as if preparing for a brave sacrifice, closed his eyes, and put the crystal into his mouth. Ugh! In an instant, an indescribable bitterness mixed with a strong ammonia smell and burnt flavor surged up. Zhang Chun's features instantly twisted together, his entire face wrinkling like a bitter melon. But he forced himself not to spit it out, gulping it down with great effort. For survival, to keep living. He crazily self-hypnotized in his heart. This is salt, this is mineral, this is my capital to keep going. The comments flooded in, slamming Zhang Chun as a tough guy. Awesome. So awesome. I definitely can't do it. This guy is incredible. Just watching the scene makes me smell it. At that moment, footsteps were heard. Zhang Chun opened his eyes and saw Wang Hao holding his nose. Oh, little Wang is here? Seeing someone come, Zhang Chun immediately put away the painful mask from earlier and replaced it with a composed and generous expression. His eyes turned, and he generously pinched a little of the yellow-black crystal again, offering it to Wang Hao. It's better to come early than to come at the right time. Look, this is my latest refined product. Zhang Chun asked enthusiastically. Would you like to try it? Although the taste is a bit strong, it's pure natural electrolyte. Wang Hao looked at the fingertip and sniffed the air filled with the smell, twitching his mouth slightly. He took a half step back. He waved his hand in disbelief. No, brother, you should keep it for yourself. I don't need it. The audience in the livestream went crazy with laughter at this scene. Ha ha ha. What a goddamn try. Zhang Chun is really generous or just trying to gross people out? Wang Hao, I consider you a neighbor, and you want to feed me this? Without comparison, there's no hurt. Think about the snowflake salt at Wang Hao's home, then look at what Zhang Chun is holding, a stone. This picture is too beautiful, I can visualize it. Wang Hao didn't want to stay in this smell for another second. He didn't waste words and directly pulled out the small bag from his pocket. Bro, actually I came today to discuss a business deal with you. As he spoke, he slowly opened the leaf package in front of Zhang Chun. As the last layer of leaves was uncovered, a small pile of crystal clear, snow-white fine powder lay quietly on the green leaves. Under the morning sun, it reflected pure light, just like fresh snow. Zhang Chun had been thinking about how to brag about his urine salt theory, but in that moment, his gaze was instantly drawn to the glaring white color. His eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Zhang Chun glanced at the snow-white salt in Wang Hao's hand, then lowered his eyes to the yellow-black crystal in his own hand, emitting a strange smell. This. At that moment, Zhang Chun's worldview shattered completely. He stuttered and asked, his voice trembling. Where did this come from? Is this also salt? Wang Hao calmly moved the leaf package forward, letting the pure salty aroma float a little closer. I refined it myself. I see you can make pottery, and I happen to need a few clay jars. I'd like to trade this bag of salt for you to teach me the pottery skills. Zhang Chun did not answer immediately. He just stared at the bag of salt intently, his nostrils flaring as he greedily inhaled that scent. No foul smell. No bitter taste. Just a pure salty taste that would drive anyone crazy to salivate. In that moment, Zhang Chun recalled how much humiliation he endured over the past 10 days to make that urine salt. Collecting, boiling, holding back disgust to taste, every single day and night was torment. His psychological defense line completely collapsed at the sight of this bag of white salt. If there's clean salt, who the hell would want to drink urine? Zhang Chun roared in his heart. He looked at Wang Hao with a complex expression. He didn't know how long this competition would last, but he had set a goal for himself to be in the top 3, for that 200,000 prize. He knew clearly in his heart that with these hard-to-swallow things in his hand, it would be hard to last till the end, his body would eventually collapse. But with this bag of salt, his confidence would grow a lot. With this pure salt to restore energy, plus his pottery skills, the top 3, absolutely possible. Thinking of the generous reward for third place, Zhang Chun's struggle vanished. He swallowed his saliva, nodded heavily, and said hoarsely, Deal. I'll teach you. Give it. Zhang Chun almost couldn't wait, snatching the bag of salt from Wang Hao's hands. He cautiously pinched a bit, putting it in his mouth. Salty. Pure salty. Zhang Chun was so excited he was on the verge of tears. Come on, Xiao Wang, let's start now. Having received the benefit, Zhang Chun's attitude did a complete turnaround. He carefully tucked the salt bag into the pocket closest to his body, then dragged Wang Hao to his workbench. Making pottery, the first step, and the most important step, is selecting the clay. Zhang Chun pointed to a pile of yellow mud on the ground. Not all mud can be fired, it needs to be this kind with high stickiness and little sand. For the next few hours, Zhang Chun began to teach Wang Hao the entire pottery making process step by step. One must say, although Zhang Chun's behavior was quite peculiar, his pottery skills were indeed top-notch, supposedly an inherited craft. From how to filter impurities in clay, to how to add water and knead the mud to release air, to the critical skill of shaping by rolling strips and coiling. The temperature of the fire in the wilderness is not enough, so we can only use air-drying methods to let the pottery fully shape. The fire can only play a small role in accelerating the shaping process. Zhang Chun explained in detail, and Wang Hao learned very earnestly. He squatted on the ground, his hands covered in mud, following Zhang Chun's actions, gradually feeling the changes of the soil in his hands. When kneading the clay, treat it like kneading dough, squeeze out all the air bubbles inside, otherwise, it will explode during firing. When rolling strips, they must be even, and when coiling, the joints must be smoothed, otherwise, it will leak water. Chapter 111. Did he build a new house again? Wang Hao nodded while listening. The clay in his hands, though still a bit awkward, gradually took shape as a pottery jar. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but exclaim at the scene. Indeed, with salt, even ghosts can grind. Zhang Chun's attitude in teaching is more serious than that of the training class teachers. Wang Hao's learning ability is truly unmatched. Look at his clay strips, they're rolled even rounder than Zhang Chun's. Wang Hao, the all-rounder, has just unlocked a new skill. Building houses, making furniture, weaving, sewing clothes, and now he's learning pottery. Unknowingly, it became afternoon. Wang Hao looked at the crooked little clay pot he made with his own hands. Although it was a bit ugly, its structure was correct. Zhang Chun nodded as well, commenting. Not bad, you have good insight, practice more, and you'll be ready. Wang Hao patted the clay dust off his hands and stood up. Thanks, Chun Gu. I'll head back now. If I have questions, I'll come ask you. Alright, take care. At this moment, Zhang Chun was entirely focused on that bag of salt, eagerly wishing Wang Hao would leave quickly so he could cook a wild vegetable soup and feel refreshed. Wang Hao put on his backpack, bid farewell to Zhang Chun, and set off home, recalling various details as he walked. He hadn't walked far when the familiar, pleasant mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Skill entry successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new skill, Pottery Air Drying Production Method LV1. Wang Hao paused, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He opened the system panel. He glanced at the still abundant emotional point balance in the upper right corner. These days, I've been making cured meat and building warehouses. My emotional points are increasing rapidly. This little bit doesn't matter. Wang Hao did not hesitate, silently reciting in his heart. System, add some points. Max out the pottery production skill for me. Consuming 11110 emotional points. Skill, Pottery Air Drying Production Method LV1-LV5, masterful. Boom! In an instant, a vast and profound torrent of pottery knowledge flowed into Wang Hao's mind. From the tricks of selecting clay to various complex shaping techniques, to glaze material ratios. Those concepts that were once a bit vague to him became incredibly clear at this moment. It felt as if he had been an old craftsman by the kiln for decades. Wang Hao blinked and looked at the soil by the roadside again, his gaze changed. What had once only seemed like mud to him now bore various different labels. This is sandy soil, it's breathable but has poor plasticity. This is humus soil, it can't be used for pottery. With the discerning eye brought by the LV5 skill, Wang Hao's gaze stopped at a cliff along the roadside. There was a layer of soil faintly showing a bluish-gray color. Wang Hao walked over, squatted down, and dug out a piece to pinch it in his hand. Delicate, oily, with almost no impurities. This is kaolin-associated layer? It even has a texture similar to purple clay? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This soil quality is several levels above the ordinary yellow clay that Zhang Chun used. It's good enough for making a big water tank or even tea sets. Without any hesitation, Wang Hao put down his backpack and took out his knife. Let's start digging. He acted swiftly, each cut precisely avoiding the impurity layers, only taking the most refined part of the clay. Before long, a heavy load of over half a basket of premium clay was packed inside the backpack. Returning to the bamboo building, Wang Hao did not take a break. He poured that substantial amount of clay onto the ground, fetched a bucket of stream water, and began to process it. This time, his actions changed. If in the morning, he was still like a clumsy apprentice at Zhang Chun's place, now, he was a grandmaster. He splashed water onto the clay pile and plunged his hands into the mud. Push, pull, knead, slam. The lump of clay in his hands seemed to come alive, changing shape with his movements. His technique flowed like water, full of a unique rhythm. Each slam perfectly expelled the air from the mud. Each knead made the texture of the clay more even and delicate. The audience in the live stream was instantly dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? Is this still the Wang Hao from this morning who couldn't even roll a clay strip evenly? This technique looks even more skilled than Zhang Chun? No, it's much more skilled. Here we go again. Here we go again. From a novice apprentice in the morning to a non-material heritage inheritor in the afternoon. What kind of structure is this guy made of? Just one look and he can do it. Once he tries, he excels? This kind of talent is simply staggering. If Zhang Chun saw this, he'd probably want to become his apprentice on the spot. In less than half an hour, the originally loose clay was processed by Wang Hao into several neatly shaped clay pieces with a texture as delicate as dough. Wang Hao wrapped the clay pieces with vine leaves and placed them in a cool, ventilated area on the first floor of the bamboo building. New clay cannot be used directly. It needs to mature. It must air dry and mature for at least 3 days, allowing water molecules to fully penetrate and the organic material in the clay to decay, so the clay's plasticity can reach its best and it won't crack when fired. Wang Hao wiped the mud off his hands and gazed at the pile of clay. In his mind, a vision of the future began to take shape. The scene of himself enjoying a hot water bath comfortably. While waiting for the clay to air dry and mature, Wang Hao didn't sit idle. Although he couldn't play with the mud, his diligent hands couldn't stop moving. The supporting facilities need to keep up. Wang Hao looked at an empty piece of land beside the bamboo building and began to plot. After all, I'm still live streaming, I need a private space. Without further ado, Wang Hao transformed into a construction fanatic once again. He went into the forest to chop down some sturdy Nan bamboo and found some flat wooden boards left over from building the warehouse. Right next to the wall, on the side of the bamboo building, he began to build a small auxiliary structure. The foundation must have good drainage. Wang Hao first dug a shallow ditch in the ground, laid gravel to guide the water flow away to the distant stream. Then he erected columns and framed beams. This little room doesn't need to be too big, 2 to 3 square meters is enough. The key is that it must be well sealed. Wang Hao wove the bamboo strips into a dense wall, stuffing dry grass in the middle for insulation, and finally sealed every gap tightly with large leaves. Though it looked like a matchbox from the outside, it was small but complete. He reserved a drainage outlet inside and built a shelf with bamboo for storing items needed for bathing. He even thoughtfully installed a few hooks on the wall. The viewers in the livestream watched Wang Hao busy building a new house and began to speculate. What is Brother Hao up to now? This house doesn't look big, could it be for keeping pets? I think it looks like a rental, a single room, move-in ready? Ha ha ha, is it possible it's a toilet? Is Wang Hao planning to live in the mountains forever? Even building a Pro Max version of a toilet? Chapter 112, it's just a simple shower room. After a busy afternoon, this exquisite small room was finally completed. That night, familiar footsteps echoed. Xiao Mo arrived with cameraman Lao Lu for a routine interview. As soon as they walked into the campsite, Xiao Mo immediately spotted the small bump beside the bamboo building. Good evening, Wang Hao. Xiao Mo pointed at the new building with curiosity on her face. Is it your new work again? What is it for? I see everyone in the comments guessing it's a storage room or a toilet. Wang Hao was sitting by the campfire weaving a bamboo basket. Upon hearing this, he looked up calmly at the small room. Oh, that? He spoke plainly, as if talking about something trivial. That's the shower room. Shower room? Specifically, for taking showers? Wang Hao nodded and said it matter-of-factly. Yes. It's easy to catch a cold showering outdoors. I plan to make a shower setup. When the hot water is ready, we can take hot showers inside. A look of longing appeared on Wang Hao's face. At that moment, the live chat exploded. The screen was filled with, and ridiculous flying past. You enjoy life too much. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. I've shed envious tears in front of the screen. Other contestants, I haven't showered in a month, I smell terrible, can it rain so I can rinse off? Wang Hao, I'm building a bathhouse, and planning to take hot baths. This isn't wilderness survival at all. This is clearly a wilderness resort. Wang Hao, bathing freedom starts with me. I also want to soak. Brother Hao, name your price. The interview was coming to an end in an atmosphere of joy, envy, and jealousy. Before leaving, Xiaomo put away her recording pen, glanced at her work schedule, and reminded him. By the way, Wang Hao. I need to inform you. Tomorrow morning, you need to go down the mountain to the medical camp. Wang Hao was taken aback. What? Another health check? Xiao Mo nodded. Yes, the routine 10-day health check. Tomorrow is already the 30th day of the competition. 30th day? Wang Hao was slightly stunned. Time flies so fast. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh. I didn't realize I had stayed in the mountains for a month. In this month, he went from only eating wild fruits to living in a villa, eating cured meats, and soon taking baths. Life was so fulfilling that he hardly noticed the passage of time. Wait a minute. A month? Wang Hao suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned serious. He began the competition at the end of July and the beginning of August. Now 30 days have passed. It's the end of August? Is September coming soon? Wang Hao shot up suddenly. What does September mean? It means school season. He is a student of Jiangcheng University, and he needs to report to school at the beginning of September. Given the current pace of the competition, while these contestants are struggling, they are clearly enduring, and it is unlikely a winner will be decided in just a few days. This competition could drag on for another month or two. Then what about his studies? Seeing Xiao Mo and old Lu turning to leave, Wang Hao felt anxious. Hey! Xiao Mo! Wait! Don't go! Wang Hao rushed up, blocking the two. Xiao Mo was startled by Wang Hao's sudden move. Looking at his serious and slightly anxious expression, her heart skipped a beat. Did something major happen? Is he not feeling well? Or does he want to withdraw from the competition? What's wrong, Wang Hao? Xiao Mo asked nervously. Wang Hao took a deep breath, his expression serious as he looked at Xiao Mo earnestly. Sister Xiao Mo, I have something very important to ask of the program team. You say it. As long as it's a reasonable request, we will try to accommodate. Wang Hao swallowed hard and said sincerely. Could you help me contact Jiangcheng University? Help me get a leave of absence. A leave of absence? Xiao Mo was confused. Leave for what? Wang Hao slapped his thigh, anxiously saying. To report to school. I'm still a student. You have to help me explain to the school, don't let them cancel my enrollment. Silence. A dead silence. Next. Put. Old Lu, carrying the camera, had his shoulders shaking violently, nearly dropping it. Xiao Mo couldn't help but laugh, her previously tense expression instantly crumbling. The laughter made the flowers tremble. And in the live broadcast room, laughter was booming like thunder. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Damn. I totally forgot about this. Brother Hao is still a university student. The wilderness survival master, I'm afraid of being expelled for skipping classes. What a contrast. Finally found something that Brother Hao is afraid of. Xiao Mo laughed and nodded at the same time. Alright, I get it. Don't worry, this is a valid reason. Our production team will definitely help you coordinate. With Xiao Mo's repeated assurances, Wang Hao finally let out a long sigh, his tightly furrowed brow finally relaxing. That's good. Okay, Xiao Mo, take care, I won't see you off. Wang Hao waved his hand, watching Xiao Mo, who was laughing so hard she couldn't stand up, and old Lu, whose shoulders were still shaking, leave. The scene switched back to the broadcast studio. At this moment, Zhang Wei also wore a lingering smile on her face as she adjusted her expression, teasingly saying. Who would have thought that the wilderness master who caught snakes with one hand, built structures with bare hands, and made countless contestants bow down would actually worry about not being able to report to school? This contrast is truly adorable. After a simple tease, Zhang Wei's expression gradually became serious, returning to her usual professionalism and solemnity. She turned to the survival expert, holding a data card in her hand. Alright, back to the point. Xiao Mo mentioned that tomorrow morning, we will have the third full physical examination since the start of the competition. Teacher this is a big hurdle. As the saying goes, first wind is strong, then it weakens, and the third is exhausted. The competition has been going on for a whole month now. The remaining 17 contestants, whether physically or mentally, have been pushed to their limits. Zhang Wei looked at Hui and asked. What's your prediction for the examination results tomorrow? Or rather, who do you think is in the most danger? Upon hearing this question, Hui did not answer directly. He picked up the remote control and pressed a button. The huge circular screen behind him instantly split into 16 small screens, with everyone present except Wang Hao. At this moment, the lights in the studio seemed to dim a bit, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere spread. Chapter 113, Primary Task, Must Get a Fake Leave. Hui stood up and walked to the big screen, his face serious and his eyes filled with worry. Zhang Wei, to be honest. I'm not optimistic. Very unoptimistic. Hui pointed to Su Yang in the upper left corner. In the image, Su Yang was curled up in a cold, damp corner of the cave. Although his cold seemed to have improved, he still coughed violently from time to time. Let's start with Su Yang. Although his willpower is amazing, data does not lie. In the last physical examination, he lost 7.5 kilograms, and in these 10 days, due to illness and lack of food, I conservatively estimate he has lost at least 3 more kilograms. In the examination tomorrow, even if his body fat rate drops below 5%, I wouldn't be surprised. Next, Hui's finger moved to Chen Jing beside him. She was sitting at the entrance of the cave, lost in thought. Her hair was dry and frizzy, and her skin had become rough and dull due to long-term vitamin deficiency. Chen Jing relies too much on plant-based food. A single dietary structure has led her to severely lack fats and animal protein. And Hui sighed. Since the day she visited Brother Hao's bamboo house, her mental state has been unstable. Anxiety, insomnia, self-doubt. This mental internal consumption is more terrifying than hunger. I'm worried her various physiological indicators may have reached a critical point. Hui continued to analyze. He pointed to the contestant numbered 118, Wang Jian, who had been lying flat all the time. And this one. Although his tortoise breathing technique has indeed reduced his consumption, but long-term inactivity will lead to muscle atrophy and gastrointestinal function decline. He now even struggles to stand up. If the heart and lung function test is required in tomorrow's examination, I doubt he can even reach the passing line. Hui's voice grew heavier as he spoke. He pointed out each person one by one. Number 56, who had diarrhea for 3 days because of dirty crabs. Number 82, who secretly wiped her tears every night out of homesickness, leading to a serious eye infection. And number 90, who was so lazy he wouldn't even boil water to drink. Every person on the screen looked like a wandering monk on the edge of a cliff. Pale and thin, their bones visibly sticking out. In their eyes, only the most primitive desire for food remained, along with the hope for an end. This is the most brutal stage of survival in the wilderness. Hui turned around, looking at the camera with a low voice. 30 days are a major threshold for the human body. The fat reserves before are almost used up, and the body begins to break down muscles for energy. The immune system drops completely. To be honest. Hui pointed to the 16 images behind him and shook his head. Out of these 16 people, whoever the doctor determines to be eliminated tomorrow, I won't feel the slightest surprise. The studio was deathly silent. The comments also became sparse as the audience felt the weight of Hui's analysis, their mood oppressive. It's so hard, really so hard. Looking at how they are now, I even forgot how spirited they were when they first arrived. This is real survival, it's fighting for life. In this heavy atmosphere. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, trying to break the gloomy mood. She glanced at the last information card in her hand, which belonged to contestant number 66. Teacher Hu. What about Wang Hao? Do you have any predictions about Wang Hao's physical examination results tomorrow? Hearing the name Wang Hao, the serious expression on his face, furrowed brows, suddenly froze. Then, on his face, filled with heaviness, an extremely vivid expression of speechlessness appeared. Pure speechlessness. Even with a hint of, "Are you kidding me?" helplessness. Hui took a deep breath, took off his glasses, and rubbed his forehead. Then, he made an action that made the entire audience burst into laughter. He spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and tossed the laser pointer on the table. Pa! Wang Hao? Hui rolled his eyes. Zhang Wei, do you think I need to analyze him? Is there any need for prediction? Other contestants are facing challenges, he is on vacation. Look at his build, his complexion. Last time his examination results showed he only lost 1 kilogram, and might even have gained muscle. I can't think of any possibility of him being eliminated. Analyze him? Hui waved his hand dismissively, looking disgusted. That would be a total waste of time. Let's move on to the next topic. With Hui's rant, the heavy atmosphere in the studio instantly dissipated. The comments erupted again, with the screen filled with ha 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 flying by. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Hu broke down. Teacher Hu, analyzing others is a medical report, analyzing Wang Hao is Versailles literature. Official certification, Wang Hao is a bug. Wang Hao has been kicked out of the human category, not under discussion. Laughing to death, while other contestants hang by a thread, Wang Hao is worried about the water temperature. This is definitely an officially certified dimensionality reduction attack. Hui, don't ask, just know that he is healthier than me. The live broadcast ended in a joyful atmosphere. However, as the studio lights just went out, Director Zhao Li suddenly stood up, his face serious, making a big gesture. Meeting. All main creative personnel, and the external liaison department, immediately report to the conference room. Emergency meeting. 5 minutes later. The conference room was filled with smoke. Zhao Li sat at the head, holding a freshly printed ratings report. Although the data was still bright and ranked first, his face showed no sign of ease. He tapped the table, looking at each person present. Everyone heard what Wang Hao said in the live broadcast, right? School starts. Enrollment. Zhao Li's voice rose a few notches. This is not a small matter. Zhao Li from the External Relations Department, your top priority now is to get in touch with Zhengzheng University. At all costs. You must handle Wang Hao's leave of absence procedures for me. Zhao Li paused for a moment, hesitantly asking. Director Zhao. What if the school disagrees? Disagree? Zhao Li's eyes widened. Then find a way to make them agree. Our show's current popularity benefits their school too. Zhao Li stood up and walked to the whiteboard, quickly writing down several big words. Flow is king. You all need to have a sense of crisis. The wilderness survival market now is no longer the blue ocean it was a month ago. Open your phones, and it's all trend following. What Tiancheng Mountain Survival, Shenangjia Exploration, Island Survival War, adding all of them together exceeds 30. They are all competing for traffic. They are all digging at our corner. Zhao Li pointed at the word king. Why can we, Tongyun Mountain, always sit firmly at the top? Why can we keep them pressed down? Besides having a first mover advantage. The biggest reason is that we have Wang Hao. Chapter 113, Another all-staff experience. Zhao Li's emotions became excited. You go check the current short video platforms, there are 3 accounts dedicated to Wang Hao video editing with over 100,000 fans. As long as there's a clip of Wang Hao, the likes start from 10,000. Over half of the audience comes to watch the show because of him. Zhao Li slapped the table. If he withdraws from the competition for reasons like attending school, our ratings will definitely be halved. Or even collapse completely. Everyone was stunned by Zhao Li's words. Indeed. Wang Hao is no longer just a contestant, he is the soul of the show, a walking money tree. No matter what. This leave must be approved. Yes. Assistant Zhao Li took the order and rushed out of the meeting room with the phone. An hour later. Zhao Li was still anxiously pacing in the meeting room, smoking one cigarette after another. Bang! The meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. Zhao Li rushed in, face flushed, gasping for breath, waving his phone. Director Zhao! Director Zhao! It's done! I got in touch. Zhao Li's cigarette shook in his hand, hurriedly moving forward. How is it? What did the school say? Zhao Li took a deep breath, his face beaming with excitement. I contacted the director of the admissions office at Jiangcheng University. Before I could finish speaking, they laughed. The school leadership said this is their pride. Let him compete with peace of mind, no need to worry about school matters. He can return whenever he finishes competing, and the school will even hold a welcome ceremony for him. Really? Zhao Li was overjoyed, finally putting his heart at ease. Great. The leadership of Jiangcheng University has vision. Zhao Li smiled and then continued. However, Director Zhao, the school mentioned a small condition. What condition? As long as it's not excessive, we will agree. Zhao Li waved his hand. Zhao Li couldn't help but chuckle. They said they hope in future live reviews or host mentions. Could you occasionally, unintentionally mention Jiangcheng University's name? For example, when praising Wang Hao's hands-on ability, casually mention that he is a product of Jiangcheng University. Is that all? Zhao Li was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. What kind of condition is this? This is simply a win-win. This school is really clever. Zhao Li made a decisive call. Agree. Tell them it's absolutely no problem. Yes. The next morning, just as the sky lightened, Wang Hao woke up early. Although he felt a little anxious yesterday about the leave of absence, after receiving the program team's assurance, he slept soundly. After a simple wash and drinking a cup of warm water, Wang Hao put on his signature small backpack and cheerfully stepped onto the path down the mountain. For other competitors, this is a painful and exhausting road. But for Wang Hao, who has reached full attributes, this is just a morning aerobic exercise. Before long, Wang Hao appeared at the medical camp at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the camp was quiet. Apart from a few doctors and staff adjusting equipment, there wasn't a single competitor around. Am I the first? Wang Hao scratched his head, found a vacant stone to sit on, and even took out a pear he picked up on the way to munch on. After about 10 minutes, competitors began to appear from various directions of the mountain. Their condition stood in stark contrast to Wang Hao's. Good morning, brother Su Yang. Seeing Su Yang arrive, Wang Hao waved enthusiastically to greet him. Although Su Yang had recovered from his cold, he looked gaunt and his eye sockets were sunken. Hearing Wang Hao's strong voice, he pulled his lips into a smile that looked worse than crying. Morning. Soon, Li Feng, Chen Jing, and Zhang Chun arrived one after another. Every newcomer received the warmest greetings from Wang Hao. Brother Feng. Good morning. You look good. Sister Jing. Morning. Your hairstyle is wild today. Brother Chun. Good morning. My salt is delicious, right, hee hee? The audience in the live stream watched the scene, and the comments flooded the screen. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hao is a bit of a social butterfly. Wang Hao's energy is like a family member visiting in prison. Other competitors, please shut up, we just want to be quiet. The contrast is too cruel. Wang Hao is at full health, while others are barely hanging on. In reality, the competitors were not just worried about the upcoming health check results and elimination. What they feared more was facing Wang Hao. Every time they saw this overly energetic guy, the psychological defenses they had built fell apart under heavy pressure. The sense of disparity, where everyone else is suffering while he is enjoying himself, is more tormenting than hunger. The health checks began. The process was quick and silent. No one chatted, everyone quietly lined up, weighed in, had blood drawn, and measured heart rates. Soon, the results were out. Just as Hui had predicted, everyone's weight had dropped again. Su Yan lost 3 kilograms, Li Feng lost 2.5 kilograms, Chen Jing lost 2 kilograms. When it was Wang Hao's turn, the doctor glanced at the readings and reported the results. Weight decreased by 1 kilogram. All indicators are excellent. Although he lost 2 pounds, he looked slim in clothes yet muscular without them. This 2-pound loss made his muscle lines even clearer and his body appeared more fit and proportional. After the health check, everyone gathered in the open space, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The chief director, Zhao Li, came out with a list. His expression was serious, and his gaze swept across everyone present. Brave warriors. I regret to announce. Based on the comprehensive assessment from the medical team, 5 competitors' physical conditions can no longer support the subsequent high-intensity competitions. They are number 33, number 56, number 82, number 90, and number 105. The 5 people whose names were called trembled. Number 33 was a young guy who, due to a serious stomach illness, had been vomiting bile for days. Number 56 was suffering from a low-grade fever after eating raw crabs. Number 82 had severe eye infections and couldn't even open his eyes. Upon hearing the elimination news, they were stunned at first, filled with reluctance and regret. But soon, when they looked up and saw the steaming lean meat porridge and medical truck prepared not far away, relief appeared on their faces. That was liberation. Finally, we can eat. Number 33 slumped to the ground, crying and laughing at the same time. Finally, no more hunger. With no tearful farewells, the 5 people left the camp, supported by medical staff. In the live stream comments, the screen was filled with "You worked hard and take a good rest. You are a hero." For them, these 30 days of persistence have become an experience worth bragging about for a lifetime. With the departure of the 5, only the last 12 people remained on site. Chapter 114, Keep Licking the Bag. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Wei looked at the 12 faces left on the big screen, her tone passionate. Dear audience, let's congratulate these 12 contestants. They have survived the hardest 30 days. They are the real 12 strong of the wilderness. Zhang Wei lifted one finger. As long as they keep going and eliminate 2 more, they will make it into the national top 10 and win that guaranteed 50,000 prize. The dawn of victory is right ahead. At the medical camp site. After sending off the eliminated contestants, the host Xiao Mo held the microphone, addressing the remaining 12 contestants. Everyone, considering your current physical condition is generally weak. To reduce unnecessary physical exertion for everyone, the production team has decided to adjust the physical examination rules. From the next physical examination onwards, you will not need to go down the mountain anymore. We will send a professional medical team every 10 days to go up the mountain to your camp for the examination. As soon as these words came out, the previously lifeless group suddenly erupted in cheers. Great! Finally, no need to climb the mountain. God knows how painful it is for me every time I climb up and down. Even Su Yang, who had always kept a stern face, relaxed his brows. However, amidst this joy, one person did not show a happy expression. Wang Hao stood in the group, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of disappointment. Ha! No more going down the mountain? Wang Hao mumbled, his brows furrowing. He really felt a bit regretful. Over the past month, although he had been living comfortably in the mountains, he was, after all, a young man who enjoyed lively company. Talking to big trees and bamboo every day occasionally made him feel lonely. The physical examination every 10 days felt like a market day in the village to him. He could chat with everyone, even if most of the time it was him talking. He could see how everyone was doing, this was a rare social activity for him. Now, this activity was cancelled. He would have to keep guarding that big bamboo house all alone again. The audience in the live room sharply caught Wang Hao's mismatched expression. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao is unhappy again. Others, great. No need to move. Wang Hao, so tragic, can't go out to have fun. Wang Hao, my social partners are gone. Is this the loneliness of the strong? This is probably the only contestant here who doesn't want home service. On the empty ground of the medical camp, the remaining 12 contestants were about to embark on their return journey down the mountain. Just as Wang Hao had just shouldered his small backpack. Contestant Wang Hao. Wait a moment. Host Xiao Mo hurried over, leaning closer to Wang Hao, lowering his voice, with a brilliant smile on his face. Let me tell you some good news. Regarding your leave of absence from school, the production team has taken care of it. Xiao Mo gave a thumbs up. Both Jiangchang University and your college leaders are very supportive. They want you to focus on the competition without worrying about your studies, and they said you are the pride of the school. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao clearly paused for a moment. Then, he let out a long breath. The big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally landed. If this problem was not solved, even if he won the championship, there would still be a knot in his heart. After all, for an ordinary college student, dropping out was no joke. Now it was good, official endorsement, paid leave. Wang Hao's shoulders visibly relaxed, and he radiated a sense of ease from the inside out. A brilliant smile blossomed on his face, and his 2 rows of big white teeth shone brightly in the sunlight. This smile was more sincere and happier than when he just heard the health report saying all was excellent. Great. Thanks, Sister Xiao Mo. Wang Hao said happily. The livestream's comments flooded the screen in an instant. Look at how happy the kid is, all his teeth are showing. So real, too real, this is definitely happiness from the heart. Wang Hao, although I am the wilderness overlord, I am also a baby who fears being called out by the counselor. Now there are no worries, the full-power Big Devil is about to go online. Other contestants, it's over, this guy is even harder to deal with when he's in a good mood. After saying goodbye to the production team, a group of survivors began their journey back down the mountain road. It was a long and steep uphill path. The camera swept over the team. Most of the contestants were stumbling along. Wang Jian leaned on a stick, every step took him to stop and catch his breath, sweat streaming down his thin cheeks. Chen Jing supported her knees, her face pale, eyes staring blankly. Several contestants were in even worse shape, some even had to crawl on all fours up the steep slope. From a distance, the team looked like a group of zombies just released from a cage, filled with a sense of lifeless weakness. However, the camera suddenly shifted back to the front of the team. There stood Wang Hao, carrying a small backpack, his steps light as if he were strolling in the park. Hey! When he encountered a steep slope, he didn't need to use his hands. With the tip of his toes, he sprang up like a monkey returning home. As if walking on flat ground. He was moving swiftly, quickly leaving everyone far behind, leaving only a distant silhouette. The contestants looked up, staring at that vibrant figure even from the back. Expressions frozen on their faces. Envy? Jealousy? Speechless? They couldn't even describe how they felt at that moment. They only felt like they and Wang Hao were living in 2 different worlds of species. The livestream's comments opened a comparison mode again. This is the unevenness of the world. Su Yang, my dignity as a special soldier shattered at this moment. Is Wang Hao's stamina bar locked? How does it never drop? Seeing his joyful back, I want to run a couple of circles in the mountains too. While on the road, Wang Hao quickly calculated in his mind. 5 people were eliminated earlier. Number 33, number 56, number 82. His brain acted like a precise radar, quickly marking the camp locations of these 5 people on the map in his mind. Although the people are gone, the production team will surely take away most of their personal items. But Wang Hao's mouth curled into a frugal smile. They must not be able to take away the firewood they worked hard to collect, right? There might even be some wild fruits or unfinished dried goods left behind. We can't waste it. Wang Hao stopped, glanced at the straight road home, then looked at the fork leading to the nearest eliminated contestant's camp. He decisively turned around. Going for the loot. Chapter 115, Everyone's Lives Are Tough. As Wang Hao changed his route, heading into the jungle away from his camp, the audience in the livestream instantly understood what he was about to do. The comments erupted with excitement, that thrill of enjoying the chaos overflowing the screen. Here he comes. The loot crazy one is going online. Wang Hao, even though you all are gone, the supplies must stay for me. Is he restocking again? This guy must be a lucky charm. With an empty backpack, Wang Hao followed the remembered route and was the first to reach contestant number 33's camp. It could be said that it was a mess. Wang Hao began to rummage through the ruins. After a thorough search, Wang Hao looked at the spoils in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched. A few pieces of firewood that hadn't burned all the way down, only half of them left. And 2 short mountain yams that were only as thick as a finger, clearly underdeveloped, looking like they were saved from between the teeth. Is this all there is? Wang Hao picked up the thin yam with a face full of disdain. This is way too little, right? Although he complained verbally, Wang Hao's body was honest. Sticking to the principles of not leaving empty-handed and being thrifty, he bent down and stuffed the few bits of dry wood and the thin yam into his backpack. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Little by little makes a lot. Wang Hao muttered as he picked things up. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but tease. Brother Hao, is this really necessary? Do you really need this? Wang Hao, even though my storehouse is full of firewood, I still want to take this half piece of dry wood. So stingy. Really, so stingy. But to be fair, number 33 is really in trouble, no wonder he got eliminated. This stockpile is even less than my pet hamsters. After rummaging through number 33's camp, Wang Hao didn't stop his steps. He went to several other eliminated contestants' camps along the way. The results made him even more shocked. Some camps had not a single piece of wood left, while others only had a few rotten wild fruit pits. Life is really tough. Wang Hao stood in front of an empty shed, sighed into the camera, and shook his head. Everyone is indeed having a hard time in the mountains. With a face full of sighs, Wang Hao headed to the last target point, contestant number 56's camp. This camp was located behind a thicket, a somewhat hidden spot. Wang Hao pushed aside the obstructing bushes, ready to go in and loot a lot. Who? A cautious low shout suddenly rang out. Wang Hao froze for a moment, then focused his gaze. He saw that the camp was not empty. A short, skinny, dark-skinned uncle was crouching on the ground, tightly holding a pile of things in his arms, staring at him like a frightened squirrel. It was contestant number 56, Sun Miao. At that moment, Sun Miao was all tense, his eyes flickering. He tightly protected a bunch of dry, slightly yellowing wild vegetables in his arms, along with a few thinner yams than those Wang Hao had just picked. Behind him, he also carried a few bundles of crooked firewood. Clearly, he had thought of scavenging and had come earlier than Wang Hao. Seeing that the newcomer was Wang Hao, a hint of fear flashed in Sun Miao's eyes. He instinctively hugged his belongings tighter. Wang Hao found his protective stance amusing yet a bit helpless. Uncle Sun, you're here too? Sun Miao swallowed hard, his gaze darting between Wang Hao's muscular frame and the meager supplies in his hands. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Miao gritted his teeth, looking as if he was cutting flesh, and spoke painfully. Xiao Wang. I understand the rule, share among those who see. But I came here first. These took me a lot of effort to find. Sun Miao pointed a trembling finger and said. I can give you 1/3. No more. Wang Hao looked at Sun Miao, who was nervous and protective yet had to give up some of his supplies. Looking again at the pile of withered wild vegetables and yams as thin as chopsticks in his arms. In Wang Hao's mind, images of shiny preserved field mice hanging in his bamboo house and the firewood pile stacked all the way to the ceiling filled his thoughts. This contrast. Wang Hao suddenly felt a surge of indescribable emotions inside. Forget it. Wang Hao waved his hand, looking disinterested. Uncle Sun, you keep it. After saying this, Wang Hao turned away without any hesitation. Sun Miao stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to believe his ears. He looked at the supplies he held like a treasure, then at Wang Hao's carefree departing figure. No, it's not needed? All for me? Once he confirmed that Wang Hao had truly walked far away and had no intention of coming back to snatch it. A huge surprise and gratitude surged in Sun Miao's eyes. He shouted toward the direction Wang Hao had vanished. What a good person. Truly a good person. The bullet screen in the live stream changed direction instantly. Ha 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 ha. You crack me up. Wang Hao, I don't care about this junk. Is this the charity of the rich? Too pretentious. Sun Miao, thank you, Brother Hao, for the meal. Wang Hao looked at the pile of wild vegetables. This stuff isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. This time, even though Wang Hao returned empty-handed, his status was elevated. The entire afternoon, Wang Hao didn't rush home, but wandered in the mountains with a backpack. Though he didn't find anything good from the eliminated contestants' camp, nature itself is the greatest treasure trove. As long as you have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering things. This place looks like it has yam. Is this a porcini? Although it's not big, it will definitely be delicious in soup. I saw this wild vegetable at Sister Jing's last time, it's edible. Wang Hao walked and stopped, and the backpack gradually filled up. Bright red berries, green wild vegetables, and plump mushrooms. By evening, the sunset glow fell on the bamboo house. Wang Hao hummed an unknown tune and returned home. He put down the backpack, but didn't rush to rest. Instead, he immediately went to the makeshift smoking shed beside the heated bed. Here hung the field mouse meat he had marinated 2 days ago. After 2 days of natural air drying, plus the simple smoking from the residual heat of the heated bed, At this moment, the field mouse meat had an enticing reddish-brown surface, with fat slightly seeping out, shining in the firelight. A faint smoky aroma mixed with the scent of meat wafted out. It's about done. Wang Hao pinched the meat. The outer skin was hard, but the inside still remained elastic. Tonight, I'll make you my dish. He took down the field mouse cured meat and swiftly sliced. Crack! A back leg was completely cut off. The cut surface of the meat was clear, lean meat rosy, and fatty meat translucent. Top quality. Wang Hao exclaimed. Then, he cut the leg of cured meat into small pieces and tossed them into a large bamboo tube. Adding the freshly foraged wild vegetables, along with previously stored iron stick yam cut into chunks. Add water and bring to a boil. Chapter 116, The Artistry of Making Smoked Meat. Gurgle, gurgle. Not long after, the soup in the pot began to boil. The cured meat, after simmering, fully released its unique smoky flavor, integrating into the soup. Plus the fragrance of wild vegetables and the softness of yam. The whole pot of soup emitted a rich and thick aroma, wafting away with the evening breeze. Wang Hao filled a bowl of soup, blew on it to cool, and took a sip. Hoo! The scalding soup flowed down his throat, and the salty, rich flavor instantly exploded in his stomach. Wang Hao closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. So comfortable. At this moment, it was dinner time. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene, once again struck by surprise. Better late than never. Daily eating broadcast segment. The braised beef noodles in my hands suddenly don't taste good anymore. This soup looks way too rich, right? That cured meat looks so delicious. While others are gnawing on tree bark, he's sipping cured meat yam soup, too cruel. Dinner just finished, Wang Hao was sitting in front of the bamboo house to digest. Thud. A familiar, dull sound of a heavy object dropping came from the trap area behind the bamboo house. Wang Hao's ears perked up, and his eyes instantly lit up. Another catch? He did not hesitate, following the sound with quick steps. He parted the bushes and arrived next to the trap. A carefully laid 4-character trap had been triggered, a heavy stone slab tightly covering the ground. Wang Hao crouched down and lifted the stone slab with one hand. Wow! Even with some mental preparation, Wang Hao still called out in surprise. Under the stone slab lay a plump wild rabbit. This rabbit had bad luck, as it happened to be crushed by the stone slab, breaking its spine, and was already dead on the spot, without even a struggle. It felt heavy in his hand, weighing at least 4 to 5 pounds. What luck, absolutely incredible. Wang Hao happily carried the rabbit by its long ears as he walked back. Since I have cured field mice, then this rabbit. Let's turn it into cured meat as well. This thing can last for a long time. If I want to eat meat later, I can cut a piece anytime. Back by the campfire, Wang Hao skillfully skinned the rabbit and removed its internal organs. Just as he picked up the bamboo tube filled with salt, preparing to apply the salt like he did with the field mice before, based on feeling. Skill entry successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, meat curing LV1. Wang Hao's hands paused. Unlocked? He glanced at the still abundant emotion points in the top right corner. Then what are we waiting for? System, add points. Max it out for me. Consume 11110 emotion points. Skill, meat curing LV1 LV5, masterful. Boom. A massive flood of knowledge about cured meat surged into his mind. From choosing materials, ingredient ratios, curing times, drying humidity, to the selection of wood for smoking. Even the absorption rate of different meat parts for salt became crystal clear. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. So my method of curing field mice before was so crude. Just applying salt was not enough, he hadn't considered the osmotic pressure and the layers of flavor. Now, he looked at the rabbit in his hands, knowing exactly how to process it for the ultimate flavor. Wang Hao's expression changed, becoming focused and professional. Although he only had salt in his hands, without other curing aids like pepper and wine, he could make up for it with technique. He grabbed a handful of salt. This time, he didn't smear it haphazardly. Instead, he pressed it based on the muscle texture, focusing on the joints and bone seams where flavor is hard to penetrate. Next was the thick leg meat, which needed to be kneaded repeatedly, using the heat from his palms to speed up the salt's dissolution and penetration. Finally, for the abdominal cavity, he evenly sprinkled a layer of thin salt to prevent spoilage. This layer is for dehydration. This layer is for preservation. This layer is for enhancing flavor. Wang Hao's technique was smooth and flowing, every grain of salt seemed to go where it was meant to be. After completely seasoning the rabbit, Wang Hao clapped his hands, a confident smile appearing on his face. With this technique, as long as it doesn't get damp, if hung in a ventilated place, it can last for 2 to 3 years. Although the livestream audience didn't understand the technique, watching Wang Hao's fluid movements also made them feel a vague sense of professionalism. Wow, this technique looks so professional. The pressure applied, this rabbit died a worthy death. Brother Hao not only knows how to eat, but also how to store. As long as the traps keep coming, Wang Hao will have an endless supply of cured meat. Now he really is like a rich landlord, with grain in the warehouse and meat under the eaves. Wang Hao, my goal is not just to survive, but to turn this place into my food processing factory. After finishing the last sprinkle of salt, Wang Hao found some vines, threaded them through the rabbit's hind legs, and tied a sturdy knot. He stood up and hung the perfectly cured rabbit under the well-ventilated eaves of the bamboo house. All done. Wang Hao patted the salt from his hands, the sense of satisfaction inside him nearly overflowing. As night fell deeper. Having eaten too much for dinner and being busy for a while, Wang Hao didn't rush to go to sleep in the house. He walked to the clearing in front of the bamboo house, took a deep breath of the cool night air, and got ready. Start. Wild horse parts its mane. He began to slowly practice Tai Chi to aid digestion. Just as he reached the move, white crane spreads its wings. Suddenly, a hurried, chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with heavy breathing came from the dark mountain road in the distance. In the quiet deep night, it sounded especially abrupt. Wang Hao paused, slowly gathering his stance. Ha? Who's still on the road so late? And it sounded like a group of people. Out of curiosity, Wang Hao walked towards the source of the sound. After passing through a thicket of trees, he saw 4 or 5 staff members in program uniforms, struggling to carry a stretcher, trudging up the mountain with difficulty. Wang Hao frowned and quickly walked over. Hey! What happened? He stopped a staff member walking in front of him. The staff member was sweating profusely and panting as he stopped, glanced at Wang Hao, recognized him as number 66, and gasped. It's contestant number 111. Just pressed the emergency button and chose to be eliminated. We're getting ready to go pick him up. Eliminated? Wang Hao was taken aback, a look of confusion appeared on his face. That's not right. This morning during the physical exam, I saw he was doing fine, although he was a bit thin, but he looked spirited. How come just not even a day later, he's eliminated in the evening? The staff member sighed and shook his head. Don't mention it, he fell. After saying that, the staff member was about to continue on his way. Wang Hao had just finished eating and had nothing to do, so he thought it was boring to just sit around. I'll go take a look. Chapter 117, Another Person Eliminated. Wang Hao followed behind the stretcher team, walking up the mountain path for a while, arriving at a steep cliffside. Here, the rocks were jagged, almost devoid of any vegetation, only bare stones exposed to the elements. Contestant number 111, a middle-aged brother who looked quite honest. At this moment, he was slumped against the cliff, gripping his right calf tightly with both hands, his face covered in cold sweat, features twisted in agony. The pant leg of his right leg was torn, and his calf was at an extremely unnatural angle, clearly broken. Wang Hao gasped in shock. His brother, what happened to you? Contestant 111 heard the voice, struggled to open his eyes, and upon seeing Wang Hao, tears streamed down his face. I'm so hungry. He spoke with a choked voice, trembling. I haven't eaten anything for a full 2 days. Contestant 111 pointed to the dark, almost vertical steep cliff above him. I saw a patch of plants growing up there that looked edible. I thought I'd take a risk, climb up and get some to fill my stomach. But then. Contestant 111 closed his eyes in pain. I just don't have the strength anymore. Halfway up, my hand slipped, and I fell. With that fall, my leg broke, and the competition is over. Wang Hao looked in the direction he pointed and gazed up at the steep cliff. For a mere bite to eat, risking one's life to climb such a wall. What kind of desperation must he have been pushed to? Wang Hao looked at contestant 111's painful and desperate face, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. Brother, you've suffered. So many words, ultimately turning into a heavy sigh. After the staff took a break, contestant 111 was lying on the stretcher, being carried farther away. As he passed by Wang Hao, he took one last look at Wang Hao's healthy body, his gaze filled with envy and reluctance. In the end, he could only leave in disgrace. The atmosphere in the live streaming room became extremely tense at that moment. So tragic, really so tragic. He only needed to hold on a bit longer to make it to the top 10. To break a leg just for a bite to eat, that's too high a price to pay. This is what lack of resources drives people to a dead end. Really, when a person is extremely hungry, their rationality goes offline, and all they see is food. Watching the stretcher team disappear into the night, Wang Hao did not leave immediately. At this moment, he was standing at a fork in the road. To the left was the path back to his bamboo house, while the right side was an overgrown path leading to the camp of the recently eliminated contestant 111. Wang Hao halted his steps, his gaze lingering on that path for 2 seconds. As a qualified wilderness survivor, a primal instinct known as loot instinct surfaced in his mind without thinking. Since everyone's gone, not taking the stuff in the camp is a waste. How about I go have a look? Wang Hao rubbed his chin, his footsteps moving slightly. But the next second, he stopped again. In his mind, the image of contestant 111's emaciated figure and sunken eyes surfaced again. Especially the reason for his broken leg, all just to climb the cliff to pick that unknown grass. This detail quickly led Wang Hao to make a calm judgment. To risk one's life just for a bite of grass shows that this guy has absolutely run out of supplies for at least 2 days. If even grass is scarce, the camp probably doesn't have a decent piece of wood, let alone any food supplies. Wang Hao shook his head, the spark of interest in his eyes instantly fading. Going would just be a waste of energy, might end up with nothing. Thinking of this, Wang Hao decisively turned around, with no lingering feelings, striding directly towards his warm bamboo house. Going home, sleeping. In the live broadcast room, the audience captured a series of subtle expressions from Wang Hao: hesitation, contemplation, and a decisive turn, precisely through the drone's camera. Just moments earlier, immersed in a sad atmosphere, the bullet comments were instantly lightened by this contrasting scene, and the fun-loving people were back online. Ha ha ha. You killed me. Wang Hao, I originally wanted to go stock up, then thought they were all poor, never mind. Brother Hao is getting cocky. Now he can't even be bothered to lick a bag. Number 111, even though I'm gone, what's with that disdainful look? Don't misunderstand if you don't understand, this is high intelligence, okay? Just looking at that guy so hungry you know there's no food at home, going is just a wasted effort. Indeed, what's the point of robbing a poor guy's home? Better to go home and sleep. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted from heavy to joyful. In the studio, Zhang Wei looked at the big screen showing number 111 being taken away by the ambulance. Although she felt a bit regretful, as a professional host, she quickly adjusted her emotions. It is unfortunate that contestant number 111 had to leave us due to an accidental injury. Zhang Wei sighed with regret, then swiftly shifted the topic. She raised her head, looking at the camera with eager eyes, and raised her voice, full of motivation. But with the departure of number 111, the remaining number of contestants has turned into 11. The numbers on the big screen jumped and fixed on the bright red 11. Dear audience, what does this mean? Zhang Wei took a deep breath and extended a finger. It means that as long as one more person is eliminated, the highly anticipated top 10 in the nation will soon be born. The winner of the first stage will be selected from these 11 brave warriors. As soon as she finished speaking, the heat in the live broadcast room skyrocketed again. The top 10. This is a threshold of glory. It's also a threshold to win a big pile of money. Zhang Wei seized the moment and said loudly. At this crucial moment, please type the names of the contestants you support in the bullet comments. Cheer for them. As soon as she finished speaking, the bullet comments on the big screen exploded like a waterfall. Besides the main character Wang Hao, and familiar faces like Su Yang, Li Feng, Chen Jing, Zhang Chun, and Wang Jian, the audience also began to cheer for other survivors who typically receive less attention but have their own unique qualities. Number 23. Brother Taiju, go for it. You don't know how fierce number 23 is, this brother has an outrageous appetite. Yes, he's famously known as the herbivore beast. I saw him so hungry yesterday that he chewed up a piece of elm bark and swallowed it, toughing it out till now. Another wave of comments followed. Feeling sorry for my number 9, Lin Mimi. Number 9 must make it to the top 10. Although she's a soft girl, this month has been so inspirational. Yeah, crying while eating bugs, crying while setting up tents, crying while making fire, working while crying, she somehow endured until now, her willpower is simply amazing. Next up was an unusual character, number 55. Number 55, Fat Tiger, is the real MVP. This guy came weighing 200 pounds, and now he's slimmed down into a handsome man, simply a weight loss commercial. He declared that he would lose 100 pounds of fat before quitting. I believe in him. Chapter 118, Making a Water Tank, let's get to work. There are more mystical things. Worshipping number 89, Old Ghost Grandpa. This grandpa is incredible, always mumbling, hardly moving, just sitting there meditating. In a state of semi-fasting, it's said he is collecting the spirit of heaven and earth, very mystical, but somehow he isn't hungry. Finally, there is a man with mysterious powers. Focus on number 6, the Emperor of Luck. It has to be number 6. He trips over a field mouse while walking, relying solely on luck to survive until now. This is indeed the chosen one. The barrage of comments is diverse and colorful. Of course, amidst these dense comments, the one that appears the most and occupies the absolute center stage is still that familiar name. King Hao, the Great Demon. It still has to be Brother Hao. In the face of absolute strength, what luck, what mysticism, are just illusions. Zhang Wei summarized. Looks like everyone has their own favorite contestants. After saying this, she turned to Professor Chen next to her and asked, "Professor Chen, there are only 11 people left now. We are just one step away from the birth of our national top 10. From your expert perspective, how much longer do you think it will take to take that step?" Professor Chen pushed up his glasses. "The remaining people are all tough characters. Unless something unexpected like number 111's injury happens. Otherwise, in the short term, it's hard for anyone to be naturally eliminated due to mere hunger or a breakdown in mentality. My prediction is..." Professor Chen raised a finger. "It's highly probable that we will have to wait until the next physical examination in 10 days, when the doctors come back up the mountain, to see new eliminations." In the next 2 days, just as Professor Chen predicted, the Tongyun mountain range fell into a strange period of calm. All contestants gritted their teeth and persevered, no one flinched. In this atmosphere of collective hardship, Wang Hao's way of life remained uniquely vibrant. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist and fell on the open space in front of the bamboo house. Wang Hao, wearing that white bind training suit, stood in the morning light. Starting stance. He moved gracefully, his posture ethereal, each move demonstrating what it means to enjoy the tranquility of life. At noon, Wang Hao, carrying that signature small backpack, strode lightly through the forest. He hummed a little tune, casually picking a bunch of bright red wild fruits or digging out a fat yam. That relaxed and comfortable demeanor formed an extremely vivid contrast with the increasingly harsh environment around him. When he got bored, Wang Hao would visit the neighboring contestants. "Brother Su Yang. Still catching crabs? Be careful of your back. Brother Feng. You look good today, those wild greens must be sweet." The surrounding contestants had extremely complex feelings about Wang Hao's arrival. Love and hate. Love comes from the fact that, in this maddeningly silent wilderness, it has been too long since anyone spoke. Wang Hao's energetic booming voice brought some popularity and eased the loneliness. Hate is because, this guy's condition is just too good. Looking at his radiant face then glancing at their reflections in the water, that psychological gap is simply harder to bear than killing someone. This afternoon, the sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Wang Hao did not go out to wander. Instead, he moved the large blocks of clay that he had processed a few days ago and had been drying in the cool part of the bamboo house. He placed the clay blocks in the open space in front of the bamboo house and pressed down with his hand. Wang Hao felt the feedback from his fingertips. After a few days of drying, the once slightly stiff clay had now become delicate and oily, with a perfect softness and stickiness. Perfect. I can start working. Wang Hao brought over a small bamboo stool and sat down. He took a deep breath, and his gaze instantly became focused. The LV5 level pottery drying technique was activated in an instant. He first pulled off a large piece of clay, skillfully rolling it into a long strip in his hands. The first piece he wanted to make had long been decided. That is, a large water tank. A shower system must have a water storage tank, and Wang Hao envisioned himself soaking in warm water. If I could make it bigger, I could even take a bath occasionally. Rolling the clay strip. This is the oldest and most skill-testing pottery-making technique. Wang Hao's skills were extremely skilled, and the coils of clay in his hands seemed to come alive, steadily growing upwards. He carefully smoothed the joints, leaving not a single gap. Soon, a rough shape of a large water tank, half human height with a big belly and wide opening, appeared in the clearing. Immediately after that, Wang Hao did not stop his hands. He made a double-handled stew pot, preparing for future cooking. Currently, he used bamboo tubes the most, but the bamboo tubes had a drawback, which was that they were too small. Finally, with the leftover scraps, he carefully shaped a delicately designed rice bowl with petal patterns on the edges. When it comes to eating, we still need a proper bowl to have a sense of ritual. Wang Hao looked at the bowl in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The camera zoomed in on Wang Hao's hands. Those long, strong hands were now covered in mud, but as the clay coil spun, merged, and smoothed under his fingertips, there was a pleasing rhythm to it. The originally shapeless pile of mud swiftly transformed into a well-formed, smooth-lined clay body in his hands. The viewers in the live stream exploded upon seeing these exquisite clay bodies. I kneel. I'm really kneeling. Is this guy planning to carry on the family legacy in the mountains? He's even made a big water tank? I bet that 50 years from now, when the rescue team enters the mountains, they'll find Wang Hao has developed a bronze civilization here. If this big tank is fired, it will definitely be a divine artifact in the wilderness. All the clay bodies were finished shaping. Wang Hao stood up and patted his sore waist. Looking at these three big guys in front of him, he did not rush to be happy. Because he knew this was only the first step. The water content of the current clay body is too high, that's what we call a wet body. To accelerate the air drying process, we can't just put it directly on the fire, the moisture inside would expand with heat and definitely explode. Wang Hao looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The humidity in the mountains was high, especially in the morning and evening. Relying on natural air drying, it would take at least half a month for such a thick tank to dry out, and it might easily crack due to uneven drying. We need to speed things up. But we can't expose it to the blazing sun. Wang Hao's gaze fell on the earthen stove used for smoking cured meat nearby. An idea arose in him. Chapter 119, Discovering Wild Bees. He dug a new pit in the empty space beside the stove. Then he gathered some discarded bamboo strips and yellow clay, building a semi-enclosed, dome-shaped earthen mound above the pit. This was basically a simple drying room. Wang Hao did not directly start a fire inside the mound. That would create too high a temperature for the clay body to withstand. He cleverly dug a flue that connected to the base of the fire pit next to it. In this way, the residual heat and weak smoke from the fire pit could flow gently into the mound through the flue. This is called hot smoking dehydration. Next, he built a sturdy frame with bamboo above the mound. Then he carefully placed the big water tank, the double-handled stew pot, and the delicate rice bowl above the air outlet of the mound. The warm air rising through the flue, after passing through the mound as a buffer, turned into a gentle warm flow, slowly wrapping around the clay bodies. Using this warm air convection, moisture could be gently and continuously drawn out from inside the clay body, which not only accelerated the dehydration process but also prevented cracks from high temperatures or uneven heating. After finishing all this, Wang Hao dusted off the clay on his hands and revealed a satisfied smile. He looked at the clay bodies accepting hot smoking in front of him with anticipation in his eyes. In a few days, when they are fully dry, they can be used. By then, we'll have hot baths and big stew pots. Wang Hao looked at his clay-covered hands, brushed them off, and turned to walk towards the nearby stream, ready to wash up. Just as he bent down, as his hands first touched the icy stream water, buzz! A clear and high-frequency buzzing sound suddenly drilled into his ear. Wang Hao paused, instinctively turning his head towards the sound. By the stream, beside a bunch of unknown purple wildflowers, a not-so-small, fully golden wild bee was busy flying up and down, collecting nectar. Wang Hao stared at the bee, his previously indifferent gaze suddenly sharpened at that moment. His brain raced, quickly calculating an equation in his mind. Where there are bees equals there is honey. Gulp! Almost instinctively, Wang Hao's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his mouth started to salivate crazily. As a modern person, although these past 2 days he had enjoyed cured pork, fresh fish, and even extremely precious fine salt, he was not lacking in salty and savory flavors. But sugar. He hadn't consumed any proper high-sugar foods for an entire month. Milk tea, soda, cream cakes, memories of these things instantly attacked him. That hunger for sweetness surged into his mind like a flood at that moment. Honey! Wang Hao murmured to himself, his eyes shining with green light. The next second, the bee collected enough nectar, vibrated its wings, and prepared to return. Wang Hao thought for a moment, wiped his clothes roughly, and fixed his gaze firmly on that golden little black dot in the sky. Then, he took a step, like a hunting leopard, and darted into the jungle. He needed to follow that bee. He maneuvered through the bushes, never taking his eyes off the guiding bee that flew high and low in the air. After tracking for about half an hour, a figure suddenly appeared ahead. It was Li Feng. At this moment, Li Feng was digging hard under a big tree with a sharpened stick. He was covered in mud, sweating profusely, and his clothes were so dirty that their color was unrecognizable. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Li Feng was startled, instinctively protecting the 2 plant tubers he had just dug up in his arms, turning back with a cautious look. When he saw it was Wang Hao, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't loosen his grip on his food. He watched as Wang Hao, like a headless fly, rushed around looking up, unable to help but ask. Wang Hao? What are you doing? Running so fast? Wang Hao didn't stop his feet, just hurriedly pointed at the black dot in the sky. Shoo! I'm chasing the bee. If I follow it, I can find the hive. I want to get some honey to eat. Honey! Upon hearing these 2 words, Li Feng's previously cautious expression suddenly froze. His Adam's apple rolled violently, and a hint of unmaskable desire flashed in his eyes. Sweetness, how luxurious that taste was! But within just 1 second, Li Feng's face changed. The desire faded, replaced by deep fear. He immediately stood up, even forgetting about the soil in his hands, and shouted loudly to dissuade him. Wang Hao! Are you crazy? That's a wild bee. These wild bees in the mountains mostly live in colonies and are highly aggressive. Moreover, their hives are usually built in extremely steep cliffs or high trees. It's not worth the risk just to satisfy a craving. Before Li Feng finished speaking, Wang Hao had already run a dozen meters away. He clearly was not frightened off by Li Feng's terrifying description. For him at this moment, what danger, what cliff, before the lure of sweetness, it was all just clouds. Ah, it's okay. Let's find it first. Wang Hao casually replied without looking back, suddenly accelerating, fearing he would lose that guiding little bee, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the dense forest. Li Feng stood in place, staring at Wang Hao's retreating figure, stunned for a while. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. This kid. Really living too well, starting to seek death. Li Feng squatted down again, continuing to dig for that bitter plant tuber. A few hours later. The sun gradually slanted to the west. Wang Hao followed the guiding worker bee, winding through the complex mountain forest for a long time. The path underfoot became increasingly difficult, and the vegetation grew sparser, replaced by vast stretches of exposed rock. Finally, the bee stopped in an area with extremely complicated terrain. It circled a few times in the air, then flew straight towards a nearly 90-degree vertical cliff face that rose dozens of meters high. Wang Hao stopped and looked up. Found it, this is probably the place, right? Wang Hao licked his cracked lips, his gaze burning. The drone in the live stream slowly rose, providing a panoramic shot of the cliff. Steep, smooth, with almost no footholds. Looking at the dizzying height, the live stream's comment section immediately exploded. What the hell? How do we climb this? This is a natural barrier. High energy warning ahead. Death zone. Remember number 111? He broke his leg trying to climb such a cliff and got eliminated. Brother Hao, don't act impulsively. Breaking your leg for a taste of honey isn't worth it. Wang Hao stood under the cliff, examining the challenge ahead. His current physical fitness was several times that of a normal person, with all attributes at maximum level. With sheer brute force, it was theoretically possible to climb. But Wang Hao frowned. I still need to be careful. Wang Hao thought for a moment. System. He quickly flipped through the massive, chaotic skill library he had since the start of the competition. Rock climbing, rock climbing. Soon, he found an unremarkable skill. Indoor rock climbing LV1. This skill had been automatically recorded when he had once visited a climbing gym during a mall event, paying 9.9 yuan for a trial lesson. Although it was only for indoor climbing, and the lessons taught were basic, focusing on things like carabiners, safety ropes, and simple foothold searching. At least it was climbing, so it should be somewhat useful for outdoor rock climbing. This is it. Wang Hao looked at the still plentiful emotion points in the top right corner, without any hesitation. System, level it up. Max it out. Consuming 11110 emotion points. Skill, indoor rock climbing LV1- barehanded rock climbing LV5, mastery. Buzz, the prompt sound played as a massive flow of information surged into Wang Hao's mind. Judging rock points, finger strength techniques, body weight control, dynamic balance, foot hanging techniques. Those protrusions that were originally just rocks, now in his eyes, immediately transformed. Looking at the cliff in front of him, Wang Hao's perception of the world completely changed. What was once a smooth, hopeless cliff now appeared to have clear, visible routes. Every subtle protrusion, every seemingly insignificant crack, even a slightly inclined rock face, in his eyes, became a perfect point of force and leverage. It was the intuition of a top-level rock climber. Who? Wang Hao simply stretched his wrists and ankles, producing cracking sounds. He walked to the base of the cliff, took a deep breath, and his gaze became as calm as still water. In the live stream. Guessed who he watched Wang Hao's actions, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. This is too irrational. Hui shook his head repeatedly, analyzing seriously. Wang Hao's resources are extremely abundant right now, with food, water, and shelter. He doesn't need to take this risk just to satisfy a fleeting craving. Rock climbing at this height with no ropes, the margin for error is zero. Once he slips, the consequences are unimaginable. However, as an expert who had been shocked by Wang Hao many times before, Hui had learned his lesson this time. He changed his tone, leaving himself an out. Of course. Wang Hao's physical fitness is extraordinary, perhaps he could climb up with ease. At this moment, Wang Hao moved. He didn't take a running start, nor did he hesitate in the slightest. His right hand, like a steel hook, precisely latched onto a rock seen 2 meters off the ground. His body pressed against the rock wall, his core strength exploded in an instant. Go! His entire person, like a gecko on the wall, instantly left the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He did not frantically search for footholds like an ordinary person. Each of his movements, every foothold, was so precise it was astonishing. His fingers gripping the rock crevice, his arms exerting force, his body rose light as a feather. His toes lightly touched the rock wall, using the force to push up again. His movements were smooth, flowing, and graceful. He did not seem to be climbing for his life, he looked more like he was performing an elegant dance on the vertical rock wall. When he reached the midpoint of the wall, he encountered a protruding negative angle rock face. This was a very difficult barrier. His body would swing outward due to gravity, relying solely on the strength of his fingers to hold on. However, Wang Hao used just a few fingers of his left hand to tightly grip the edge of the rock. His whole body hung in midair on the rock wall. Then, a standard one-arm pull-up. His body instantly rose higher, his right hand accurately grasping the next rock point above. Switch hands, flip over, and continue upward. This set of movements was smooth and swift, as fast as lightning. The bullet screen in the live broadcast suddenly showed a short pause. Then, it burst out completely. Wow! Is he Tarzan reincarnated? This core strength. This finger strength. Newton's coffin can't hold this. I do outdoor climbing, this movement, this is a master of free climbing. That one-arm switch on the negative angle, how many professional athletes would dare do that? Brother Hao, although I am fighting for survival, I occasionally want to challenge extreme sports. Hui, I knew it. I knew this kid couldn't be judged by common sense. A few minutes later. With one last burst of strength, Wang Hao's palm gripped the edge of the cliff top. With a push of his arm, he easily flipped up onto the cliff top. Huff! Wang Hao dusted off his hands and stood up. Here was a small vegetation platform above the sheer cliff, about several dozen square meters, with a few ancient trees growing. Buzz buzz buzz. The dense buzzing sound became deafening here. Wang Hao looked towards the sound. In the center of the platform, a towering giant tree stood at 15 meters high. A huge, disc-shaped wild beehive hung under a thick branch. Its diameter was estimated to exceed half a meter. Golden honeycomb wax was faintly visible in the sunlight, and even thick honey could be seen oozing out along the edge of the hive. In the air, there seemed to be a rich, sweet aroma drifting around. Goodness! So big! Wang Hao's eyes widened, saliva wildly secreting. Such a large beehive must contain at least dozens of pounds of honey. If he could get his hands on it, water would be sweet from now on. But Wang Hao did not act impulsively. Although he had LV5 tree climbing skills, climbing this tree was like walking on flat ground for him. However, he looked at the hive surrounding. There were thousands of worker bees swirling around like a black cloud, responsible for guarding it. A wild bee colony of this scale was devastatingly aggressive. If he approached without professional protective gear and forcibly took it, even if he was an Iron Man with full attributes of 10 points, he would still be stung into a swollen mess. Gulp! Wang Hao struggled to hold back his saliva, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the golden beehive. No. This can't be done forcefully, it must be done with wit. Wang Hao deeply glanced at the giant beehive, firmly memorizing the coordinates and terrain features in his mind. Wait for me. I will be back here in a few days. After saying that, Wang Hao decisively turned around, using his free climbing skills to start descending the mountain along the same path. Seeing Wang Hao work so hard to climb up, with honey right in front of him, yet turn around and give up. The bullet screen in the live broadcast instantly showed a divide. Ha! He's leaving just like this? No way. Did he climb for nothing? This is such a waste of energy. He chickened out? Brother Hao actually has moments of cowardice? Chapter 121, the non-stop rant of bullet comments. But soon, rational fans and knowledgeable viewers began to refute. What does the upstairs know? This is the quality of a top survivor. Going up in that situation is death. Knowing when to advance and retreat is the real skill. Exactly, as long as there's life, there's hope. Brother Hao is going back to make equipment. Those who say it's wasting energy, have you forgotten how freakishly strong Brother Hao is? For Wang Hao, this rock climbing is just a warm-up after a meal, it doesn't count as wasting. In the live stream room, Zhang Wei looked at the figure standing at the edge of the cliff, taking a deep look at the beehive before decisively turning back down the mountain, and couldn't help but throw out a question. Teacher who? Zhang Wei turned to the guest beside her, Hui. Contestant Wang Hao chose to turn back when he was just one step away from the honey. Does this mean that he has completely given up on that tempting honey in the face of this huge natural obstacle? Hui, after hearing this, shook his head almost immediately without thinking. His gaze through the lenses appeared particularly firm. No. I don't think so. Hui pointed to Wang Hao's steady steps down the mountain on the screen and began to analyze. Everyone, let's look back at Wang Hao's performance over these 30 days. Whether it's building a bamboo house, making furniture, or this rock climbing. The personality he has shown is definitely not that of a person who gives up easily. On the contrary, he is a typical survivor who plans before acting. Hui paused and said with certainty. His turning back now is not giving up. Instead, he clearly realizes that with his current equipment, he doesn't have enough to support this looting operation. If he forces it, it would be suicide. So, this is called a strategic retreat. I dare say, he is going home to create the conditions to get the honey. Jiang Wei nodded thoughtfully and then asked again. Do you think, even if he goes back to prepare, does he have a good chance of success? Upon hearing this question, Hu Yi's expression showed difficulty. He pondered for a moment and finally gave a rather conservative prediction. To be honest, I am neutral but leaning towards pessimism. Hu Yi raised 3 fingers and began to pour cold water from a professional perspective. First, the aggressiveness of wild bee colonies is deadly. Thousands of bees attacking at once, no living being can withstand it. Second, the terrain is too harsh, with sheer cliffs dozens of meters high and giant trees 15 meters tall. In such a place, if he makes a mistake due to bee interference, it's certain death. Third, and most crucial. In the wilderness, where can he find professional protective clothing? Without well-sealed protective gear, how can he dare to disturb such a large beehive? Hu Yi shook his head. Theoretically speaking, this thing is unfeasible. Hu Yi's rational analysis made the atmosphere in the studio a bit heavy. Jiang Wei then tossed the topic to the millions of viewers watching the live stream. It seems teacher Hu was not optimistic about this matter. So, friends in front of the screen, what do you think? Please share your thoughts in the comment section. As soon as the words fell, the bullet comments in the live stream instantly split into 2 factions, and the flames of war ignited. One faction was Wang Hao's die-hard fans. They didn't care about any theoretical analysis at all, simply emphasizing blind trust. Believe in Brother Hao. Brother Hao is the miracle itself. As long as Brother Hao wants to eat, there's nothing he can't get. Hu Yi is starting his toxic commentary again, just wait to be slapped in the face. Brother Hao, I don't understand any theory, I only know I want to eat sweet things. The other faction was the steadfast rationalists and the hidden haters. They frantically listed physical laws and biological knowledge. Fandom without brain support is really scary, that's a wasp nest. Not your fridge. Disturbing such a beehive without modern protective clothing is a suicidal act. Admit it, Wang Hao is truly getting carried away this time. Risking his life for something to eat? Idiot fans, stop washing. Both sides were arguing fiercely in the bullet comments, and the live stream's heat instantly soared to a new peak. To intuitively showcase public opinion, Jiang Wei smiled and pressed the voting button. Alright, it seems everyone has a lot of disputes. Then let's start a real-time poll across the internet. Do you think number 66 can successfully eat the honey? Red side represents yes, blue side represents no. Voting starts now. Just 1 minute later, the results were out. On the big screen, the blue bar overwhelmingly crushed the red one. Red side, yes 30%. Blue side, no 70%. In the face of this life and death challenge, the rationality of most normal people prevailed. Although everyone hoped to see a miracle, they did not have high hopes for this nearly suicidal action. Jiang Wei looked at the stark data without commenting. She simply revealed a meaningful professional smile. Truth is often in the hands of a few. Or perhaps the eyes of the public are sharp? Let's wait and see. The wilderness. Wang Hao returned along the same path, his steps still light. Although he was empty-handed this time, there was not much frustration on his face. Just before he was about to walk out of the dense forest, he encountered Li Feng again. Li Feng was still squatting under that big tree, holding the unfinished plant tuber, struggling to swallow. Seeing Wang Hao emerge from the woods empty-handed, Li Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of subtle pleasure. He stood up, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and approached with a feigned concern. Hey, Wang Hao, you're back? How was it? Li Feng pointed to Wang Hao's empty back and asked knowingly. Did you find that beehive? Wang Hao stopped, looking at Li Feng. He was not evasive or shamefaced as Li Feng had expected. On the contrary, Wang Hao appeared composed, even somewhat indifferent. He raised his hand and pointed to the rolling mountain range behind him, directly revealing all the information. I found it. It's on the cliff top of that mountain behind us. Hanging on the highest tree, it's quite large, probably about the size of a basin. Hearing this description. Cliff, giant tree, basin-sized beehive. A vivid image instantly formed in Li Feng's mind. That was indeed an unreachable heavenly object. Oh no. Li Feng suddenly slapped his thigh, revealing a heartbroken expression, as if he were the one who didn't get to eat the honey. What a pity. This is simply seeing it but not being able to eat it. In such a place, with so many wild bees guarding it, even a god would find it hard to touch. So painful, really so painful. Li Feng kept lamenting for Wang Hao. But in reality, he was internally reveling. A long-lost feeling of comfort spread throughout his body. Finally seeing this big boss who always has everything going smoothly encounter a setback. Aren't you capable? Aren't you living in a bamboo house and eating meat? Now you're stuck, right? Faced with such a dead end, you can only stare, right? This sense of balance, though I can't eat it, you can't either, made Li Feng feel a weight lifted off his heart. Even the plant tuber that was originally bitter and hard to swallow seemed to become sweeter with each chew. Chapter 122, Making Chainmail. After the two parted ways, Wang Hao carried the empty backpack, walking on the mountain road home while rapidly replaying the reconnaissance results in his mind. He broke down the ultimate goal of obtaining honey into specific tactical questions. First is the terrain. Wang Hao silently crossed this off his list in his mind. Although the cliff and giant tree look daunting, they are completely child's play for my current attributes and skills. Even without any protection, I can easily climb up like a monkey. So, the only and the biggest obstacle. Wang Hao's eyes became sharp. Is the defense. Around that huge beehive, thousands of guard bees circled. Although he had a strong physique, he wasn't invincible. Getting stung hundreds of times would still cause shock. I need a set of absolute defense. Wang Hao stopped and touched his chin. This equipment must meet 3 conditions. First, 100% skin coverage, not a single gap can be left for the bees to get in. Second, the joints must be flexible enough, it cannot affect my climbing movements on the trees. Third, there must be openings for vision and breathing, and these holes must be smaller than the size of the bees. This was practically an impossible task in the wilderness. No protective suit, no mask, not even a decent thick fabric. But Wang Hao was not discouraged. His consciousness sank into his mind, activating his skill library. Knit sweaters. Weave grass. Build. Countless knowledge about weaving structures, material toughness, and mesh density collided and reorganized in his brain. He frantically modeled in his mind, overturning and remodeling. 10 minutes later, Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, his eyes bursting with amazing light. Got it. He found the perfect solution. Chainmail. Using the excellent toughness of wet vines, combined with a specific high-density double knitting method, it is entirely possible to make a full-body vine armor resembling ancient chainmail. This structure can ensure breathability and vision, and its mesh density can just trap the bodies of the bees, preventing them from stinging the skin. Then, wear my original vine clothes as a lining, double insurance. Although making this outfit requires a huge amount of work, consuming a lot of time and energy. But Wang Hao clenched his fist, a confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I can definitely make it. With the plan set, Wang Hao glanced at the sky. At this time, although the sun had already set in the west, there was still 1 or 2 hours of twilight before it completely disappeared. At this moment, a normal person, after climbing hundreds of meters barehanded and walking such a long mountain road, should be exhausted and resting at home. But Wang Hao did not. He didn't even hesitate for a moment and immediately turned around at the intersection, diving into the dense primitive forest nearby. Time waits for no one. Start gathering materials now. Upon entering the forest, Wang Hao entered into a frantic scavenging mode. His gaze was like a scanner, precisely locking onto those vines that were of moderate thickness and had excellent toughness. This one is too brittle, not good. This one is too thick, it will be too hard to weave. This one, perfect. Swish. The survival knife in his hand flashed coldly as a several-meter-long quality vine was cut off. Wang Hao nimbly rolled it into a loop and stuffed it into his backpack. Chop, roll, pack. He tirelessly moved so quickly that he left after images, almost like a tireless humanoid harvesting machine. The viewers in the livestream were once again shocked by Wang Hao's terrifying energy bar. The bullet comments instantly flooded the screen, filled with disbelief. Is this guy a perpetual motion machine? He just climbed hundreds of meters of cliff barehanded without gasping, he goes straight to work without taking a break? Even the donkey in the production team wouldn't dare do this. If Su Yang saw this scene, he would probably call the police on the spot, reporting someone has hacked their health bar. So terrifying, this physical fitness is simply bud level. At the same time, everyone's curiosity was completely piqued. Watching Wang Hao frantically collect those slender vines, everyone began to guess. What on earth is he doing? Collecting so many vines? Is he making ropes? I don't think so, you wouldn't need this many thin vines for ropes. Could it be that he's making some kind of trap? No matter what it is, it must be a secret weapon to deal with that group of bees. Looking forward to it. Brother Hao's brain. Surely something new will come out. In the following days, Wang Hao was completely immersed in a fervent craftsman's state. Except for the necessary eating, drinking, and other needs, he sat cross-legged on the bamboo house's second-floor floor for almost all his time. Around him were piles of processed, damp, soft vines. His fingers danced among countless greenish vines, his gaze focused as if performing a delicate surgery. The next evening, Wang Hao stopped his actions and took a long breath. He raised his hands, showcasing his first stage achievement in the sunset, a pair of extremely complex woven gloves. The camera immediately zoomed in for a close-up. These were not the simple, straight tube type of weave, but a pair of crafts filled with biomimetic beauty. Wang Hao mimicked the joint structure of crustaceans, using the thickness variation of the vines to cleverly leave room for movement at the knuckles. The back of the hand used double-layer thick vines, while the fingertips used the finest strands. They tightly wrapped the palms while ensuring that the 10 fingers could flexibly grasp. Even picking up a needle was not a problem. The audience in the live streaming room looked at these strange green gloves, all confused. What is this? Green giant gloves? Isn't it still autumn? These vines won't keep warm, why make gloves? Looks creepy, like the claws of some alien creature. Is there a possibility he is doing this to defend against bees? Don't joke around, making a sealed protective suit from plants? That's nonsense. The needles of bees are so thin, no matter how tightly woven these vines are, there will be gaps, right?